divisional round. Keep it here as the score team breaks down the game. Plus, we'll have your reaction too, right here on Chicago's Sports Radio 670 The Score. Broadcasting live from the Hyundai Studios. Presented to you in part by your local Hyundai dealers. WSCR Chicago, WBMX HD2 Chicago, and Odyssey Sports Station. The Score!
This hour, sponsored by Plumbers 911. Plumbing emergency? Call the Plumbing Pros. Available 24/7 at 1-833-PLUM-911.
Chicago, it's time for the Mully and Haugh pregame show with your host, executive producer of the Mully and Haugh Show, Dustin Rhodes, on Chicago's Sports Radio 670 The Score.
Good morning. All good here.
Morning, Chicago. Welcome to a Monday, 19th day of the month. It is the Mully and Haugh pregame show, and we are broadcasting live from the Hyundai Score Studios, brought to you by your local Hyundai dealers. Mully and Haugh, live and local for you, beginning at 5:30 all the way up until 10 a.m. this morning. Plan of attack is as follows. The Pick Six at 6. The top 6 sports stories of the day will be discussed. 7 o'clock, Olin Kreutz. Bigs time at 8. Mike Florio, Pro Football Talk, NBC Sports in town. So in the studio today with Mully and Haugh. The guests join us on the Plumbers 911 hotline. Plumbing emergency, call 1-833-PLUM-911. Local 130 Plumbers. Get the job done right the very first time. Unfortunately, the Bears season has come to an end. 20-17 in an overtime loss to the Rams. Harrison Mavis kicking that 42-yard field goal in overtime after Cam Curry intercepted a deep ball by Caleb Williams on the Bears' first possession of overtime. The Rams led 17-10 in the final minute of regulation as the Bears faced 4th and 4 from the 14-yard line. Caleb Williams had a backpedal, avoiding a pass rush, heaving the ball to Cole Kmet for the tying touchdown with just 18 seconds to go. It'll go down as a 14-yard pass, but that ball traveled 51.2 yards in the air, according to NFL's Next Gen Stats. So the latest come-from-behind thrilling play from Caleb Williams. Caleb Williams threw for 2 touchdowns. He was intercepted, though, 3 times. Williams completed 23 of 42, 257 yards. DJ Moore had a touchdown catch. DeAndre Swift ran for 76 yards. The defense stacked Matthew Stafford 4 times, but could not get a takeaway in this one. Colston Loveland ended up leaving the game with a concussion in regulation. He led the team with 56 yards. The Bears were 3 for 6 on 4th down, something else that will be talked about quite a bit. So your AFC and NFC title games are now set. The Broncos will host the Patriots. Patriots are a 5.5-point favorite. The total is 41. That game will go at 2. The Seahawks are a 2.5-point favorite. Total 47 against the Rams. Game will be in Seattle, 5:30. And both of those games we heard right here on the Score. That coverage beginning on Sunday at 1. So how did these games come to be? Well, Drake May threw 3 touchdown passes in the snow and in the rain. Marcus Jones returned one of C.J. Stroud's 4 picks for a pick 6, and the Patriots defeated the Texans 28-16 and advanced to the AFC Championship game for the first time in 7 years. The Broncos on Saturday ended Josh Allen and the Bills season 33-30 in overtime. Broncos' game-winning drive came after nickelback Jaquan McMillan intercepted Allen's deep pass in overtime. McMillan's pick was the Broncos' 5th takeaway of the game. McMillan wrestled the ball away from Brandon Cooks at the Broncos' 20-yard line. That is a play that will be talked about for quite some time. But the Broncos end up winning, and everything's looking great in Denver. But an hour after the game or so, Sean Payton steps back into the interview room and confirms a rumor swirling. That's right, Bo Nix fractured his right ankle 3 plays before the Will Lutz 23-yard field goal in overtime. Nix's season is over. He'll have surgery on Tuesday. Jarrett Stidham takes over for Nix as the Broncos quarterback as they are hosting the AFC title game. The Seahawks absolutely dominated the 49ers on Saturday night. They host the NFC title game on Sunday, 41-6 the final. Seahawks took the opening kick in for a score. It was all Seahawks. Kenneth Walker III rushes for 3 scores. Sam Darnold threw a touchdown pass, got his first career playoff win. The NFL coaching carousel having a little movement. The Falcons have hired Kevin Stefanski as their new coach. The team announced Saturday night. Stefanski went 45-56 in 6 seasons with the Browns, before he was fired less than 2 weeks ago after going 8-26 past two. He did take the Browns to the playoffs twice in 20 and 23, named NFL Coach of the Year in both of those seasons. The Packers have reached an agreement on a multi-year extension with head coach Matt LaFleur, and it looks like the John Harbaugh signing in New York will be completed, if not already completed. They were working out a few bugs in the wording on some of the contracts. CubsCon has come and gone, but we did learn that Matt Shaw will get some work in the outfield. Michael Busch will face left-handers, and the Cubs will honor the 2016 World Series champions with a monument representing everyone involved in winning that World Series. Your Bulls are now 20 and 22. They split with the Nets since we were last with you. They won last night at home. The Bulls did 124-102. Kobe White 24 points. Io 19. The Vooch had 17, 11 boards and 6 assists. Bazelis 17 points. The Nets won the opener 112-109 Friday night out in Brooklyn. Bulls will host the Clippers Tuesday night. It's a 6:45 pregame right here on The Score. Your Blackhawks are now 19-22-7. They blew a 2-0 lead, falling to the Bruins 5-2 on Saturday. Again, the Bruins rallying from that 2-0 deficit, scoring 3 times in the second period. Tonight, Jonathan Taves and the Jets are at the UC. It's a 7:30 puck drop. Catch that one over on CHSN. And tonight is Championship Monday in college football. That's right. Big college football game. Miami will play for the national title in their home stadium tonight against Indiana. Indiana right now minus 8.5, total 47. Our friends over at Circus Sports provided those numbers. You're listening to Plumbers 911 Football Monday, presented by Busey Bank. If you just woke up, well, welcome to a new work week. It is Mully and Haugh's pregame show. They will be live and local, always for you, broadcasting from the Hyundai Score Studios, brought to you by your local Hyundai dealers. Olin Kreutz at 7, Biggs time, Brad Biggs at 8, Mike Florio in studio, Pro Football Talk, NBC Sports, with Mully and Haugh, the guests joining us on the Plumbers 911 hotline. Plumbing emergency, call 1-833-PLUM-911. Local 130 Plumbers will get the job done right the very first time. Let's take you out to Soldier Field. Let's listen back to what it sounded like over on NBC. The Bears would have the ball first. They were going down the field, and it looked like Caleb Williams was going to connect with Rome Odunze for an opening drive touchdown.
4th and 3. Bears going. Williams throwing too high. It's intercepted. Kobe Durant got it back in his own 2. DJ Moore trying to punch it out on the way. He's down at the 15-yard line. And the Rams, as Caleb Williams grabbing at his finger coming off the field, come away with the ball. So Chicago got down there. This touchdown catch by Odunze at the goal line, and the 4th down pick thrown by Caleb Williams. Rams will take over.
Rams with the ball after the Caleb Williams interception. Rome Odunze looked like he dropped a touchdown pass in the end zone that would, of course, put the Bears up 7-0, assuming the extra point would have been good. The Rams wasted no time going right down the field and finding the end zone first.
2nd and goal. It's on the ground. Williams to the end zone for the touchdown. Kyron Williams patiently waits. Finds the end zone to cap a 14-play drive, and the Rams are on the board first.
Rams getting on the board first, 7-0. Mike Tirico, NBC Sports, with the call there. Still in the first quarter, Caleb finding Colston Loveland on this free play after the Rams had jumped off sides.
Free play, flag down. Williams trying to keep it alive to launch it. Downfield, caught by Loveland to the 23-yard line. Recognized it, took advantage of it. Gain of 24 will negate the offside flag.
Offside. Defense number 8. This play's decline. It's a first down.
So Jared Verse going to try and take advantage of this guard out here playing tackle, try to get off to the quick start, unable to stay on sides, and now Caleb Williams in a much more veteran way than we've ever seen him, just sort of calmly executing that play down the field. Big play for the Bears.
You heard Chris Collins with there breaking down what our quarterback Caleb Williams did on that play, taking advantage with the free play. And then we had some strong running from Kyle Monungai.
Monungai, pounding run inside the 10, First and goal, Bears. That's the way he's run all year.
When they're running right, and you've got Durham Smythe in the backfield, and then up front you've got Darnell Wright, who is their best player on that offensive line, playing off to the right tackle position. So when they've been running successfully so far, everything's been to that right side.
First and goal, Bears with the ball in the Rams' red zone, and Bears would finally cash in on a touchdown. Here he is, Caleb Williams to DJ Moore to even the score at 7.
Fourth and goal for the Bears. Williams, first look not there. Back in the end zone, DJ Moore. Touchdown, Chicago.
Oh my goodness, Omar Speights thought he had a pick, but Caleb Williams was too clever. Barely out of the reach, right over his head, in for the touchdown. That may have been a season ago an interception, that now's a touchdown.
We got two quarterbacks who can sling it in this cold weather.
Touchdown, Bears. DJ Moore on the receiving end of that one. We remain in the second quarter. Bears defense playing pretty tough. Jaquan Brisker having himself an evening. Here he is with a sack and a pass breakup. Take a listen.
Gets to the throw. Brisker, sack at the 34. He had one all year, but he is having a terrific playoff.
Kyron Williams is going to take a quick glance that way and just missed the blitzer. He never saw him coming. He took one glance and saw it very late, and it was too late for Matthew Stafford. I'll tell you what, we are seeing Dennis Allen coming out and playing this half like he played the second half against Green Bay. He is taking his shots.
Another 3rd and 11. Stafford again. Shot for Nakua. Brisker knocked it away. What a series for Jaquan Brisker. Rams will punt.
These are the plays that Puka Nakua has been making this entire season, and it's why Matthew Stafford said, I don't care who it is out there. If it's Brisker, whoever, my guy usually goes up and gets this one. Just couldn't time it up that time.
There you have it on NBC. Again, our thanks to them for the use of that audio. The Bears later in the second quarter would find themselves on a 4th down situation yet again, and the Bears going for it yet again.
The young guy's got it. He's stopped behind the line of scrimmage. The Rams defense comes up big. Curl and Landman there for Los Angeles. Back-to-back run stuffs. Bears needed a yard. The Rams say no.
Rams say no, and the Bears turning the ball over on downs again. That would be a theme during this game. The Bears would end up getting up 10-7 on a Cairo Santos 48-yard field goal. Before the half, we'd get a 32-yarder from the Rams, so it's 10-10 at the break. Rams with the ball first, and the Bears would force a 3-and-out.
3rd and 8, deafening crowd, out quick, caught through the traffic, Mumfield, no. It'll be 4th down, Kyler Gordon. He and Brisker had some terrific night.
Tremendous call by Dennis Allen that time. Look, they've got the edges, right? So we know what we're going to do. Let's throw it out there fast. But no, that's the time they drop out of there. And so it's a little cat and mouse game going on between the play callers there. And right now, Dennis Allen has the edge.
Chris Collinsworth with the analysis there on NBC with a tip of the cap to Dennis Allen in the play of the Bears safety. So after 3 quarters, the score remained the same, 10-10. Move into the 4th quarter, and this time it's the Rams going for it on 4th down.
4th and 1. Nakua running off the edge. Hit, but he gets the first down. Byard came up and tagged him, but the strong Nakua through the tackle. Slow to get up, but he has a first down for the Rams.
That first down will help the Rams eventually find the end zone and take a 17-10 lead.
First and goal from the 5. Inside of 9 to go. Kyron Williams bouncing to the outside. Williams to the end zone. The Rams take the lead. Kyron Williams did a lot of the work on that drive. A long drive for an LA lead.
It has been the blocks of these tight ends on the edge out here. That time Colby Parkinson, Puka Nakua out there. But Kyron Williams has the vision, has the patience, and he set it up, right? Did you see the way he went inside to set up the bounce out? That looked like the first drive for the Rams.
Rams on top of the game, 17-10 at that point. Bears would have the ball again. They'd have to turn over on downs. They'd stop the Rams and force a punt. So we are now late into the fourth quarter, and it's fourth and Williams, if you will. Fourth down. Bears needing this one to stay alive. Take a listen.
So here we go, 4th and 4.
It's a blitz.
Joseph!
Command in motion. Williams drifting, sprinting for space, in all kinds of trouble, put it up for grabs to the end zone. He got it! For the touchdown! They've done it again! Unbelievable! Huge extra point for the veteran Carlos Santos to tie the game at 17. Got it! Tie game. I don't believe this team. They're down Chicago Bears.
I think I have seen it all. So we're going to get motion out here because they're going to want to get the one-on-one against the 6'5" tight end, against the 5'11" Kobe Durant on the outside, and simply throw one up. But it wasn't there in time, but I have never seen anything like that. In all my days, I have never seen anything like that. That was as blind a throw, just knowing where your guy was, give him a chance, and there are probably only 2 or 3 quarterbacks in the NFL that could have made that throw with the fadeaway jumper all the way into the end zone.
Potentially the new greatest pass and catch from Caleb Williams late in the game, finding Cole Kmet in the back of the end zone. Boy, we'll be talking about that play for some time. The Bears kicked the extra point. There may be people that think they should have went 4-2, so we move over to overtime. Game tied 17-17. The Rams would get the ball first, and the Bears would force a 3-and-out.
This season for the Bears has been defined by Ben Johnson's arrival, the offense, young talent, great comebacks. But on a franchise whose foundation is defense, now their defense must come up for them in the biggest moment of the season. Third attempt.
They come back to the pressure. Matthew Stafford got him when they tried to hit him with that edge pressure last time, and they are not going there here. They're going to play zone defense.
14, the Rams run it with Williams. He's stopped. 17-yard line. Dennis Allen's defense comes up with a stop. They maintain their one timeout. We've got the 2-minute warning. The Rams are going to kick to the Bears. The team that had the most comebacks all year in the NFL. Will they be able to do it again? A shot at the NFC title game in Seattle awaits.
Again, that's how it sounded on NBC. And then in the overtime, the Bears would force the Rams to punt 3-and-out. The Bears take the ball over. All they have to do is get a field goal, and they are on their way to Seattle for the NFC title game. The Bears with the ball at midfield.
From the 48, deep drop, Williams. Got time. Shot downfield in trouble. Is intercepted by Cam Curl. Curl goes over, makes the play, and the Rams have it back. Third interception of the night for Williams.
I don't know exactly what Moore was thinking here, but it looked like he just was not interested. Curl had his eyes on Caleb Williams. He saw the release point. I'm not sure that Moore ever did. It was almost like he didn't know it was coming. Curl broke on the ball. What a sensational play by Cam Curl. And I think that Caleb Williams said, man, you've been making those plays. I was counting on you to go make that diving catch that Curl just made.
That's how it sounded, NBC. Thank you for the call. And the Bears would then let the Rams go down the field, 10 plays, 54 yards, setting up this 42-yard field goal to win it.
His nickname is the Thicker Kicker. It's never been a thicker pressure moment to send the Rams to the championship game. Mavis at 42 online, and it's good! And the Los Angeles Rams go to the championship game with an overtime win in Chicago.
That was the final, 20-17. Rams with the walk-off. Bears season is over. The 42-yard field goal from the Thicker Kicker, as you heard it on NBC. If you just woke up, welcome to a Monday, 19th day of the month. It is the Mully and Haugh pregame show. Mully and Haugh live and local for you in about 10 minutes. Plan of attack Pick Six at 6, Olin Kreutz at 7, Brad Biggs at 8, Mike Florio at 9 in studio. The guests join you on the Plumbers 911 hotline. Plumbing emergency? Call 1-833-PLUM-911. Local 130 Plumbers get the job done right the very first time. Go ahead and start lining up your calls and texts. Mully and Haugh will be taking them all morning long. 312-644-6767. Up next, inside the Bears post-game locker room. This is 670 The Score.
Coming up at 5:30, the boys are back with the Mully and Haugh Show, Chicago's #1 most listened to sports morning show. 5:30 till 10 a.m. Mully and Haugh on Chicago's Sports Radio 670 The Score. In Odyssey Station.
This segment of the show brought to you by Staples.
It's a new year, and Staples has fresh deals to get you fully equipped for 2026. Like up to $120 off HP Smart Tank printers. This deal means business, and so do these printers. Shop in store and online today. Staples. That was easy. Ends 131.
It's playoff time in Chicago, and there's no better place to bet the chase for a championship than Circus Sports Illinois. It's sports betting the way it should be. Whether you're betting championship or conference futures, sides, totals, or prop bets for every round, there's no better place to make your bets throughout January. Circus Sports, they've got high app limits, player-friendly pricing, exceptional customer service, and no bet fees ever. Download your new bookie today at circusports.com. Must be 21 or older. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
What if buying and servicing a luxury car was as effortless as driving one? At Genesis of Algonquin, it is. They've redesigned the entire experience around you. Need service? They'll pick up your vehicle from your home or office and return it when the work is done. Ready to buy? Save up to $13,000 on select models, and qualified buyers can get 0% financing. Complete everything online, from selection to financing, with free delivery of your new Genesis. This isn't just a new car, it's a new standard of luxury. Experience it at genesisofalgonquin.com.
Guys and ladies, get real about your health this new year with Synergen X and Low T Center. For a limited time, the men's TRT test is free, and ladies take $200 off the women's hormone test. Say no to diet trends, questionable online treatments, and deceptive prices from other places. Looking for the best? Synergen X and Low T Center are the leading experts. Meet with a real provider, get real medication, and real results. Everyone I know goes to Synergen X and Low T Center to change their lives. Walk in or book an appointment at getmyhealthfix.com.
The Menards 15% off bag sale is here. Whether you pack it, load it, stuff it, or stack it, if it fits in the bag, you save 15%. Need new tools? Updating your bath or faucet? Or simply want some snacks? Put them in the bag and save 15%. So pick up a bag in-store at Menards and find out how much you can fit in the bag. Now through January 24th. See store for complete details.
Save big money at Menards.
Pro Savings Days are on at Lowe's. Get up to 35% off select major appliances. Plus, My Lowe's Pro Rewards members get an additional 5% off when you buy 5 or more select GE, Whirlpool, and Electrolux kitchen or laundry major appliances. Lowe's, we help, you save. Valid through 123. Discount valid to My Lowe's Pro Rewards members only. Exclusions and other restrictions apply. Selection varies by location while supplies last. See associate or Lowe's.com for details. Loyalty program subject to terms and conditions. Visit Lowe's.com/terms for details. Subject to change.
Welcome back to Winter Hack Radio, the place for clever hacks to survive the season. Icy driveway? Well, try spreading sand or birdseed to help with traction. Snowy puppy paws? Well, grab a whisk, brush it off, done. Catch COVID-19? Well, just get...
Actually, there's no hack for COVID-19. But if you test positive, prescription medications for COVID exist. Ask your doctor if they're right for you. Visit PfizerForAll.com to learn more. Sponsored by Pfizer.
It's game day. Are your moderate to severe Crohn's disease or ulcerative colitis symptoms keeping you from the action? Skyrizi, risankizumab Riza, could help you get back to the game. Skyrizi is proven to help people feel significant symptom relief, achieve remission, and visibly improve damage of the intestinal lining. Skyrizi is a prescription injection medicine for adults. Don't use if allergic to Skyrizi. Serious allergic reactions, increased infections, or lower ability to fight them may occur. Before treatment, get checked for infections and tuberculosis. Tell your doctor about any flu-like symptoms or vaccines. Liver problems leading to hospitalization may occur when treated for Crohn's or ulcerative colitis.
Control is everything to me.
Ask your doctor about Skyrizi, the #1 prescribed biologic in Crohn's and ulcerative colitis combined. Learn more at skyrizi.com or 1-866-SKYRIZI.
This is an Odyssey Sports Minute.
Heartbreaking Chicago. Caleb Williams delivered one of the best throws that you'll see to force overtime in the late fourth quarter. The kind of throw that turns atheists into believers because their quarterback is blessed by God, only for that same quarterback to throw a back-breaking interception that led to a Rams game-winning field goal in overtime. We get a Rams-Seahawks rubber match. Winner goes to the Super Bowl on Denton Day.
Home means everything to you. So when rates drop, you don't just sit back. Rocket Mortgage watches the market to help you save money when the time is right. We make refinancing simple and savings even simpler. Never miss a new lower monthly payment with Rocket Mortgage. Learn more at rocketmortgage.com or call 1-800-4ROCKET for cost information and conditions. Conditions apply. Not a commitment to lend. Rocket Mortgage, LLC, licensed in all 50 states. NMLS ConsumerAccess.org number 3030.
Attention Link EBT card holders. If you use SNAP benefits to buy food, please listen carefully. Rules for SNAP eligibility are changing. You could lose your benefits if you don't act soon. Before January 31st, visit saveoursnap.org to learn about new rules, how they impact you, and the steps you should take to keep your food benefits. Go to saveoursnap.org before January 31st. Sponsored by the Illinois Commission to End Hunger. Aired in cooperation with this station and the Illinois Broadcasters Association.
Sports fans, starting February 2nd, The Score will now also be heard in crystal clear FM quality. 104.3 The Score. The Cubs, the Bulls, and incredible Chicago sports talk. 104.3 The Score. Presented by Circa Sports Illinois.
You're listening to the Mully and Haugh pregame show. Coming up in 60 seconds. And coming up at 5:30, it's Mully and Haugh on 670 The Score.
New year, new goals, and fresh FSA funds. If you've been thinking about a vasectomy, stop putting it off. The start of the new year is the smartest time to book at Vasectomy Clinics of Chicago. Why? You can use your renewed flexible spending or HSA dollars to pay for it using pre-tax money. We offer a quick 30-minute in-office procedure that is virtually painless. No needle, no scalpel, and absolutely no hospital stay. It's the safest, simplest way to take control of your future. With 5 convenient locations including downtown Chicago at Lake Point Tower with free valet parking, plus Naperville, Tinley Park, Arlington Heights, and Barrington. We are right in your neighborhood. Make your resolution reality and use your fresh FSA funds. Visit vasectomychicago.com or call 877-877-4VAS. That's 877-877-4827. Vasectomy Clinics of Chicago. Your family is complete. Now your planning is too.
Welcome back to the Mully and Haugh pregame show on 670 The Score.
4th down and 4, 14 of the Rams. Shotgun snap, goes back 4-man rush. He's chased, he's flushed, he's all the way back to the 40. He's backpedaling and throws a pass into the end zone. Caught! Touchdown! Touchdown! Chicago has caught a touchdown pass with Cole Kmet open in the corner. If you hadn't seen it, you would not believe it. 18 seconds left. Pandemonium at Soldier Field.
Wow, what a call. Kevin Harlan, you heard that on Westwood One. So we wanted to end the pregame show on a high note from the Bears' season-ending loss, 20-17 in overtime to the Rams. Mully and Haugh again, right on around the corner, and you're listening to a Plumbers 911 Football Monday presented by Busey Bank. They've got the Pick 6 at 6. They've got Olin Kreutz at 7. Biggs time. Brad Biggs at 8. Mike Florio at 9 right here in studio. The guests join us on the Plumbers 911 hotline. Plumbing emergency, call 1-833-PLUM 911. Local 130 Plumbers, they get the job done the very first time. It is 5:30 on a back-to-work Monday for some of us right here on 670 The Score.
Yeah, we're done.
Wake up! Wake up! Mike Mulligan, David Haugh.
I feel like the Bears aren't over. I feel like the Bears are still alive. I think I'm going to go 31-29.
It will be cold. It will matter, but it will be warm inside the hearts of Bears fans everywhere. Bears 35, Rams 31. It will be a day of good, better, best. It will be a day that you do not want to be doubting the Bears. Who would dare do that now?
So here we go, 4th and 4.
It's a blitz.
Joseph!
The man in motion. Williams drifting, sprinting for space, in all kinds of trouble, put it up for next. The end zone. He got it! For the Touchdown! They've done it again! Unbelievable! Huge extra point for the veteran Cairo Santos to tie the game at 17. Got it! Tie game. I don't believe this team. From the 48, deep drop Williams. Got time. Shot downfield in trouble. Is intercepted by Ken Curl. Curl goes over, makes the play. And the Rams have it back. Third interception of the night for Williams.
I don't know exactly what Moore was thinking here, but it looked like he just was not interested. Curl had his eyes on Caleb Williams. He saw the release point. I'm not sure that Moore ever did. It was almost like he didn't know it was coming. Curl broke on the ball. What a sensational play by Cam Curl.
His nickname is the thicker kicker. It's never been a thicker pressure moment to send the Rams to the championship game. Mavis of 42 online, and it's good! And the Los Angeles Rams go to the championship game with an overtime win in Chicago.
Start your mornings with Mully and Haugh, 5:30 till 10 a.m. on 670 The Score.
Happy Bears Monday.
Shut up.
Let's go.
Mully and Haugh, Chicago Sports Radio 670 The Score. We'll always have that look on Sean McVay's face. We can always think fondly on that one. Wow, Mr. David.
Good morning, Mully. Yeah, not a happy Monday in Chicago, but what a game it was. What a season we just saw, and it ended not the way you wanted it to for the Bears last night. They could have had it. They had many opportunities, but it was a night of missed opportunity for the Bears. They were close. They came oh so close, and Caleb Williams did it again, and then it just, in overtime, tried to do a little too much, and the Rams took advantage, and the Bears are going home.
You look at the game book, and you go to the team stats page.
Mm-hmm.
The Bears dominated pretty much every stat you can think of, but the one stat, which is takeaways.
You're exactly right. They made the best offense in football, the most points and the most yards, punt 8 times. They outgained them. They held the ball longer than them.
They did.
They defensively played as well as you could have possibly expected.
More
under
yards,
the circumstances.
More yards passing, more yards rushing. They had, they dominated all those statistics.
All
they
the
had
things
more first downs by one, maybe?
Easily, yes.
I
23-22.
They did so much better on third down, even though the next time that they run the ball left would be a miracle. They kept running the ball right, and everybody in the building knew it, including the opponent. I got to tell you, it was one of those games where if they could take the ball away, and there were opportunities.
There were opportunities there. Matthew Stafford did not have a night you expected from an MVP candidate or front runner, and the Bears just couldn't quite get that step or that half step to get an interception or to create a fumble. It was close. The Bears did an adequate job.
Sacked the guy 4 times, David. You see that coming?
No, I did not see that coming because I did not expect Matthew Stafford to be confused by the blitzes or the pressure, and it looked like he was because of the way that we talked about. The Bears had 6 defensive backs on the field for quite a bit.
Yes.
And you saw Jaquan Brisker have the night of his life.
Unbelievable game from him.
He really did.
Yes.
He did as much in one game to change your complexion or impression of a player and maybe about his future. We'll get into that. There's an entire offseason to discuss that.
So much.
But whether it was Brisker or Tyreek Stevenson really played well.
He played very well.
In a reserve
role.
role.
I mean, the thing is, we were talking about it in the pregame show, just about what a great player Puka Nacua is, and played some of that audio, and Devontae Adams. But they don't have a speedster. They don't have somebody that would intimidate you for the long ball. They really don't. They've got guys that catch everything, and that's a serious problem. And as we talked about during the week, Puka Nacua is one of those Jerry Rice-type receivers that just catches the ball, but, you're never going to catch him, but he's not going to outrun anybody.
He's not going to outrun anybody.
And that played to this secondary.
They work the margins to get open, and they're great route runners. And I think that the quality of their routes were compromised by the weather. And that's not making an excuse or explanation for why the Bears defense played as well. But Mully, you saw slowly as the snow started to stay on the field.
Yes.
It was such a slick surface. You weren't getting Devontae Adams as crisp of a route or Puka Nacua.
Right.
And so what it did was the physicality with which the Bears defensive backs played really made a difference.
Yeah. They've got height. I mean, Nahshon Wright has height.
Yeah.
And it came through a couple of times, knocking the ball away. It was it was cold as blank, as Sean McVay said.
It was so cold, Mully. I think it's impossible to consider that didn't affect the play, the outcome, concentration, all those things. Heck, I was out there for 20 minutes after the game just doing a post-game video thing, and it was uncomfortable. I can't imagine what it was like to be out there for 4 hours trying to play the game of your life.
Unbelievable.
It was really something. And defensively, you give a lot of credit to the Bears up front. Montez Sweat and Austin Booker. Dominic Robinson had himself a game.
Yeah.
So you had the Bears edge rushers really came to play. And so you had from your defense, they rose to the occasion. At every level, they played well enough to win. And
they did.
It was oddly and unusually the offense that let the Bears down most.
Yeah. And I mean, again, as we mentioned, the takeaways. You can't win a game when you lose the takeaways 3-0, right? Turnovers 3-0 in favor of the Rams. It ended up being the game.
It was the game.
So costly.
3 picks by Caleb Williams, and the last one the most regrettable.
Right.
Throwing to DJ Moore, and there's a lot of conversation about DJ Moore and what
he's getting killed by people.
He is really getting killed.
I got to tell you, I saw the play. I understand that he wasn't I just don't know if he wasn't aware he was throwing to. I don't know if he was aware of much. Colston Loveland got a concussion and knocked out of the game. DJ went out and tested for concussion for a long period of time.
He did. He got banged up.
He took
a
badly.
beating, and his toughness was a factor because he really did take some hits, and he kept on going, and he had some key catches, and he was the guy that was in the middle of a lot. Now, as for that last play and that last interception, Caleb Williams himself said it was a miscommunication.
Yes.
It's an easy one to understand because the safety, Curl, in this example, you could he should have flattened the route. I think that's people understand that.
Yes.
At the same time, I'm not sure that has happened every single situation that has come up. Caleb Williams, I felt like the ball wasn't his best pass of the night. It wasn't the greatest decision in those circumstances.
DJ Moore made one of the catches of his career earlier in that game.
The one-handed one? Left-handed.
What the hell was that?
And then he took a beating for that.
Oh, he got killed for it.
Yeah. But, Mully, it was 2nd and 8.
What a player.
And that's why I go back to it was 2nd and 8.
Yeah.
And that was a pass that, if it works, you're like, okay. But in retrospect, you weren't in a position because the next points win the game.
Yeah,
you weren't in a position to force the issue.
They were in too deep, and all you had to do was play the middle of the field. And you still had a timeout there. You play the middle of the field, you kick a field goal, the game is over.
Yeah.
Listen.
It made it easy to regret, and
it's tough.
And even easier to second guess.
Yes.
But the minute you criticize Caleb Williams for that, you got to realize
Caleb Williams was phenomenal.
You're not there without him.
And I got to tell you, what he said in the post game really resonated too. When he talked about now he's got to work on his footwork and his accuracy. This is the start of something that is extraordinary. It's also the end of something, which is this season. And as much as no one wants to admit it, the reality is, and this will set in as the week goes on, that change is inevitable in the NFL. Change is inevitable for this particular group. You've got to remember that Ben Johnson came in here effectively with the team that was here. And he's spent the year going through it, and as has Dennis Allen, and there will be changes among players. There could be changes among the coaching staff.
You couldn't be more right. There will be changes on the coaching staff. We know that. And that reality, as much as you don't want it to be the centerpiece of today's conversation,
no,
it looms in the background. And that was what I think made Ben Johnson as emotional as he was post-game. Obviously, the sting of the loss, that's difficult for any competitor. But he referenced what you just described, the fact that it was so tough to get in front of his team for the last time. Knowing that this group, as it was, and the chemistry that carried them so far was never going to be the same.
There are changes in the NFL up to 30-something% every year.
Every year.
Maybe higher than that with this group, just because of the things we've talked about, coming in, coaching, play. There are guys that he's coached, there are coaches he's coached with who may wind up being available, who the man may want to work with.
It's year one. It's year one. And as well as things went, and as many games as they won, there are things that probably went on that made impressions behind the scenes that we have no idea of. He may have impressions of players. I'm talking about Ben Johnson. That he wants to remember when he's making an evaluation about what's going to work next year. And he's got to keep an open mind and be objective about making those decisions and not letting emotions kind of get in the way, because next year it's a clean slate. And next year you could either be a team that says you're going to be a consistent perennial contender and winner in the NFC North, or you're going to turn into the Washington Commanders. And you're going to get deep in the playoffs and then you're going to be done because of an array of problems that come up. You just don't know. That's why you have to understand things change quickly in the NFL, and that's what made last night even harder to take.
But I think that the takeaways, there are two really important takeaways from the year. Number one is that you've got the right head coach. I don't know anybody that's not happy with him. He is a really good head coach. We talked to Jordan Rodriguez from the Athletic in L.A., and I thought she did a great job of describing Ben Johnson as a unicorn, because he is outside the McVay group. He is outside that whole Shanahan crew that dominates the NFL.
Well, he compiled the library.
And everybody wants to
It's his
be a part of.
playbook. It's
him.
computer. He's
his own
infrastructure,
guy who doesn't have to rely upon what he was taught by someone else. It's pretty extraordinary. And I think you got that right.
You got that right.
And I think Caleb Williams, if you don't come out of this season thinking, wow, did you see what he did there? Wow. Olin in the postgame, I thought this was brilliant. But he just said Rome Odunze had the line of the year when he said, you think it's the best throw he's ever made. He was talking about the jump man throw until he makes the next one. And I got to tell you, the next one yesterday was unbelievable.
He made the next one.
And you know why he made the next one? Watch that tape again. He's backing up, not running away from people. He's backing up to make that play.
He waits for the guy to clear, Cole Kmet in this case.
How is that
he saw it happening.
Possible? Unbelievable.
But that's
to
where,
maintain your composure in that moment, David.
But Mully, it all goes back to what we have noticed in Caleb Williams from day one. It's that inner confidence, and whether it comes out in a press conference or under pressure on fourth down, he understands and believes that he can make that throw, so he puts it in a position to do what nobody else really can. I mean, that was Mahomesian again. There are a few quarterbacks in the league that can make that throw under those circumstances. So he backs up, and it's a 14-yard touchdown pass that traveled 51 yards in the air.
How in the name of God did that happen successfully? And you know how? You just said it. His self-belief, it was dripping off of your television screen. That guy made one of the best throws, that was one of the best touchdowns I've seen.
And that's why you never thought the Bears were really out of it.
No.
And that's why you felt like going into overtime that even on that 2nd and 8, that was an unforgettable mistake, but it certainly was a forgivable one, because He thought he could make the play.
Yes.
It was not a good throw.
Yes.
It wasn't the time to take that risk. But with Caleb Williams, because they had won 7 games in the final minutes, you thought they were capable of doing it an 8th time, and so.
Oh, they really. I mean, honestly, they should have won the game because they
should have won the game.
They did get the ball to midfield. They were so close. Cairo Santos is the man as well. That's a clutch kicker.
How about him?
Want him.
How about him?
He did
that
it
was
again,
difficult,
a 48-yard field goal.
Difficult conditions. And credit to the Rams kicker.
The thicker kicker.
Yeah, the thicker kicker came through. The drama was indeed, as Mike Tirico said, thick.
Yeah, I
the
mean,
tension was thick.
That broadcast I could do without.
Yeah.
There's a reason the Bears can't win on Sunday nights. It's because those two guys you got to listen to.
They're distracting.
I thought that Tony Romo had one of the worst broadcasts I've ever heard, but that was right behind it. Chris Collinsworth giving him a run for his money.
Yes.
Holy God.
It was one of those things that he gets on these tangents, and it was almost like he was surprised the Bears were as good as they are. And he was almost like he was fascinated by this. Oh, hey, look, the Bears have a team as well.
Just no insight. I mean, just tell me something I don't know. Just one little thing I don't know. Other than something like, if they score here, they're going to be ahead in the gate. Like, oh, thank you.
Well, I think that the one thing we're going to talk about a lot today, and I bet we get a lot of reaction to, was the Ben Johnson approach on 4th down, which I think was different yesterday for a reason. Or at least maybe, I don't want to say different for a reason, but I understood why he went for it when he did, whereas before I think there was more legitimate scrutiny or second guessing. I don't think that Ben Johnson went into this game trusting his defense to play as well as it did.
Yeah, I think that you have to understand that that's who he is and that's what he does. And he is always going to approach it that way. You're going to get frustrated by it. You're going to try to add up hidden points that they didn't score and they could have won it here or there. But the reality is that's who the man is, and that's what he's going to do. And I didn't think there were any, 31-yard line try. I mean,
there weren't any 4th and 5 from your own 32 situations.
No.
There were times when there were 3 times that the Bears got inside the 32 of the Rams, and 3 times it came away without points.
Right.
Those are possessions that when you take those away, you look at the scoreboard, you're like, boy, they could have used that field goal.
Yes.
That said, the first drive was the most confounding to me because people walked away, I think, second-guessing Ben Johnson for going on a 4th down. I came away with it disappointed and frustrated that Rome Odunze dropped a touchdown pass.
I agree. That was bad. And honestly, there were some balls that were slightly behind people. It wasn't like you got to catch. You can't DJ Moore left-handed catch everything thrown to you. But there were a couple that were behind people, and you got to work on your accuracy. And the quarterback knew it and said he was going to. I just think there was a lot to like about the Bears. What was amazing to me, David, is on the post-game show we took calls, and they were very positive calls. I'll be very curious if that fades away overnight and what people have to say to us this morning, because it was one of those things where if you objectively look at the season that they had, you feel disappointed in the end of it, but grateful that season took place. And certainly the takeaways are more about getting the coach right and getting the quarterback
I think you're right, because in the NFL, that's the hardest marriage to accomplish. And when you realize how special this season was for a variety of reasons, but this Bears season, this Bears team brought people together.
Yes.
I think that the unexpected nature of it is what was as unforgettable as anything. And I think that will be the takeaway. I would be surprised if today takes a negative turn. I think the reaction throughout town will be, boy, thank you for 3 months of surprises or 4 months of surprises, because it was as surprising as anything. There were eternal optimists that might have seen the Bears winning 12 games this year, but I think objectively speaking, you can look at this team and say they overachieved, and they gave us more than we expected.
No question about that for me. I mean, I just thought that it was just one of those years, kind of a a really special year. And like I said, I think this quarterback's getting better. He's only going to improve. And the head coach, I know this sounds crazy to say, but that's his first year as a head coach.
It's his first year.
He's going to get better.
He'll learn too.
You know, you look at the team you just played and the coach and quarterback combination. The Bears should have that moving forward. They should have that sort of a relationship between coach and quarterback that only grows.
And it's not just one that you are happy with because the Bears finally have two guys they trust. It's a quarterback-coach combination that will be among the best in the league. Because you can see Ben Johnson being considered one of the best coaches, and you can certainly see Caleb Williams ascending to being a top 10 quarterback. And both those things put you in a position, if you can take advantage of the rookie salary cap and the rookie contract and build around that, you're going to be a team that is playing in a couple playoff games every season and maybe getting to a Super Bowl and eventually winning it. That's the hope that this season implied. That's what makes you feel very good about it. You know, last night, as disappointed, and Ben Johnson referenced this, it seems as if all championship runs have to start somewhere. In a locker room full of dejected players, guys who are, brought together by defeat and fueled and motivated by that feeling.
Walter Payton crying on the bench in 84, leading to the 85 season.
You think of that when Ben Johnson says that people of a certain age will remember that. The Bulls overcoming the Pistons before their dynasty.
Yes.
The 2016 Cubs had to have the 2015 sweep. You look at the Blackhawks in 2010. They had to lose to the Red Wings in 2009. There are all kinds of examples there to look at in Chicago. And I think last night, the Bears feel like that could be another one.
Yeah, it was really something. We'll get to it. We'll talk about it. We got to get to the offensive line. Got to talk about the Joe Thuney decision and how that impacted maybe the short yard runs. It felt like they were struggling in those short runs pretty much all day long, and they were trying to go to the right side pretty much all day long. And
they ran behind Jonah Jackson and Darnell Wright because the left side was a makeshift cobbled together.
Yes, it was. It was.
Line of scrimmage, yeah.
So it did hurt them. I mean, maybe it aided them in pass rush, and maybe it was just about protecting Caleb, and they came away in pretty good shape with that element of it. But it did change.
We can explain it.
It changed the interior of that offense, and it probably impacted some of those short runs.
Moving Joe Thuney, your best offensive lineman, from left guard to left tackle.
You're all pro offensive lineman.
You might have weakened two positions by addressing one.
Yes, that's always isn't that the standard?
Yeah.
You don't change two positions to fix one, but they did in this case, and Joe Thuney's a hell of a player, so we'll see what happens moving forward. But anyway, we'll get into all of it. We'll get to your phone calls. We've got the Pick Six next, and we're going to break down all the big stories out there. We'll do that next. Mully and Haugh on The Score.
The Bears lose to the Rams in the divisional round of the playoffs, ending this magical season for Bears fans.
Davis at 42 online, and it's good! And the Los Angeles Rams go to the championship game!
Stick around as we react to the game, but also start to look ahead to the offseason to see what Ben Johnson and Ryan Poles will do to improve. So keep it here on Chicago's Sports Radio 670 The Score. Always live on the free Odyssey and iHeartRadio apps.
This segment sponsored by Studio 41.
I wanted to renovate my kitchen and bathroom, but couldn't afford a huge project. Thankfully, Studio 41 had affordable fixtures that totally renovated my space at a great price. Visit Studio41.com to find a showroom near you.
Hey, is this the year you're finally going to pop the question? There's one name you need to remember when you start your diamond shopping. That's Rasny, as in Rasny Jewelers. Rasny Jewelers has been Chicago's most trusted family-owned and operated jeweler for 75 years, with 3 generations behind the name. Buying an engagement ring can feel intimidating, but Rasny makes it easy and stress-free. free. At Rasny Jewelers, you get personal attention, real expertise, and a family that has cared for generations of Chicago clients. At Rasny Jewelers, there's no hard sell, just the assurance that you selected a superior, beautifully cut diamond. Shop Rasny Jewelers, 4 Chicago area locations, suburban Addison, Highland Park, Hinsdale, and Oak Street in Chicago, and always available at rasny.com. Start the year moving, not hurting. If joint pain is holding you back, listen up. There's a way to get real relief without surgery, without downtime, and without putting your life on pause. Dr. Ashley Caravelli and the other medical pros at QC Kinetics here in Chicago deliver regenerative treatments that actually help your body repair the areas that are causing you pain. Instead of facing an invasive operation that sidelines you for months, these treatments happen right in the office and you go about your day. January is supposed to be your clean slate. Stop managing the pain. Start solving it with QC Kinetics. Call now for your free consultation. 312-847-4347. That's 312-847-4347. QC Kinetics, 312-847-4347.
That's another amazing run by Team USA.
Mom, think I'll be on Team USA one day?
Well, I'll take this one.
What? Are you speaking to us?
Yes, and to answer your question, anything's possible, especially with Xfinity.
So, I can be the best snowboarder ever?
Well, I can't guarantee that, but Xfinity can guarantee that your internet price won't change for 5 years.
Okay. What if I practice every day?
Then maybe you'll be snowboarding for Team USA at the next Olympic Winter Games. And Mom, you'll still be paying the same price for Wi-Fi.
Ooh, really stuck the landing there. It's the Xfinity Gold Medal Celebration. Now through February 22nd, get our best price on gig Wi-Fi for 5 years guaranteed, just $50 a month. Plus, get Peacock Premium included for 2 years. That's a $10.99 value per month. Xfinity. Imagine that. Proud partner of Team USA. Restrictions apply. Requires paperless billing and auto pay with stored bank account. Taxes and fees extra. Actual speeds vary.
What's the best home improvement you can do this winter? Transform your garage with a gleaming new Comer & Cross garage floor. Now is the time to call them. During their preseason sale, you'll get a phenomenal Comer & Cross garage floor price, and they'll install it when you want it. Comer & Cross makes it so easy. They take out your stuff for you. They'll fix your cracks and pits perfectly. In one day, I love mine, a Comer & Cross garage floor. That's the gold standard, guaranteed to never chip, crack, or show tire lift like epoxy or paint ever. Their installers are professionals, no subcontractors at Comer & Cross. Call them now, 1-800-NEW-FLOOR. Lock in your preseason price and installation when you want it. That's 1-800-NEW-FLOOR, or go to COMER, ComerCross.com.
Chicago's Sports Morning Show with Mully and Haugh will be back in 60 seconds on The Score.
This is the story of the one. As the purchasing manager at a manufacturing plant, she knows the only thing more important than having the right safety gear is having it there when you need it. That's why she partners with Grainger for auto reordering, so her team members can count on her to have cut-resistant gloves on hand, and each shift can run safely and efficiently. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
As a mom, comforting my family is what I do best. Vicks VapoStick provides soothing, non-medicated Vicks vapors in an easy-to-apply stick, and it dries fast, so there's no mess. I use it to comfort myself and my family.
Thanks, Mom.
Vicks VapoStick, soothing comfort for the whole family. And try Vicks Vapo Shower Max for steamy Vicks vapors when you need more comfort for yourself. Use as directed.
Bears fans, this magical season comes to close after the Bears fall to the Rams at Soldier Field in the divisional round. Keep it here as the score team breaks down the game. Plus, we'll have your reaction too, right here on Chicago's Sports Radio 670 The Score. Broadcasting live from the Hyundai Studios. Presented to you in part by your local Hyundai dealers. WSCR Chicago, WBMX HD2 Chicago, and Odyssey Sports Station. The Score! Scoreboard update.
Score Update Studio brought to you by AlmostFreeTeeth.com, because confidence should never cost a fortune. 4th and Caleb with the season on the line. He hits Cole Kmet for a touchdown. Bears-Rams go to overtime. Rams got the ball first. Bears got the ball second. Caleb Williams an interception. Rams end up with a 42-yard field goal, ending the Bears season 20-17. So your AFC and NFC title games are now set. The Rams, they will be at the Seahawks, who open as a 2.5-point favorite, the total 47. That's a 5:30 kick. Your AFC title game has the Broncos hosting the Patriots. Patriots are a 5.5-point favorite, the total 41. These games will both be heard right here on the Score, coverage beginning at 1. Last night, the Bulls with a 124-102 win over the Nets. So the Nets-Bulls splitting their back-to-back games Friday and Sunday. The Vooch had 17 points. Kobe White led all scorers with 24. Bulls will host the Clippers Tuesday night, 6:45 pregame here on the Score. Tonight at the United Center. It's a 7:30 puck drop. You can catch it on CHSN. Jonathan Taves and the Jets in to take on your 19-22-7 Blackhawks. And it is Championship Monday in college football. Miami hosting. That's right, the home team is playing in the game. Miami will host Indiana, and Indiana is an 8.5-point favorite. The total in that one, 47. The Hour, it's brought to you by Vasectomy Clinics of Chicago.
It's Pick Six with Mully and Haugh, where we debate the top 6 sports stories of the day and then open it up to you, the Chicago sports fan. Call us at 312-644-6767, or you can tweet your thoughts at Mully Haugh. Pick Six with Mully and Haugh starts now.
Can you please evaluate Caleb Williams' performance, both the good and the bad? Are you forgiving of those 3 picks, especially the one in overtime? Was it a good or a mixed performance?
I honestly believe it was a good performance. I think he did the type of stuff. He did the Superman routine at the end of the game, and he showed the great composure that we've come to expect from him. Obviously, the interception in overtime was a killer. And I believe it was Peyton Manning who said every interception has a story. And there's a story to that one. But the story would include DJ, and I don't know if he was compromised or what was going on, but he clearly wasn't expecting the ball to be thrown to him or working toward that end. And the ball was thrown to him, and he didn't even know it was coming. So I think that there's blame to go around on that one. Caleb also took a chance at a point in the game where you didn't have to. At a point in the game where I know they weren't getting anything going, but the middle of the field was wide open, and you could have exploited that all day long. And unfortunately, they didn't. But I think all in all, the takeaway as you walk away from that game and from this season is it is a lot different. You don't feel like, oh boy, Mitch isn't good enough. No, you don't feel like, boy, Justin can't throw well enough. No, you come away and you think Caleb Williams is a special player and should have a special future because he's only going to get better. And that may be a dumb reaction, but I think they got themselves one. And I think that combination of coach and quarterback is only going to get better.
I think they've got one. I think that relationship, Mully, as you pointed out, is only going to blossom. It will keep getting better. So those are the things you have to, like when you wake up this morning and you take a deep breath, and you have to, you nailed it, Mully, with Mitch, they got here, but, is Mitch really a franchise? You nailed it with that. Absolutely nailed it. But I just have such a problem with the interception in overtime. I think we talked about it pregame. I think you guys talked about it in the first segment. It was second down. It didn't have to be that. And you, the Bears, you have the ball at midfield. You basically need 15 yards, and you're kicking a field goal to go to the NFC Championship game. And you won the coin toss in overtime. You did the right thing. You gave the Rams the ball. Your defense 3 and outs, and then you have. And I can't blame DJ Moore. Like, I mean, probably we're going to find out, and the Bears might get in some trouble for it. Maybe like he probably shouldn't have been out there. Maybe he might have because he didn't talk after the game.
He spent 5 minutes in the injury tent.
It's a long time, right?
Yeah.
So it's probably a lot of back and forth. And, he probably said, "I want to stay in." I'm sure he wanted to stay in.
And I understand that the miscommunication suggests
and he took another shot too, didn't he? I mean,
he did.
In overtime?
He was involved in a lot of contact,
Yes.
and people will jump to the conclusion that, they did have bad chemistry all season long. Got to remember the good times as well, and that was certainly a moment that Caleb Williams will live with that regret all off season long. Because they were at the Rams 48. All they needed was another 15 to 20 yards, a couple checkdowns, maybe a run here or there. They were not in a position to need to take that level of risk. And certainly the Rams made him pay for doing so. It was a bad pass. He had a couple others on those interceptions that were not good ones. But overall, once you criticize Caleb Williams for making a bad decision, that's fine. But also realize they would not have been in that situation without his heroics last night and without his clutch play all season. He was one of the biggest reasons the Bears won 12 games. And his emergence and ascension into the kind of space that Bears quarterbacks don't occupy. We're just not used to this. And you have the coach that is one of the best, and you have a quarterback that will be. And that is the biggest takeaway from this season. Maybe not last night, but once the disappointment wears off, you will feel that sense of optimism because once you get a taste of it, you want even more. And last night, Caleb Williams and Ben Johnson left you wanting even more. Best thing is about last night is that they left you also feeling like you're going to get it.
I'm not talking necessarily about a pick six or something like that.
There he is, Biggs. He'll be here at 8 this morning. Was Ben Johnson too aggressive? Should Johnson have taken a field goal early when he went for it on 4th down? Why do you think he didn't?
We talked about this a little bit, and I think in the opening drive, you do want points. You could make a statement. You could say, all right, we're here. We're going to take an early lead. We're going to do all those things because they gave us the ball, and we're going to just take it. Psychological edge and all of those things are true. At the same time, the Bears having the ball right out of the gate, Ben Johnson probably had reason to doubt his defense. You're going up against the NFL's #1 offense in points and yards. And I don't care what the conditions were. You thought they would be limiting, and they were. We'll talk about that later as well. But you did not want to give up a chance to score a touchdown for the sake of a field goal. You needed to get touchdowns, not field goals. You started out this game thinking it was going to be a higher scoring affair. I think Ben Johnson went in with that mindset. So I get it on 4th and 2 from the Ram 21, why he did that. I understood the logic, even though if my football sensibilities say, yeah, I'm pretty conventional, I would have taken the field goal if all things were equal, if I were calling the plays. I wasn't calling the plays. A guy who knows what he's doing, a guy who is naturally aggressive, I got it because it was defensible. So I don't want to criticize Ben Johnson for doing what I think was in character and on brand. It didn't work out. Doesn't mean it was the wrong decision.
I thought it was the wrong decision on that first drive, for sure, because you have the ball, you have the momentum. The weather was a factor. There's no doubt about the weather was a factor yesterday. And if even with the field goal, the crowd is just lathered up. And then you miss the 4th down, they take the ball and they go right down the field, and for a little bit the energy was out of that building. I guess if he's going to be that aggressive, don't you have to do it every single time? And then it could get into, and maybe we'll talk about it, maybe we won't, if you're that aggressive, and he did talk about it after the game, did he ever think about going for 2 at the end of the game?
He did talk about that.
He did talk about it.
Right?
Yeah.
And if you're
Crossed his mind.
If you're that aggressive, then I almost say you should have went for 2.
We'll get into that because I don't think that's a.
I agree. It's not.
I understand why you'd say that.
All I'm saying is back, and it's not his going for it. His over aggressiveness is not consistent. And then the game's tied at 7, and he goes for it with that run where that was 3 more points you could have had. And you could have had a 10-7 lead earlier than the 10. So you gotta almost break down each and every one of these and go back to it and do some math. I mean, at the end of the day, if they kick that first field goal, they win the game, right? Maybe not, but 3 points.
Maybe.
That's 3 points that they don't have that I think they would have gotten. Too aggressive for me.
I mean, in real time, as you watched it, it felt like, and again, I think conventional wisdom has kind of seeped in with everyone, and it felt like kick the field goal and just get points off the opening drive and keep the crowd in the game, etc. But the reality is that's not the guy you hired as the head coach. He's not going to do that. He's going to be aggressive. I wondered if the feeling was that your again, that's not confidence in your defense. That ended up being the first interception, right? It's what, 4th and 2 from the 21.
Yes.
And that's your first interception of the game out of 3. And you thought, it's okay because they get the ball at the 15, but then they march down the field and score a touchdown.
14 plays.
And you're kind of like, oh, boy.
Oh, boy.
And you could feel the air come out of the building a little bit. And here we go again. And then you thought, well, they just got to keep it close because they come from behind all the time. They'll do that. They'll have no problem doing that. And I felt that way for much of the game, that they would have no problem doing that. And unfortunately, the third interception was a killer. And, you might not have needed the first one just to kind of load up. I thought that the decision itself forgave the interception because you weren't going to complete the pass. So frankly, they shouldn't have caught the ball because you'd have had the ball at the 21 instead of the 15, whatever it was. It just, you lost yards by making an interception. So I didn't think it was, once you didn't convert on the 4th down, I didn't think it was that big a deal. But I think it looks bad at the end of the game when you say 3-0 on takeaways.
These are the questions I cannot answer, right?
Oh, Olin will have answers to lots of questions beginning at 7 o'clock. Would things have been different if Colston Loveland hadn't been knocked out of the game with a concussion? Was he badly missed?
Yeah, I felt he was missed at the end of the game. I mean, I felt that, one of the targets, one of the guys that you go to and that you trust, wasn't he the most targeted player in the game? He's a seriously good player, and I think you definitely missed him at the end of the game. I mean, listen, Cole Kmet made an incredible play there, and that might have been offensive pass interference. I don't know, but it looked pretty good. And as Caleb said, he towered over the corner, and that was a really bad matchup for the LA Rams, but. Yeah, I think Colston Loveland leaving with a concussion damaged the Bears. It took away one more kind of clutch target from your repertoire. Maybe you don't have to throw. Maybe he works the middle of the field a little bit better. And, and let's be honest about it. Like, he's the mismatch. And I think that a lot of the work that Cole Kmet does allows him to be that mismatch. It is a really nice combination the two of them have going, and that's because Cole does so much of the grunt work and the hard work that a tight end has to do. So I felt they missed him at the end of the game.
Yeah, he was targeted 10 times. The next closest was DJ Moore with 8, Rome Odunze 6. So obviously DJ is very trusting in Colston. Obviously the head coach is trusting in him calling. He had 2 drops, I believe, right?
Loveland
had 2. I think he had 2 drops. And to your point, Mully, I think it's excellent about working to the middle of the field, especially in overtime, right? That's where they might have been going with that. And then because he's out, maybe Caleb is a little quicker looking around. Like he's
quicker to go to DJ Moore. And
right,
that, yeah.
right. And because that option is not, the Loveland option is not, he's not even looking to that option because it's not Loveland anymore.
Yep.
So it was a major factor.
It was a major factor, and Loveland took himself out of the game. He knew that he came down hard when he banged his head between two defenders. He caught an 18-yard pass with 1:45 to go, and he knew it right away something was not right. And you feel for him, and you wonder how much this will linger. He had a game where he did have 2 drops, but under the conditions, he was their best option still. And you do. It's natural to second guess, well, if he were on the field, would Caleb Williams have felt compelled to try to thread the needle to DJ Moore in that situation in overtime? Maybe not, because you would have had another option that you didn't have at your disposal. Nothing against Cole Kmet. We saw what he did when he was needed down the stretch. But there's no doubt about it. They missed their most reliable, dependable weapon in the passing game in overtime when they were moving down the field. And Colston Loveland was in the blue tent. You hope he's recovers fine from this. He's been pretty durable all season long. But last night, he knew immediately that he needed to get off the field.
Yep.
Different question on a different topic.
Mike Florio will be in studio with Mully and Haugh answering questions today at 9 o'clock. And what was the newsiest development, as we take a break from the Bears for a brief moment, at CubsCon over the weekend?
Boy, that was a lot of fun. The Cubs convention on Saturday morning, we had Jed Hoyer, PCA, Matthew Boyd, Crane Kenny, we had Anthony Rizzo. Those were all guys on the inside the clubhouse. Bruce and I. Dustin was there too, Mully.
Yeah,
decked out in nice Cub
was,
3/4 zip. It was pretty cool.
He was doing the show, right?
There was news that Michael Bush is going to face lefties. Matt Shaw is going to have a super utility role that he is embracing, and we'll see how that goes. Nico Horner wants to play all the time, and I don't blame him. I think that's all good. But to me, one of the more newsy things is something that got a little overlooked. Bruce Levine reported on Inside the Clubhouse that Scott Boras and the Cubs are still talking about signing Zach Gallen, free agent starting pitcher. Zach Gallen would give the Cubs 7 starting pitchers they could rely upon. People will say that's too many because it'd be too expensive. You look at what the Dodgers did last year, as Bruce did, in making the argument. I get it, but I just want to know if is that your next most important priority? Because I think they still are a bat shy. But if they go out and get Zach Gallen, I think he goes to the adage, when you need more hitting, you get more pitching. I thought that was pretty interesting. Bruce reporting that they're still talking. Zach Gallen's still out there in the market, so until he isn't, he's a possibility for the Cubs.
That is a big item, no doubt. And I thought the newsiest item was Matt Shaw getting that outfield glove. And we were wondering how the Alex Bregman signing develops everything. I think he's not only, they think he can play 3 out of the 4 infields, they believe he can play both corner outfield spots. And that I thought that was the newsiest item to me out of that whole thing. Maybe it's a smokescreen, but I don't think you'd talk that much about it as they did if it was a smokescreen.
Can you afford that bat in a corner outfield position? I mean, he didn't hit his weight.
Well, I think is an injury. Like I think more of like he wouldn't go there on an everyday basis. But if there was an injury, you wouldn't have to get somebody back and forth from Iowa. I don't think he's a guy that starts every day. But maybe he's a defensive replacement in the 7th, 8th, and 9th for Suzuki potentially. Maybe.
Wow, I don't know. That's assuming he can play the position.
Well, it's assuming he can play the position.
I'm not sure about that assumption yet. Yeah, but it's something that I think they feel good about right now. We'll see.
I thought that the 2 newsiest things to me to come out of the convention, and again, I was kind of watching it on television and listening to you guys. I thought that Nico Horner's explanation of everything and his feelings about everything. He talked about just the business and his contract, and he made it clear that he wants to be in Chicago. He wants to play for the Cubs. And I thought that was an important message for him to get out. And I hope they were listening, because that is one guy you don't want to lose. The other thing that stood out to me was just the report that Justin Steele has started throwing off the mound.
Mm-hmm.
He's not just playing catch. He actually could be back sooner than maybe some of us anticipated. So that is really good news for the Cubs, that he's throwing off the mound. And those were the whole reunion and everybody being back and all that stuff was tons of fun and a lot of happy memories, but that's what stood out to me.
Yeah, it was quite the weekend.
Yeah,
with
I bet
all the
it was.
Cubs in town, the Hawks in town, and everybody at the Bears game. Bregman ended up at the Bears game. Did you see that?
Yeah, he threatened to go, and he did it. So that's pretty good stuff. All right, we're going to be right back with the Pick Six. We'll continue on Mully and Haugh on The Score.
You're listening to a special postseason edition of Plumbers 911 Football Monday, recapping the divisional round playoff game versus LA. Plumbers 911. Plumbing emergency? Call the professionals available 24/7 at 1-833-PLUM-911. Presented by Busey Bank on Chicago's Sports Radio 670 The Score. Always live on the free Odyssey app.
This segment of the show brought to you by Metra. Tired of starting and ending your day in mindless, brutal traffic? On Metra, you can relax and actually enjoy your commute. Plus, our 95% on-time rate means you will get there fast and worry-free. Metra. Drive less and do more.
Hi, it's Russ Armstrong, the Chicago window guy. If you're in the market for windows, we do things different than those other big window companies. No subcontracted labor, no 3-hour-long sales pitches, simply the best product made here in Chicago with the best installation and best warranty, all at the lowest price. Deal directly with me and call the Chicago Window Guys at 847-881-3060 and check out our 5-star reviews at ChicagoWindowGuys.com.
ChicagoWindowGuys.com. I'm Jeff Boundy, president of Cornerstone National Bank and Trust Company. For a company known nationwide for its efficiency, you need banking you can trust with customer service you can rely on. Customers like Jim Kopp agree.
Hi, I'm Jim Kopp, owner of American Precision Electronics in Carroll Stream, Illinois. Our AS9100 certified company specializes in a diverse range of electronic manufacturing services, supporting more than 50 clients. For my company's banking needs, there's no other bank I trust more than Cornerstone. We have banked with Cornerstone since 2011. In 14 years, Cornerstone continues to provide excellent customer service and funding for our business to maintain our high standards and exceed expectations.
Thanks, Jim. For more information about how Cornerstone can help your business, visit our website at cnbtc.bank or give us a call at 847-654-3000.
Member FDIC.
Paid non-attorney spokesperson. Paid for by Action Matters.
Attention victims of church clergy sexual abuse. If you were sexually abused at a church or a school by a member of the clergy, listen closely, as you may be entitled to financial compensation. Even if the abuse happened decades ago, your case could still qualify for compensation. If you suffered abuse from clergy members and those who knew about the abuse but failed to stop it, no matter how long ago it was, call our law firm's confidential clergy abuse helpline at 800-721-8353 to find out if you're eligible for a cash settlement. Our attorneys may be able to get you justice, closure, and substantial compensation while your case remains fully confidential. Receive the financial settlement you deserve and hold those responsible accountable. Call now to find out if your case qualifies for compensation. Don't wait. Call our law firm's 100% confidential clergy abuse helpline right now to seek justice and compensation. Call 800-721-8353. That's 800-721-8353. 800-721-8353.
I'm Piera Palazzolo, VP of Digital Marketing for the American Management Association, a company focused on the management training skills needed to enhance the careers of business professionals. We did our research when it came to the best companies for website development and chose AmericanEagle.com. And we couldn't be happier. AmericanEagle.com worked closely with us to understand the front and back end requirements needed to launch an e-commerce website that could handle the complexities of running thousands of seminars nationwide, a robust new website, and improved SEO saw immediate increases in site traffic and web revenue. If you're in need of managerial effectiveness and success, visit our website at amanet.org. If you're in need of a website that provides an unparalleled consumer experience, I highly recommend AmericanEagle.com.
Transform your business today. Dial 877-WebNow1 for a free digital consultation with AmericanEagle.com.
Hey, is this the year you're finally going to pop the question? There's one name you need to remember when you start your diamond shopping. That's Rasny, as in Rasny Jewelers. Rasny Jewelers has been Chicago's most trusted family-owned and operated jeweler for 75 years, with 3 generations behind the name. Buying an engagement ring can feel intimidating, but Rasny makes it easy and stress-free. At Rasny Jewelers, you get personal attention, real expertise, and a family that has cared for generations of Chicago clients. At Rasny Jewelers, there's no hard sell, just the assurance that you selected a superior, beautifully cut diamond. Shop Rasny Jewelers, 4 Chicago area locations: suburban Addison, Highland Park, Hinsdale, and Oak Street in Chicago, and always available at rasny.com.
Hello?
Mr. Hoban?
Yes?
Hi, this is Amy from First American Bank. I got your message that you called, and I'm calling you right back.
Okay, I'll hold.
Oh, I'm not putting you on hold.
I'll just finish my tuna fish sandwich here and stay on hold until you get back to me.
No, Mr. Hoban.
Can you make it before the end of the day, though? I have a gentle yoga class at 7.
Mr. Hoban, are you new to First American Bank?
Yeah, I figured you got to be better than the big bank I was at. But I'm ready to hold now.
Mr. Hoban, I'm not putting you on hold.
What?
First American Bank is built on superb customer service. So besides offering the best loan deals in town, cash management service, and more, if we can't take your call right away, we call you back as soon as possible. First American Bank thinks of it as treating our customers like family. You treat your family with consideration and respect, right?
Can you put me on hold while I think about that?
Mr. Hoban.
First American Bank, the bank that does more for your money. Visit firstambank.com or call us at 847-952-3700. Member FDIC, Equal Housing Lender.
Guys and ladies, get real about your health this new year with Synergenex and Low T Center. For a limited time, the men's TRT test is free, and ladies take $200 off the women's hormone test. Say no to diet trends, questionable online treatments, and deceptive prices from other places. Looking for the best? Synergenex and Low T Center are the leading experts. Meet with a real provider, get real medication, and real results. Everyone I know goes to Synergenex and Low T Center to change their lives. Walk in or book an appointment at getmyhealthfix.com.
This is an Odyssey Sports Minute.
Late game heroics were not enough for the Bears in the Windy City. 20-17, the final score. The Rams win it in overtime after Caleb Williams tied the ball game with less than a minute to go. On a 14-yard pass, he threw 52 yards in the air. But an OT, an interception sealed the deal. Matthew Stafford led the offense to a field goal, sends the Rams the NFC Championship. I'm Drake Cole.
You're listening to Mully and Haugh. Back in 60 seconds on The Score.
This new year, get started on your next success with University of Maryland Global Campus. Apply now and save with no application fee. Classes start February 11th. An accredited state university, UMGC offers online and hybrid classes while giving you a head start on 2026. Earn up to 90 credits toward a bachelor's for prior learning and experience, or transfer up to 12 credits toward a master's. Learn more at umgc.edu. Certified to operate in Virginia by Chev.
This is the story of the one. As an HVAC technician, he and his digital multimeter are in high demand. So when a noisy office HVAC turns out to be a failing blower motor, he doesn't break a sweat. With Grainger's easy-to-use website and product information, he selects the product he needs to keep everything humming right along. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
This segment of the show brought to you by AlmostFreeTeeth.com, because confidence should never cost a fortune.
Welcome back to Pick 6 with Mully and Haugh on 670 The Score and the Odyssey and iHeartRadio app.
And now had to be a question I'm going to have to ask my mom.
What was Jaquan Brisker there? Was that the Jaquan Brisker game? And how good was that performance? Does that change your way you look at that guy?
I thought he had a great game. And honestly, I'm not sure he didn't need it because, we saw him at the end of the year. Well, we kind of got out-schemed, whatever he said. I just wonder how they feel about him. And I thought he was really worth the price of admission in that game. He got a sack in that game. He seemed to be all over the field. He came up and stuffed the run a couple of times. He was getting like a moving head start and coming in and making tackles. I really thought he played a hell of a football game. And I'm not sure he didn't need to in terms of just how they perceive him. But I think when you walk away at the end of the year and you say, wow, he was really good in the playoff game, that preserves you and keeps you a part of everything.
He was spectacular. I thought it also showed what that defense can look like with Kyler Gordon and him on the field at the same time, which we unfortunately didn't get to see as much as we would have hoped. Now, I think he is kind of a throwback. I think he's like an extra linebacker, if you will. I think he's very good against the run. He did look good against the pass last night, having a couple of passes defended. We'll have to wait and see. That's going to be an interesting thing to see if he is indeed back with the Bears next season.
I think when you look at Jaquan Brisker and you see last night in the biggest game of the season, 8 solos, 6 assists, 14 tackles, a sack, a tackle for a loss, and 2 passes defended, you can't play much better than he did against the best offense in football with wide receivers that are difficult to tackle and cover. And he did, at one point, he was deep alone with Puka Nacua.
Yes.
And he was in great position. He came to play last night. And the biggest question about Jaquan Brisker coming into the season was about his availability and his durability. And that was something that he proved he could do. He could stay on the field. And that, to me, was as convincing of an argument for him to make as anything that he did, because Jaquan Brisker, remember when we questioned whether or not he was ready to
worried about his style of play.
That guy.
You're so right.
And last spring, we were like, well, when he had that press conference and he came back and like, well, he'd better learn how to play differently. But then he played all 17 games, and he was a factor. He's out of contract. That's why we're asking this question. Yes. He's an unrestricted free agent. So is Kevin Byard. The Bears have some decisions to make at safety. Keeping both would be expensive at a position that you don't always want to overpay. Be very curious how they proceed once the dust settles. I think that it's fair to assume that he's a high-maintenance player that we don't know how much the Bears love because of things that you referenced, Mully. Remember when he did say we were out-schemed. Now, last night they weren't. Last night Dennis Allen was pretty good. So was Jaquan Brisker. They've got a decision to make. No assumptions to be made right now. But I think that's going to be one of the more interesting calls that Ryan Poles has to make this offseason, because he's in line for an extension. And after last night, a lot of people might think he earned it.
If there's any other questions, I'll take questions.
That's the Broncos head coach there. What was the biggest non-Bears story out of the divisional round of your NFL playoffs? Every game had an interesting storyline. Was one of them Josh Allen's loss of a Super Bowl shot, or was it the broken ankle of Bo Nix that may have effectively ended the Broncos shot?
Well, I'll tell you, the Bo Nix news was a shocker. You watch that game, and all of a sudden you're like, why is he so... Oh, he's hurt. That was why he was so awkward post-game in the interview and everything. And you saw the concern, and he knew something was wrong. They win the game, but they lose their starter. And now you feel like Jarrett Stidham, that's a good storyline going into against the Patriots, the team that drafted him.
Right.
Thought he was the next Tom Brady. He wasn't. Josh McDaniels brings him to Vegas, and all of a sudden here he is trying to beat the Patriots. That's a good story. Josh Allen crying and the Bills blowing it, that's a good story. But I think the best one, the most, I think, significant one, was the Seahawks defense looking like the 85 Bears and the 2000 Ravens. and a historically good defense. That's what they look like against the 49ers. That same offense that scored 6 points on Saturday night ran it up against the Bears. You remember that. I don't know if it was the venue. I don't know if it was the personnel. But the Seahawks looked unbeatable with that defense. The Texans couldn't ride their defense all the way to the Super Bowl, but it sure looks like the Seahawks will. So I think, to me, outside of what we saw last night at Soldier Field, it was the 12th man. It was Seattle. It was Sam Darnold playing through it. It was a Seahawks weekend.
I just think it's a landslide, Bo Nix. I almost think it's outside of Bo Nix. And then, David, I would go to what you had said about what a dominating performance the Seahawks put on the 49ers. But, I mean, Bo Nix is kind of coming into his own as well. He had a really nice performance in that game, threw some beautiful passes, can use his legs a little bit, and almost like a fluky thing, like how he supposedly broke the ankle, right? Like it was on an odd play. So
second to the last play of the game,
it's
right?
Bo Nix. It's Bo Nix by a landslide. But to your point, like every game had a story. I mean, how about the Patriots getting back to this game now, finally, right, without Brady, without Belichick, and kind of the rebuild that Vrabel has done. He's done an outstanding job. And now these young quarterbacks, you know, Caleb here, Bo Nix in Denver, obviously May out in Patriots. C.J. Stroud. All those that game tied a record for 8 turnovers.
But it's a headline for a different reason.
Right.
It's terrible.
8 turnovers. 8 turnovers in that game.
Wow.
Amazing.
Yeah. I mean, I got to tell you, it was a really another fun weekend. The NFL delivers. I really enjoyed watching the different games. I couldn't believe, and I think you're right to throw in the personnel. You know, George Kittle being out of that game hurt them. A lot of things hurt them, and I think, to me, what's extraordinary was the combination of Buffalo getting knocked out of the playoffs, of understanding the quarterback is up there and he's weeping, in part because it may well have occurred to him, it doesn't matter what I do, I'm never going to win a Super Bowl here. I mean, wouldn't you feel that way if
I
you
would
were
feel
him?
that way if I were Josh Allen, if I were Sean McDermott, if I were
incredible.
It's
that
incredible
team. That how all of those boogeymen that were bothering the guy weren't there. They're missing a lot. Their defense isn't playing particularly well. They need
stud
help.
wide receiver.
Yeah, they don't have a stud wide receiver. They needed help.
They had too many turnovers.
He was doing way too much.
Yeah.
He was asked to do way too much. But then for Bo Nix to break his ankle, it was unbelievable. Then they come out an hour later. Sean Payton comes out, oh, by the way, Bo's going to have surgery tomorrow. He's out for the year. What? It was unbelievable. It's almost like both teams were eliminated in that game. That's why that was probably the biggest headline. I don't see how they're going to win a Super Bowl or get to a Super Bowl with a backup quarterback. It's just not something that is conceivable. Now, they're at home, so could they get there? Maybe, but I don't know, man. I mean, it seems like things are laid out for New England. And then, you mention it, that is Sam Darnold's first playoff win. That is unbelievable. That guy's been around, and he's bounced around, and he's not met the moment, and really had nothing to do with him. That defense was excellent, and that coach knows defense, and it's kind of fun to see this kind of weird unicorn thing where defense suddenly matters in the offensive NFL. It was really
It's a throwback.
Interesting. Yes,
it's a real throwback. Get ready for that. Bronco.
Both those teams rely a lot on
Seahawks Super Bowl.
Both. Well, that's the but it could be New England with their defense.
I know.
Against the defense of Seattle. That is really interesting.
It does, because you look at how the Super Bowl typically is, we talk about storylines, marketability, all those things that appeal to the casual sports fan. there are not going to be many casual sports fans that gets excited about Sam Darnold versus Jarrett Stidham.
I really think the weather impacted the Rams yesterday, more so than the Bears. And I think that the Rams could conceivably put on a better show out in Seattle.
I do think that. And also you wonder if Matthew Stafford, with another week to let his finger heal under more conducive conditions for the passing game, they could definitely put together a game plan and rise to the occasion. And that's a team that you do find yourself, if you were the Bears or Bears fan, probably rooting for.
But their defense is a little dodgy. That secondary is pretty dodgy.
The Rams' defense is very vulnerable.
And their special teams don't exist.
The special teams aren't very special. The thicker kicker definitely came through when they needed him to.
Yeah.
But other than that, you do have reason to doubt the Rams going into Seattle. I think it's hard to pick against the Seahawks, but I would like to see the Rams just for the sake of having a Super Bowl with a little bit more marquee value.
All right, we've got the extra point next, and believe it or not, it's not about the NFL. Is that humanly possible? Can we talk about anything that isn't the Bears in the NFL?
It's a big night tonight.
It is a big night. We'll get to it next. Mully and Haugh on The Score.
Coming up at 10 with Rahimi, Harris, and Grody, we share our takeaways from everything that went down in the Bears-Rams divisional round matchup. Score football analyst Anthony Herron breaks down the game at 11. Plus, The Athletic's Dan Wiederer brings us his take on it all at 1.
Rahimi, Harris, and Grody. Middays 10 a.m. to 2 on Chicago's Sports Radio, 670 The Score. And live on the free Odyssey app.
We are in the thick of Blackhawks and Bulls season. It's all on the Chicago Sports Network. Visit chsn.com/radio to sign up for your free 7-day trial of the all-access plan. Over 300 live games per year. Chicago Sports Network, your home stream advantage.
Brad Evans here to help you beat the blues with the Westwood One Sports. Hoosiers, the ultimate out-of-nowhere story is set to write a feel-good ending. With a top 4 EPA offense and defense, they are the favorites for multiple reasons. And what will likely be a 60-40 Indiana crowd, Fernando Mendoza and men win the Natty. I'm laying the 8.5 points on IU at -110. Bet smarter, beat the books. Download the BetMGM app today.
Earn an accredited MBA in as few as 16 months for about $21K at University of Maryland Global Campus. Explore 10 specializations, including finance, HR, cyber technology, and more. Plus, showcase the value of your MBA with a comprehensive learner record and digitally demonstrate in-demand skills and credentials to employers. No application fee if you apply by February 11th. Learn more at umgc.edu. Certified to operate in Virginia by Chev.
Listen up, football fans. You won't want to miss this.
Right now, new Bet365 customers bet $5 and get $200 in bonus bets, win or lose. So you could turn that $200 into something bigger when you bet on money line, spread, totals, player props.
$200 in bonus bets when new customers bet $5. I know where I'm going to bet from now on. Download the app today and see why it's never ordinary at Bet365. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. 21 plus only. Must be physically located in Illinois. T&Cs apply. In-app only.
Paramount Plus is the new home of UFC, and we're coming out swinging with UFC 324.
Oh, what a shot!
And 325
hey!
On back-to-back weekends. The new era is here.
It's time!
Every fight.
Bam! Let's go!
One subscription.
Oh my goodness!
Pay-per-view just got knocked out.
Let's go!
Back-to-back blockbuster UFC events this month, only on Paramount Plus.
Are you 50 or older? This news is for you. The CDC recommends you get vaccinated against pneumococcal pneumonia. Even if you're healthy, your age puts you at risk. People 50 or older are over 6 times more likely to be hospitalized with pneumococcal pneumonia compared to adults 18 to 49. Just one shot can help protect you. Learn more and schedule at vaxassist.com. That's VAXassist.com. Sponsored by Pfizer.
Truck drivers, no matter where you want to take your career in 2026, Schneider has an opportunity for you. Our huge selection of driving jobs means you can get the home time that suits your schedule. Choose from daily, weekly, monthly, or sometime in between. Looking for more reliability on the road? Check out our new dedicated and regional van truckload opportunities. Don't miss out. Find your perfect driving job today at SchneiderJobs.com. That's SchneiderJobs.com.
Is your money doing everything it can for you? Like automatically pushing more of your money to savings every day?
I don't think so.
Then switch to Huntington Bank. And let's get more from money. Huntington Bank. Welcome. Eligibility requirements apply. Some features may require enrollment.
1-877 Cards for Kids. KARS Cards for Kids. 1-877 Cards for Kids. Donate your card today.
1-877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Ready to get rid of that old car? Donate it to Cars for Kids. Call 1-877-CARS-FOR-KIDS to reach a friendly live agent. Donation's super easy, and your car can be picked up as soon as tomorrow. Call us now, 1-877-CARS-FOR-KIDS. That's Cars with a K to donate your car today.
1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Did you know you can donate real estate too? Go to carsforkids.org. That's carsforkids.org.
Mully and Haugh will be back in 60 seconds on The Score.
Paramount Plus is the new home of UFC, and we're coming out swinging with UFC 324.
Oh, what a shot!
And 325 on back-to-back weekends. The new era is here.
It's time!
Every fight.
Bam! Let's go!
One subscription.
Oh my goodness!
Pay-per-view just got knocked out.
Let's go!
Back-to-back blockbuster UFC events this month, only on Paramount Plus.
Oh, how's that flu, babe? Did you take DayQuil Intense Flu yet?
Nah, I got this. Ugh, okay, I don't got this.
You stay on the couch, and I'll grab the DayQuil.
Undo your flu symptoms with DayQuil Intense Flu. DayQuil Intense Flu provides powerful relief of your flu symptoms.
I'm ready for that to-do list.
Wow, you do got this.
DayQuil Intense Flu. The daytime coughing, aching, fever, under your flu, medicine. Use as directed, keep out of reach of children.
Set up this extra point.
It's time for the Extra Point with Mully and Haugh on 670 The Score.
Can you please give us a pick in tonight's national championship game? Do you believe the Hoosiers belong with the all-time best if they finish undefeated?
Are you kidding me? This is what a lot of people have been waiting for. This is a moment in time that Hoosier natives like myself
Hysteria.
have been savoring, even though you might not be the biggest fan of IU football over the years because there hasn't been much of a tradition to speak of. It's been all basketball, right? Some of the greatest stories, the underdog stories to come out of the state, Rudy, Hoosiers, are about overachieving moments, teams that did more with less. This isn't that story. This is a story of dominance. The Indiana Hoosiers are as dominant as any college football team in a championship setting has ever been. They have outscored opponents, the first two in these games, 94-25. All season long, the margin of victory is 31.5. They are not stopping now. They are not going away. They are not intimidated by the Hurricanes on their home field. They've got Heisman Doza. They've got Kurt Signetti. They've got an offense. They've got a defense. They've got it all. And tonight, they will finish unbeaten. And 50 years after the Indiana basketball Hoosiers went 32-0 and were national champions, they will be celebrating in Bloomington an unbeaten national championship dominant season. Hoosiers big over the Hurricanes.
Could we define big?
Hello, Indiana. 42-27.
Well, that goes way over the total. The total's 47 per our friends over at Circus Sports. Indiana's now down to 7.5. Let's put it this way. other than if you're an Indiana football fan or if you had invested in Indiana in these college football playoff games, the games involving Indiana have stunk out loud. They're not good watches. They're over at halftime.
Speak for yourself.
I did. I said if you're not a fan or if you weren't born there or you invested in them, they were not. I'm hoping for at least a fun watch tonight. I want Indiana to finish the mission. I'm never going to pick Miami. But that line, something weird about this line. It almost feels like, shouldn't it be bigger? And it's actually gone down. At one point, it was up to 8.5. Now it's down to 7.5. So Miami, though, is going to have to rely on their offensive line to kind of outmuscle this defensive line of Indiana's. But Indiana's a lot more physical than a lot of people give them credit for, especially me. I'm hoping that Miami can stay within the 7.5 because then it'll at least be a competitive game. But I would like to see Indiana finish. I'm going to say 30-27 Indiana.
Yeah, I think it's going to be higher than that, Dustino, unfortunately. Here's the thing about Indiana. They are an older team, man. They've got a lot of veterans around them. They do not make mistakes. They don't make dumb mistakes. Cignetti is a hell of a coach. I think Indiana wins between 12 and 17 by that amount. I think it's going to be over what the original 10.5 was, whatever. I'll take Indiana 12 to 17 points because I think that Miami can get away with mistakes against Ole Miss. They can't get away with mistakes against a team like Indiana. Indiana will punish you if you make mistakes, and you've got to play a near-perfect game in order to beat them. Now, what's interesting is obviously Mendoza is probably the anticipated number 1 overall pick, but there's a couple of guys that are really going to be taken high. Maybe the best player on the field is a freshman. I mean, it is pretty extraordinary the way this is kind of the blue chippers against,
the overlooked.
Yes. Yeah, that's kind of what it is when you really
could make
break
a recruiting argument that this is a battle between the haves and the have-nots.
Yes.
And the have-nots are favored.
Yeah, the have-nots are by far.
Yes.
Because they have Kurt Cignetti, and I think that's the difference. As far as all-time teams are concerned, I think this is a really good team. I think that LSU team with Joe Burrow
2019
might be as good a team as
Jamar
I've
Chase,
seen.
Justin Jefferson.
That was unbelievable.
They were explosive.
Oh my God.
They had surefire NFL stars there.
No question.
Yeah,
No
I think
question.
that's a good thing to remember when you're putting Indiana in the context of recent college football history. They're up there, but I still think that objectively it's hard to put them ahead of that team.
No, I can't do that.
Only because of the future NFL talent. Mully, what you're pointing out is like the Notre Dame transfer Coogan makes you think the kid from Marist, he's Pat Coogan, the center. He's on an offensive line that has age on its side.
Yes.
And the average age of the Indiana Hoosiers is 23.
That's absurd.
And as we pointed out last week, the average age of the Green Bay Packers 25.
Yeah, it's crazy.
This is professional football.
Yeah. These are guys that have been around a long time. The other interesting thing is I can't get past choosing between Mendoza or Carson Beck. I just don't like him. I don't know why.
What don't you like about him?
I think
personality.
I think it's
the fact he's been there for 7 years.
That's what I don't like about him.
Yeah.
Honestly,
the fact that he achieved tenure.
I'm kind of tired of seeing it. He will make mistakes and then he'll score the winning touchdown and everyone will be like, "Oh, they couldn't have won without him."
Was he enrolled in college when Joe Burrow was winning the national championship?
Oh, that's pretty good.
He might have been.
That's hilarious.
I have to check that out.
That is very funny. But yeah, I'm tired of seeing him, and I'm kind of tired of Miami. I love the storyline that all these ex-Miami players think they're going to walk the sidelines. They don't realize just because it's in your building, they can't control the sideline. It's a national championship.
Under on cutaways to Michael Irvin tonight.
Well, he'll be on the sideline.
10.
He's part of the
I'll
coaching
take the over.
staff. Yeah, I think you're right.
Coach Irvin.
I'm surprised he's not on. There is 10 different ways to consume this game tonight.
Yeah.
Like they've got different broadcasts. Every version of ABC and ESPN will have a different style, and I'm surprised they haven't gone to him like him with like a camera on his head, like a GoPro, and just like watch the game from the viewpoint and listen to Michael Irvin, just like a Michael Irvin version of the game. That would actually be pretty entertaining.
That would need a sensor.
Can you put it on cable?
Have you watched the McAfee broadcast ever of these games? I got to tell you, I'll be very curious to see if they get 6 people on the sidelines, because I think there's only 3 of them that talk, and if they use those 3, that would be enough. But it'll be really interesting to see if
the others are just props?
points at him or acknowledges him, because he's
got you, man. See, that's for you.
Yeah, he's cheering for the Hoosiers.
Well, McAfee's
I know he's a
transplanted Hoosier.
Yes.
Or he's a Hoosier transplant because
he lives there, right?
Yeah,
he's an Indiana boy.
Well, he's
That's right.
kind of, but he's a former Colt. I don't think he was a born and raised Hoosier.
He was. He went to West Virginia. Is that right?
Correct.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Is he
Marcus
from there?
Freeman's going to be part of the broadcast tonight.
Oh,
yes,
interesting.
On the coaches circle.
I
that
believe
kind of
so.
thing?
Yeah, and I think
I
he's going
love
to be
that
on
too.
the pregame with them. College game day.
Interesting. Is that what he's going to do between jobs when that time comes? Joking. All right, we've done that. How about that? Let's open up the phone. Well, we've got Olin.
Got
what
Olin
am
next.
I talking about?
Olin talking
Cruz,
Bears.
always must listen. Mully and Haugh on the score.
The Bears fall to the Rams in the divisional round of the playoffs. A special season for Bears fans has unfortunately come to a bitter end.
Davis for 42 online, and it's good. And the Los Angeles Rams go to the championship game.
Mark Grody here from the Rahimi Harris and Grody Show, middays 10 to 2. Stick around as we react to the game, but also start to look ahead to the offseason to see what Ben Johnson and Ryan Poles will do to improve the team. Keep it right here on Chicago Sports Radio 670 The Score, always live on the free Odyssey and iHeartRadio apps.
What a night. Tonight's going to be at the United Center. Jonathan Toews returns. The longest tenured captain in Blackhawk history. He's back, and the Winnipeg Jets come to town. An emotional night for Hawks fans, and you can see it all on CHSN or grab limited tickets at blackhawks.com/tickets. Then Friday, it's Friday Night Hockey versus the Lightning from Tampa Bay, presented by Modelo. The first 2,000 fans score a Hawks hat. Plus, nominate your adult league captain in the Jewel Osco Who's Your Captain contest at blackhawks.com/contest. Register online through March 21st. You must be 21 and or older to enter.
Hey, football fans, picture this. You bet on your favorite player to score the first touchdown in the game, but his teammate scores instead. If this happens, BetMGM wants to give you another chance at the end zone. With BetMGM's second chance promotion, you'll get your stake back if your first touchdown scores second instead. That's right. Bet on any pro football player to score the first touchdown of the game. If you're right, you win. If your player scores second, you get your stake back in cash. With BetMGM's second chance offer, you have a chance to keep the fun going after the first player crosses the goal line. Try a first TD score wager with confidence today. BetMGM. Make it legendary. BetMGM and GameSense remind you to play responsibly. See BetMGM.com for terms. 21 plus only. Illinois only. Existing customer offer. Subject to eligibility requirements. Rewards paid back in unrestricted withdrawable funds. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER or 262-537 or by texting ILGAMB to 53342 in partnership with Paradise Hotel Casino.
The All Canada Show. The All Canada Show is here, the largest gathering of Canadian fishing and hunting lodges in the country. Meet the lodge owners, enjoy new seminar speakers, register to win an amazing Canadian adventure, grab a shore lunch, kids get in free, and everyone gets a collector's Daredevil Lure opening night. January 29th through February 1st at the Kane County Fairgrounds in St. Charles. Free parking. Details and discount tickets are at allcanada.com.
The All Canada Show.
Windy and dangerously cold today with a high of just 7, but it feels much colder.
Weather brought to you by Duke's Mayo. Welcome to Duke's Mayo Country, where the mayo is so smooth and creamy, it makes every bite better. Duke's Mayo. Look for the yellow lid.
Chicago's Sports Morning Show with Mully and Haugh will be back in 60 seconds on The Score.
This is the story of the one. As an HVAC technician, he and his digital multimeter are in high demand. So when a noisy office HVAC turns out to be a failing blower motor, he doesn't break a sweat. With Grainger's easy-to-use website and product information, he selects the product he needs to keep everything humming right along. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
I built this business the old-fashioned way. Hard work and a whole lot of spreadsheets.
Yeah, about that, I upgraded us to Odoo. Odoo puts everything we need, sales, inventory, accounting, on one connected platform. No more juggling systems, no more headaches.
So it all works together?
Exactly.
Odoo is the all-in-one business software that makes running and passing on a business easier than ever. Take your business into the next generation. Try Odoo free at odoo.com. That's ODOO.com.
Bears fans, this magical season comes to close after the Bears fall to the Rams at Soldier Field in the divisional round. Keep it here as the score team breaks down the game. Plus, we'll have your reaction too, right here on Chicago's Sports Radio 670 The Score. Broadcasting live from the Hyundai Studios. Presented to you in part by your local Hyundai dealers. WSCR Chicago, WBMX HD2 Chicago, and Odyssey Sports Station.
The Score!
Scoreboard update.
Score Update Studio brought to you by AlmostFreeTeeth.com, because confidence should never cost a fortune. Caleb Williams' third interception of the night occurred in overtime. It allowed the Rams a second chance at the ball, and then the thicker kicker delivered the walk-off 42-yard field goal, and the Bears' season comes to an end 20-17 in overtime. Olin Kreutz joins Mully and Haugh next to break it down. So your AFC and NFC title games are now set. The Broncos will host the Patriots. Patriots are a 5.5-point favorite. That game goes at 2. The Seahawks are a 2.5-point favorite against the Rams. That one at 5:30. Both the games will be heard right here on The Score on Sunday. That coverage beginning at 1 o'clock. Tonight, the Blackhawks are at the United Center taking on Jonathan Taves and the Jets. The puck will drop at 7:30 on CHSN. Also tonight, College Football Championship Monday, Miami in their home stadium taking on Indiana. Indiana a 7.5-point favorite. And the Bulls, they'll be back here on The Score 6:45 Tuesday night hosting the Clippers. They won last night at the UC, taking down the Nets 124-102. Kobe White leading the way with 24 points. The hour, it's brought to you by Menards. Save big money at Menards.
Olin Kreutz, Score football analyst.
Bias towards offensive line. By that I mean find you an excuse of why an offensive lineman missed the block or why their job is hard.
Chicago Bears legend, 6-time Pro Bowl center.
You talk about one of the greatest leaders I've ever been around. From football to the weight room to life. Now he's in radio and he has the same passion.
Olin Kreutz, every week with Mully and Haugh. He probably doesn't like you, but he loves to talk Bears with Mully and Haugh.
Mully and Haugh, Chicago Sports Radio 670 The Score. He is the Hall of Famer, the College Football Hall of Famer. And we were joking yesterday, Mr. David, that Olin would have been in 10 years ago if he'd stayed for all 4 years. But he was already in the Hall of Fame. He had a head to his career in the NFL, and he joins us now on the Plumbers 911 hotline. Plumbing emergency, call 1-833-PLUM-911. Local 130 plumbers get the job done right the first time. Olin, good morning. Thank you for getting up with us.
Appreciate you guys having me. If I would have stayed as long as some of these guys you're about to watch tonight, I might have won the Heisman as a center. But that's for a whole nother conversation, right? But tough ending, man, to an amazing year for the Chicago Bears, David and Mully, and just a fun year to watch. And going over that film this morning, you see all the things that I'm sure we're going to talk about and people are going to just discuss for a while going forward about, the interception going forward on fourth down. It's just this team was, I don't know what you guys thought at the end and how you guys felt at the end of the game, but this team gave you everything they had, fought to the last minute of every game, and it was really fun for an analyst like me to watch them win. Now, you heard them all say at the end of the game that every year changes, that next year is not guaranteed, and they wanted to make a run to Super Bowl. And I tell you what, I was impressed hearing that from them because that is exactly correct.
That was the right response, and Ben Johnson put it very well. And Olin, you could feel his emotion and intensity in that room and the sense of regret. And yet I think there's also a sense of how rewarding the season was. How do you balance those from a player's perspective? Because today, cleaning out your lockers, knowing that nothing will be the same again because that group of players was so special, and as difficult as it is, it's still promising. So that's a difficult balance to strike.
Yes, it's a great question. How do you balance those feelings of who's going to be there, who's not? How do you feel about the season you just had? Really accomplished a lot right in that season. We talked a lot before going into this year. Glad we don't have to mention it next year that the Bears haven't won a playoff game since I played, and they went on and beat the Green Bay Packers in spectacular fashion, right? And that was a great win for the city and the Chicago Bears and the team. But as you guys know, you guys have been following this league a long time. A lot of these guys won't be back. You want to celebrate at the end of the year with the Super Bowl ring, right? That is the ultimate goal, to go there and win the Super Bowl. And when you don't, and you have a team that you feel like is special, you have a team that you feel like is a team of destiny, that this team kind of looked like, right, when you watched them play, especially when Caleb got the ball from the 14-yard line and dropped back to the 40-yard line and decided to throw a touchdown pass to Cole Kmet. And I'm thinking, man, Virginia McCaskey is smiling down on the Chicago Bears this year, right, with that huge patch on their shoulder pads. But at the end of it, man, it's just, we all know that if you don't get to the ultimate goal, it feels like you came up short, and that's from a guy who came up and lost that game, right? And then you want to celebrate the year, but you don't get to the point where you get the Super Bowl ring, and that is the ultimate goal. And I think that's what Ben was saying at the end of the game, but that you could tell by his emotion, the way he talked about his team, that he knew he had a special group in there, a group that fought for each other, a group that fought to the end of every football game, a group that I think I enjoyed watching. I enjoyed watching the way they competed for each other, the way they got after football teams, the way they believed they were always in the football game, a young quarterback who became a multiplier as the year went on, a young football team, a defense that found a way to keep the #1 Rams offense out of the end zone all game. Just a very interesting football team to watch. You never knew what you were going to get. Even when they were overmatched, you knew they were going to find a way to be in the football game.
Yeah, and, I got to tell you, we all know the reality of the NFL is not for long, and there are going to be different people, probably different coaches. Maybe they're moving up, I don't know, but there's always change. That is the only constant, really, in life, and certainly in sports and in the NFL in particular. I think that I was appreciative of the fact that everybody so far this morning and obviously last night in the postgame, there's a lot of appreciation for what was seen. And you mentioned it. They won a playoff game, and I think we have a different feeling about that. They found a head coach, and, man, they got that decision right, it would appear. They found a quarterback, and that kid looks like he wants to win and wants to get better. I loved hearing from him in the postgame where he talked about working on his footwork, and that will help him with his accuracy. It just feels like they're moving in the right direction, and I can't think of many times where you say that about the Chicago Bears, where you don't come out of a season and say, yeah, well, if they had the quarterback, or if that kid was a little bit better, or this guy could do this. I feel like they really did kind of top out. They got everything they could from their team.
6-11, 3-14, 7-10, 5-12, 11-6 this year, right? So they turned it around this year, and we know that is why everyone who's probably calling in this morning, that's why I feel it, you guys feel it. It's like, yeah, we took a step forward here to this year, and you got the, what did Ted Phillips say years ago, right? We don't have the quarterback, we don't have the coach, we don't have the winning record, but everything else is here, right? Well, now President Warren can come out and George McCaskey say, look, man, we got the quarterback and we got the coach, and we are winning football games, right? And that, I don't know how many times, guys, you can go back through Bears history and feel like that after the season has ended, that you do have your quarterback. Let's build around this young player from USC, Caleb Williams, who seems like he has the clutch gene this year, who can make plays. And even in this game, when I went through this game, guys, he was being a multiplier. Guys were getting beat. He was running for first downs. You guys remember the 26-yard gain late in the game, right, where he got out of there and Jared Verse said, look, I figured it out. I just got to go for the ball. Well, he figured out that he didn't figure it out. Right, and then he made the linebacker landman miss, and he went for the gain, and then there was a OT where he ran on 3rd and 4 and made number 10 miss, and then he put his shoulder down and got the first down and just kept doing things that end the game. And obviously the interception comes, and he had 5 in the last 3 games. It's something I'm sure that they want to talk about. Ben Johnson wants to talk about with him after the season, but a young quarterback that grew, and when you can say that for your franchise, man, as you guys know, the most important thing to say after the year, right, is, hey, man, I think we got the right coach who can develop a quarterback. Our offensive scheme is not going anywhere. They will lose guys, right? They will lose, maybe Al Harris, maybe Declan Doyle, maybe Coach Bieniemy. You never know. These are just names that I'm sure people are excited about. But, Dennis Allen comes back, the defensive coordinator. He ain't going nowhere, and their special teams coordinator is not going anywhere. So their scheme is back in the building. They look like they're on the right path. They look like they got a young coach who gets it, who never lets off the gas pedal, who pushes everybody, who keeps everybody uncomfortable. How many times have we heard that from a new coach coming to the Chicago Bears? I'm going to keep everybody uncomfortable. I'm going to hold them accountable. First time at the end of the year, the players will echo what that guy said and said, yeah, he did do that to me. And you heard Caleb talk about how hard Ben was on him all year, and almost crying in the locker room, thanking this guy, because, gosh, when you have 4 coordinators in a year, you feel like you're doing great. You guys mentioned Stroud earlier. Look what he's going through with all the coordinators you got down there.
Right.
Coaching is hard to find in the NFL. Development is hard to find in the NFL. And it looks like the Chicago Bears are on the right path.
Could not agree more, Olin. And I think that DeAndre Swift, fighting back tears post-game, spoke to that when he said the lesson that he took away from this season more than any was hard work works. And that's straight from the head coach's mouth to his players' ears. And you could see they played with that purpose. Just wonder now, if you take a step back, and as much as I agree with everything you said, let's look at it from your analyst role. You've got 2 fourth down situations that Ben Johnson, being aggressive and tapping into that aggressiveness, passed up field goals, left the points maybe off the board, and he could have kicked a field goal on the opening drive, and then later could have attempted a field goal. It would have been a long one, but Santos is in his home field. What did you think about those decisions, and then Ben Johnson's overall aggressive approach against a Ram team that he knew was going to score some points?
First, I would take the points, but I know this: if you feel that way, then you shouldn't have hired Ben Johnson, right? That is the coach that we got, and I got a public service announcement. He's never going to take the points, guys, there, especially against the number 1 offense in the league, right? And we'll complain about it and say he was wrong, but that's not who he is. And you guys made a great point earlier that early in the game, he doesn't know if they're going to stop that offense, especially after the first drive, right? And what his defense has looked like and what the Rams have looked like. And Stafford sure did look cold throwing that football yesterday, but the defense, the secondary, I heard you guys keep praise on Brisker. Even late in the game, Kevin Byard makes a 2-yard tackle for loss, right? This defense, man, Dennis Allen, again, using his cornerbacks, using the nickel backs, using Kyler Gordon, using those guys to set the edge, to make a difference in the game. And then, our partner on the pre- and post-game show, Pat Manley, made a great point in the pregame show that they don't have the kind of speed that threatens the Bears defense. And, I thought Pat was crazy, but he's right. The Bears did a nice job covering Puka Nacua, and obviously he makes the play late in the game when Dennis Allen went to blitz 0, right? They got him into field goal range to win the game, and he's one-on-one with Brisker there, and just a tough job for Jaquan Brisker. But, I know all the things you go through, and you heard Coach Ben Johnson talk about after the game, like the go-to-go plan. He didn't feel good. That's why he didn't go for it for a 2-point conversion, right? I think that a lot of that was the run game. I think if you could question something they did, it was going into the game and kicking Tooney out and moving McFadden to left guard. And I feel like that really affected the way they moved the ball in the run game, affected the cohesion inside. When I went back and watched the film with moving guys off the ball, and Verse may have not did much rushing the passer, but he was violent against the run, and he was a handful. And there were some mental mistakes inside on TTs, on games, and things they did. And it looked like the Rams watched the Lions film and lined up in what the Lions lined up in, which is Vic Fangio 6-1 on obvious rundowns. It looks like a 6-1 out there in the middle of the field, but I thought that was a problem there in the game, and he said that's why he didn't go for it on a 2-point conversion. But when I watch him, guys, nowadays, I'm like, he's going for it, right? I don't know about you guys, but we get to those points in those games, and I'm like, I wouldn't. Right, I'm old school football, and I'm going to take the points. But if you're going to do that, you got to fire your coach. He's not going to do that. He's going to be aggressive. He's going to go for it. He's going to put the ball in his playmakers' hands. I mean, earlier in the game, Caleb Williams does find DJ Moore with a great pass for a touchdown of 4th down, but they kept getting to those situations, guys, because their run game, their plan, what they had wasn't working.
Yeah, I think it was really interesting, the Tooney decision. I'd love to have heard more about that as to why they wanted to move him outside. Did they feel that they could run more things because that would eliminate the pressure on it? Or, I mean, again, the old adage has always been, you don't make two moves to solve one problem.
We'll get to his explanation, Olin, but I think what he said initially was that he felt like Joe Tooney's ability to anchor down gave them more confidence to protect the passer because Verse was that violent of a pass rusher, and they didn't want that aspect to stop their offense or wreck their game plan.
Then they should.
I heard him, and I don't argue with him. Verse is the violent pass rusher, right? And they were helping out Joe Tooney with chips and things like that from the receivers and the tight ends and the running backs. And the thing is, you got to make two changes right in there, and it affected the run game. I thought, I mean, Joe Tooney, like we said in the pregame show, I didn't think he was going to be the problem. Right? I didn't think Joe Tooney's got great feet. I went back and watched him in the Eagles game in the Super Bowl once I heard about it, and I just watched the way he played it. You know, he struggled a little bit out there, obviously late in the Super Bowl when they had to throw the ball a lot. They fell behind by a lot, which never happened to the Bears yesterday. But Joe Tooney's, man, he's got great feet. What a teammate, right, guys? I mean, what if Mitch came to me and said, Olin, okay, you're going to take Mully's place and run the morning show. Get the hell out of here, man. I ain't doing that. Right? No way. Like Joe just said, yeah, I'll go play left tackle while you put McFadden in there at left guard for the first time this year. But it just messed up some of the cohesion in there, messed up some of the run blocking, messed up some of the combo blocks. You know, a couple of plays McFadden was pulling on critical downs, and you know, didn't do the job I thought Joe Tooney probably would have done if he was pulling in there as a guard to hit Jared Verse on the edge. You guys remember late in the game when Swift bounced it outside there, you know, and they give the ball up on downs. That was one of the plays. I thought Joe Tooney would have done a nice job in there. It just looked like some of the cohesion that had grown. You guys have heard a lot of people talk about how O-lines are always better as a unit, right? They're always better working together, and they know what someone's going to do, and they don't have to communicate, and they just know what the adjustments have to be. And some of that was lost with the changes they made. And I thought that if they would have went with Theo, they have all played together in their spots before and understand what they need to do.
Olin, so the miraculous 4th down conversion with Cole Kmet in the end zone, everyone's raving about that. Excitement's at its peak. In that moment, you're Ben Johnson. You're keeping your wits about you. What's your thought process about going for 2, trying to go for the win? Or do you play for overtime because you're at home and now you're clinging to conventional wisdom? What was going through your mind at that time?
Ben was going to go for 2, but you know, with Ben Johnson, it's not in the moment. He's decided that before they even went on the drive, right? What he's going to do at that time, whether he kicks the extra point or not. He said, I think I did a good job at the end of the game saying that they had struggled in go-to-go situations and the packages, and we just talked about what the struggle was. In my opinion, the packages that he had in those situations weren't working the way he thought they were going to work. So lost some confidence in those plays and kicking the field goal, kick the extra point and go into overtime. I think on paper, the Rams are the better football team. And I think you try to end the game and you don't want to go into OT with Matthew Stafford and Sean McVay there, where Sean McVay didn't have the best day, right? Yesterday, either play calling wise and, you know, what the hell was that? 3rd and 10 running the ball with 2:07 left in the game. The clock's going to stop anyway. So the Bears aren't calling timeout. Yeah. So that was crazy.
That was crazy.
I thought he struggled a lot during that game too, with play calling and things he did. And we all know that he is a really, really good football coach. But I just think I don't want to go into overtime versus that team. And I'm going to take my chance there and call my best 2-point play. And I got Ben Johnson and I got Caleb Williams, and I'm going to let them try to go beat the Rams right there. And I think everybody would have understood if he did do that. But thought he gave a great explanation at the end of the game of why, because I was wondering why he didn't do that.
This segment with Olin Kreutz is sponsored by Plumbers 911. Plumbing emergency call. The plumbing professionals, available 24/7 at 1-833-PLUM-911. As far as the interception at the end of the game was concerned, Olin. A lot of people were upset that DJ Moore appeared to quit on that route or appeared. I don't know how compromised he was, quite frankly. And, obviously when Loveland went out with a concussion, it really damaged the Bears. And he was their big target guy, followed by DJ Moore. So it shouldn't have been a stunner that you wanted to go to him, but it was second down, and it was a risky play to run, and obviously it blew up on the Bears. But I'm just wondering what your takeaway was when you went back and watched it.
Just saying to what everyone is saying, right? Like, it was just second down. Why throw it across the field? Why did DJ Moore not look like he was going for the football? Why did he not break it up? I think that's the second time. I forget when it was the last game that he did that. I have to go back and watch that play, that people thought he didn't fight hard enough for a football. He was in the tent for 5 minutes. I don't, obviously that means something is going on. So I don't know everything that was going on with him, and he was fighting through that game. But, it was, I remember Caleb just had that quarterback sneak for the first down. He walked out. You remember that walk he had, and the stadium went crazy, man. I thought that these guys are going to win this football game. And like you're talking about on second down, just shocked that that ball went up in the air in the middle of the field where, DJ's got to go for that football. And, you'll hear every quarterback on Twitter and all over the place blame the receiver. And like you guys know, I'm an offensive line guy. I'll always find a way to blame everybody else. I can make the film say anything I want it to say. And I'm sure some receiver out there, although I think Terrell Owens Terrell Owens was on Twitter, but it's just he said that DJ Moore should have done it, but he should see what Ben thinks, Caleb thinks about it, DJ Moore thinks about that play. It did not look good. I don't want the ball over the middle of the field at that time anyway. Let's see Caleb use his legs, extend the play like he usually does, go get a couple of yards, or just throw that ball away there. Know the situation you're in, right? And just that this is what we talk about with the development of the quarterback, and in those situations, in that kind of game, like Stafford did, right? With a blitz zero, he's going to find Puka Nacua on Jaquan Brisker, give him a quick pass, let him get 16 yards, and put them in field goal range. Just kind of I don't know how else to put it, just kind of sucks that play happened at that point in the football game.
Great stuff, Olin. Thank you for a great year. We really appreciate it.
Thanks, Olin.
Appreciate it, guys, man. Always good being on with you guys.
That is the great Olin Kreutz, the perennial Pro Bowl player, does a great job breaking it down here on The Score, and we will be right back with your calls. 312-644-6767 is the telephone number. What did you think? Have you defrosted if you were there? I mean, good God. Mr. David barely is defrosted.
I'm barely defrosted after being on the field postgame. We'll hear from Ben Johnson explaining the Joe Tooney decision when we come back.
Mully and Haugh on The Score.
Sports fans, starting February 2nd, The Score will now also be heard in crystal clear FM quality. Introducing 104.3 The Score.
Like 15 times of the audio information that you get in an AM signal is what you get in an FM signal. That means the highs and the lows and the rich. The whole schmear is what you're going to get, and the stuff's going to sound great.
The Cubs, the Bulls, and incredible Chicago sports talk. 104.3 The Score. Presented by Circa Sports Illinois.
It's David Haugh for Trajan Wealth. Every great coach knows the value of a halftime adjustment. If the first half didn't go according to plan, you regroup, you reassess, and you come out stronger. It's the same thing with your retirement strategy. Even if you already have an advisor, Trajan Wealth offers a complimentary second opinion, helping you evaluate if your current plan is really putting enough points on the board. Trajan Wealth, TRAJAN Wealth.com. Their fiduciary advisors create custom portfolios designed around your goals, your risk tolerance, and your timeline. And as a family-owned, veteran-led firm, they pride themselves on putting clients first, always. Call Trajan Wealth today, 630-320-2100. That's 630-320-2100. Or visit TRAJANWealth.com. Again, that's TRAJANWealth.com. One more time, TRAJANWealth.com. Make your halftime adjustment now, before the final whistle blows. Advisory services offered through Trajan Wealth, LLC, an SEC-registered investment advisor. Client paid advertisement. Additional disclosures at TrajanWealth.com.
Have you ever wished you could speak to someone that has died?
From the hit television series on E! Entertainment, meet Matt Frazier, America's top psychic medium, for a special evening of live psychic readings.
The same way that you're looking to connect with your loved ones, your loved ones are also looking to connect with you.
Saturday, April 25th, Silver Creek Event Center at Four Winds Casino, New Buffalo.
The signs from Spirit are everywhere.
Matt Frazier, America's top psychic medium. Get tickets now at Ticketmaster.com.
This segment of the show brought to you by DAZN.
Two global superstars in their prime square off at Madison Square Garden.
Here we go.
Teofimo, the Brooklyn-born king of 140, looks to retain his world title as Shakur steps up to become a 4-division world champion. Don't miss Lopez versus Stevenson, January 31st. Watch only on DAZN.
Save big money on your kitchen projects at Menards. We carry everything you need to turn your kitchen dreams into reality. Renovate your space with new cabinets from Cardell. They're ready to install and come in a variety of styles and finishes with free shipping to your home. Visit our kitchen showrooms in-store or go to Menards.com for free estimates today. Plus, get 15% off everything you can fit in the bag. See store for complete details.
Save big money at Menards.
Hey, it's Spiegs, and you already know all about Blue Chew. It's the original brand offering chewable tablets for better sex. Blue Chew is a cheat code. It helps you be more confident where it counts. We're talking about a small chew that makes a big difference. Date nights just got better and longer for everyone involved. And showing up matters, folks. During life's most exciting moments, Blue Chew will help you be ready when she is. Guys, this isn't just about performance. Give her group chat something to talk about. Nothing makes you more of a legend than a little Blue Chew. Discover your options now at BlueChew.com. And we got a special deal for our listeners. As always, get your first month of Blue Chew free. Just use promo code SCORE at checkout and cover $5 for shipping. That's it. Head to BlueChew.com and use the code SCORE. Then you know what to do. Just chew it and do it.
Having insurance isn't the same as having State Farm. It's like needing a best man speech, but getting one from some random plus one.
I am honored to be standing here today, also confused and a little hungry. Does anyone want to switch entrees? Pretty sure I checked beef.
You wouldn't settle for just any speech, so don't settle for just any insurance. Get the real deal with State Farm. Like a good neighbor, State Farm is there.
You love new windows, but don't want to pay a fortune for them. Well, during Window Nation's Buy 4, Get 4 Free window sale,
You could also get 0 down, 0 monthly payments, and 0 interest for 2 years. Hurry, the sale ends soon, so schedule your free estimate now at windownation.com.
I'm Michael Lober from Lober Motors in Lincolnwood. This year, Lober Motors turns 90, and I couldn't be more proud of the people who make it all happen. Our 2 award-winning Mercedes-Benz and Porsche dealerships are filled with hardworking professionals who care deeply about our clients and about each other. It's truly a pleasure to come to work every day. Lober Motors in Lincolnwood. 2 dealerships, 1 family. Just east of the Edens and at LoberMotors.com. Driven to serve since 1936.
This is an Odyssey Sports Minute.
Sponsored by Robinhood. Your money, your move. The AFC and NFC championship matchups are set. New England will travel to Denver, and the Rams will meet the Seahawks in Seattle. But the biggest storyline, no Bo Nix for the Broncos. He broke his ankle and will miss the matchup against the Patriots, giving Drake May and company another edge. I'm Drake Toll.
Remodeling your kitchen or bathroom? Studio 41 can help. Our home design showroom offers a great selection of kitchen and bath products featuring the bold look of Kohler. Visit us online at shopstudio41.com to find a showroom near you.
You're listening to Mully and Haugh. Back in 60 seconds on The Score.
Presented by Robinhood.
He crosses, spins, pulls up.
With Robinhood Prediction Markets, buy or sell your predictions all game long. No house odds, just you versus the market. Put your sports IQ to work. Trade every shot, block, steal, run, and moment that shifts the game. With Robinhood Prediction Markets, trade every play. Visit Robinhood.com/predict to start trading. Futures and cleared swaps trading involves significant risk and is not appropriate for everyone. Event contracts are offered by Robinhood Derivatives LLC, a registered futures commission merchant and swap firm.
What is it that makes the all-new Hyundai Palisade Hybrid an incredible SUV?
Is it the spacious interior that's comfy for the whole crew? Or the capability to go off-road? Maybe it's up to 600-plus miles of range. What if it's all of that and more? What is it then? The all-new Hyundai Palisade Hybrid. So much more than just another SUV. Visit HyundaiUSA.com or call 562-314-4603 for more details.
A big part of that was predicated on you get going in the tape and you see a guy like Verse on their side and the type of rusher that he is. He's very powerful. He's very violent. He was that way coming out of college. And that's translated to the NFL, and it showed up all over the tape where he's taking tackles and just driving them straight back on the quarterback's lap. And we wanted to, we just thought Joe had a great anchor, and he was going to be able to help us in that regard. And so credit to him. Of course, he's done it, and he's willing to do whatever is necessary to help the team win. So got a great group like that.
Mully and Haugh, Chicago Sports Radio 670 The Score. That, of course, the voice of Ben Johnson from the postgame. Interesting to hear him explain the decision that was made.
The decision was really something else.
Yes,
And
it was.
It was broken by Brad Biggs on Saturday.
Yes.
It was information the Bears did not want to get out.
Right.
That secretly had unfolded during the week of preparation. They moved Joe Thuney, who had been part of the interior that had started for 18 straight games. Left guard, center, right guard, Jonah Jackson, Drew Dahlman, Joe Thuney. And because of Theo Bennett's ineffectiveness in protecting the passer, they felt like against Jared Verse, Joe Thuney gave him their best chance to protect the passer. And in fairness, that part of it worked. They didn't give up a sack. And Thuney was more than effective against Verse, and his anchor was good. But I think, Mully, curious what you think before we get to the callers, and we've got a lot of people lining up. Do you think they lost something in the run game by moving Thuney to left tackle and inserting Jordan McFadden, who was just starting, I think, his third NFL game?
Well, no, I think he played. Was it 2 years ago? I think he's played some games, but I think you're right. He hasn't played this year.
He's played, but he's only started 2 games in his career. And it's been a while.
Right.
So it's been 2023 since he started the game. And frankly, I think he came out of nowhere. They had been obviously injured at that position. Attrition had hurt the Bears.
Yep.
But it was worthy of second guessing. You wondered if they weakened 2 positions by trying to do that. I don't think it affected the outcome, but I do think it impacted the play calling because the Bears were very right-handed last night. And I wonder if tendency-wise, the Rams grew to know that if they were going to run the football,
they were going to run it right.
They were going to run it right.
They eventually had to try running it left because they were running it right so much.
But they couldn't do it as well.
No,
because I think Joe Thuney wasn't that force up the middle.
The three amigos, dare I call them that? And I was going to do the whole dance, but they are the 3 guys they went out, traded for, and bought in free agency, and that has been a key to how they've played this year. And it was very interesting to me because you got a guy like Theo Benedict that you have started for part of the season. Braxton Jones wasn't active in that game. And I just made me wonder when they moved Thuney outside. I first heard, I was listening to Olin on with the afternoon show on Friday, and he was just throwing out names of what they can do. And he mentioned Thuney, and it's just in the back of my mind, I thought, well, that's weird. I can't believe they do that because I was shot down so many times when I asked about that earlier in the year. And then I didn't think they'd do something like that. And then you're right, Bigsy breaks it. And Olin clearly did not want to reveal anything that would impact game plan. That's probably just the way he rolls. But he did throw his name in the mix a little, which I thought was curious.
He may have known something.
He may have known something. I don't know, but he wouldn't reveal it.
Sure.
And then, of course, nothing gets by Bigsy.
And it affects the preparation because Joe Thuney had done this before with the Chiefs in the Super Bowl.
Oh, yeah.
And frankly, with due respect to one of the best offensive linemen in football, he didn't have a great game in the Super Bowl.
He did it in the playoffs last year, didn't he?
They knew
but
how
you're
to.
right. The Super Bowl, that's an awful good defensive line he was against.
He was exposed more at left tackle than he ever would be at left guard.
Yes.
And if the Rams had known that during the week, and I think having 24 hours to prepare, you wondered going in if that was going to be a factor. And
it was a factor.
It was.
It did impact the running game. There's no doubt about it. And it just makes me wonder, and I don't know if I should even ask this question, but we keep talking about they need to draft an end, they need to draft a tackle. I'm talking about defensive linemen. Do they need to draft a left tackle?
Well, because of the injury uncertainty surrounding Ozzie Trapello's future with a patellar tendon, which is going to take a while to recover from, I think the answer is yes. We don't need to get into the draft needs yet, but I do believe left tackle would be on the list, if not near the top, because you can never have enough of those. Free agency might be somewhere where you keep an eye on that. But last night, I think, underscored just how badly they need that stability that Ozzie Trapello offered, but now you can't count on because of his recovery.
And, I mean, Theo Benedict, God bless him, he's basically a free player. He's not being paid very much because he was an undrafted free agent who's made the team. I wonder about Braxton Jones. You're not keeping him. He's not coming back. He will be departing, so you don't have even the swing tackle position. I just wonder if you need to make that a priority, even though the priority, you look at the Bears and you say, man, if they had something else on defense, they would be dangerous. So I think they need more defense. Dayo Adengbo is injured and won't be back right away. Grady Jarrett, it was coming off the knee injury. Maybe he's okay. Maybe he improves next year. God knows he's under contract. I do wonder, though.
The secondary will
Shamir
be
Turner,
revamped.
You would think they've got to make some hard decisions.
The priorities are on defense.
Yes.
The list will start with that. But somewhere along the first 2 or 3 or 4 need positions, offensive tackle, left tackle specifically, will be there because the Bears have to address it.
If you're going to get one of those guys, you pretty much have to do it fairly quickly.
Mm-hmm. Well, I think you can be. We'll have to look at the list, but there'll be some veterans available. There's always a trade that, and Ryan Poles, unlike last offseason, I think you go into this offseason feeling very confident about his ability to restock the roster and to make the right decisions because he did that last year, and a lot of those moves paid off.
Let's get to the phone lines. 312-644-6767. We will start with Casey. He is on the road. Hey, Casey.
Hey, how y'all doing, man?
Good.
I'm gonna be real with you. I wouldn't change a whole lot with the team because of the way that Johnson coaches. I like what I see. I mean, it's like playing chess. You put a few more pieces in there, man, and I think they'd be fine.
Okay, what pieces are you talking about? Because you're changing the team if you're adding pieces.
Maybe another tackle, and maybe another. They good at wide receivers right now, and maybe another solid back to go with Swift and my man. So I mean, like, I wouldn't wake up the nucleus they got now too much. I would just, because if you look at it, man, this is the first year that Johnson coached, and look at how far they got.
You're right. Ben Johnson had himself quite a season. He left himself open to some second guessing. That's natural after a loss last night, whether it was with the play calling and taking the points or the decision to move Joe Thuney. But overall, you don't go into this offseason doubting his ability to get the most out of his team or the roster. You feel quite the opposite, that you feel good about, as Mully, you articulated earlier, you feel great if you're a Bears fan about the coach-quarterback marriage because finally you have one that feels sustainable and lasting.
Let's try Gus. Gus is in Romeoville. Hey, Gus.
Oh, good morning. Good morning, guys. I watched the game, and I stated before, even to my friends on Score, you offense is good, but you win championships with defense. And I thought there was something wrong with the all year with the pass rush, all of our defensive front linemen. And now it came out that Grady Jarrett was hurt, and and I thought there was something wrong because he had great players up front in the defensive line, but they weren't pressuring the quarterback. So if you got Grady Jarrett hurt, I don't know if Dexter was hurt or Billings, but without that pressure, you're
that
not
penalty
go anywhere.
frosted me like you wouldn't believe, man. What are you doing?
It was bad. Some people on social media were suggesting that it was a bad call or it was incidental.
Give me a
I don't
break.
think you can afford to do that.
No.
Under those circumstances, you've got to be smarter than that.
That's a dumb thing to do. It really was. All right, let's try Jeff. Jeff is on the Odyssey app. Hey, Jeff.
Hey, good morning, gentlemen. Couple points. I think, David, you had mentioned that field goal at the beginning. You don't know about your defense and how they're going to be. But to me, at that early in the game, you've got to take the 3 and you got to get points on the board because you don't want to be chasing points that early in a game. The defense had shown you in the last game that they were playing good in the fourth quarter, and then you have to go to this game, and each game is its own entity. The other thing that I was looking at is that 3rd and 6 call where they blitzed Gordon and left Nakua open. I really hated that call, and I would say that if they would have got the ball back. He made it an easy pitch and catch for Nakua, and I'm not sure if that was the one that was Brisker was supposed to be covering him or somebody else, but they were not close enough to stop that play. And as for BJ on his play calls, you got to go with his aggressiveness. That's who he is. But we got to realize playoff games and games you need to win to stay alive are different entities. And sometimes you've got to reduce what you're doing and score points. Interested to see what you guys think.
Thanks, Jeff. I understood why he took the approach he did.
Yeah, you know, I'll tell you something else. The touchdown to DJ Moore was on 4th down.
Yeah,
wasn't
it was.
So I mean,
threaded the needle.
Yeah, you can't love that and then not like the other.
Because it was similar approach.
It's who he is.
The consistent approach was aggressiveness.
Yes.
And while certain opponents that may not always apply and we might not always agree, against the best offense in football, I got it.
Can I ask you a question just from your experience last night, both going to the game, being there, watching the crowd, going on the field? Are you looking forward to a dome, or do you think they should stay outdoors?
It's a great question.
Because I don't know that the Rams in a dome would have been uglier than it was.
I think the Bears benefited from the conditions. I think that it's fun to say bear weather is a myth because it sounds like something that a meatball would embrace. But I have to say that I have given that a lot of thought after the build-up to this week and saying that a dome makes sense, whether it's in Arlington Heights or Northwest Indiana or downtown Chicago. I still believe that over time, the dome makes the most sense to me. But it wouldn't break my heart if the Bears build an open-air stadium because of nights like last night.
And I don't want to put any words or thoughts in your mind, but it's really not about your comfort.
I know.
It's more how they play the game.
No, I know.
I'm totally kidding.
No, but but Mully, you're asking that question. It's funny you asked that because I did say that out loud last night.
Yeah.
I think we talked about it. I was with Ruthie Polinsky on the field before the game and afterward doing the hit for CHSN, and there was like, this is real. And you couldn't deny it. And the fans were outstanding.
Yes.
That was what you talk about when you're describing home field advantage. I don't know how that translates or how that will evolve with an indoor stadium.
I know.
But it was undeniable last night at Soldier Field.
All right, 312-644-6767 is the telephone number. Can't wait till they're in a dome and everyone's saying, well, don't worry about Caleb Williams in the cold because he's done it before. He can handle Buffalo.
At this rate, it might be 38-year-old Caleb Williams, though.
Let's hope so. It's Mully and Haugh, Chicago Sports Radio, 670 The Score.
You're listening to a special postseason edition of Plumbers 911 Football Monday, recapping the divisional round playoff game versus LA. Plumbers 911. Plumbing emergency? Call the professionals available 24/7 at 1-833-PLUM-911. Presented by Busey Bank on Chicago's Sports Radio 670 The Score. Always live on the free Odyssey app.
This segment of the show is sponsored by Studio 41.
Remodeling your kitchen or bathroom? Studio 41 can help. Our home design showroom offers a great selection of kitchen and bath products featuring the bold look of Kohler. Visit us online at shopstudio41.com to find a showroom near you.
This segment of the show brought to you by AlmostFreeTeeth.com, because confidence should never cost a fortune.
Bet365 is paying out before the final whistle.
Check out Bet365's unrivaled early payout offer. When you bet on a team to win and they take a 17-point lead, you get paid no matter the final score. Forget the final whistle and start counting that cash. Hold up. You get early payout on parlays, too.
Download the app and see why it's never ordinary at Bet365. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. 21 plus only. Must be physically located in Illinois. T&Cs apply.
A Chicago kickoff is coming, and you can make your home the undisputed headquarters for every big game with Matrix Basement Finishing. You know, Matrix, the guys with the X. Imagine a fully immersive home theater, pro-level sports bar, all designed and built by Matrix Basement Finishing right downstairs. From design to build, Matrix Basements, they handle it all, so you can focus on the party. Be the MVP of the neighborhood this season with Matrix Basements Finishing. Your dream basement is waiting. Score a free quote right now at matrixbasements.com. You know, Matrix, the guys with the X.
New chapters, big responsibilities, and exciting reasons to celebrate. Life's expenses just don't stop. At Wintrust, we're here for it. With checking accounts that fit your life now, savings options for what's next, and experts who can help you plan and stay ahead. Experience better banking, designed to power your next move. Make the switch today at wintrust.com/here. Wintrust. Different approach, better results. Banking products provided by Wintrust Community Banks. Member FDIC, Equal Housing Lender.
Paramount Plus is the new home of UFC, and we're coming out swinging with UFC 324.
Oh, what a shot!
And 325 on back-to-back weekends. The new era is here.
It's time!
Every fight.
Bam! Let's go!
One subscription.
Oh my goodness!
Pay-per-view just got knocked out.
Let's go!
Back-to-back blockbuster UFC events this month only on Paramount Plus.
Are you 50 or older? This news is for you. The CDC recommends you get vaccinated against pneumococcal pneumonia. Even if you're healthy, your age puts you at risk. People 50 or older are over 6 times more likely to be hospitalized with pneumococcal pneumonia compared to adults 18 to 49. Just one shot can help protect you. Learn more and schedule at vaxassist.com. That's VAXassist.com. Sponsored by Pfizer.
Start off the year right at Rosen Hyundai's New Year, New Cars sales event. How about the all-new 2026 Hyundai Palisade? With bold new styling, 3 rows of premium seating, and advanced safety tech, it's the SUV you've been dreaming of. Lease it for only $225 a month, $59.99 due at signing, 10,000 miles a year plus first payment, tax, doc fee, and registration for qualified buyers. Find yours at Scott Levy's Rosen Hyundai of Kenosha or Algonquin. Get behind the wheel of the all-new 2026 Palisade today. BuyRosen.com.
That's another amazing run by Team USA.
Mom, think I'll be on Team USA one day?
Well, I'll take this one.
What? Are you speaking to us?
Yes, and to answer your question, anything's possible, especially with Xfinity.
So, I can be the best snowboarder ever?
Well, I can't guarantee that, but Xfinity can guarantee that your internet price won't change for 5 years.
Okay. What if I practice every day?
Then maybe you'll be snowboarding for Team USA at the next Olympic Winter Games. And Mom, you'll still be paying the same price for Wi-Fi.
Ooh, really stuck the landing there.
It's the Xfinity Gold Medal Celebration. Now through February 22nd, get our best price on gig Wi-Fi for 5 years guaranteed, just $50 a month. Plus, get Peacock Premium included for 2 years. That's a $10.99 value per month. Xfinity. Imagine that. Proud partner of Team USA. Restrictions apply. Requires paperless billing and auto pay with stored bank account. Taxes and fees extra. Actual speeds vary.
If you owe back taxes, listen carefully to rule number 1. Never go up against the IRS alone. They're cracking down, freezing bank accounts, garnishing paychecks, canceling passports. Even your home or business could be at risk. But here's what they don't tell you. The IRS has powerful tax relief programs that could save you thousands if you qualify. That's why smart people call Optima Tax Tax Relief, America's #1 tax resolution firm. Nobody knows these programs like the experts at Optima. Their team of tax attorneys and licensed professionals have resolved over $2 billion in tax debt for people just like you. The IRS is not stopping, so don't wait and don't take them on alone. For tax help you need, for tax help you can trust, call Optima today for a free consultation.
Call 800-756-6399. 800-756-6399. 800-756-6399.
Optima Tax Relief.
Some restrictions apply. For complete details, please visit OptimaTaxRelief.com.
Mully and Haugh will be back in 60 seconds on The Score.
At Uline, they know firsthand the road to success is an uphill climb. Uline started in the family basement, and through hard work is now North America's most trusted shipping and industrial supplier. They get what it means to have the support of reliable, hardworking partners. So they keep 41,000 items ready to ship. Whether your company is still in a basement office or expanding cross-country, Uline will be there on your road to success. Visit uline.com.
It's impossible to have a bad day when you start it with Chick-fil-A.
Hi, I'm Miles.
And this is Grant.
And the little thing we love about the Chick-fil-A chicken biscuit is
how the fluffy, crispy goodness wakes us up in the morning. The chicken is crispy, the biscuit is soft, it's iconic.
Throw some jelly on it, you can throw some honey on it. It helps me kick off the day.
The hash browns are great. And I really like the shape of them too. Little circles of crispy goodness. Yeah, those early morning chicken biscuits are just great, man.
Mornings are a little bit brighter with the Chick-fil-A Chicken Biscuit and Simply Orange Juice. Available on the Chick-fil-A app. Real guests paid for their testimonials.
Did you give much consideration to going for two there?
Thought about it. Yeah, thought about it. Probably what played a little bit of a factor was, our goal-to-go situations hadn't gone very clean. Our inside the five plan hadn't worked out quite like we had hoped. And so just felt better about taking our chances there in overtime.
Mully and Haugh, Chicago Sports Radio 670. The Score. That is Ben Johnson on answering why they didn't go for two after scoring the remarkable touchdown at the end of the game. I can't say I disagree with him. I mean, that would have been very deflating if the season had ended in that way.
Are you kidding me?
I know.
The thought of winning 18-17, very enticing.
Oh, yeah.
Very tempting. But also the thought of losing and ending your season 17-16, second-guessing Ben Johnson the entire offseason, I just think he'd made the right move under those circumstances to take the game at home. That's conventional wisdom, at home into overtime.
Are you concerned that they're short a running back? In other words, they came into the season, obviously Monungai is a significantly better player than his draft position would indicate, and his ball security is admirable, and he's a good inside guy, but it was difficult for him on a couple of those interior runs. We know Swift can do things outside, can cut outside. He's a very good attacking player. But, Roquan Johnson was never used this year at all, didn't fit into the team. I don't know what went awry with that or what the thinking was in terms of his development. It's just, it doesn't appear it's going to be here. I'm wondering, do they need a third running back that can do other things?
I have to say, it's quick because it just ended last night. But it did occur to me, with due respect to everything that Kyle Monungai and DeAndre Swift accomplished this year in the running game. And DeAndre Swift, 19 carries for 76 yards last night. Monungai, 13 carries for 36. And I like the way they stuck with the running game. But Mully, and this is terribly unfair, but I'm just being honest. When DeAndre Swift hurdled that tackler
and got cleaned
and
out,
didn't get into the end zone, it crossed my mind that you need a running back that is going to lower his shoulder or find a way to get to the corner and get in the end zone.
He did the high step out. He scored a fourth quarter touchdown.
You can smell it from there. You need to get in from there, and he didn't, and that cost him because the next play, Caleb Williams tried to thread the needle and couldn't.
Yeah. I know.
So, yes, I think my answer would be yes. You have to explore possible upgrades because you're always looking to get a little bit better if you're not good enough. And not sure the Bears are where they want to be at that position.
We've had a texter that that has, I think he's done this a couple different times, wants to talk about, look at the passer rating for Caleb Williams. Caleb Williams' passer rating was 59.3 despite 3 interceptions. You look at Matthew Stafford, 67.4, didn't throw a pick. He also didn't throw a touchdown. So I think you have to understand how the passer rating reflects on interceptions in order to understand why the difference, which wasn't that dramatic. It was like a frozen day. You got the MVP of the league with a 67.4 rating, and Caleb Williams, despite 3 picks, 59.3. That's a fairly even performance from both guys.
It's really hard to reduce our evaluations from last night to the numbers.
Yes.
It goes beyond statistics, and it requires an understanding of fully what happened and how Caleb Williams came through in the clutch again.
All right. Big's time. Next on Chicago Sports Radio 6-7 of The Score.
The Bears lose to the Rams in the divisional round of the playoffs, ending this magical season for Bears fans.
Davis at 42 online, and it's good. And the Los Angeles Rams go to the championship game.
Stick around as we react to the game, but also start to look ahead to the offseason to see what Ben Johnson and Ryan Poles will do to improve. So keep it here on Chicago's Sports Radio 670 The Score. Always live on the free Odyssey and iHeartRadio apps.
Hey, start the year moving, not hurting. If joint pain's holding you back, listen up. There's a way to get real relief without surgery, without downtime, without putting your life on pause. Dr. Caravelli and the other medical pros at QC Kinetics here in Chicago, they deliver regenerative treatments that actually help your body repair the areas that are causing you pain, those achy knees, hips, shoulders, back, wherever you are hurting. Instead of facing an invasive operation that sidelines you for months, these treatments happen right in the office and you go about your day. These are simple procedures that can deliver big, life-changing results. Skip the 3 to 6 months of recovery. Skip the pain. Skip the invasive surgery. Imagine this instead, that you're moving better, you're stronger, you're planning the year you actually want, all because you took care of the pain the smart way. Game-changing regenerative treatment from QC Kinetics. January is supposed to be your clean slate, so make it one. Stop managing the pain, start solving it with QC Kinetics. Call now for your free consultation. Just call 312-847-4347. That's 312-847-4347. QC Kinetics, 312-847-4347.
Guys and ladies, get real about your health this new year with Synergenex and Low T Center. For a limited time, the men's TRT test is free, and ladies take $200 off the women's hormone test. Say no to diet trends, questionable online treatments, and deceptive prices from other places. Looking for the best? Synergenex and Low T Center are the leading experts. Meet with a real provider, get real medication, and real results. Everyone I know goes to Synergenex and Low T Center to change their lives. Walk in or book an appointment at getmyhealthfix.com.
What's the best home improvement you can do this winter? How about transforming your garage with a gleaming new Comer & Cross garage floor? Now's the time to call them because it's their pre-season sale. You're going to get a phenomenal Comer & Cross garage floor price, and they'll install it when you want it. Comer & Cross makes it so easy they take out your stuff for you. And in winter, they can even secure it on site. They'll fix your cracks and pits perfectly. In one day, you're driving on your gleaming new Comer & Cross floor. It's like pulling into a new car showroom every night. A Comer & Cross garage floor is the gold standard, guaranteed to never chip, crack, or show tire lift like epoxy or paint ever. Their installers are professionals, no subcontractors at Comer & Cross. Call them now. It's 1-800-NEW-FLOOR, and you can lock in your preseason price and installation when you want it. That's 1-800-NEW-FLOOR, or go to Comer, COMER, cross.com.
With America's best lineup of hybrids from Hyundai, you get the best of both worlds. Like the reliable and efficient Tucson Hybrid, backed by America's best warranty. The Hyundai Tucson Hybrid. It's the best of both worlds.
Right now, for a limited time, lease the Hyundai Tucson for $249 a month or get 0.99% APR on the Tucson or Tucson Hybrid. Offers end February 2nd. Call 224-661-0068 for details.
Hey Chicago fans, Patrick Manley here. It's time to kick off your deck project with TimberTech, a real decking all-star. TimberTech is the #1 brand in premium decking. It delivers real wood looks without the hassle of costly maintenance, and it will never rot, warp, splinter, or peel. Plus, with industry-leading warranties, you know your deck will perform at the top of its game season after season. Discover why TimberTech is Chicago's MVP of decking and railing. Order free samples at timbertech.com.
Chicago's Sports Morning Show with Mully and Haugh will be back in 60 seconds on The Score.
Guys, if you want the greatest night of your life, I mean your best night ever, then you gotta hear this. There's a new ED pill out, and it's from the makers of Viagra. It's their first new ED pill in over 20 years. This new super pill is called Viagra AGV, and it's unbelievable. It works super fast, in only 11 minutes, and lasts up to 14 hours, thanks to its new vasodynamic delivery system. Plus, it's FDA approved and safe. There has never been any ED pill like it. It's unreal what it does to you. In testing, Viagra AGV crushed every other ED pill. It destroyed them all. And now, 9 out of 10 urologists are recommending Viagra AGV over any other ED pill. Every man alive needs to try this new Viagra AGV super pill at least once. Then you'll know why men are going crazy over it. So if you want to have the most incredible night of your life, you can't miss this. Go to scoreblue.com and try it while supplies last. That's scoreblue.com.
Bears fans, this magical season comes to close after the Bears fall to the Rams at Soldier Field in the divisional round. Keep it here as the Score team breaks down the game. Plus, we'll have your reaction too, right here on Chicago's Sports Radio 670 The Score. Broadcasting live from the Hyundai Studios. Presented to you in part by your local Hyundai dealers. WSCR Chicago, WBMX HD2 Chicago, and Odyssey Sports Station. The Score! Scoreboard update.
Score Update Studio brought to you by AlmostFreeTeeth.com, because confidence should never cost a fortune. 3 interceptions by Caleb Williams, the last coming in overtime, giving the Rams the ball back, and the Rams would convert a 42-yard field goal, ending the Bears season 20-17 in overtime. With that win, the Rams now will go to Seattle, take on the Seahawks, who open up as a 2.5-point favorite. The total 47 in that one. In the AFC title game, the Broncos will host the Patriots. Patriots go in as a 5.5 road favorite, total 41. We'll have both games on The Score for you beginning at 1 o'clock on Sunday. Tuesday night on The Score, the Bulls will host the Clippers. It's a 6:45 pregame. Tonight at the United Center, Jonathan Taves and the Jets come to town. 7:30 puck drop. Watch that one on CHSN. And on the family of 4-letter network channels, it's going to be the College Football Finals. Miami in their home stadium taking on Indiana for the College Football National Championship. Indiana minus 7.5, a total 47 for our friends over at Circa Sports. This hour is brought to you by Vasectomy Clinics of Chicago. In the segment with Brad Biggs is sponsored by Plumbers 911. Plumbing emergency? Call the Plumbing Pros. They're available 24/7 at 1-833-PLUM-911.
Brad Biggs. Biggs time. Biggs. With Mully and Haugh. Biggs time. The Biggs Report with Brad Biggs. Biggs time. Biggsy. His name is Brad Biggs. Brad Biggs talks football with you.
Mully and Haugh, Chicago Sports Radio 670 The Score. Want to shout out to our audience, those watching on CHSN. Appreciate your viewership, and we always appreciate our guy. Brad Biggs is the football man of the Chicago Tribune, a longtime contributor to the station and a valued friend, and he joins us now on the Plumbers 911 hotline. Plumbing emergency, call 1-833-PLUM-911, local 130 Plumbers. Get the job done right the first time. Big Zay!
Morning, Brad.
Morning, boys. What's going on?
Well, that's it then. Is that it? I thought we were going to keep this going. So it's over? Are we sure that should happen? Kind of a sudden end to that game after one of the most remarkable plays that forced overtime. Not sure. It was funny because we talked to Olin on the postgame, and he quoted Roma Dunze. Every time the guy throws a pass, it's the greatest you've seen until the next one. And it felt that way after the jump man fourth down play against Green Bay, followed by that touchdown at the end of the game. Just a remarkable finish to that game, or to force the overtime.
Yeah, seriously, take your pick between which throw was more mind-boggling, 4th and 8 against the Packers, or 4th and 4 last night. He's on the move a little more on the Green Bay throw to Odunze. He's got the jump man thing. This one was just absurd, because one of the things they tell quarterbacks is don't retreat backward.
Right.
And it applies to Caleb too, at 99% of the time. Certainly not in this case, because really backward was the only place he could go. There's one moment, if you rewatch it, where he kind of takes a glance toward the Bears sideline, but the Rams did a nice job on that particular play of pinning him in the pocket, meaning not giving him that left or right escape. And so to create a little more time and space, he had to just keep going in reverse, which is what made it so insane. Like the play is finished, and I was like, okay, like a 20-yard touchdown pass or something. And, no, it was a 14-yard touchdown pass that he completed from the other side of the 40-yard line.
So, Brad, obviously the last interception told the story, and Caleb Williams on 2nd and 8 took the chance. You could make the argument that DJ Moore on that dagger route could have flattened it and made it more easy to catch that pass. Called it a miscommunication post-game. That was Caleb Williams' version. What did you see, and who is responsible in that case for the pick?
Well, I know everyone wants the trial to be completed this morning. If it's still there's still a decision to be made for some folks. We probably got to hear from the coach, right? Probably got to hear from the other player involved, because he takes a much steeper angle with that route. So either it is a terribly run route, which is a possibility, or it's a route that required an adjustment or could have required an adjustment, and is there a communication problem on the play? I don't know. I do know that they won't be in a hurry to get the GPS data for DJ on that route to see how fast he was running, right? Like that. They're not going to be scrambling to uncover that information. He's been really good to Caleb at times this season, and that was a shame because the Rams were in total desperation mode there. With the Bears basically one play away from being in range for Cairo Santos.
I just wanted to make one quick comment and get your take on that one more time. I'm talking about the throw into the end zone, the touchdown. Caleb retreated, as we all know, but he did a controlled retreat where his confidence, his self-belief, that was secure. I mean, it was like he was just getting himself to a spot where he could take that throw. It wasn't like he panicked and was running away. He maintained that poise that he has shown late in games somehow while retreating that distance and throwing the ball 51 yards in the air, whatever it was. insane. And that's kind of why I thought the play itself was crazy. You see the defensive linemen celebrating that they won the game, and you see Sean McVay's face. It was just an extraordinary moment, and really a season full of them.
Yeah, no, it was absolutely unbelievable, because when he starts going in reverse, you're looking at it and you're saying, well, there goes the season. Like, it's shot. And then there's definitely some contact between Cole and Kobe Durant, the cornerback there. But I think the bigger thing is Durant and Cole talked to him after the game about it. Durant misjudged the ball in the air. And that's how, at the very end, there's this ton of separation between the two. At full speed, I thought it was a massive push-off by Cole because of all that separation. And there was some contact. The Rams thought maybe a penalty was warranted there, but more of the reason for that space between the two at the very end is that Durant didn't track the ball in the air well, like Kmet did for what turned into he almost plays it sort of like an over the shoulder catch. Unbelievable play.
Yeah.
Brad, you broke the news on Saturday the Bears did not want to get out, that Joe Thuney was moving from left guard to left tackle. They called Jordan McFadden on Tuesday and informed him that he was starting, his third start in the last couple of years. Was that an overcorrection by the Bears? What did you think of the move, and how do you explain the decision to do that at this stage of the season?
I thought Joe Thuney played really well at left tackle yesterday. And, I'm not going to pretend to have some deep analysis of Jordan McFadden. Need to at least watch the game again, or you'd probably be better off asking Olin Kreutz about that. But I thought Thuney played really well. And Jared Verse probably would have been a nonstop problem for Theo Benedict, right? Let's be real. I think that it was a very interesting decision, very calculated. This coaching staff is never going to rest, and it's been sort of a short leash at that left tackle position all season. They told you that. Like, they gave you the notes to the test back in July when they said maybe it might be a position we reevaluate during the bye week. Oh, really? Okay, so Braxton's going to start, and you might look at it in the bye week, so that's after 4 games. Braxton started 3.5 games before, or he played for 3.5 games before losing his job and getting benched. It was kind of a week-to-week proposition with Theo. Ozzie goes in there. It was okay, but they were having to do a workaround basically with their left tackle on a weekly basis. So that's got to be evaluated for the future when you consider when it is he can get back healthy, and that could be a long road ahead for Ozzie Trapillo. So I thought Thuney played well. Jared Verse was impressed. I talked to Verse briefly after the game, and it was something that gave them a chance. I think more of a chance than they would have had with Theo at left tackle. They might have had some real pass protection issues.
This segment with Brad Biggs is sponsored by Plumbers 911. Plumbing emergency? Call the plumbing professionals. Available 24/7 at 1-833-PLUM-911. I know this is an unfair question, but Brad, the season just ended. What do you believe is the off-season priority?
Besides rest, off-season priority. Well, really like to talk to the coach and the GM about that, but I think you're clearly taking a close look at the defense, and I'm talking about all over the place on defense, and then I think the left tackle position. I don't know that they got an answer that is going to make them feel comfortable looking ahead to week one, right? And so, is it a position that they would be comfortable with, sort of bouncing around a little bit? Because this left tackle position, I don't want to misrepresent it. It didn't hold them back as an offense from the growth that was made this season, right? I don't think it held them back from winning a specific football game on a given Sunday because of what they had going on at left tackle. But to get to the heights that they want to achieve offensively, to be totally flexible in terms of which side they can go to and what they can call, and every situation, you're going to want to look at the left tackle spot. But I think, your primary focus right now is defensive line and pass rushers. They need to be better in the trenches because that's where games are won and lost.
Brad, I thought that, and I can't believe I'm saying this, that Dennis Allen out-schemed Sean McVay or got the better of the Rams with an attacking game plan defensively, utilizing 6 defensive backs, and having both Kyler Gordon and C.J. Gardner-Johnson at his disposal, and Jaquan Brisker coming up huge. What do you think led to that? And how effective, how surprised were you that it was so effective against an offense that was the best in the NFL?
Yeah, McVay was rattled a little bit after the game. Obviously thrilled that the Rams were moving on, but he said a couple different times in a few different ways that he's glad that the team had come through because he had let the team down. And I think what he was referring to is getting beaten a little head-to-head battle with Dennis Allen, and that's twofold. And that's the Bears coming up with a plan that was superior to what McVay had sort of crafted, and then that's in the moment. Dennis Allen calling a great game. You could make a case it was his finest work to date this season. Injuries forcing him to adjust all year long, the most recent being the loss of T.J. Edwards. So he's like, okay, I'll adjust with more dime personnel, which they've used all year, but we'll go to more of it. They had to attack from the edges because they can't. I mean, their pass rush doesn't get home with 4 with the kind of regularity you need. So he's got to heat it up, and it worked. Now, did Stafford hit some plays to Nakua and others at times when the pressure didn't get there? Yeah, he sure did. But Matthew Stafford's going to do that. That was probably the MVP of the league.
Yep.
That didn't throw for a touchdown pass against the Bears yesterday and was limited to 17 points in regulation. The Bears should win that football game with that defensive performance. It was top-notch work by Dennis Allen, and you have to wonder what that unit could look like in the future as they're able to add some pieces and get better personnel on that side of the ball.
Yeah, I mean, look, that was a hell of a performance. It was weather-aided. I mean, let's be honest about it. The conditions were difficult for everyone. The Rams supposedly brought more than 2,000 pounds of equipment. I have been told 2,500.
That's a ton.
That's insane.
Literally.
Can you imagine? Yeah, it's a ton.
Didn't it look like at the beginning of the game, specifically the first half, that the Rams were out to prove that the weather was no obstacle to them? Like it was almost a little like, I don't know, cocky. Like just the play distribution in the first half was nuts. There were 24 pass attempts, 3 sacks, so we got 27.
That was nuts. 7 runs,
7 handoffs. I mean, that's 4-1. Excuse me. It's 4-1. And in pass run ratio. And so I think it was a little like, hey, look, just another day at the ball yard for us. We're going to sling it around here. And that, I didn't think it was the greatest plan. I thought they could have more success running, but that was another element to that pressure off the edge with those defensive backs from Dennis Allen. It's to cut off the outside zone running game for the Rams, and they did a really nice job. I think the Rams averaged like 3.1 yards a carry. They had one explosive run all night, and as we know, that's a very good rushing offense also.
And the Bears were in a position to win that game. I mean, it was pretty extraordinary that they kicked the ball off and stopped them and then got the ball back. And obviously the pick, was a very difficult play, and we talked about who's to blame or what you do about it. The saddest part was on second down. It was 2nd and 8, and you thought you could have lived another down.
Check down, move the chains, play it safe.
Yeah, and they made some great plays with his legs. What do you have?
Yes.
A 26-yard run, I want to say.
40 yards rushing.
Yeah, 40. And the Bears, like that late season storyline we started talking about a few weeks back, right? Not last week or the week before that, but we started talking about a few weeks back of the running game. Hey, something's a little bit off here.
Yes.
I think it kind of remained a little bit off, especially from an young guy yesterday. And and that's not him having a bad game. It's, the 11 together when on some of those Monangai plays didn't work well. They really struggled in 3rd and 2, 3rd and 1, 4th and 1 type, 4th and 2. I think I counted 6 instances of plays that are either 3rd and 1, 3rd and 2, 4th and 1, or 4th and 2 that did not move the chains. Like, that's not effective. So short yardage, and then stuff in the low red zone was not good enough. If they're cleaner there, they win the football game. If Rome doesn't drop that pass at the beginning of the game near the goal line, they win the football game. The little things add up in the postseason against good opponents, and it can become too much to overcome.
Great stuff, Brad. Appreciate it, buddy.
Excellent work, Brad.
The whole
Have
year.
a great day, guys.
All right, buddy. That is Brad Biggs. He does a great job.
Big story on Saturday, breaking that news.
No question about it. No question.
They didn't want that out. They tried to conceal it.
Yes.
Brad got to the bottom of it. He's connected as anybody.
I'm very curious, just off the top of your head, how many surgeries do you think are coming here? How many players are going to need, and that's every year, but I'm very curious about Rome Odunze because he came back and he played at the end of the year barely, and, it wasn't great. There were some drops. There were some issues.
Fair to wonder, and there are 24 players who will be free agents. It's a big number. A lot of change ahead.
Mully and Haugh, Chicago Sports Radio, 670 The Score.
You're listening to a special postseason edition of Plumbers 911 Football Monday, recapping the divisional round playoff game versus LA. Plumbers 911. Plumbing emergency? Call the professionals available 24/7 at 1-833-PLUM-911. Presented by Busey Bank on Chicago's Sports Radio 670 The Score. Always live on the free Odyssey app.
Is this the year you're finally going to pop the question? There's one name you need to remember when you start your diamond shopping. That's Rasny, as in Rasny Jewelers. Rasny Jewelers has been Chicago's most trusted family-owned and operated jeweler for 75 years, with 3 generations behind the name. Buying an engagement ring can feel intimidating, but Rasny makes it easy and stress-free. At Rasny Jewelers, you get personal attention, real expertise, and a family that has cared for generations of Chicago clients. You'll find classic to on-trend styles in every size, shape, and price point, all hand-picked by the Rasny family. During your visit, Rasny experts will take the time to understand exactly what you're looking for, exploring diamonds, comparing shapes, and seeing what looks best. Rasny also has their signature engagement ring collection, Forever by Rasny, crafted to highlight exceptional quality and artistry. Each ring is meticulously designed in-house to reflect your vision. But if you're ready to propose now, Rasny has high-quality engagement rings starting at $49.99 that you can take them home in the same day. At Rasny Jewelers, there's no middleman. The Rasny family sources diamonds directly from Africa, hand-selecting only the finest natural diamonds. Only diamonds that meet Rasny's strictest standards make it into their cases. At Rasny Jewelers, there's no hard sell, no risk, no surprises, just the assurance that you are selecting a superior, beautifully cut diamond full of sparkle and within your budget. Shop Rasny Jewelers' 4 Chicago area locations in suburban Addison, Highland Park, Hinsdale, and in Chicago on Oak Street, and always at rasny.com.
Plumbing emergency? Chicagoland depends on Plumbers 911. Licensed, highly skilled local 130 plumbers are available 24/7. For fast, reliable help, call 833-PLUM-911. Local 130 plumbers get the job done right the first time.
This segment brought to you by Metra. Sitting in traffic can steal hours off of your day. Hop on board Metra and you get moving. Metra offers reliable service and gets you where you're going, and they do it fast. So stop wasting time in endless gridlock and take Metra. Metra, drive less, do more.
Hey everybody, it's Spiegs. You know showing up matters during life's most exciting moments. Blue Chew is here for you. Blue Chew provides access to chewable tablets that can help you feel and perform at your best. Stronger, harder, longer lasting, like someone gave your downstairs a pep talk and a gym membership. It's time for you to be more confident where it counts, at night or in the daytime, whatever you're into. Blue Chew is a small chew for a big difference. It really is that good. You're going to have flashbacks to your glory days. Be ready when she is. Guys, this isn't just about performance. Give her group chat something to talk about. Nothing makes you more of a legend than a little Blue Chew. Discover your options at BlueChew.com. And we've got a special deal for our listeners. As always, get your first month of Blue Chew free. Just use promo code SCORE at checkout and cover $5 for shipping. That's it. Head to BlueChew.com and use the code SCORE. Then you know what to do. Just chew it and do it.
Okay, I have to tell you, I was just looking on eBay where I go for all kinds of things I love, and there it was.
That hologram trading card. One of the rarest. The last one I needed for my set. Shiny like the...
designer handbag of my dreams. One of a kind. eBay had it, and now everyone's asking, ooh, where'd you get your...
windshield wipers. eBay has all the parts that fit my car. No more annoying. Just beautiful.
Millions of finds, each with a story. eBay. Things people love.
As a mom, comforting my family is what I do best. Vicks Vapor Stick provides soothing, non-medicated Vicks Vapors in an easy-to-apply stick, and it dries fast, so there's no mess. I use it to comfort myself and my family.
Thanks, Mom.
Vicks Vapo Stick, soothing comfort for the whole family. And try Vicks Vapo Shower Max for steamy Vicks Vapors when you need more comfort for yourself. Use as directed.
This is an Odyssey Sports Minute.
A historically bad day for C.J. Stroud leads to a 28-16 defeat for the Texans on the road at New England. And now the Patriots. You said they have the easiest schedule in the world. Make any excuse you want. The Patriots are going to the AFC Championship game with Mike Vrabel and Drake May. A shot at the Super Bowl against a backup Denver quarterback on the line. I'm Drake Toll.
You're listening to Mully and Haugh. Back in 60 seconds on The Score.
What if sports were traded like markets? Now you can test your sports IQ in real time with Robinhood Prediction Markets. It's not you against the house. It's you participating in a live market. You can buy or sell your positions all game long. You know the game. Put it to use. Trade every play with Robinhood. Download the app today. Futures and cleared swaps trading involves significant risk and is not appropriate for everyone. Event contracts are offered by Robinhood Derivatives LLC, a registered futures commission merchant and swap firm.
What is it that makes the all-new Hyundai Palisade Hybrid an incredible SUV? Is it the spacious interior that's comfy for the whole crew? Or the capability to go off-road? Maybe it's up to 600-plus miles of range. What if it's all of that and more? What is it then? The all-new Hyundai Palisade Hybrid. So much more than just another SUV. Visit HyundaiUSA.com or call 562-314-4603 for more details.
Let my teammates down tonight. Just missed opportunities throughout the game. It's been a long season. I hate how it ended, and it's going to stick with me for a long time.
He said he feels like he let you guys down. How do you react when your quarterback who's done so much for you says that to you guys?
He let us down.
If it is ruled that way, then why wasn't it slowed down? Just to make sure that we have this right. That would have made a lot of sense to me, to make sure that we have this thing right, because that's a pivotal play in the game. We have the ball at the 20, maybe kicking a game-winning field goal right there. So I'll just leave it at that. But I'm saying it because I'm standing up for Buffalo, damn it. I'm standing up for us.
Not anymore, you aren't. That is the voices there. It's Mully and Haugh on The Score, and those are the voices of Josh Allen, Deion Dawkins, and the last voice, Sean McDermott. Sean McDermott fired from Buffalo after 9 seasons.
Wow, it can be a ruthless league.
Woo.
And Sean McDermott, highly successful head coach for the Bills, couldn't get over the hump in this postseason, which was Josh Allen was positioned to go to the Super Bowl and perhaps win it because of the assumption that there was no Mahomes in his way. Joe Burrow wasn't there. Lamar Jackson was gone. Here was Josh Allen. And the Bills, because of a controversial call, Brandon Cooks caught that ball. That was a reception. I think that people won't necessarily agree. But, Mully, I don't know. I understand how it went down. But anyway, that was the game right there. And the judgment of the officiating crew now, as a result, cost Sean McDermott his job. Because now they want somebody who will get them to point C. If McDermott's an A to B guy, who's that coach now that comes in and helps Josh Allen get over the top?
It's got to be Harbaugh. He's gone. No,
did he take the wrong job? Did he take the wrong job in New York, the state?
Is Tomlin decided whether or not?
What's he want to do? Will this lure him back?
I don't know.
Is this the best job out there now?
Listen, this is a really good job because of Josh Allen.
It's the best job available
because you got a top dog quarterback. Yes. But
a team that's close, a playoff team, Mully.
But goodness gracious, if you've got any kind of seniority in this league, get out! I've never seen anything like this.
It's crazy. It's crazy that in this league you have 2 playoff teams in the Steelers and the Bills moving on from their head coaches. A guy who has had 19 seasons in Baltimore, 18 seasons in Baltimore, won a Super Bowl, being let go or coming to a mutual parting. What does it take now to have stability in the NFL as a head coach?
That's a great question, and I'll tell you what it takes, a Super Bowl. Because, Nick Sirianno's keeping his job. Yeah. That is crazy. But I think when you look at this league, there are 32 teams in the NFL. That's the 10th coach fired, starting with 2 in season. That is the 10th coach fired. Is that the last one?
Absolutely crazy and fair question. You don't know what's next, who's next. And in Buffalo, it's fair to speculate now, all the names. Brian Daboll, is he coming back to rescue Josh Allen? What about Joe Brady, the young whiz kid who is part of the problem, maybe not the solution, but he's interviewed for other head coaching jobs. There are offensive guys out there interviewing for other jobs. Dare I say Matt Nagy is out there as an offensive. I know you say,
you dare not say that.
Well, I'm just saying.
He's got Tennessee or bust written all over him,
Well,
in my
look
opinion.
at the amount
Supposedly a finalist for that job.
Yes.
One of
That's
three.
his bud. It's if his friend can't hire him, he doesn't get hired.
I don't disagree with that, Mully, but I think that I'm trying to describe the profile of the next head coach for the Bills. They might be looking for somebody to be an innovative play caller, a Ben Johnson, if you will. They want this year's Ben Johnson, who might not yet be hired. Clint Kubiak could be out there. He is a guy making the rounds. After Sean McDermott, I think, who has been the model of consistency, they're going to have to get somebody that I think has obvious qualifications. Otherwise, in Buffalo, you wonder about taking a step backward to take 2 steps forward. I don't know about this move. I understand of the nature of it, but you're a Bills franchise that are changing stadiums. You got a lot of transformation going on. Did you just overreact to a very emotional loss?
Yes. I mean, I think you saw your quarterback weep and you decided enough's enough.
So Josh Allen crying created this?
I think it underlined what the problem is there.
What does he want?
Which is he wants someone that can coach offense.
Do you think he drove this?
I don't know if he drove it, but I think the feeling after watching him react in the post game.
Fair enough.
Where it's almost as we spoke of earlier, he came to the realization, let's say, that he's never going to win a Super Bowl. He's not going to be able to win in Buffalo. And I think that is what the weeping was about. I don't think he blames himself for this stuff. And I think that probably fueled or helped fuel this decision. Maybe McDermott was on a Super Bowl or bust. I mean, it could have been as simple as something like that.
Could have been very simple. You're exactly right. I do think that Sean McDermott defending Buffalo, I thought was a dramatic moment, and I felt like that was something that, I don't want to say he said to stake his claim to that job or attach himself to the city even more. I respected that response, though. I don't think it made a difference, obviously. He lost his job anyway.
But I mean, imagine if you're in Buffalo and you think you're going to the Super Bowl and you got this game, and then your quarterback comes out and he weeps, and then they make an announcement that their quarterback's got a broken ankle and won't be able to play for the rest of the season. Aren't you just like, go?
You're full of even more regret.
Even more regret.
You're immersed in that regret. And it's not going to be an easy offseason in Buffalo.
But there's, I mean, I know the names and I know that there are, but David, there are only a limited number of coaches to go around.
You're not getting better.
Are there 10 guys out there?
No.
It's crazy to me to look at, and everyone wants the same thing. You heard Joe Shine say it's why they hired Harbaugh as fast as they did. We want to do what the Bears in New England did this year.
I know. Everybody wants to do that. If I'm Buffalo, I'm kicking the tires again and seeing if I can talk to Marcus Freeman about leaving Notre Dame. I'm thinking big, and I'm being ambitious. You have to explore everything now.
Signetti again?
I don't think
that was a joke.
He removed out that he's an NFL guy.
I was just giving you a hard time.
Let's take a step back and look at what else happened over the weekend in terms of this coaching carousel.
Yes.
Kevin Stefanski is now the Falcons
Yes.
head coach. He's about to hire Bill Callahan as his offensive line coach. That's a good combination.
Wow, that's really
for some
good.
stability there.
Yes.
Up in Green Bay, Matt LaFleur is brought back, removing the questions, and Brian Gutekunst got the extensions that people thought they wouldn't get.
And LaFleur is the guy that was consulting with the Rams and telling them, whatever you do, screw up things late in the fourth quarter of the game.
At least if that post-game handshake wasn't awkward between Ben Johnson and Sean McVay. Yes.
It was a half hug.
You know what, though? Sean McVay, the way he coached yesterday is like he did talk to Matt LaFleur.
Yeah, exactly.
It's like both those guys have had better days than the ones they enjoyed against the Bears.
McVay's getting ready for the game this week in Seattle, and LaFleur has called, no, tell him I'm busy.
Yeah, that was something else. So this was the biggest shocker of the weekend, I believe, with now news that Sean McDermott out in Buffalo and what they do next. I wonder, but I also wonder where Sean McDermott lands after in this game of coaching musical chairs, because there's still some vacancies. You know, you look at Arizona and Vegas and some of the jobs that remain open.
Yes.
they could do much worse than giving Sean McDermott a chance for a second act, because he's a quality head coach.
And, I mean this with great respect. He is a survivor. This is a man that had skin cancer and has had to deal with that while coaching this team. Yes. And, I mean, it's pretty extraordinary. The one place he doesn't belong is Arizona.
Wow.
I'm sorry.
I didn't expect you to go there. That's an interesting concept. Also want to throw out this possibility in talking to some people around the league over the weekend. Keep an eye on this, because we know there will be turnover on the Bears staff like there is on any staff.
Yes.
Eric Bieniemy did a heck of a job as a running backs coach. Mm-hmm. We talked about Matt Nagy maybe getting a shot in Tennessee. And I also think that Matt Nagy wants to call plays. I would be... If he does not return to Kansas City, for whatever reason, they will have an opening for an offensive coordinator. We know that Eric Bieniemy has some connections with Andy Reid, and just keep an eye on that situation as it develops, because as good of a job as Eric Bieniemy did as a running backs coach, getting a promotion like an offensive coordinator at a place like the Chiefs, he's done that before, and... Andy Reid, he likes familiar and comfortable. You wonder if Bieniemy would do it again.
I find it really. How old is Matt Nagy now? How old is he? I just find it really interesting. Sean Payton said some stuff last week, which I thought was excellent. He talked about the difference with him as a play caller.
Yeah.
Than when he was 33 years old doing it for the first time in New York.
That was interesting, wasn't it?
It was very interesting.
Sean Payton.
Because he talked about
insightful.
How difficult it is to keep up with all the changes. You've got to be able to move quickly and call quickly and change things quickly. And it's, he's 62 now, and he's looking at it, and it's a difficult role to play as play caller. It's kind of a young man's game. We're seeing all these young coaches being hired all over the place. And I'm not saying Matt Nagy is too old to be the play caller, but it is a young man's game anymore.
It is, but he was also
about that.
He was also Ben Johnson's age when he took the Bears job.
Yes.
And now he's 7 years more experience. I'm not making the case for Matt Nagy necessarily as a great head coach in the making, but I also think that he likely learned from his mistakes in Chicago. And he will be a better head coach, CEO type this time around.
Yeah, but you said that he wants to call plays. He wants to be
That's my sense, and that's the word.
I agree with you. I'm saying that if you look at how the offense has gone in Kansas City, they haven't performed at their best with him calling plays. Now, we know that Andy Reid is like a play collector. He has huge volume of plays. He loves to just call different plays, to take different plays, adapt them, and call plays. It's more about being a play caller than it is about being a particular scheme or anything like that. So Matt Nagy has this collection of plays, and is he the guy to call the right play at the right time? Has he ever done that well enough to really give him
it's a great unknown.
That opportunity?
He did in Chicago
team?
for a year.
Yeah, but
and then things kind of then he ran out of ideas. And you don't worry about the same thing happening in Chicago as much with Ben Johnson, because Ben Johnson kind of created his own library.
He's the originator.
Yes, he's the originator, and it will be the Ben Johnson tree that he's the trunk, and there will be branches.
Yes.
With Matt Nagy, he was a branch for somebody else's tree,
That's exactly
if you will.
Correct. That's exactly right. And that would give me hesitation if I were hiring
If I were Buffalo, I would talk to him, though. Because I think that you have to cast a wide net.
Who else is out there? You gotta find somebody.
Who are we overlooking?
This kid from the Rams, the guy that's from Illinois,
Nathan Shieldhouse.
He's going to get a job because he's from that tree. Because he does the role that Kevin O'Connell did. Because he's a quarterback.
Quickly
whisperer.
before we break, what did you think? I know you like him, and I know you like this fit. Mike McCarthy is interviewing in Pittsburgh. He's a Pittsburgh guy who grew up worshiping the Steelers.
I like Mike McCarthy. I like that Pittsburgh element. I like the idea that his dad was a cop there and owned a bar. And I just, there is a lot of appeal to the sort of down-to-earth feeling you get
Retread City, though?
in Pittsburgh. Or
what about that aspect?
I mean, listen, the guy has had some success. I'll go back to what McVay is saying, because Mike is getting on in years, and you wonder about his ability as play caller. Or is there someone that he has that can do that for him? It might be more effective.
It's a good point. It's a very good point. Intriguing possibility. Lots going on with the coaching industry here.
Yeah, all right. We've got to get back to the phone lines. 312-644-6767. Mully and Haugh on The Score.
The Bears fall to the Rams in the divisional round of the playoffs. A special season for Bears fans has unfortunately come to a bitter end.
Davis at 42 online, and it's good! And the Los Angeles Rams go to the championship game!
Mark Grody here from the Rahimi Harris and Grody Show, middays 10 to 2. Stick around as we react to the game, but also start to look ahead to the offseason to see what Ben Johnson and Ryan Poles will do to improve the team. Keep it right here on Chicago Sports Radio 670 The Score, always live on the free Odyssey and iHeartRadio apps.
Hey, Chicago, do you need to eat a little healthier without sacrificing what you love? Well, how about Wild Fork Foods? They got you covered with lean proteins for great prices. They have 500 items under $10 a pound, organic, 85% ground, grass-fed ground beef at $6 a pound, or salmon fillets, Atlantic salmon fillets, $5.98 a pound, and they are delicious. You got to learn more about how you can get better quality meats at lower prices, because Wild Fork's state-of-the-art blast freezing technology. You get the freshest food you're going to get. Food is frozen all over the place, but not like this. So the minute you defrost it, it is as fresh as humanly possible. And when you go into your grocer and you buy something that was previously frozen, hey, it's on sale. Guess what? They don't sell it, they freeze it again. You're never going to deal with something like that at Wild Fork Foods. It's frozen once, you defrost it, you eat it, it's fantastic. Shop in store or visit wildforkfoods.com. You can learn about 3 months of free delivery for qualifying customers.
Experience the excitement at Four Winds Casinos with award-winning cuisine, luxurious hotel accommodations, the latest slots, and a variety of table games. Why settle for less when you can have it all at Four Winds Casinos, your entertainment escape?
This segment brought to you by DAZN.
Two global superstars in their prime square off at Madison Square Garden.
Here we go.
Teofimo, the Brooklyn-born king of 140, looks to retain his world title as Shakur steps up to become a 4-division world champion. Don't miss Lopez versus Stevenson, January 31st. Watch only on DAZN.
This segment of the show brought to you by AlmostFreeTeeth.com, because confidence should never cost a fortune.
That first year in your new home matters. With preferred pricing, Redfin and Rocket Mortgage make the path to your next home easier. When you buy with a Redfin agent and finance through Rocket Mortgage, you can lower your interest rate by 1% for 1 year, or choose up to $6,000 in closing credits. See how it works at rocketmortgage.com or call 800-4ROCKET. Additional terms apply, not a commitment to lend. Rocket Mortgage, LLC, licensed in all 50 states. NMLS ConsumerAccess.org, number 3030.
I'm Bob Burke, founder and chairman of Burke America Parts Group, a family of brands that includes RepairClinic.com, an appliance and HVAC parts solution company that's grown into an international brand. Before AmericanEagle.com, we partially launched a new technology platform developed by another firm. American Eagle helped take our technology to a whole new level with digital marketing, software development, and business insights into our key markets, appliances, HVAC, and outdoor power equipment, and did so both on time and on budget. AmericanEagle.com has the resources, experience, and talent needed to produce solutions. Our new technology platform, developed by AmericanEagle.com, has produced tremendous results with higher traffic, conversion, engagement, and online revenue. If you have any home repairs you need to take care of, check us out at RepairClinic.com. If you need a world-class website or technology project, then I would highly recommend AmericanEagle.com.
Call AmericanEagle.com at 773-NETWORK. That's AmericanEagle.com, 773-NETWORK.
Roofers and Waterproofers Local 11 provides quality value and service in all facets of the commercial, industrial, and institutional roofing and waterproofing industry, promoting skilled craftsmen and craftswomen through apprenticeship training. Local 11 members are trained in the application of the latest roofing and waterproofing techniques. They're at the forefront of design and installation of environmental-friendly solar, green, and garden systems. To find a highly skilled roofing contractor today, go to ChicagoRoofingContractors.org.
Start off the year right with Rosen Hyundai's New Year, New Cars sales event. How about the 2026 Hyundai Ioniq 5 electric SUV? With an EPA estimated range up to 318 miles and the latest in safety technology, it's the EV you've been dreaming of. Lease it for only $99 a month, $49.99 due at signing, 10,000 miles a year, plus first payment, taxes, doc fee, and registration for qualified buyers. Find yours at Scott Levy's Rosen Hyundai of Kenosha or Algonquin. Get behind the wheel of the all-new 2026 Ioniq 5 today. BuyRosen.com.
Guys and ladies, get real about your health this new year with Synergenex and Low T Center. For a limited time, the men's TRT test is free, and ladies take $200 off the women's hormone test. Say no to diet trends, questionable online treatments, and deceptive prices from other places. Looking for the best? Synergenex and Low T Center are the leading experts. Meet with a real provider, get real medication, and real results. Everyone I know goes to Synergenex and Low T Center to change their lives. Walk in or book an appointment at GetMyHealthFix.com.
Allstate knows your home means everything to you, and you'll do anything to protect it. But not just with any protection. You want insurance that'll be there for you and your family when you need it most. And that's what Allstate's been doing for over 60 years. So check Allstate first for home insurance you can rely on. You're in good hands with Allstate.
Savings vary. Coverage subject to terms, qualifications, and availability. Allstate Vehicle and Property Insurance Company and affiliates, Northbrook, Illinois.
I know that hiring can be challenging. You need someone to match your role perfectly. Well, now you can meet them fast on ZipRecruiter.
Build your team, build it sooner. Meet your match on ZipRecruiter.
Just head to ZipRecruiter.com/free right now to try it for free. That's ZipRecruiter.com/free.
Meet your match on ZipRecruiter. Try it free.
On that final throw, session, what did you see? What did you expect to happen?
Yeah, I gotta go back and watch it. Obviously, haven't seen it and don't really know. But from in the moment, saw the front side safety down, front side of the concept. Ended up getting hemmed up a little bit, and so moved on and had DJ going over top over all of it. Just a miscommunication between him and I. Tried to flatten him off under the safety, and he kept it vertical from what I saw on obviously in the moment.
Mully and Haugh, Chicago Sports Radio 670, The Score. That's Caleb Williams. That is your generational quarterback. Can we say it now? Seems like he is. Seems like you found one. Seems like moving forward, you got two key elements, the coach and the QB.
I don't think that's exaggeration at all. I don't think it's hyperbole. It's accurate in what you saw this year to think that he's the kind of quarterback, the caliber of player that is a once-in-a-generation type of franchise quarterback. So he didn't have it last night when you needed it with that 2nd and 8 throw. Post-game, we heard from him, and I thought he was remarkably professional, definitely poised, and more polished than you might expect somebody who coming off as hard of a loss as that was to take, Mully. But Caleb Williams answered every question and didn't seem reluctant to address any tough issue.
All right, let's squeeze in Eugene. He is listening on the Odyssey app. Hey, Eugene.
Hey, how you guys doing? Long-time YouTube watcher, first-time caller. I live in Milwaukee, right? And so I'm a Bears fan since I was 10 years old. And so I loved that the season we had. But my frustration was that it wasn't like the Rams rolled in here and put up 50, 60 points. Your defense gave you what you needed to win this game. And so I'm saying that to say the inexperience showed from Ben Johnson in this game. We know he's aggressive, right? But, like, in these playoff games, when you're at home, you take the points and you play to your defense. I thought the play call on that 2nd and 8, I thought that it was too aggressive because all you needed was a field goal to win. You know, and so if you look at the play, I'm just like, why are you having them run long routes? Get some mesh concepts going. Get some rubs going. Like, you could have won this game. You know, so
right. Thanks, Eugene. You know, listen, that's the guy. I mean, it's like, you know, if you don't want to see those kind of go for it mentality, that kind of
that's what you hired.
That's exactly what you
hired. A guy who came in with an aggressive mindset.
That's exactly right.
And last night, they went into that game organizationally with that mindset on both sides of the ball.
Oh yeah,
Dennis Allen aggressive. Ben Johnson aggressive, because they're going to take their best shot and go down swinging against the best offense in football. Came close, wasn't enough.
All right, we've got a special guest. Mike Florio is here in studio, Mr. NBC, Mr. Pro Football Talk. We will bring him in and we will talk to him about the game yesterday, about the goings-on in the wild world of the NFL and all the coaching hires needed, and we'll get his take on everything that happened. We'll do that next. Mike Florio joins us on Chicago Sports Radio 670 The Score.
Coming up at 10 with Rahimi, Harris, and Grody, we share our takeaways from everything that went down in the Bears-Rams divisional round matchup. Score football analyst Anthony Herron breaks down the game at 11. Plus, the Athletics' Dan Wiederer brings us his take on it all at 1.
Rahimi, Harris, and Grody, middays 10 a.m. to 2 on Chicago's Sports Radio 670 The Score. And live on the free Odyssey app.
Hey, football fans, picture this. You bet on your favorite player to score the first touchdown in the game, but his teammate scores instead. If this happens, BetMGM wants to give you another chance at the end zone. With BetMGM's second chance promotion, you'll get your stake back if your first touchdown scores second instead. That's right. Bet on any pro football player to score the first touchdown of the game. If you're right, you win. If your player scores second, you get your stake back in cash. With BetMGM's second chance offer, you have a chance to keep the fun going after the first player crosses the goal line. Try a first TD score wager with confidence today. BetMGM. Make it legendary. BetMGM and GameSense remind you to play responsibly. See BetMGM.com for terms. 21 plus only. Illinois only. Existing customer offer. Subject to eligibility requirements. Rewards paid back in unrestricted withdrawable funds. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER or 262-537 or by texting ILGAMB to 53342 in partnership with Paradise Hotel Casino.
Paid non-attorney spokesperson. Paid for by Action Matters.
Attention victims of church clergy sexual abuse. If you were sexually abused at a church or a school by a member of the clergy, listen closely, as you may be entitled to financial compensation. Even if the abuse happened decades ago, your case could still qualify for compensation. If you suffered abuse from clergy members and those who knew about the abuse but failed to stop it, no matter how long ago it was, call our law firm's confidential clergy abuse helpline at 800-721-8353 to find out if you're eligible for a cash settlement. Our attorneys may be able to get you justice, closure, and substantial compensation while your case remains fully confidential. Receive the financial settlement you deserve and hold those responsible accountable. Call now to find out if your case qualifies for compensation. Don't wait. Call our law firm's 100% confidential clergy abuse helpline right now to seek justice and compensation. Call 800-721-8353. That's 800-721-8353. 800-721-8353.
Cats are masters at using up their 9 lives, like chasing laser pointers into walls or jumping onto high shelves. But the one thing cats never do? Text while driving. So be like a cat and protect your one and only life. Don't text and drive.
Don't drive distracted. A message brought to you by the National Highway Traffic Safety Administration, Project Yellow Light, and the Ad Council.
Leaks, clogs, or burst pipes, Chicagoland depends on Plumbers 911 for any plumbing emergency. Available 24/7, Plumbers 911 connects you with highly skilled, local, licensed, and background-checked plumbers who show up ready to work. Service you can trust, backed by the skill, training, and professionalism of Local 130 Plumbers, the tradespeople who build and protect Chicago every day. For fast, reliable plumbing help, call 833-PLUM-911. Local 130 Plumbers get the job done right the first time. It's time for the Chevy Drive Chicago Bears Rundown. With two of the league's most potent offenses taking the field, it ended up a defensive battle all night as LA came to Soldier Field to face the Bears in the divisional round. And just as it's been all season, the Bears took this one down to the wire. The most notable play, an acrobatic fadeaway throw from Caleb Williams that ended up a game-tying touchdown pass to Cole Kmet, sending the game into overtime. Each team had a shot with their first possession, but after LA picked off Williams, Stafford led LA to a game-winning field goal to send LA to the conference championship game. LA 20, Bears 17. A heartbreaking finish for Bears fans. Hard work beats talent when talent doesn't work hard. That's why when it comes to hard work, nothing works harder than a Chevy Silverado. No wonder Chevy Silverado is the official truck partner of the Chicago Bears. Check out the new Silverado at ChevyDriveChicago.com.
Wesley is a truck driver.
I drive a truck and I love what I do.
A truck driver with IRS troubles.
They told me I owed them $43,000.
It got really bad.
Quite a few letters in the mail. They were talking about wage garnishment, coming after my house, my car. Yeah, they don't play around. I seriously thought that I was going to lose everything.
One sleepless night, Wesley finally made a call to Optima Tax Relief at 2 a.m.
Kind of figured I'd get a machine, but I didn't. I actually got to talk to an actual person in the middle of the night.
He found just what he was looking for.
Oh, they were great people. You need a team of people that know what they're doing. Optima Tax. They know what they're doing.
Optima Tax Relief came through with flying colors.
I saved an incredible amount of money. Happy don't even come close. I was absolutely overjoyed.
Take Wesley's advice.
If you're in any kind of trouble with the IRS, call Optima Tax Relief. Don't trust anybody else.
Call Optima for a free consultation. Call 800-756-6399. 800-756-6399. 800-756-6399. Optima Tax Relief. Some restrictions apply. For complete details, please visit OptimaTaxRelief.com.
Chicago's Sports Morning Show with Mully and Haugh will be back in 60 seconds on The Score.
This is the story of the one. As the purchasing manager at a manufacturing plant, she knows the only thing more important than having the right safety gear is having it there when you need it. That's why she partners with Grainger for auto reordering, so her team members can count on her to have cut-resistant gloves on hand, and each shift can run safely and efficiently. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Paramount Plus is the new home of UFC, and we're coming out swinging with UFC 324.
Oh, what a shot!
And 325 on back-to-back weekends. The new era is here.
It's time!
Every fight.
Bam! Yes!
One subscription.
Oh my goodness!
Pay-per-view just got knocked out.
Let's go!
Back-to-back blockbuster UFC events this month only on Paramount Plus.
Bears fans, this magical season comes to close after the Bears fall to the Rams at Soldier Field in the divisional round. Keep it here as the Score team breaks down the game. Plus, we'll have your reaction too, right here on Chicago's Sports Radio 670 The Score. Broadcasting live from the Hyundai Studios. Presented to you in part by your local Hyundai dealers. WSCR Chicago, WBMX HD2 Chicago, and Odyssey Sports Station.
The Score!
This segment of the show brought to you by AlmostFreeTeeth.com, because confidence should never cost a fortune. And the hour is brought to you by Menards. Save big money at Menards.
Mike Florio, ProFootballTalk.com, NBC Sports, Twitter.com/ProFootballTalk.
Day by day, we get better and better. So we can't beat me. Won't beat me.
NFL insider Mike Florio with Mully and Haugh on 670 The Score.
Mully and Haugh, Chicago Sports Radio 670 The Score. Always a delight to talk to Mike Florio. To have him in studio is an extra benefit, for God's sake.
What a
Mike,
treat.
Kind enough to come in this morning after last night's game where you saw him on television talking it through, and he joins us now in studio. Michael, good morning. Hope you're well.
It is great to be here. Thank you so much. I'm glad it worked out. I was so excited when we found out we'd be coming to Chicago. I was so excited for last night's game. I wish the outcome would have gone differently. I know we're supposed to be objective. I don't care. I was hoping the Bears would win. It's a great story. It was fun to watch, and I feel bad for all those people that freeze their asses off for all those hours to go home unhappy.
What was your vantage point last night, before the game, during the game, and how would you describe just the entire experience, start to finish, of your night at Soldier Field?
Well, the way it works when you work for a network that has the game, they have an area for you somewhere in the bowels of the stadium, and sometimes bowels is the proper word. And, usually it's an area where they hang up curtains. And look, we appreciate the hospitality. We know the space is limited, but it can be packed and there's a lot of people. And that's where we were yesterday pregame. Then at about 4 o'clock Central Time, it was time to go out, and we weren't that far from the field, and I was dreading it, but I was layered up, like multiple layers. My pants didn't want to, I had multiple long johns, tops, bottoms, coat, hat, hand warmers, foot warmers, doubled up everywhere, and it really wasn't that bad. I think if you're mentally prepared for it to be horrible, you'll take anything better than horrible, and we had some great heaters out there, so I was able to take it all in, see Jim Belushi, see the folks from the Bear, ran into my buddy Big Cat, talked to him, watched some of the warm-ups, talked to some of the people from the teams. We were on the Bears sideline. Usually we're on the visiting team sideline because, the home team's like, we don't want all this crap on our sideline. Get it over to the other sideline. But it was nice to be on the Bears sideline. It's just, there was a vibe, the excitement, the energy. You could smell the food. It's, and then once the game starts, we got to get the hell out. That's the thing. We don't get to stay out there and watch the game. So we get back to our green room, which was not green in any way, shape, or form, and it's like, you're clear for the night. It's like, all right, I'm going back to the hotel. I'm gonna spread out, get my laptop open, do some work, have a little space. So that's where I was from halfway through the first quarter until the end of the game. I was watching it from the Park Hyatt Hotel.
Yeah, that's a good spot. I'm wondering, Mike, when you saw Caleb Williams connect on that pass at the end of the game, I believe it was Roma Dunze who said a week ago when he did that jump man pass on 4th down that the guy makes the best throw you can see until the next throw he makes. And it really was, that was more spectacular. The idea that you could retreat while not losing your cool or losing your composure and still throw a touchdown pass that covered a 14-yard touchdown that covered 51.5 yards in the air is absolutely an extraordinary outcome.
I don't understand the people that are constantly looking for ways to poke at everything Caleb Williams does and not give him credit when he makes a play like that. He started to retreat, and you can see he began to trickle out to the left, but the Rams were very smart and disciplined in how they were hemming him in, and they were keeping him from getting out of the pocket, because we've seen when he decides to put pedal to the metal, he's gone. So I thought he was going to try to break to his left and maybe run for it or at least buy some more time. He keeps retreating, and when he finally throws it, it's like, oh, this is a shame. Like, this is it. Game over. There's no way that ball is going to be caught. So that whole thing was amazing. And we have seen, I believe, in 2 career postseason games from Caleb Williams, 2 of the best all-time playoff throws. And if they had won the game, they would have elevated even more, because you keep going, you keep winning, and those throws lay the foundation for wherever you're going to end up. And it's just a shame. I was saying earlier that when the Rams punted at the end of overtime, the look on Matthew Stafford's face, and it was just like a split second that the camera caught him, he just kind of knew, that's it, we're done. This guy's going to go down, and they're going to score.
Pained.
It's over. It's over. And it was so stunning the way it ended. And the contrast is the throw to Cole Kmet at the end of regulation reeked of desperation.
Yes.
The throw that was intercepted by Cam Curl that was meant for DJ Moore, when he let go of the ball, it's like he's got something. Like, he threw it with confidence, and he threw it with authority, and it was almost as stunning to see that ball intercepted as it was to see the touchdown at the end of regulation caught.
So when you look at Ben Johnson and his approach, as aggressive as it was, you respect it from the standpoint of he was consistent with his personality. He's always been that guy. That's who they hired. I just wonder, around the league, as we continue to kind of monitor this, do you think that what Ben Johnson is getting from other teams, other coaches, from his fraternity, closer to respect or resentment? What do the Bears have, a villain or a hero? How do you view Ben Johnson and the way that he is viewed outside of Chicago?
Well, one of the reasons that I respect his willingness to lean in the way a fan would and say F the Packers and create beef with Matt LaFleur, who's still trying to figure out why am I like, what's the deal, right? What is the deal? And I like him doing that because it's a small fraternity and it's, a company with 32 offices. And you're going to work for more than one of those offices, and you have a network of coaches that you're going to tap into, or you may need to tap into at some point. You need those relationships, and fans don't understand that. But I mean, the coaches will change teams year after year after year. They're loyal to the laundry, and then it's time to move, and we're going to wear a different logo and a different color scheme, and that's the way it is. But Ben Johnson's all in with the Bears experience, and I think he's got the confidence that he's going to be the coach of the Bears as long as he wants to be. Now, are there things that need to be ironed out? I had a former head coach texting me during the game last night saying, when you get into a game like this, you can't just turn up your nose at 3 points. And maybe he thought it was going to be a high-scoring game, but it drives me crazy, and this is the water's edge between the old school football crowd and the analytics people. They're like, always go for it, go for it, go for it. There is wisdom in taking 3 points, especially in a game that ends up 17-17 at the end of regulation. Taking those 3 points can mean everything. And there are too many times where he hasn't done it. And I'm surprised he didn't go for 2 after the Kmet touchdown. He explained after the game that their goal-to-go plays hadn't been working, so he opted to take his chances in overtime. I'm sure now he'd say, well, I should have taken my chances at the end of regulation and gone for 2. But it's in his character to have a play ready to go that he's been saving in his back pocket all season long for this moment. I was surprised they didn't go for 2.
Mike, we're sitting here and Sean McDermott's fired this morning, and we're looking around the landscape of the NFL. 10 jobs open, some of them filled. But my goodness gracious, that's almost a third of the league. And you look around and there isn't a Ben Johnson. There isn't a guy that is this up-and-coming, can't-miss type of prospect. The Bears did spend money. They did hire the hottest guy on the market, and he delivered. And I think that the early expectations for this team turned out so differently. But why is the whole league firing coaches this dramatically, this quickly, after a playoff win, whatever it might be?
Well, dysfunctional teams do dysfunctional things, as my friend Big Cat said years ago, and I have stolen it at every turn. But bad teams stay bad. Look around the league at the bad teams. Why are they bad year in and year out? The dysfunction starts at the top. There is no test that you have to pass to own an NFL franchise. You have to pass 2 tests to drive a car. You have to pass 0 tests to own and operate a multi-billion-dollar business that plays pro football. You don't have to show that you know anything about it. You just need to either show up with the biggest bag of cash or you need to have your name in the will, and you end up owning a team. And I got a text just now from a coach, and I'd love to tell you who it is. I can't, but at this very moment, the worst collective of 32 owners in league history. It's all about the owners.
That's a fair comment.
When you have 10 coaches fired, like, where is the Ben Johnson? Where is the obvious replacement? I wonder if John Harbaugh would like to smear his name out on this signature line on the contract he signed
took the
over
wrong
the weekend.
job in New York.
Or maybe he'll say Jim signed it, not John. The wrong Harbaugh signed the contract. Because between the Bills and the Giants, like, who's not going to want to work with Josh Allen going into a new stadium with a team that is just dying to get to a Super Bowl, and you've got this blank slate where you can come in and do your thing, and you've got Josh Allen. So, yeah, that right now instantly becomes the best job available, and 8 jobs still open, 2 are filled, 10, almost 33.3% of the league is open after 1 year. It's amazing to me that we've gotten to this point, but it's all about owners, and Ben Johnson gets guys fired. When you bring a guy in, and he's not the only one. I remember when Andy Reid went straight when Andy Reid went straight from Philadelphia to Kansas City, and just boom right out of the gates. It's like, this is why guys get fired, because every team thinks, there's only so much you can do to overturn your roster in 1 year because of the salary cap. I can go out and hire a new coach. If I get the right coach, everything changes just like that. And I think I think owners give into that. Owners give into the reality you need fans to renew their season tickets. Or, hey, we're building a new stadium. Like in Cleveland, we're building a new stadium. We're going to sell PSLs. We need people to be willing to part with their money. We need to give them a reason to be excited. I think that's one of the reasons why owners will decide to change coaches even when maybe they should show a little more patience.
But what's so remarkable about this is that all those things you said are so true, and yet the transformation in Buffalo would not be underway if not for a very controversial call. If they say that Brandon Cooks caught that pass, the Bills are kicking a game-winning field goal instead of having what happened happen, and they're at the mercy of a judgment call. And I understand there's good arguments on both sides. People are going to see what they're going to see, but it very easily could have gone the other way, Mike, and then the Bills are advancing, and Sean McDermott is looking at a possible Super Bowl and not unemployment.
And this may be why he said what he said after the game. He did a press conference, and then he called a reporter from the team playing with even more to support his belief that he thought it was the wrong call. Look, this is one of the times when, because I've been doing this 25 years now, when I first got started, I felt horribly inadequate because I had no journalism training, and it showed every day. But the legal training and experience I had helps out in situations like this because the rule book is the law. They pass the rules, and that's the law. And then the league office, through the replay process and the referees in real time, they're the judges who interpret and apply the law. And I'll try to be as concise as I can here. If you look at the letter of the law, the Brandon Cooks catch wasn't a catch. He was going to the ground, and he lost control of the ball when he hit the ground. The ball popped up. Jaquan McMillan intercepted it. That's fine. But on December 7th, Aaron Rodgers in the Steelers-Ravens game did the same damn thing. He had the ball. He went to the ground. He lost the ball. The Ravens caught it. It was ruled an interception on the field. They overturned it via replay review, and the NFL's VP of Instant Replay, Mark Butterworth, explained that it was a catch, that he had it, he went to the ground, he had the ball, and that was it. And it's the same play. I mean, obviously it's different because it was behind the line of scrimmage. It was a batted ball. But here's the problem, and this is why I think a lot of people are concerned about it. In that case, it went through the full replay review process.
Right.
And it landed on the radar screen of the VP of Instant Replay. This time around, they did the expedited review. Walt Anderson was on NFL Network yesterday, and I credit the folks at NFL Network because Goodell signs their checks. They were pressing him like, who made this decision? Steve Mariucci was awesome. Walt, who made this decision? Walt Anderson, the mouthpiece of the NFL for these issues. Who made this decision? And why didn't Carl Cheffers, the referee, explain this? Like, why are we hearing about it from Gene Steratore or Tony Romo? We need to hear about it from the league. It felt rushed. And what Anderson said, they want to move the game along in situations where they think it's clear. There are certain situations where too much is riding on it. Obviously, the Bills season, Sean McDermott's job, it's all riding on this. There are moments where the process needs to be more deliberate and transparent. And that's the problem. We don't know who's making these decisions. Walt Anderson said yesterday, there's a team of replay officials that are in the league office looking at this. A GM from another team texted me and said, why am I just hearing this for the first time that there's a team of replay officials? They never told me that before. They don't know. And I've had the same person who just texted me about the worst collective of 32 owners has been railing for years on the fact that we never know who's in the room when they're doing these reviews.
Yeah.
Who's making the decision? Who's hovering over their shoulder? We don't know anything about it. And at one point yesterday, Kyle Brandt said on NFL Network, it's Orwellian. And I got to admire the guts it takes to say on NFL Network, when you're employed by the NFL, that their replay review process is Orwellian, because it is.
Yeah, I mean, that is something else. And I think one of the things about that game as well is that you come out of that game and you got Josh Allen weeping and, you know, what have I done to my team? It's almost like the realization, I'm never going to the Super Bowl. I can't win. And then you got Sean Payton walking out and saying, oh, yeah, our guy broke his leg. He broke his ankle and he's out for the year. That was a stunning turn of events, one after the other. Even in real time, I mean, the guy got hit and he was down, but I had no idea that he was injured that badly, that he was done. And that pretty much ruins their chances to win the Super Bowl.
Are we sure that it does, though? Nick Foles has already chimed in.
That was hilarious. That tweet was great.
That was awesome.
There have been 6 quarterbacks since 1950 who did not start a regular season game and got their first start of the year in the postseason. Only one ever won. It was Frank Reich in that epic 1992 35-3 comeback against the Oilers. And he won the next week at Pittsburgh in the divisional round before Jim Kelly was healthy for the championship game at Miami. So it's not impossible. And Jarrett Stidham is there for a reason. He's got 4 career starts. He hasn't thrown a pass since January of 2024. No regular season passes in 24. No regular season passes in 25. Again, it was the tail end of the 23 season where they were done with Russell Wilson. They wanted to avoid like $37 million in potential guarantees if he was injured. So, Russ, you're done. We're going to go with Jarrett Stidham. But he's been in that system with Sean Payton for 3 years now. And this is a perfect scenario. The Patriots are already 5.5-point favorites. Everybody's going to think the Patriots are going to show up and win. You know, the Patriots are 0-4 all time in Denver in the postseason, including 0-3 with Belichick and Brady. That was their kryptonite in the AFC during the years they were Super Bowl team. So this is not an automatic. This is not a gimme. They got a good defense.
Their defense
They're
is
going to rally around Stidham.
Yep.
And I think they want to hear all week long they got no chance because I think Sean Payton knows how to take that and push his guys' buttons and have them ready to go.
They'd be awful in the Super Bowl.
Yeah, it'd be really
just
tough.
the idea
Really tough
they
Super
could win
Bowl.
in Denver, but then going to Santa Clara, I don't think so.
Against Seattle, with the way the Seahawks look right now.
Defensive battle. Let's zoom back in on the Bears locally. Last night, obviously, there was a lot to like about this season. Love, in fact, because here locally, it was one that really galvanized an entire city. I thought that last night, even though the Rams moved on, it was worth savoring because the Bears are back locally. That's the way it kind of looks from here. Outside of Chicago, do you see the Bears being back? Is this a team that can sustain this success?
Yeah, absolutely. And I think that the excitement should come from the fact that it's not driven by defense. It's driven by the Ben Johnson, Caleb Williams connection. There's another year before Caleb Williams is eligible for his second contract. He's got a cap number of $10 million for 2026. That gives them more freedom to go out and add the pieces, another pass rusher. You know, wherever your weaknesses are, let's go out and address them now before the Caleb Williams second contract. But this feels sustainable. This is why I say when you have a young franchise quarterback, you want an offensive coach. You don't want a defensive coach. All due respect, all the defensive coaches out there, but the offensive coordinator is going to get a head coaching job somewhere else, and then you got to find another one. And maybe the next one's going to be bad. Maybe the next one's going to be good. Either way, your quarterback's got to deal with a new offensive coordinator. You want Ben Johnson and Caleb Williams to develop and grow year after year after year. You want Caleb Williams to have the full range of experiences. So the next time he thinks he's going to get DJ Moore down the field, that he's going to flatten off instead of go deeper, there's going to be maybe some restraint and he's not going to throw that ball. These are all things that are going to make him better and better, and this is the start of something that feels sustainable. I think back to the 85 Bears, we all thought they were a dynasty. They're going to win 2, they're going to win 3, and it all fell apart. It's been a long time since then. This feels like the early stages of something that could end up being very special. That's why today, look, here's how you get past yesterday. Number one, probably wasn't going to end well in Seattle next week. So, you know, and 2, it's the dawn of a new era for the Chicago Bears. That is the thing that I would take away from this. If I was a Bears fan saying, hey, things are going to get better and they're going to get there quickly.
Great stuff, Mike. Thank you so much for coming in. We
Great
really
to see you
appreciate
guys.
it.
Great to see you in person.
I think I'm going to stay in here. It's too freaking cold outside.
Yeah. But, you know, hopefully you'll have no traffic getting to the airport because it's a holiday.
It looks warmer than it is. It looks like a beautiful day out there.
I got in the car this morning. It was 16 degrees because of my garage. I got down the alley. It went from 9 to 7. So I was kind of like,
and then the wind
it's supposed
blew,
to be like
and
0
it's negative
now.
7.
Yeah,
I
yeah.
used to deliver newspapers when I was a kid in all conditions, in all weather, and whatever callus I had from those days is gone.
So were the newspapers.
That's true.
That's true. Yeah. That's like Boogie Whip salesman, sadly. I had a paper out the same way, and it's just crazy to think about it.
Oh, boy. All right, now we're going to give something away. Be the caller 6 to the Scores contest line, 312-540-0670 for your chance to win a 4-pack of tickets to the 2026 Chicago Auto Show running February 7th to the 16th at McCormick Place, provided by the Chicago Auto Show. For more information to purchase tickets, visit ChicagoAutoShow.com.
We'll be right back. Mully and Haugh, Chicago Sports Radio, 670 The Score.
You're listening to a special postseason edition of Plumbers 911 Football Monday, recapping the divisional round playoff game versus LA. Plumbers 911. Plumbing emergency? Call the professionals available 24/7 at 1-833-PLUM-911. Presented by Busey Bank on Chicago's Sports Radio 670 The Score. Always live on the free Odyssey app.
This segment is sponsored by Packy Webb Ford.
Hi, it's Jack at Packy Webb Ford, the Bronco boss. We'll beat any competitor's deal on any new Ford Bronco or Bronco Sport. For details and to search our inventory, visit PackyWebFord.com.
Address hair loss with a solution that works with Advanced Hair's simple one-day treatment. Mark Grody here. Your own natural hair begins to regrow that very next day, and with Advanced Hair, it's guaranteed to grow. Free consultation at advancedhair.com.
We're here at Menards Bag Sale, asking shoppers what they're putting in the bag to get 15% off.
Paint, batteries, tools, toilet paper,
extension cords, grocery items,
hardware for my cabinets, snack items, crackers, and some canned goods stuff.
Shop vac supplies, toothpaste, cereal, coffee, dog treats. I've got a lot of stuff to grab.
The list goes on, but the sale ends January 24th. Hurry in for Menards 15% off bag sale. See store for complete details.
Save big money at Menards.
This segment brought to you by AlmostFreeTeeth.com. Save on dental implants today. Why pay more at AlmostFreeTeeth.com? You can save up to 95% on a full mouth of implants. A brand new smile is finally within reach. Visit AlmostFreeTeeth.com. Do that today.
What's good, y'all? It's Von Miller, Super Bowl MVP, SAG Master, and now your host of Free Range. This is where NFL meets real talk. Every week, I'm bringing you inside the game, from locker room stories to league-wide headlines. You want football IQ, locker room insight, and real conversations with the people shaping the league? Welcome to Free Range with Von Miller, where nothing is off limits and every down counts. New episodes every Wednesday. Listen and follow Free Range with me, Von Miller, wherever you get your podcast.
A family office is a team built to handle the three biggest financial responsibilities a family faces: wealth management, tax strategy, and estate planning. Most firms only manage your investments and refer the rest out, hoping everyone stays aligned. At Trajan, we built something different. Your wealth, tax planning, and estate planning are handled together inside one firm under one roof. There's no guessing whether your CPA, advisor, and estate attorney are truly in sync, because our team works together every day on your behalf. When your financial life becomes more complex, your advice should become more coordinated, not more fragmented. One plan, one trusted team. Call Trajan today, 630-320-2100. That's 630-320-2100.
Trajan Wealth, an SEC-registered investment advisor. Additional services through Trajan Estate and Trajan Tax. Additional disclosures and accreditation at TrajanWealth.com.
Welcome back to Winter Hack Radio, the place for clever hacks to survive the season. Icy driveway? Well, try spreading sand or birdseed to help with traction. Snowy puppy paws? Well, grab a whisk, brush it off, done. Catch COVID-19? Well, just get...
Actually, there's no hack for COVID-19. But if you test positive, prescription medications for COVID exist. Ask your doctor if they're right for you. Visit PfizerForAll.com to learn more. Sponsored by Pfizer.
As a Chicago homeowner, you know when the pressure is on and you need a team that you can trust. And that team is Matrix Basement Finishing. Matrix Basements. You know, the guys with the X, they're an authority in premier basement finishing with thousands of successful local projects completed by Matrix right here in Chicagoland. From concept all the way to completion, Matrix Basements delivers expert craftsmanship without the stress. Elevate your home's value and host the ideal party with total confidence with Matrix Basement Finishing. See why Matrix Basements is the industry leader at matrixbasements.com. You know, Matrix, the guys with the X.
This is an Odyssey Sports Minute.
No matter who you want to blame for Buffalo's loss on Saturday on the road in Denver, and most people want to blame quarterback Josh Allen, you're never getting rid of the quarterback. And something has to change in Buffalo. Year 9 coming up of the coach-quarterback partnership. I think you have to get rid of the coach. And Sean McDermott's a really good coach, just like John Harbaugh's a really good coach. Buffalo needs to try something new and get a new head coach for Josh Allen. I'm Nick Costos.
You're listening to Mully and Haugh. Back in 60 seconds on The Score.
This is the story of the one. As the purchasing manager at a manufacturing plant, she knows the only thing more important than having the right safety gear is having it there when you need it. That's why she partners with Grainger for auto reordering, so her team members can count on her to have cut-resistant gloves on hand, and each shift can run safely and efficiently. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
What if your instincts could pay off? With Robinhood Prediction Markets, you could put your knowledge to work on the events that matter to you. Prediction Markets isn't just sports. It's the Fed rate decision, your favorite award show, and so much more beyond the playing field. Trade events with Robinhood. Visit Robinhood.com/predict. That's Robinhood.com/predict. Futures and cleared swaps trading involves significant risk and is not appropriate for everyone. Event contracts are offered by Robinhood Derivatives LLC, a registered futures commission merchant and swap firm.
You know, our fans been getting their money's worth for sure. Like you said, special play after special play. Caleb has ignited this city with obviously with his bravado and just things that he's been able to do this year. But like I said, just proud of this group, man. Just obviously tomorrow we got our exit meetings, but you know, it's always tough when the season ends like that because it's so abrupt. But yeah, man, just telling all the guys I love them and just proud of the group.
Mully and Haugh, Chicago Sports Radio 670. The Score. There is your safety. Byard telling you that he loves his team. I wonder, is Kevin Byard around long term?
It's a good question. The thought might be depends on the price, depends on his willingness to take the so-called hometown discount. He did lead the NFL in interceptions, but he also was at the age where you start to worry about a decline. And every good organization fears holding on to guys too long. And you always, as you know, Mully, it's the Patriot way. Bill Belichick always said, you'd rather get rid of a guy 1 year too early than hold on to him 1 year too late.
Yeah, and I really have a lot of respect for him and for what he's done. It's been extraordinary. I remember at the beginning of the season, the very beginning of the season, we were talking with Baldy, who was kind of wondering if he slowed down too much. And, you know, obviously knows him well and is a fan of his, but did have that sentiment at one moment. And then he has, said, oh, no, he's got it and all that. And the guy had a hell of a year, but what you're saying is something to consider. And I think that I think it's really interesting just to see how it goes and what it means and where he's at.
He's one of 24 free agents a team has, and you wonder how much a team with a limited cap space will overspend at the position that isn't typically one you overspend at. Safeties are affordable. You could draft one as well. The Bears have the 25th pick in the NFL draft. And you wonder throughout the course of those rounds, early or otherwise, if they address that position there. You can get a free safety that can be plug and play. Now, you're not going to get somebody that can bait the best of quarterbacks into throwing them interceptions the way that Kevin Byard did. But defensively, you wonder if you can maybe focus in free agency on the pass rush, and maybe the back end of your defense isn't as significant or is better because you have two edge rushers that are going to collapse the pocket.
This is difficult stuff to talk about because it's so quickly
so
after
soon.
the season.
Yeah, you don't want to. It's hard to look ahead when you're still reflecting and analyzing what went wrong last night, because last night there was a victory for the taking.
But, and I would say this, I think they need to go, you go offense 1 year, you need to go defense the next year. So I think they need, what you can tell me, an end or a tackle to improve that team.
Both.
Okay.
Theoretically, both.
And then we talked earlier about a left tackle. I don't know that a safety could be taken in the first round of a draft. I mean, listen, it'd be a hell of a player if you got a safety at that point. And it's interesting when you watch good teams, it's almost easier for them to draft later in the first round because you're going for need. You're not going for, what was was it Logan Mankins who was taken by New England the same year the Bears drafted someone, and he ended up being a significantly better player over the course of his career. And they needed more help on the offensive line. They drafted that guy, and he did great. That is how these things work. You get carried away sometimes with stuff. So we'll see what their decisions are and how they go about it. But unfortunately, I think that, You mentioned 24 free agents. Let me tell you something. Like we've had a couple of texters wondering about, hey, can you get this guy? Can you get that guy? I would say that's going to be a lot more difficult than you think because of the amount of money that you've already put into that defensive line.
It's going to be tricky, and you have to be careful about what you already have invested in a defensive line that was very expensive last offseason between Daiwa Dangbo and Grady Jarrett. It's a lot of money invested there. You don't know how much cap space you're going to have.
Yes.
And everybody's pipe dream and the source of much conversation will be Max Crosby.
I don't think it's going to happen.
I don't know how realistic that is.
I don't either.
And I don't know if you can afford that in either case, whether it's draft capital or financially. So it's just one of those things where you go into the draft and you're open-minded and you're going to need a lot of different things. But the good news is the Bears proved this year that they have a roster capable of winning the division, going into the playoffs and winning a game, and putting themselves in a position to be a Super Bowl contender. And when you have a quarterback and a head coach the caliber of Ben Johnson and Caleb Williams, you're always going to have a shot.
And the reality of life in the NFL is that if you have good players that haven't lived up to their contract, the year ends and the team is more than capable of going to you and wanting to rewrite the deal, wanting to take money back. Nobody, no matter how well you play, no one comes to you and says, you deserve a raise. We really ought to give you more money because you're just so great. That doesn't happen, but they don't hesitate to trim, to give a haircut or trim some salary, and who knows where that ends up with players.
That's
Sometimes
a good
you're
point.
Too proud to take
That's
it.
more likely to happen than reaching into the reservoir of spare cash and saying you earned a raise. That just doesn't happen in the NFL.
And you don't like to give up first-round draft picks. You don't want to be, giving a team multiple first-rounders in order to get somebody, even if it helps you for a year.
Besides Bayard, one of the
Or
more
two.
intriguing decisions they'll have to make, regards, as we mentioned earlier in the show, bears repeating, Jaquan Brisker had himself a career game last night. 14 tackles, a sack, a TFL, 2 passes defended. He was active, he was aggressive, and he was an asset. Whereas I don't think you could always say that with every game he played. And he also was a guy that was a high-maintenance player. Off the field, he said things like they were out-schemed earlier. He was a guy who was a discipline issue. On the field, you didn't know quite what he was going to say or how he was going to act.
And as compelling as any reason when you're the Bears looking at him, he's had multiple concussions over the course of his career, and he has been pretty forthright in saying he's not changing the way he's playing.
And he didn't.
And he came into this season, he played a very tough style of football. The problem is, you're a hit away. And you're a hit away no matter who you are in every game, and we understand that. But there's something about concussion stuff that is different level for NFL players and for management making decisions on people. And I'm not suggesting that is going to be the reason that something happens or doesn't happen. But I think when you talk about medical concerns, whatever it may be, along with these issues about comportment, about what you said about a defense, guy played an unbelievable game, and it'll be very interesting to see how that impacts their decision on him.
I don't disagree with anything you just said, especially with the concern for his long-term health. At the same time, if I'm representing Jaquan Brisker or speaking for himself, I would say, hey, I just played 17 games.
Yes.
And I didn't play it in a way that was I
question.
showed any sort of fear or concern or trepidation. He played it aggressively, and he was consistent, and he backed up his words last spring when we all doubted whether that was the intelligent way to approach it. And he did, and he had a season that was more good than bad. So he's a draft pick, and I think that when you look at Ryan Poles' devotion to those guys, Kyler Gordon, extension, Jaquan Brisker, it depends on what Ben Johnson thinks of him, and I really don't know that.
And I think that, Ben Johnson will rely on what Dennis Allen thinks of him. I don't think you force players onto coaches if there is any kind of hesitation from the coach's staff. And I think Ben Johnson is the man making decisions.
I do too.
I think that you're making $13 million a year, you're the highest paid guy. Whether anyone likes hearing this or not, Ryan works for Ben. That is the reality of that relationship.
He is the guy that is going to be the chief decision maker, and that's why as emotional as he was post-game last night, and as difficult as that post-game address had to be, he will take a ruthless approach to roster building this offseason.
Ruthless.
And he won't worry about what Jaquan Brisker means to the fan base or the locker room. He will evaluate that based on tape and based on how high maintenance of a player he may or may not have been. Same thing will go offensively with guys who you think may be gimmies to return. I don't know financially because of the commitment. I can suspect that DJ Moore is safe, but I think that you have to look at his salary and look at his productivity and wonder if there is a chance that they could move on from somebody like that. I don't know. We have a lot of offseason to go.
Yeah.
But those are the kind of things you're referring to when you say, yeah, it's Ryan Poles, but Ben Johnson's input is going to be weighed heavier, and his voice is going to carry louder and be louder than anybody's in that building.
I hate to say this, but you have to wonder if Rome Odunze, with his health, with his value slipping a little bit, a couple of drops. Puka Nacua is one of the best receivers in the NFL, but Rome Odunze is no Puka Nacua.
What did you text last night? What did you? Well, I don't want to reveal if you don't want to reveal it, but after that drop. After that, Rome Odunze dropped on the first series.
Puka would have caught it.
You said Puka would have caught it. And you know what? You're right, because Puka is one of the best receivers in the NFL, if not the best this season. Rome Odunze was a 9th overall pick. When you're the 9th overall pick, you've got to catch that pass, especially in a big moment where the stakes are as high as they were. That changed the game, Mully.
He probably is going to need off-season surgery. It's like a different. You don't want to be cruel about anything anyone's going through.
First drive, the touchdown grab or near grab by you. Was that ball tipped at all, or did it come wildly to you?
Nah. I just misread it. Got to come down with that at the end of the day. That would be 6 points. Would be huge for us in a game like that. That wasn't very high scoring, so got to come down with that one.
Kind of feel the same way.
He's right.
Yeah.
I give him credit for being accountable.
And he's also a guy that's playing hurt. We know that. He was on the injury report leading up to it. You just got to make that catch.
The Bears have a locker room full of high-character guys. That doesn't diminish the fact or take it away that he should have caught it.
The ball was a little behind him. It wasn't the perfect throw.
Lots of excuses to make.
Catch the ball.
Catch it.
And I got to tell you, I don't have the numbers in front of me, but it felt like the Bears dropped more passes than the Rams.
Probably three. Three, a conservative estimate, probably three. Colston Loveland had 2. Rome had at least 1, possibly 2.
Yeah. That's tough stuff, man.
Zacchaeus had a nice bobble, but he caught it. He came down with it.
Yeah.
Yeah, there were a lot of missed opportunities. Too many.
And DJ Moore didn't run hard enough on that one play. He caught a ball left-handed. That was one of the most absurd catches you're ever going to see.
I don't know. Did he not run hard enough, or he just didn't take the right angle, and he went behind the safety rather than in front of him?
Yeah, was he? I don't know.
I've been surprised at how many ex-players have gone to social media to question effort from a guy who's as tough as they come for the Bears.
Yes, and he just spent 5 minutes in the tent trying to get his wits together. Who knows? It's tough. It's hard to even talk about stuff like that because, the guy is a hell of a player. And if they're not using him enough, that could be on them as much as him.
Yes, I think you're right. But I do wonder when Ben Johnson does his dispassionate analysis of what they have at the receiver position, how he will feel about the weapons the Bears have and what he lacks. if he feels like they lack something, can get somewhere else.
Do you have any feel for the schedule or what's happening? I mean, today would be exit interviews, right? You'll get
Ben Johnson's available, I think, 11:15 or right around 11, and
Yeah.
then afterward they will be cleaning out the lockers, and the locker room will be open.
You get all those sad kind of moments of photos of people carrying
Somber locker room. A lot of guys you
always tough.
think will say similar things we heard last night about trying to put things in perspective about how positive of a season this has been and how disappointing of a loss that still feels like it stings. Because it was a difficult thing to swallow. But when you step back and it needs more time, and in time, people will realize how special of a year this was for the Bears, for Chicago, and just how it marked the return to relevance for a franchise that had been out of the mix in the playoffs for far too long.
All right, we've got. You've got.
We got the whole people. We had the whole crew coming in, right? Marshall, Layla, and Mark Grody, and we also have a chance to give away more concert tickets. Mully, the sixth caller to the Scores contest line at 312-540-0670. Win a pair of tickets to see Rascal Flatts with Lauren Elena and Chris Lane at the United Center, February 6th at 24. That's next month. Tickets on sale at Ticketmaster.com, provided by Live Nation, 312-540-0670. And you're listening to a Plumbers 911 Football Monday, presented by Busey Bank.
Mully and Haugh on the Score.
The magical ride for the Bears is over, and we need to talk about what happened in the game. What about that last interception? We'll discuss. Plus, Kurt Warner's going to join us at 3 o'clock. Carmi V was at Soldier Field. She's going to give us our Bears hit, 2 words. That's coming up at 5. Spiegel and Holmes, 2-6 on the Score.
Always live on the free Odyssey app.
Hey, what's the best home improvement you can do this winter? How about transforming your garage with a gleaming new Comer & Cross garage floor? Now is the time to call them during their preseason sale. You're going to get a phenomenal Comer & Cross garage floor price, and they'll install it when you want it. Comer & Cross makes it so easy. They take your stuff out for you, and in winter, they can even secure it on site, and they'll fix your cracks and pits perfectly. And in one day, you're driving on a gleaming new Comer & Cross garage floor. It's like pulling into a new car showroom every night. A Comer & Cross garage floor is the gold standard, guaranteed to never chip, crack, show tire lift like epoxy or paint ever, and their installers are professionals, no subcontractors at Comer & Cross. You call them now, 1-800-NEW-FLOOR, and lock in your preseason price and installation when you want it. That's 1-800-NEW-FLOOR, or go to Comer, C-O-M-E-R, cross.com.
What if buying and servicing a luxury car was as effortless as driving one? At Genesis of Algonquin, it is. They've redesigned the entire experience around you. Need service? They'll pick up your vehicle from your home or office and return it when the work is done. Ready to buy? Save up to $13,000 on select models, and qualified buyers can get 0% financing. Complete everything online, from selection to financing, with free delivery of your new Genesis. This isn't just a new car. It's a new standard of luxury. Experience it at genesisofalgonquin.com.
It's playoff time in Chicago, and there's no better place to bet the chase for a championship than Circus Sports Illinois. It's sports betting the way it should be. Whether you're betting championship or conference futures, sides, totals, or prop bets for every round, there's no better place to make your bets throughout January. Circus Sports, they've got high app limits, player-friendly pricing, exceptional customer service, and no bet fees ever. Download your new bookie today at circusports.com. Must be 21 or older. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Nearly 75 years, one family name, and generations of Chicago area families forever connected by something rare: trust.
At Rasny Jewelers, it's the same family for 75 years. That's a powerful statement that few can make.
The Rasnys have built something lasting, a family business that treats every client like one of their own.
We don't look at somebody that's making purchases in the store as clients. We look at them as part of the Rasny family.
And it shows in the faces behind behind every display, many of whom have been there for decades. For the Rasny family, jewelry isn't business, it's legacy. From Stan and Ingrid to their children, Eric, Christine, and Michael.
Rasny Jewelers is truly a family business. You can be in any one of the 4 locations and typically always find a Rasny somewhere in the building.
So if you're looking for high-quality craftsmanship and personalized service, visit Rasny Jewelers in suburban Addison, Highland Park, Hinsdale, and Chicago's Gold Coast. Or shop online at rasny.com. Family-owned, operated, and proudly Chicago.
We are so excited about our FM debut on 104.3 The Score. That's right, February 2nd, right here on the Mully and Haugh Show. All Score shows, the Cubs, the Bulls, all those games are now going to be on FM, high fidelity all the time, including right here downtown. The Score will still be heard on 670 AM, but starting on Monday, February the 2nd, is the debut of 104.3 on the FM. The simulcast presented by the official sportsbook of the Score, that is Circus Sports, sports betting the way it should be.
Home means everything to you. So when rates drop, you don't just sit back. Rocket Mortgage watches the market to help you save money when the time is right. We make refinancing simple and savings even simpler. Never miss a new lower monthly payment with Rocket Mortgage. Learn more at rocketmortgage.com or call 1-800-4ROCKET for cost information and conditions. Conditions apply. Not a commitment to lend. Rocket Mortgage, LLC, licensed in all 50 states. NMLS ConsumerAccess.org number 3030.
Okay, I have to tell you, I was just looking on eBay where I go for all kinds of things I love, and there it was.
That hologram trading card. One of the rarest, the last one I needed for my set. Shiny like the
designer handbag of my dreams. One of a kind. eBay had it, and now everyone's asking, ooh, where'd you get your
windshield wipers? eBay has all the parts that fit my car. No more annoying, just beautiful.
Millions of finds, each with a story. eBay. Things people love.
Paramount Plus is the new home of UFC, and we're coming out swinging with UFC 324.
Oh, what a shot!
And 325. Boom! On back-to-back weekends, the new era is here.
It's time!
Every fight.
Bam! Let's go!
One subscription.
Oh my goodness!
Pay-per-view just got knocked out.
Let's go!
Back-to-back blockbuster UFC events this month, only on Paramount Plus.
Mully and Haugh will be back in 60 seconds on The Score.
I'm Bob Burke, founder and chairman of Burke America Parts Group, a family of brands that includes RepairClinic.com, an appliance and HVAC parts solution company that's grown into an international brand. Before AmericanEagle.com, we partially launched a new technology platform developed by another firm. American Eagle helped take our technology to a whole new level with digital marketing, software development, and business insights into our key markets, appliances, HVAC, and outdoor power equipment, and did so both on time and on budget. AmericanEagle.com has the resources, experience, and talent needed to produce solutions. Our new technology platform, developed by AmericanEagle.com, has produced tremendous results with higher traffic, conversion, engagement, and online revenue. If you have any home repairs you need to take care of, check us out at RepairClinic.com. If you need a world-class website or technology project, then I would highly recommend AmericanEagle.com.
Call AmericanEagle.com at 773-NETWORK. That's AmericanEagle.com, 773-NETWORK.
Now we're in a transition a little bit.
Mully and Haugh, Chicago Sports Radio 670 The Score. We broadcast live from the Score's Hyundai Studios, brought to you by your local Hyundai dealers. Thanks to them. Thanks to Jacob Stutz for getting us twitching away in the morning. And thanks to everyone for calling and texting and emailing.
Most of all, thank you for listening on this Monday, January 19th, Martin Luther King Day, a federal holiday, and hope everybody is honoring it and celebrating it in their own way.
And thanks to our executive producer, he is Mr. Dustin William Rhodes.
I think it's time to sharpen the saw now. Throw those warm fuzzies out the door. That sentimentalism. It's time to go play a game against a great opponent. We got to have a sharp edge going into this game. And, you don't go to war with warm milk and cookies.
Oh, it's sharp.
That is.
It's ready. Let's go, Hoosier Nation.
The coach of the Hoosiers, Mr. Kirk Cignetti, soon to be Buffalo coach. Is that what you said
leave
earlier?
him alone.
No, he's
the NFL's not
back
for him.
With the Hoosiers. And thank you, Brandon Pryor, for that.
If you and Ben Johnson walked out to make a pitching change, who would get the worst at Miller Park?
Yeah. He's catching up, isn't he? He's catching up. He is. Send him a note about that. Yeah, that's a good one. I like that.
That's
Craig
funny.
Counsell at the Cubs convention.
Yeah, he was asked who would be more unpopular in Milwaukee, him or Ben Johnson in the state of Wisconsin.
That is good.
It's a good
stuff.
matchup. It shows you how much rancor Ben Johnson has built up in a short period of time.
Yeah, Craig Counsell is the Ben Johnson. Craig Counsell to Milwaukee is Ben Johnson to Detroit.
Yes.
It's the trader stuff.
Good
I
question
love it.
there.
Yeah. And Layla Rahimi, there she is.
Good morning. I did
Morning,
Google
Layla.
at Jed Hoyer in a DJ Moore jersey doing appearances at Cubs convention. I thought that was
It's
great.
actually a Brian Hoyer jersey.
It was? I just saw the front of
because
it.
he had the back Hoyer on the back.
Oh my gosh.
And let me tell you, it was good for effect. And off the air, after Jed gave a great interview inside the clubhouse, he talks football like a guy that knows and understands front office machinations and how everything works. He's a definite fan.
When Jed Hoyer made a reference to the Luka trade, I was like, you're spraying all fields
He
here,
definitely
Jed.
can.
Marshall Harris with us as well. Marshall.
What up? I'm so glad the guy that used to say that Alabama was going to beat Indiana is now on board with Indiana. Great job jumping on that bandwagon.
Wow, that is a shot. That's a
It is a shot.
From the,
I can
from the-
use my head on 1 week or month, and I can go with my heart the others. Tonight is definitely heart and head on the same page.
And Marshall, the 65 win guy, amount the Bulls
45 wins. They're in good shape.
Yeah, like I said, 65 wins. And Mark Roney time.
Mark, you there?
He's there.
Oh, no.
Oh, no.
No. Don't take Grody.
No, not Grody. He's probably still asking very pertinent questions in the Bears locker room like he did last night post-game. Grody is who you want to be asking those questions after a game like that.
It's the on button.
Hello, there we are.
There we are,
They
Mark.
sabotaged me.
There are these different settings in there. He's right. It's not as easy as it
Unbelievable.
looks.
Nice job last night, Groats.
Thank you, man. Yeah, it's a tough locker room like that because there's so much to talk about in the game. There's so much introspection by the players. There's so much looking forward to next year. There's a lot of who's going to be back and who's not. But I will definitely take everybody inside the locker room later on in the show. 125, as a matter of fact. You hear some great audio from the players from last night at Soldier Field. And wow. What a night.
How are you guys handling it today?
Well, I think we got to go over the decisions that were made in this game because the defense did everything they possibly could. So that's where we're starting at 10 o'clock. We've got to talk about all the different discussions surrounding, unfortunately, the Cam Curl interception that could have been possibly a throw to DJ Moore. That's going to live in our heads. So we will do that. 10:45. We're taking your calls. We have 3 segments of calls today for you. Anthony Herod will join us for 2 segments to break the game down. 11:45 calls. 5 on it is at noon. We'll do a Caleb Williams breakdown segment at 12:25. And then at 1 o'clock, if the locker cleanout allows, Dan Weeder, and as Mark said, inside the locker room at 1:25.
Have a great
show.
Great show.
Hey, football fans, picture this. You bet on your favorite player to score the first touchdown in the game, but his teammate scores instead. If this happens, BetMGM wants to give you another chance at the end zone. With BetMGM's second chance promotion, you'll get your stake back if your first touchdown scorer scores second instead. That's right. Bet on any pro football player to score the first touchdown of the game. If you're right, you win. If your player scores second, you get your stake back in cash. With BetMGM's second chance offer, you have a chance to keep the fun going after the first player crosses the goal line. Try a first TD score wager with confidence today. BetMGM. Make it legendary.
BetMGM and GameSense remind you to play responsibly. See BetMGM.com for terms. 21 plus only. Illinois only. Existing customer offer. Subject to eligibility requirements. Rewards paid back in unrestricted withdrawable funds. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER or 226-2537 or by texting ILGAMB to 53342 in partnership with Paradise Hotel Casino.
It only takes one smart drive to get into the end zone.
And at Ziegler Subaru of Kenosha, you're already in the red zone. From kickoff to touchdown, this team delivers with a great selection of new models, the latest incentives, and absolutely no inflated prices. So if you're ready to score, take the short drive north, because the best drives don't just happen on the field. They start at Ziegler Subaru of Kenosha. Visit ZieglerSubaruKenosha.com today.
What defines tough? It's a patient in crisis, facing the unthinkable. What defines tough? It's a clinician's focus, precision that saves lives, technology that defies the odds, and an unrelenting fight for better outcomes. What defines tough? At Loyola Medicine, it's more than what we do. It's who we are. Visit loyolamedicine.org/tough to learn more.
Straight Talk presents The Math of More. Here's how it works. When you say yes to more with Straight Talk, you're left with more for all the other good stuff. So getting an unlimited plan starting at just $25 a month equals more savings for your family's weekend adventures. And with a network covered by Verizon, you can share more from wherever you go. It's simple math, really. More equals more with Straight Talk. Available at straighttalk.com and Walmart. Taxes and fees apply. The $25 plan requires a compatible unlocked device and a new line of service. Additional terms apply.
Every so often in medicine, something comes along that is truly revolutionary.
Dr. Mitchell Scheinkup, former orthopedic surgeon, now National Medical Director at QC Kinetics.
I believe this is one of those things.
Dr. Scheinkup is talking about regenerative medicine, something he's practiced, researched, and written about for nearly 2 decades.
The old ways of dealing with joint pain, such as steroids and surgery, are no longer the best ways.
If you have pain from arthritis or injury, you owe it to yourself to learn more about this exciting option, using your own body's natural power to get lasting relief. And there's no better place to learn than QC Kinetics.
There is no one in this country today with more clinics, more satisfied patients, more advanced protocols, or more experience in using this exciting option to deliver life-changing results.
Call QC Kinetics now for your free consultation.
Call QC Kinetics, 312-847-4347. That's 312-847-4347. 312-847-4347.
All right, everyone, huddle up. It's 3rd and long, and the IRS is showing an all-out blitz on us. What's the play? The play is you call PJN Tax Solutions Group. If you owe the IRS $10,000 or more, we may be able to settle your entire IRS debt for up to 85% off the original amount owed, including penalties and interest if you qualify. Is the IRS intercepting your paycheck? Have they thrown a flag for delay of game on your bank account? Dealing with the IRS on your own is a no-win game. Don't call some 1-800-FIRM 10 states away. PJN Tax Solutions Group is a local tax resolution firm located right here in St. Charles, Illinois. When you draft us, you will not have to speak or meet with the IRS. Call PJN Tax Solutions Group now, 630-415-5296, so you don't get sacked by the IRS. Once again, 630-415-5296, or visit our website, pjntaxsolutions.com. Either way, call us when you want the IRS off your ASS.
It's about time pros had one partner for the whole job. Why juggle 10 different suppliers when one can do it all? At the Home Depot, you'll save with pricing built for pros. You'll stay on track with job site deliveries, scheduled, next day, or same day. And you'll get every size, every finish, every job lot quantity you need. One partner for the entire job. That's how pros get more done. The Home Depot Pro. It's about time.
Presenting a Gain Flings love story. Dear love of my life, we were on the 12B bus this morning when I caught a whiff. A scent so fresh, so life-changing, I had to find its source. Alas, I didn't know if you were the woman in the pink freshly washed cardigan or the retired mailman next to me, but I knew one of you was my soulmate. Ah, the scent of Gain Flings. Try Gain Flings with OxyBoost and Febreze.
Bears fans, this magical season comes to close after the Bears fall to the Rams at Soldier Field in the divisional round. Keep it here as the score team breaks down the game. Plus, we'll have your reaction too, right here on Chicago's Sports Radio 670 The Score. Broadcasting live from the Hyundai Studios. Presented to you in part by your local Hyundai dealers. WSCR Chicago, WBMX HD2 Chicago, and Odyssey Sports Station.
The Score!
This hour is sponsored by Wintrust.
The views and opinions of Layla Rahimi, Marshall Harris, and Mark Grody should not be taken too seriously, especially when they give advice. Do not take Marshall's analogies literally, especially when it comes to Russell Dorsey. The sports thoughts of Rahimi, Harris, and Grody may change at any time. It's just sports. Okay, thanks, bye.
Rahimi, Harris, and Grody, 10-2 on 670
Can the Bears do it again, even despite the cold weather? I'm going over, and I'm going Bears 34, Rams 31.
For Bears-Rams divisional game, I'm taking the Bears, and I'm taking them by the final score of 34-30.
Bears 30, Rams 27.
I'm going to go with the Bears win here.
Bears.
Keeping this playoff hopes alive for the Bears. So I'm going with a 38-34 win.
I am also buying into the Bears. I have Bears winning 27-24.
Second and goal. It's on the ground. Williams to the end zone for the touchdown. Kyron Williams patiently waits.
Fourth and goal for Chicago. Swift the backs. Williams in the gun. Gets the snap. Four-man rush. Cocks his right arm. Backpedals and throws in the end zone. Caught for the touchdown. Underneath the crossbar. Helmet high grab. Touchdown reception. DJ Moore.
First and goal from the 5. Inside of 9 to go. Kyron Williams bouncing to the outside. Williams to the end zone. The Rams take the lead.
We go as far as he goes. So he's the leader of this team, man. Iceman, man.
Fourth down and 4. 14 to the Rams. Shotgun snap. Goes back 4. Four-man rush. He's chased. He's flushed. He's all the way back to the 40. He's backpedaling and throws a pass into the end zone. Caught! Touchdown! Touchdown! Chicago has caught a touchdown pass with Cole Kmet open in the corner.
His nickname is the thicker kicker. It's never been a thicker pressure moment to send the Rams to the championship game. Davis at 42 online, and it's good. And the Los Angeles Rams go to the championship game with an overtime win in Chicago.
What do you think? Tomorrow? Lunch? You and me?
Okay.
You're not leaving tomorrow. You're leaving today, right?
Maybe.
Our guys fought the entire way, just like they have all season long. I thought, this was very much like our team has been. Our guys are feeling it right now. They all believed, man. They all believed all year long that we could find a way to win each and every week.
It was a really fun year, one of my more fun years of being able to play football. Between the growth, the hard times, the good times, I'm excited. I'm proud of our guys. I appreciate the city of Chicago. I appreciate Chicago Bears, the organization, and I truly appreciate the coaches and their sacrifice, and obviously my teammates. Imagine going back and watching a tape of your life. You could see yourself change and make mistakes and grow up. You guys gave that to me. And that's an amazing gift.
Layla Rahimi, Marshall Harris, Mark Grody. Middays 10 a.m. to 2 on Chicago Sports Radio 670 The Score.
Once again, Tyler Buterbaugh, your open was outstanding. Unfortunately, the result of the game was not. But we are here. We are here for you today. Let's do this all together. And I said this online yesterday. Whether or not you admit it, whether or not you want to admit it, you made some friends along the way on this journey that was the Bears season. Yes, you did. And we are some of them. This is Rahimi, Harris, and Grody on 670 The Score. We come to you live from our Scores Hyundai studios, brought to you by your local Hyundai dealers. And for all the stress that we had about facing the juggernaut that was the Rams offense, the league's best offense, old Matt Stafford at 37, thrown for 4,707 yards, the touchdowns, Puka Nacua, Devontae Adams and company, the Bears defense stepped up in a way that was not just unexpected, but excellent. And then, unfortunately, that's not what lost this game. And that is the hard part to have to reconcile. Once again, they got so close, taking it to overtime, coming back yet again, despite having a tie game at half. Different.
Very different.
But unfortunately, we are in this place. The NFL playoff weekend had one overtime thriller where we saw tears in the locker room after the game, and you're thinking to yourself, oh man, There was the one game. Oh, no, Bears-Rams gave you another thriller. And I guess it's suiting and fitting that they lose this game in the way that they had won so many before.
Definitely suiting, not necessarily soothing unless you look at the entire apparatus and understand you came into the season saying, I need to make sure we have a head coach, not just a play caller. I need to make sure that we have a quarterback of the future. You have those things. And that quarterback, a big reason why is because of the magic that he pulls out of his hat from time to time. I don't know, say when you're down and desperately need a score to keep the game going. And for the second straight week, we had a 4th and Caleb play, which gets you to the overtime. But understand this, it takes more than magic to win games when you get to this stage of the playoffs, when you're one of the last 8 teams left. It takes heady play calling. And on a night in which Sean McVay was not at his best, Ben Johnson had some questionable things come up that we can reflect on and say, this maybe could have gone a different way, but still, at the end of the day, what a season for the Chicago Bears.
In that game, the highest of absolute highs and the lowest of absolute lows. What an incredible moment for Caleb Williams on the 4th down, the 4th and 14 touchdown pass in regulation to Cole Kmet, a ball that, according to Next Generation Stats, a ball that actually traveled because of how far back Caleb Williams had to march, 51.2 yards in the air. What a high. I got to tell you guys know how it is in a press box. Being in a press box is like being in a library. Everybody has to respect each other. That's the way it's supposed to be. But there was gasps. There was rumbling. There's a few cheers that occur.
No cheering in the press box.
No cheering in the press box. But with moments like that, and it wasn't me, it is absolutely extraordinary. And just to tell you the way I was feeling, because this is a very unique feeling I had in the press box. Again, you guys know this, but for our audience listening, when you're covering a game, you're not rooting. I mean, maybe there's some people that are. You're just trying to do the job correctly. You're trying to get everything right because there's a lot you have to keep track of during a game, so you don't have time to think. I was rooting because this has been so fun. Like, not out loud, except for Chris Emma's shoulder. I gave him the old Dustin Rhodes punches whenever there's a big play. It's the first time that I can remember in the longest time that I was in my gut rooting for the Bears because this has been so fun, and I didn't want to see it end. So that's my perspective on this. It's an extraordinary season, and you are right, Layla, to open by saying the defense. The defense was fantastic. And we'll get to more of it, but Jaquan Brisker, the defense to start the third quarter, to not allow them to do anything on that first drive. Dominic Robinson with a strip sack. After the Caleb pick, the defense in the third quarter, that is, the defense performs a 3-and-out. So many things, like huge thumbs up to the work of the defense, and just some extraordinary things by Caleb Williams as well.
This is a Plumbers 911 Football Monday. It is presented by Busey Bank, and I don't know about you guys, but with the now expected roller coaster that is the state of emotions when you're watching the Bears game, you're right. Like, I'm just trying to log plays, even at home. You know, I do get to yell at home sometimes because that's
okay.
That's okay. My house.
Good for everybody who was yelling yesterday.
Yeah, but in a press box, the best you can do is just a deep inhale and exhale. It's like
gasping is okay. There was gasping, Layla.
Like that would be my press box sound during that Kobe Durant interception. But at the same time, when you're watching this, I don't know about you guys, but I'm saying to myself, like, thinking about all the scenarios that did play out this season, and even in these playoffs, to see what happened for the Bears to be able, I'm like, oh my God, are they really one win away from a Super Bowl? Like, they come back. I did not mind them going for the tie to end the game in that weather. Ben Johnson talked about the goal-to-go decisions and how they had struggled, and they absolutely had as a team. The defense was not giving them a lot when it came to short yardage at the goal line. I did not mind Cairo Santos coming out there and tying the game, so then you could take it to overtime at home where you know your team had been potent and your defense had given you enough. That did not bother me. That was not my biggest concern. But when I start to think about how this game played out, and then I see the extra point go through the uprights, I'm like, oh my God, could I be talking about a Super Bowl team? Like, and you prepare for that. I did pick the Bears. But just going through those emotions and thinking to yourself, what's next? And then how does this unfold? And then you're in the NFC Championship game. And then the next thing you know, you could be in the Super Bowl. And I'm thinking about the Seahawks. And all of that goes through my head as I'm watching this. And then I just thought, well, certainly they can beat the Rams now in this overtime, right? And then they get the stop they need to be able to do so as well. And unfortunately, I don't know if I'd call it magic running out. I think this is what happens at the upper echelons of the league. The difference between the best team and the teams that are almost the best is minute. And that's where every single detail comes into play. The decisions that we've talked about, the fact that the Bears left points on the board so many times early in the game, that bothered me. You know, I could think about 9 points that I think theoretically could have gone the Bears' way. Your defense was playing well enough. You could have kicked earlier field goals. And that's then what happens. You know, you're thinking about all those different decisions and what could have happened as you feel the NFC Championship game slip away.
It's hard not to go back to the beginning of the game, right? And understand when you get to a situation where it's that tight, that late, you are in clutch territory. And yes, Caleb Williams has been magical because on a play where it looks like he should not be able to complete the pass, he has completed passes multiple times. But you go back to the early, start with the bootleg, hitting DJ Moore, and we're off and running.
Beautiful.
And at that point, you're like, okay, this game isn't starting like so many games have started for the Bears. And they get down into the red zone. They face a 4th down. They decide not to kick. They go for it. But even before that, when they had Rome Odunze in the end zone, that's the thing. You get to the end of the game, and you start looking back at the entirety of the game once the game ends. And I think Ben Johnson, if he had known that Dennis Allen's defense was going to play like that for 60-plus minutes, maybe some of those decisions would have been a little bit different at the beginning of the game.
Who would have thunk it, man? I mean, I didn't think it. None of us thought. I mean, we just all assumed like Puka Nacua was going to get 150 yards no matter what. Who knows who's going to win the game?
And it was also Matt Stafford against the blitz. And Dennis Allen's like, nah, I'm going to send it anyway. And it worked.
He had a great game. Dennis Allen had a great game.
You're spot on, though, when you talk about you picked the Bears to win the game. It's just the way the game went probably wasn't what any of us had even envisioned as possible. And because of the way the defense played, now you're thinking Super Bowl is way more realistic than you had even imagined.
Well, and that's it. You know, the Rams march down the field after that. They then answer with 7 points, and that's when you really want that field goal back. And unfortunately, Rome Odunze did get hit right in between the numbers. And I know the ball is really hard to catch. Allen Robinson talked about the difficulties for receivers in the cold and how it does feel like a rock and it's slick and it's not as easy. And Rome was not the only one by any means who had drops. You know, Colston Loveland, we saw that. There was a lot of drops to go around. But all of that said, when you realize that the defense was to do what they did, to be able to step up and play the game that they have been playing against a quarterback who's arguably the best in the league against the blitz. And Dennis Allen is like, no, I'm going to do this anyway. And my biggest chess pieces that I'm going to move around this board are not even guys who you thought would be healthy enough to play. And he's like, Kyler Gordon, second game back from injured reserve. I'm going to send him anyway. The experience that he has as a head coach, I think paid off, because he didn't change what he did to answer that team. And that's what makes this so hard today, is knowing that the biggest concern I had about this team was the part that stepped up the most.
And you're right, specifically with the secondary play because of the injuries. And you were like, well, how much rust can Kyler Gordon shake off in a week? Well, apparently he shook all the rust off because he looked like Kyler Gordon that we remember. He looked like a guy, when you're in nickel or dime, you're good to go because he is a de facto linebacker when he needs to be attacking the run. You're looking at Jaquan Brisker coming down to the box and making plays as if he is a linebacker, not just a defensive back. And I think the combination of that unleashed everything in Dennis Allen's arsenal. That plus a spirited effort by the defensive line. The front four had the Bears right there, ready to go.
Our segment here on Rahimi Harris and Grody, brought to you by AlmostFreeTeeth.com. Affordable implants, life-changing smiles.
Brisker was something last time. I mean, just looking at that drive, 7-7 in the second quarter. Rams convert, remember, on the I'll call it the Brisker drive. I mean, he had plays throughout the game. But
I did too.
The Brisker drive, nice.
That's what I called it.
So you know where I'm going right here, Lales, and that is Rams with a 3rd and 11. They convert that to Ferguson, which hurt. That really, that's a huge moment right there. It felt like an absolute killer. Right after that, Brisker comes up with a decisive sack at 2nd and 17. The Rams are eventually 3rd and 11. There's Brisker just glued to Puka Nacua to have the PBU there, the pass breakup. And just fantastic stuff from Brisker all day. The defense, like I mentioned, picking up the offense all day long after the Caleb pick in the 3rd quarter. I really thought after the Bears forced that 3 and out, and they had good field position too, I was like, Bears are going to win now but they just didn't take advantage of enough of those opportunities on offense.
Well, and we're going to get into this in the next segment. The play that unfortunately will live in everyone's head is the last one where there looked like there was a miscommunication of some sort between DJ Moore and Caleb Williams. And we've gotten a lot of reaction already on our text line. Understandable. 312-644-6767 is our number. We are going to take calls at 10:45. But even then, I'm thinking back to myself about what led up to that. Because, DJ helped get them on the board. And he's caught some of the most important balls in the end zone that this Bears team can ask for. And that's the other part of this. You start going through all the individual performances in this game that then added to this. But once again, we said this before. You were going to have to ask your quarterback to put a game on his shoulders and win in the NFL playoffs. And we saw the Bears quarterback do everything he possibly could and successfully on so many plays, enough to win this ball game. And it's just a shame that we're not talking about the standard being raised yet again and the NFC Championship being a discussion today.
We saw a 4th and 2 early, intercepted. We saw the 3rd and 1 and 4th and 1 successively, turnover on downs. Mm-hmm. We saw the 3rd and 1 fail, end up having a punt because you couldn't get a yard. 1st and goal from the Rams 5, turnover on downs. That's the one that really killed me. And then they had the ball at the Rams 48 in overtime when they threw the interception. And you have to wonder whether it's decision-making going forward or just the play calling on those short yardage situations if Ben Johnson had the right thing schemed up. And I think his explanation on why they did not go for 2 at the end of regulation kind of sums it up. He went from not having faith maybe in his defense in the manner that he should have by the time you saw what the defense was putting out there to having that same lack of faith in short yardage situations. And it was warranted and merited because of the way the game ended.
Well, unfortunately, you also had backup offensive linemen. He had to throw in what he thought was the nuclear option and putting Joe Tooney at left tackle. Old Joe Tooney at left tackle. You didn't hear this because you were in the press box. No. We got an old Matt Stafford out of Chris Collinsworth, and I was like, "Are you going to call him Coat Drive like we did in Transition with the afternoon show?" Wow. The Coat Drive and Matt Stafford are both 37. If you're wondering how that bridge is made, but that's a story for another day. And I said Kobe Durant. That was the first one. Cam Curl was the interception on DJ Moore. And they had a lot to say after the game, by the way. They were like, "Oh, yeah, we heard we weren't that good. We don't want to put anything on tape, but we spoke." Yeah, that was the post-game interview, one of them with Kaylee Hartung after the game. And I'm trying to think of who else spoke for the Rams. But, yeah, that was part of the discussion. And
neither secondary for either team was getting any love. Both were being trashed. So
yeah, on the way in.
I'm laughing because Melissa and Stark and Kaylee Hartung were talking to them after the game, but I'm going, who didn't respect the Rams secondary? Like, I don't remember that coming up in conversation, at least with us.
I mean, it was alluded. It was down the stretch. It was not a headline, but it was alluded to that they were 19th against the pass, and if there's vulnerabilities, like we knew the Bears could go to work against the Rams, but it's certainly we didn't hit people over the head with it.
I mean, it's not our fault that you gave up 31 points to the Panthers in your previous game,
right?
So I mean, if you need to prove that, I guess you did. But there was a lot of motivation to go around. And while I'm here, and I know we're late to break. Valus Jones with the crying, laughing emoji on Twitter. Ratio him into the sun, dude. I of all the things, if you need a place to respond today, Valus Jones Jr. with the crying, laughing emoji for his first tweet in 2 years, and it is getting roasted appropriately.
That seems like a dumb guy thing. Like the Bears just had this incredible season. They won a playoff game, and he was horrible with the Bears. That's a dumb dude.
Well, also, nobody was going to give you more money than the Bears did because they drafted you in the 3rd round.
Yeah.
And employed you for way too long. Somebody said, oh, Layla, I knew you'd catch that. And I guess that makes one of us now, doesn't it? This is Rahimi Harris and Grody on 670 The Score. That's Mark Grody, Marshall Harris, Ray Diaz, Tyler Buterbaugh, and Brandon Fryer are producing with us today, helping us out. Like I said, you can call us and text us. 312-644-6767 is our number. You can join us on YouTube. 670 The Score is our address on YouTube. We are at Twitch as well. Chicago's 670 The Score, our Twitch mob, is up and chatting on this Martin Luther King Jr. Honorary Day. Additionally, we are coming back with more discussion surrounding, unfortunately, a play that is going to live rent-free in all of our heads. So we examine the DJ Moore play, the Cam Curl interception. Unfortunately, the dagger to this season next.
The Bears lose to the Rams in the divisional round of the playoffs, ending this magical season for Bears fans.
Davis at 42 online, and it's good! And the Los Angeles Rams go to the championship game!
Stick around as we react to the game, but also start to look ahead to the offseason to see what Ben Johnson and Ryan Poles will do to improve. So keep it here on Chicago's Sports Radio 670 The Score. Always live on the free Odyssey and iHeartRadio apps.
This segment is brought to you by Metra. Tired of starting and ending your day in mindless, brutal traffic? On Metra, you can relax and actually enjoy your commute. Plus, your 95% on-time rate means we'll get you there fast and worry-free. Metra. Drive less, do more.
Are your investments in the right accounts? What's best, traditional or Roth? Are you receiving all available tax deductions? Are you paying as little in tax as you can? These are all questions you can't afford to get wrong. Hi, I'm Jeff Jr., founder of Trajan Wealth, and in many cases, it's not what you make, but it's what you keep that makes the real difference. Trajan Wealth and Trajan Tax work closely together exclusively. No more guessing about whether you should do a Roth conversion, or if maxing out your 401k is really the best option. Our nationally recognized fiduciary advisors and CPA team work in tandem to make sure your tax strategy works with your investment strategy. We'll even do your tax preparation. One team, one strategy. Isn't it time for a second opinion? Call Trajan today, 630-320-2100. That's 630-320-2100.
Trajan Wealth, an SEC registered investment advisor. Additional services through Trajan Estate and Trajan Tax. Additional disclosures and accreditation at TrajanWealth.com.
Honey, have you seen the winter forecast? Bitter cold, heavy snow. We have to plan a winter getaway.
I'll tell you what we're not doing, traveling abroad. Last time was a nightmare. Passports, flights, layovers, never again.
Perfect. I have the ideal solution. We stay in country and soak up the sun in a truly grand destination. Fairhope, Alabama. The legendary Grand Hotel Golf Resort and Spa Autograph Collection. 2 championship golf courses on the Robert Trent Jones Golf Trail. A world-class spa, pools, tennis, pickleball, croquet, fine dining, and endless activities for the kids. Plus 2-for-1 golf this January and February.
I'm not driving to Alabama.
Relax. There are daily nonstop flights to Pensacola. Just 2.5 hours in the air.
Wow, really? So, golf, spa, and sunshine, and no passports required?
Nope. The Grand Hotel in Fairhope.
Since 1847, the Grand has been an icon on the Gulf Coast. This winter, stay in the country and vacation in grand style. Visit grand1847.com. That's grand1847.com.
What's up? It's Draymond Green. I'm back for my 14th NBA season, and my podcast, The Draymond Green Show, is back too. This season, I'm breaking down games, reacting to the biggest NBA stories, and sitting down with teammates, rivals, and culture shapers. And trust me, I'm not holding back, on the court or on the mic. 2 new episodes every week. New segments, big conversations, real basketball talk for the real hoop heads. Listen to and follow The Draymond Green Show wherever you get your podcasts. We're back, we're better, let's get it.
This is the story of the one. As an HVAC technician, he and his digital multimeter are in high demand. So when a noisy office HVAC turns out to be a failing blower motor, he doesn't break a sweat. With Grainger's easy-to-use website and product information, he selects the product he needs to keep everything humming right along. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Hola, amigos! It's a big noise. Brad Evans from BetMGM Tonight. Listen Monday through Friday starting at 6 p.m. Eastern on Westwood One Sports as we cover the biggest sports stories from coast to coast. Get insights on the NFL playoffs, college basketball conference races, and more. Download the Odyssey app now and listen from anywhere. BetMGM Tonight, live and interactive, presented by BetMGM. Tune in, Team Huevos.
It's Blackhawks and Bulls season on Chicago Sports Network. Visit chsn.com/radio to sign up for your 7-day free trial of our all-access plan. Over 300 live games per year. Chicago Sports Network, your home stream advantage.
This is the story of the one. As an HVAC technician, he and his digital multimeter are in high demand. So when a noisy office HVAC turns out to be a failing blower motor, he doesn't break a sweat. With Grainger's easy-to-use website and product information, he selects the product he needs to keep everything humming right along. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Allstate's new home insurance is now better than ever. We're making getting the right home insurance that's right for you super easy with our improved online quoting tool. It explains how each coverage option works for you without the headache. Yep, you can start protecting your home in a matter of minutes. So check Allstate first for home insurance that's better than ever. You're in good hands with Allstate.
Savings vary. Coverage subject to terms, qualifications, and availability. Allstate North American Insurance Company and affiliates, Northbrook, Illinois.
This is an Odyssey Sports Minute.
No matter who you want to blame for Buffalo's loss on Saturday on the road in Denver, and most people want to blame quarterback Josh Allen, you're never getting rid of the quarterback. And something has to change in Buffalo. Year 9 coming up of the coach-quarterback partnership. I think you have to get rid of the coach. And Sean McDermott's a really good coach, just like John Harbaugh's a really good coach. Buffalo needs to try something new and get a new head coach for Josh Allen. I'm Nick Costos.
Layla Rahimi, Marshall Harris, Mark Grody. Middays 10 a.m. to 2 on Chicago Sports Radio 670 The Score.
From the 48, deep drop, Williams. He's got time. Shot downfield in trouble. Is intercepted by Cam Curl. Curl goes over, makes the play, and the Rams have it back.
There it is, courtesy of NBC Sports. That's Mike Tirico and Chris Collinsworth on the call. The dagger, the Cam Curl interception. Bears on their best chance of overtime, unfortunately, get the drive that they did not need. 10 plays was that drive, going 6 minutes and 3 seconds, and then all it took for the Rams was 10 plays down the field, field goal, and a 2017 final. This is Rahimi Harrison Grody on 670 The Score. And unfortunately, in a game where every single millimeter mattered in the NFL playoffs, and you know what is on the line, a trip to the NFC Championship game, how much will that play live in your head? We've seen miscommunications with receivers before. Unfortunately, there was one in the previous game against Green Bay involving Luther Burden. But DJ Moore, Chris Collinsworth even said it when he was watching in that analysis of the call right after you heard Mike Tirico say he wasn't going to the right spot. And he's not the only one.
No, I think watching it first, I was like, first of all, I was upset with the play design and call because to me, this was once the Rams were stopped in overtime, take your time getting nickel and dime situations. When I say nickel and dime, I don't mean the coverages. I mean 5 yards here, 10 yards here, maybe even go to tempo just to keep it moving. We're in overtime. Rams defense is worn down. Just take what you can get to get into field goal range. You don't need to do anything super aggressive. This isn't a Green Bay Packers situation going for the kill and the coverage that you want. This is just take care of the football above all else. That's what I was thinking the entire time. So when he's throwing it down the field, I was like, why are you? And before I could even get the thought out, the ball had been intercepted. And in my mind, the game was over at that point because two bites at the apple from Matt Stafford in overtime, that sounds like a poison pill you're swallowing.
It did not look good for DJ Moore in the breakdown. The way he was running the route, what Caleb was trying to get him to do, it doesn't look good for DJ. But I can add this, and that is that I did not see DJ Moore in the locker room afterwards. Don't know why. Maybe it was an injury. Maybe he didn't want to deal with us. Maybe he'll speak today out at Hallis Hall. But that's the important part. That's the missing part right now. I don't know what DJ Moore was thinking on that. I don't know if he if he was hurt, and some of that is like it. If he was slowed by injury, of course you say he should take himself out. Coaching staff has to have some culpability for that as well. So I'm looking really forward to hearing exactly from DJ's perspective what happened.
And I think it's important for us at this time to say, you can call it excuses, but we take hit injuries seriously here. And when he's in the tent for 5 good minutes at least before he comes back out onto the field, I take that into consideration. This Bears team and their players deserve every benefit of the doubt from me. You can feel however you want about it. As a listener, you can say, oh, these are excuses. We know there's been tape before of, unfortunately, DJ not being on the same page with Caleb Williams. We've seen it out of other receivers. We know that the Rams secondary was biting on practically everything. Kobe Durant could have had 2 more interceptions in that game. The truth is also that when you throw 3 interceptions in a playoff game, a la Josh Allen the day before, it usually is not going to go well for you. That said, I think he thought he was throwing the ball to one place. It was not a misread of a defense as much as it was Caleb Williams thought that DJ was going one place. DJ thought he was going in another. And the Rams secondary at that point had seen enough of the Bears offense to where they knew where the ball was going.
Yeah, and the argument is, of course, even if the Rams know where the ball is going, you saw the open space as the play developed. If DJ does flatten the route, if he comes at a sharper angle, then he's in position to, if not make the throw, at least make sure nobody else catches. And I think that's one of the big takeaways.
Let's listen to what Caleb Williams first had to say. I think it's important to listen to the guy throwing the ball first as to what happened.
On that final throw, interception, what did you see? What did you expect to happen?
Yeah, I gotta go back and watch it. Obviously, haven't seen it and don't really know. But from in the moment, saw the front side safety down, the front side of the concept, ended up getting hemmed up a little bit, and so moved on and had DJ going over top over all of it. Just a miscommunication between him and I. Tried to flatten him off under the safety, and he kept it vertical from what I saw on obviously in the moment.
So that's the explanation out of the quarterback. And credit to Caleb Williams. I thought the best way to, if nothing else, stop a frenzy was the way he put it. But when you look at the tape, that's exactly what he's describing. Mark, what did you think when you heard him say that?
Well, you know what? Actually, low-key, I'm thinking in the back of my brain now listening to that, like part of it, and I know this is not necessarily the part people want to hear right now, but it's really cool to hear Caleb Williams like that. It just hit me how intelligently he talks about offense now, like relative to last year and even the beginning of the season, like in terms of mastering, because that was like what we're all worried about. Like, is this guy gonna ever master the offense? Can he take this all in?
Can he meet Ben Johnson?
And that is like, just listening to that. Oh, he's met Ben Johnson, so the mentals are there. Like the fact that Caleb knew exactly what, like flattening him out over the middle and DJ going vertical, like hearing all that. I mean, it's hard not to believe Caleb's side of the story and that DJ was in the wrong on that play.
And that's what it sounds like when a guy knows how to watch tape.
Yes.
He has addressed that problem and that concern, and I think the next step for me is hearing other quarterbacks. You know how you've heard other quarterbacks say, oh yeah, like such and such receiver and I were watching tape and we were like, oh, we can run that play. And I'm always like, wouldn't it be neat if the Bears had a quarterback who did that? Like who said like, oh, I was watching tape and I was like, wait, we can run this. That's the next step of the discussion.
Layla, I think
we're
there. I think that's what this offseason is going to be about, is about him taking it even further. I mean, he's not a finished product, and that's my favorite thing about everything that's transpired this season. But the only thing I'll say is you would hope by this point of the season that he and DJ Moore would always be on the same page.
And we've seen it a few times with DJ, the famous mailbox where DJ throws up his hand. There are guys who say, I can get open on this play. I've got daylight. I'm reading the defense my way. Here's a touchdown, or here's more yards. And when the pressure is on, everybody's trying to do different things. Everybody's trying to do as much as they can. And that's where the communication becomes so crucial. Well, the problem is Chase Daniel was on this pretty quickly, and he had an all-22. And Chase Daniel used to be on our afternoon show regularly, former quarterback, as everybody knows, MVP at the bank, undoubtedly.
Fair.
Here's what he had to say about it.
Caleb Williams has a really good pocket. All right, a couple things I like about this. One, you're protecting the edges. You're giving your guy a chance to make a play. Number two, Luther Burden, run a curl route. Okay, run a flat route. They're playing man-to-man on this side of the field. Look how deep Cam Curl is away from the situation and away from everything that transpires. So they're really trying to box these two. So it's a box coverage between here. Rome Odunze is going to run at this safety and needs to go to the corner. This job right here by DJ Moore, it's hard to see because of it. Your job is a deep cross. You should be over here on the hash 18 to 22 yards. There's a huge area of space over there, and if you can run to that area instead of looking, your primary, to me, your Bloom's doing exactly what he wants to, right? He's looking them down, and then just the effort is not there, right? How are you, like you should be coming downhill to the ball. Maybe the ball's in the middle of his throne. I can't believe this.
So I want to pair that with what Chris Collinsworth had to say. Tyler, are we good to play him back to back? Let's listen.
I don't know exactly what Moore was thinking here, but it looked like he just was not interested. Curl had his eyes on Caleb Williams. He saw the release point. I'm not sure that Moore ever did. It was almost like he didn't know it was coming. Curl broke on the ball. What a sensational play by Cam Curl. And I think that Caleb Williams said, man, you've been making those plays. I was counting on you to go make that diving catch that Curl just made.
It's disheartening to hear all of the explanations because all of them ultimately ended up in an undesirable result. And I go back to the tent and you wonder about that. And like Mark said, hopefully we'll hear from DJ Moore about that at locker cleanout for the Bears. But regardless, like DJ Moore has been such a warrior and he's come up with so many of the plays that have made this season what it is, that it's just really disconcerting that that's how it ends for this particular season.
DJ Moore has had extreme highs and extreme lows with Caleb, right? I mean, that's
going back
just,
to last year.
Going back to last year, and maybe this is just DJ, but yeah, I mean, there's so much evidence from credible voices, and you could even watch it when you hear about this, that it's something went wrong with DJ Moore, and I'm looking forward to hearing the why from him anyway.
Well, and the thing is, too, is I think a lot of receivers worth their salt are not going to say, oh, I thought I had him on this play. I'm going to remix this. You see it when it works and you don't necessarily get the answer that as to why they changed a route. But then when they do and somebody's where they're not supposed to be, then you see the risk and you see the reward we don't hear about. But
right.
we see what happens when you take the risk and it fails.
What I worry about, guys, is like one possibility here is, and it's a real possibility, is that DJ Moore was the third or fourth option on that play, and he just wasn't running the route the way he was running the route, like he wasn't going to get the ball.
It didn't look like he expected to get it based on when he turned his head.
Yeah,
I think that's true. I think my bigger concern is that might be the play you remember about DJ Moore as a Bear because it might be his last play as a Chicago Bear.
That ain't going to be the play. You're
no, I'm saying that. No, I'm
DJ
just saying
Moore.
That's the last thing. That might be
it's
the last thing.
But it ain't going to be the thing that you remember. He made too many spectacular catches.
He made
in the last
spectacular
3
plays,
weeks.
but I'm saying that might be his last play as a Bear.
Yeah, well, I see. Oh, you think he's not going to be here next year?
I'm just saying
Is
it's
that
a
what you're getting
possibility.
to?
Yes,
Okay.
I'm saying it's a possibility, and that's why it's so disconcerting to me because I want him to be remembered for so many other things.
I think he will be. I mean, like since they if the Bears had been eliminated in the if they hadn't won a playoff game, then maybe it's always going to be remembered. We're always going to talk about it, but DJ Moore will be remembered for some pretty big time catches, I believe.
Yeah.
I mean, it's notable, but I disagree that that's his legacy.
Well, that's it. As we try to figure out who's on this team and who's going where. All the players said it after the game. And I think it's something that Ben Johnson probably told the team because they're on the same page as head coach. Is this is not going to be the same group next year. And there's no better example of that than when we get into Inside the Locker Room with you, Mark Rohde, at 125. But there's a reason why we're all wondering how this is going to look next season and what happens next. And the proof in Detroit would indicate that change is likely to happen just based on how they operated and who wants certain players for certain things. Keep listening for your chance to score a 4-pack of tickets for the 2026 Chicago Auto Show, running February 7th through 16th at McCormick Place. For more information and to purchase tickets, visit ChicagoAutoShow.com. Why am I giggling and thinking about auto show people?
You did that earlier today in the pre-show.
I'm sorry, it's a midday holdover. You know who you are. If you listen to this station long enough, you know there's a reason we all giggle when we talk about the auto show. Even I have seen pictures. Even I have.
There's a lot of energy out there. I'll just say that.
Exactly. You know. So shout out to everybody who goes out to the auto show, because I think it's a tradition of some sort.
There's energy.
There is. There's a lot of energy on our phone lines. 312-644-6767. Rahimi, Harrison, Grody. We come back with calls next.
The magical ride for the Bears is over, and we need to talk about what happened in the game. What about that last interception? We'll discuss. Plus, Kurt Warner's going to join us at 3 o'clock. Carmi V was at Soldier Field. She's going to give us our Bears hit, 2 words. That's coming up at 5. Spiegel and Holmes, 2-6 on the score.
Always live on the free Odyssey app.
This segment is sponsored by Climate Guard Windows.
If you need windows, you need Climate Guard. We've been making windows in Chicago for over 45 years. Purchase with confidence, backed by our price match guarantee. Great financing available. Visit climateguardwindows.com today to schedule a free in-home estimate.
Starting your business or ready to expand? Bringing big ideas to life can come with even bigger costs. At Wintrust, we're here for it. With a different approach to help you take big leaps and start new chapters. As a business client, you'll be paired with a dedicated expert to guide you in finding the right products and services to fit your goals. Our approach can take your business to the next level. Learn more at wintrust.com/here. Wintrust. Different approach, better results. Banking products provided by Wintrust Community Banks. Member FDIC, Equal Housing Lender.
The All Canada Show.
The All Canada Show is here, the largest gathering of Canadian fishing and hunting lodges in the country. Meet the lodge owners, enjoy new seminar speakers, register to win an amazing Canadian adventure, grab a shore lunch, kids get in free, and everyone gets a collector's Daredevil Lure opening night. January 29th through February 1st at the Kane County Fairgrounds in St. Charles. Free parking. Details and discount tickets are at allcanada.com.
The All Canada Show.
Finding great candidates to hire can be like, well, trying to find a needle in a haystack. Sure, you can post your job to some job board, but then all you can do is hope the right person comes along. Which is why you should try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/free. ZipRecruiter doesn't depend on candidates finding you. It finds them for you. Its powerful technology identifies people with the right experience and actively invites them to apply to your job. You get qualified candidates fast. So while other companies might deliver a lot of hay, ZipRecruiter finds you what you're looking for. The needle in the haystack.
See why 4 out of 5 employers who post a job on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. ZipRecruiter, the smartest way to hire. And right now, you can try ZipRecruiter for free. That's right, free at ZipRecruiter.com/free. That's ZipRecruiter.com/free. ZipRecruiter.com/free.
ZipRecruiter.
1877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Call 1-877-CARS for Kids to reach a friendly live agent. Donation's super easy, and your car can be picked up as soon as tomorrow. Call us now.
1877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Did you know you can donate real estate too?
Good morning. This is your Hardee's 2 for $5 breakfast mix and match alarm. We've got fluffy eggs and sausage on a made-from-scratch biscuit ready, or perhaps biscuit and gravy. Ooh, maybe a sweet cinnamon roll. Wake up and smell that sweet deal. Mix and match any 2 for just $5 for a limited time, only at Hardee's. Don't snooze on the app. Snag juicy deals, order ahead, and get to work on time. Maybe. Exclusive app offers for registered My Rewards members only. Available for a limited time at participating restaurants.
Hey, football fans, picture this. You bet on your favorite player to score the first touchdown in the game, but his teammate scores instead. If this happens, BetMGM wants to give you another chance at the end zone. With BetMGM's second chance promotion, you'll get your stake back if your first touchdown scorer scores second instead. That's right. Bet on any pro football player to score the first touchdown of the game. If you're right, you win. If your player scores second, you get your stake back in cash. With BetMGM's second chance offer, you have a chance to keep the fun going after the first player crosses the goal line. Try a first TD score wager with confidence today. BetMGM. Make it legendary.
BetMGM and GameSense remind you to play responsibly. See BetMGM.com for terms. 21 plus only. Illinois only. Existing customer offer. Subject to eligibility requirements. Rewards paid back in unrestricted withdrawable funds. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER or 262-537 or by texting ILGAMB to 53342 in partnership with Paradise Hotel Casino.
Experience the excitement at Four Winds Casinos with award-winning cuisine, luxurious hotel accommodations, the latest slots, and a variety of table games. Why settle for less when you can have it all at Four Winds Casinos, your entertainment escape?
Rahimi, Harris, and Grody will be back in 60 seconds on The Score.
Straight Talk presents The Math of More. Here's how it works. When you say yes to more with Straight Talk, you're left with more for all the other good stuff. So getting an unlimited plan starting at just $25 a month equals more savings for your family's weekend adventures. And with a network covered by Verizon, you can share more from wherever you go. It's simple math, really. More equals more with Straight Talk. Available at straighttalk.com and Walmart. Taxes and fees apply. The $25 plan requires a compatible unlocked device and a new line of service. Additional terms apply.
Too many tools, too much stress, and way too many bills. Odoo replaces it all. One connected platform for every part of your business, so you can work faster, smarter, and for less. Odoo, the only software you'll ever need. Try it free today at odoo.com. That's ODOO.com.
Layla Rahimi, Marshall Harris, Mark Grody. Middays 10 a.m. to 2 on Chicago Sports Radio 670 The Score.
This is Rahimi, Harris, and Grody on 670 The Score. And Mark Grody and I are pointing at the line like linebackers making checks.
Mm-hmm.
But unfortunately, I have nobody to tackle. Football season is over.
Layla does go through that period of time every year where she's like, I just got to hit somebody. Like, it's, tired of the fake stuff.
Are you calling her violent?
I don't
I
know if she's
call
violent.
myself choosing. it's not violent necessarily
She's
because
not
I don't
dirty.
want to hurt anybody. I just want to fly at something.
Yeah, right. You just want to...
Trampoline parks exist.
No, not that kind of fly. Like a wrap up and tackle like a punching bag or something.
You need brothers is what you need.
See, like when I lived in a house with stairs, we'd jump off the stairs.
It's a great movie with Mark Wahlberg.
Brothers?
Yeah.
Another one that I'll start to watch.
No, I would.
Yeah, okay, so somebody on Twitter sent me a scene from the other guys, and I said to him, do you think that Mark Grody's gotten to that point in the movie yet?
I forgot where I left off now.
Mark, I've known you for so long, and this is the most disappointing thing.
I know. I feel like I've let you guys down. But guess what? The off season is here, and I will start to do things that I didn't do. I will now do.
Oh, you're not going to humorously put it off just for the bit?
At this point, maybe for the bit.
You're hurting yourself.
I know.
All right, let's get to some of these calls. 312-644-6767. This is a Plumbers 911. Football Monday here on The Score, presented by Busey Bank. We go to Dan on the south side. Hi, Dan.
Dan.
How are you guys?
We could be better.
Yeah, I've been a Chicago Bears fan my whole life, and let me tell you, this is one of the most exciting seasons I've ever seen. But I believe in Ben Johnson. I will never question his play calling or decision making for that matter. I believe in the Caleb Williams, Ben Johnson brotherhood and what they got going, but someone needs to have a serious conversation with DJ Moore about underdogging his routes. This is not the first time he's done it, and I think people think it's communication, but this is not the first time he dogged one of his routes, and the interception was the pinnacle of that decision. He dogs his routes all the time, and someone needs to have a serious conversation about him doing that. Because if he kept running on that last interception, he would have caught that ball. Blame it on injuries, blame it on whatever. But he dogged that route, and Caleb Williams threw that ball perfectly. If he would have kept running, he would have caught that, and we got to win for the Bears there. That's what I'm seeing from DJ Moore.
Dan, we appreciate your call. We've gone over it. You heard what the experts had to say. We want to hear what you have to say. 312-644-6767. Let's go to Tracy in Naperville.
Hello.
Yeah,
Hello.
Tracy, how are you?
Yes. Can you hear me?
Got you loud and clear, buddy.
Okay, buddy. This is not DJ Moore's fault here. If Caleb Williams would learn how to slow walk the ball down the field when he's in field goal range almost, then we would never be talking about this, because the Rams quarterback did exactly that. Walk it down into field goal range before he took the long strike, just to get his field goal kicker in position to win the game. Caleb Williams could have done the same thing.
Yeah,
but hold on. It's a play that's called. Like, that's a head coach who calls the play. Like, Sean McVay called those plays for the Rams. Ben Johnson did the same for the Bears.
Yes, we understand that, but if it's not like it should be, him running the route right, the play would have been is to run the ball and get in field goal range. That's all you need is 3 points. You don't need the spectacular touchdown.
No, I understand. Understand this, though. If the pass is completed, guess what? They're in field goal range and good to go. And I agree with you on the kind of the slow walk approach, because what Sean McVay did is what I thought the Bears were doing until that play, because they were kind of just nickel and diming their way down the field and taking care of the football. And that's all I asked. Don't turn it over. Don't turn it over. They put the ball in harm's way as a team, and therefore they now live with the result.
Yeah, that's it. Like, you read the reads on that specific play that is called, but the idea that was up to the quarterback there to decide how to read that play, you're trying to figure out who's open, period, paragraph. We continue on the phones, 312-644-6767. We go to Frank in Oak Park. Frank, you're on Rahimi Harrison Grody.
Yeah, this was a weird game. Maybe the weather had impact that was not obvious, maybe on the footing. When it was done, I turned everything football off. I didn't watch any highlights of any games until this morning. On defense, the Bears had perhaps their best overall performance of the season. They got 4 sacks. They held the powerful Rams offense to 340 yards and 20 points. Didn't get that till overtime. Maybe if they had gotten 1 turnover, that deodorized the Bears' offense. Again, hope Jackson is back in the linebacker room next year. On offense, Caleb had one of his worst games of the year. Yes, there was the great Komet TD throw, and the first one to DJ was in pretty tight quarters as well, but 3 picks were death. The last one, he was trying to hit more, looked like a miscommunication between QB and receiver, and you guys will have to sort that out if anybody's ever ready to talk. For the year, the Bears overproduced. I thought if everything went right, they might finish 9-8 and out of the playoffs. Divisional round before you lose? No way. Great job by the coaches and front office. But fans, winning is a journey, not a destination. The NFL has more roster entropy than any pro sport due to injury. Churn is heightened due to free agency and a hard salary cap. You want more evidence? Compare the massive difference between the starting lineups of the 2019 and 2023 Chiefs Super Bowl teams. Full remakes on the O-line, wide receivers, running backs, DBs, and linebackers. Now, if we're talking 2030, when the Bears open their new stadium on a former EPA brownfield in northwest Indiana, and the Bears have been no worse than 9-8 in season since 2025, you'll know that Johnson Pole's mind meld is a good trend and not a 2018 style blip.
Dang. Not the 2018 style blip on the proverbial radar.
It can't be 2018.
That's just it. This one.
The Bears won.
The season feels like this version of the Bears feels more sustainable.
They won a playoff game.
They won a playoff game. That team did not.
They won a playoff game. Exactly. Right. Exactly. I mean, didn't in 2018, didn't in 2001. 2 seasons that I am much closer to putting away because the Bears were not those teams. They won a playoff game. A lot of work needs to be done. I agree. The Bears have a head coach. The Bears have a quarterback. The Bears have an offensive line. Now, there's other things that need to be worked on and made better within all of that, including Caleb Williams. But they have those 3 things.
And if any Packers fans troll you today and they're like, "Oh, congrats on winning your Super Bowl. You lost the next game," be like, "Hi, remember that time you guys lost in the playoffs?"
Yeah.
Yeah, just be petty with who you can today is basically what I'm telling you. We will not do that with our next guest. Anthony Herron, the analyst for Fox 32, former NFL defensive lineman, and executive, joining us on Rahimi Harrison Grody to break it all down next.
The magical ride for the Bears is over, and we need to talk about what happened in the game. What about that last interception? We'll discuss. Plus, Kurt Warner's going to join us at 3 o'clock. Carmi V was at Soldier Field. She's going to give us our Bears hit, 2 words. That's coming up at 5. Spiegel and Holmes, 2-6 on the score.
Always live on the free Odyssey app.
Hey, what's going on? It's Mark Grody. How about finally a simple New Year's solution? One where you're guaranteed to succeed. Reverse the clock on hair loss with Advanced Hair's simple one-day treatment. You will feel more confident, more youthful when you witness your own natural hair growing into those places where it's been balding or thinning for years. Can you imagine? It's from Advanced Hair's breakthrough technology to their world-class medical team. They are the only team in hair restoration I personally recommend. Advanced Hair's simple one-day treatment begins to regrow your own natural hair the very next day, and your new hair is guaranteed to grow. Did I mention the results can last a lifetime? You'll get hair back. Celebrate this new year with a fuller head of hair and get a free consultation, $250 off, and a $250 free hair grafts as well. Call 872-217-HAIR. That's 872-217-HAIR. Or see what meeting your New Year's resolution could look like with the before and after pictures at advancedhair.com.
Roofers and Waterproofers Local 11 provides quality value and service in all facets of the commercial, industrial, and institutional roofing and waterproofing industry, promoting skilled craftsmen and craftswomen through apprenticeship training. Local 11 members are trained in the application of the latest roofing and waterproofing techniques. They're at the forefront of design and installation of environmental friendly solar, green, and garden systems. To find a highly skilled roofing contractor today, go to ChicagoRoofingContractors.com.
Start the year moving, not hurting. If joint pain is holding you back, listen up. There's a way to get real relief without surgery, without downtime, and without putting your life on pause. Dr. Ashley Caravelli and the other medical pros at QC Kinetics here in Chicago deliver regenerative treatments that actually help your body repair the areas that are causing you pain. Instead of facing an invasive operation that sidelines you for months, these treatments happen right in the office and you go about your day. January is supposed to be your clean slate. Stop managing the pain. Start solving it with QC Kinetics. Call now for your free consultation. 312-847-4347. That's 312-847-4347. QC Kinetics, 312-847-4347.
Tonight at the United Center, Jonathan Taves returns. The longest tenured captain in Blackhawks history is back as the Jets come to town. It's an emotional night for Hawks fans. Tune in on CHSN or grab limited tickets at blackhawks.com/tickets. Then Friday, it's Friday Night Hockey versus Tampa Bay, presented by Modelo. First 2,000 fans score a Hawks hat. Plus, nominate your adult league captain in the Jewel Osco Who's Your Captain contest at blackhawks.com/contest. You can register online March 21st. Must be 21 to enter.
The IRS just lost thousands of experienced agents. Unfortunately, your tax debt didn't disappear with them. Right now, the IRS is understaffed and overwhelmed. Now is the time to put your IRS issues behind you. Do you owe $10,000 or more to the IRS? Has the IRS garnished your wages yet? Have they grabbed your bank account yet? They will if you ignore them long enough. This is Patrick Noon with PJN Tax Solutions Group. We are a local tax resolution firm located right here in St. Charles, Illinois. Don't call some 1-800-FIRM 10 states away. We're right here. Listen, this is your window of opportunity. Our tax resolution team knows exactly how to leverage the chaos. But you need to act before the IRS regroups. Call us now. The IRS is in disarray. We are not. 630-415-5296. That number again, 630-415-5296. Or just Google, I want the IRS off my ASS.
More Rahimi Harrison Grody. Back in 60 seconds on 670 The Score.
MyLowe's Pro Rewards members go big during Lowe's Pro Savings Days. Get member volume discounts plus an extra 5% off eligible orders with a quote of $2,000 or more. Plus, buy more and save more with up to 25% off DWV pipes when you spend $250 or more. Lowe's, we help, you save. Valid through 123. Exclusions, more terms and restrictions apply. Can't be combined with any contract or special pricing. Loyalty program subject to terms and conditions. Visit the Pro Desk or Lowe's.com/terms for more details. Subject to change.
Welcome back to Winter Hack Radio, the place for clever hacks to survive the season. Icy driveway? Well, try spreading sand or birdseed to help with traction. Snowy puppy paws? Well, grab a whisk, brush it off, done. Catch COVID-19? Well, just get...
Actually, there's no hack for COVID-19. But if you test positive, prescription medications for COVID exist. Ask your doctor if they're right for you. Visit PfizerForAll.com to learn more. Sponsored by Pfizer.
Very cold, only a peak or two of the sun, a high of just 7, but it feels much colder.
Weather brought to you by Staples. 2026 is here, and at Staples, deals mean business. Like up to $100 off custom print orders. Head into the new year looking good for less. Staples. That was easy. Ends 1/31.
Bears fans, this magical season comes to close after the Bears fall to the Rams at Soldier Field in the divisional round. Keep it here as the score team breaks down the game. Plus, we'll have your reaction too, right here on Chicago's Sports Radio 670 The Score. Broadcasting live from the Hyundai Studios. Presented to you in part by your local Hyundai dealers. WSCR Chicago. WBMX HD2 Chicago. And Odyssey Sports Station.
The Score!
This hour is brought to you by Cars for Kids.
Anthony Herron, Score football analyst.
I was in the green room at the Big Ten Network last night, and then when the moment happened that Caleb Williams went deep, threw the bomb to DJ Moore. At that point, I was all yelled out. I was just exhausted by then with all the different screens and the stimulus and the notes and just seeing that. I was actually quiet at that point. The touchdown at the end of regulation, I let out the big yell. The touchdown that closed the show, I let out an exhale. So I didn't know what else to do.
Former NFL defensive lineman and Iowa Hawkeye.
Anthony Herron receives credit for it. Tenacious job by Anthony Herron, number 99.
Mr. Hedden, I want to compliment you. You're doing a fine job.
Big and Herron on 670 The Score.
Anthony Herron is truly never scared of talking about the Bears. He joins us on Mondays here on Rahimi Harrison Grody. This one no different. It is a Plumbers 911 Football Monday presented by Busey Bank. Ant is an analyst for The Score, Fox 32, and the Big Ten Network. Anthony Herron, I think we saw a defensive performance that was beautiful by the Bears. Unfortunately, slipped through this team's hands. What do you think?
A thing of beauty is a joy forever. That was a really nice way for Dennis Allen, for the Bears defense to close out the season with a performance that you can wonder, all right, what if you would have gotten more of that from throughout the year? Because I certainly didn't predict, and I think most of us probably didn't, that the Bears defense would be able to stymie the number one offense in football for the bulk of the game in the way that they did. And there was certainly some assistance I think they got in that, where Sean McVay just didn't seem to call a great game. See, maybe the top offensive mind in the sport. He basically just kind of gave up on the rushing attack for chunks of the game. I feel like there were some reasons for that. It seemed to me like whenever the Bears would stem to a five-man front, get Tremaine Edmonds off one edge, I think that Matt Stafford seemed to me, and I'll go through a second viewing of the game at some point, but my impression just kind of watching the TV copy live in real time was Stafford was making some adjustments to go to some pass plays as opposed to running into a five-man front that the Bears showed on occasion. But McVay and the game plan going in didn't necessarily seem to suit the opponent that the Bears had. They'd been dominant lately in 13 personnel. They weren't using that early in the game either, just running a bunch of tight end bodies at a Bears run defense that hadn't been great. But for what the Rams threw at the Bears and what the Bears needed to do, they forced the Rams' hand in some of these situations. And between the two QBs, Matt Stafford was the one to me who did look more uncomfortable, who seemed to struggle more with the conditions, whether that was the weather, the playoffs, the crowd, whatever it was. The Bears had the quarterback in Caleb Williams that at least seemed to me to be playing within himself, who looked comfy in a way that Stafford did not. So a lot of credit to DA and the Bears defense.
Anthony Herron joins us on the Circus Sports Illinois hotline. Download the Circus Sports app today, and he's on Twitch, twitch.tv/Chicago670 The Score.
And I watched this game thinking about how we expected it to look and how it didn't look anything like what I expected it to look. I thought it'd be a little more shootout-y, if that's a word. It's not. I just made it up. But it wasn't. And
shootout-ish.
Yeah, shootout-esque. Like, however you want to turn that into an adjective. But I got to tell you, man, the decision before the game even started to move Joe Thuney out to left tackle for what it was designed to do, I think it worked because Caleb Williams, as you said, was not as uncomfortable as Matthew Stafford from a pressure situation. It set them up to be able to pass the football. The problem is I just don't think the run game was quite where Ben Johnson expected it to be based on the move.
Yeah, that's the tough spot that the Bears were in because it was obviously an attempt by the coaching staff to make the best of really difficult circumstances. The left tackle position with now 4 different starters at left tackle when you're looking at the football season. And Joe Thuney has been there before. You know, all of our mutual friend Luke Canellis, he was asking me about it in Bears Game Day Live yesterday when we were doing our pregame coverage. And I had a hard time wrapping my mind around the Bears doing that for the first time this season because that question has been presented to me previous times this year. Might the Bears just pop Joe Thuney out to left tackle? And my response was consistently, in the Hall of Fame career that Joe Thuney has put together, the only time that he's struggled has been when he's been at left tackle. So if you've spent all these resources to have him play guard and Jonah Jackson play guard and Drew Dahlman play center and you feel great about right tackle, then just get left tackle figured out with one of these other bodies and supply a bunch of resources to make sure your left tackle doesn't get exposed. And I thought the Bears did that so much throughout this season. So it did surprise me, the move yesterday. What didn't surprise me was that Joe Thuney held up. Joe Thuney against a physical Rams pass rush. He held up well at left tackle on passing downs, but in evaluating some of the rundowns, I think that's where, to your point, Marshall, the Bears' run game didn't look. And it's, you know, even before they had to make this move, the Bears' run game hasn't been nearly as dominant as it once was. And for yesterday's game, was part of that because of having McFadden in at guard, Thuney out at tackle? Did that contribute to some of the run game being a little bit off base? I think that's possibly a factor.
Talking to Anthony Herron, analyst for 670 The Score and the Big Ten Network right here on Rahimi, Harris, and Grody, and the Bears' overtime loss to the Rams last night. All right, Big Ant, let's get into it. What was your view, your take, your analysis on the Caleb Williams interception, the Cam Curl with the interception intended for DJ Moore?
It's too bad that between Caleb and DJ, so much of this season, like the early portion as we watch, and it feels like eons ago, but we think back to the early part of the year where a big topic of discussion was Caleb and DJ not being on the same page. Some of the side adjustments, and some of that was in the red zone where just trying to figure out where is Caleb trying to go with the ball, why is DJ just a little bit off center from where he's trying to deliver it. And then we've just seen so many special moments from the two of them together, especially late in the season. And times where DJ Moore seemingly gets knocked out of the game and he's splayed out on the field or laying down on the opposing sideline. He fights his way back into the lineup and makes huge plays. And for that to be the last offensive snap of the season for the Bears is disappointing. It is unfortunate. It looked like another similar scenario where the two of them are seeing things just in a slightly different manner. I'll be curious to hear Ben Johnson in more detail about it at some point. But, you know, just these situations just come down a lot of times to kind of these millimoments where you're looking at the leverage of a defender, and that defensive back, DJ Moore, is thinking he's going to have an opportunity to take the route a little bit more vertical. Mm-hmm. Caleb is expecting, seemingly to me, it looks like Caleb is expecting DJ to fight across that defender's face. And, you know, you got Roma Dunze running a vertical route. And where Caleb delivered the ball, he delivered it with timing, with anticipation. It looked to me like he threw it exactly where he wanted to throw the ball. That doesn't mean Caleb was right and DJ was wrong, but I was confused at DJ not necessarily whipping his eyes around to appear to be somebody who's looking to declare himself as a pass receiver. It just seemed like for whatever reason there was a little bit of hesitation for DJ to get his eyes around to address the football. And I'm not clear on that part of it. I don't know why, but the effort, and on the post show last night, I asked some callers, a couple of them, a lot of them very positive, but a couple of them kind of asking about the effort of DJ. To me, it's not necessarily an effort thing. I just don't think DJ Moore has ever been the most precise and the most urgent route runner at all times, and that's kind of who he's been throughout his career. I've described him as a running back to you guys in a lot of ways for his playmaking ability with the ball in his hands, but he's not sort of your traditional statuesque, long striding, ball plucking wide receiver that some of the other Bears pass catchers can present themselves to be.
We're talking to Anthony Herron on Rahimi Harrison Grody on 670 The Score. This segment with Anthony is sponsored by Plumbers 911. Plumbing emergency? Call the plumbing professionals, available 24/7 at 1-833-PLUM-911. And Anna, I think that brings up a better discussion then, because if you know that's the case, and you know that Colson Loveland and Rome Odunze have had trouble dropping the balls, which makes sense when you consider the weather. Not that that is also an excuse, but that leaves you with not everybody who you can trust. That's the hard part is game flow is dictating who's available in the game based on the coverage you're seeing. And that doesn't give you a lot of options in that case.
And that's where, and right now, this is the end of innocence, where at least for me, based off of this season, the expectations I had for the team coming in and them going well beyond that, I'm in a really positive frame of reference for a lot of these things. And I've been talking to you guys, as we all have, about the development of Caleb Williams at all these different touch points. And when you look at even the interceptions, especially the last two interceptions yesterday, where the Bears now have a quarterback who consistently, as he stands in the pocket, confidently delivers the ball with anticipation and trust and touch. That wasn't the Caleb that we saw in August or in September for much of October. And so that, to me, I'm still at the moment willing to view even those last couple of interceptions, the one where he's trying to figure out, he throws it up the sideline and Loveland's nowhere near the football, who's the guy he's trying to deliver it to. Interceptions number 2 and 3 are Caleb cutting the ball loose. Like the first one, it's a 4th down. He's going and sails the football. The 2 last week, both 4th downs where, DJ falls down, defenders are running free, and he's just trying to sort of loft the ball to at least give the Bears a chance to make a play. Those last 2 interceptions yesterday were not on 4th down. We're not in sort of moments of desperation. But to me, at least, it's a Bears quarterback who is now showing the growth where in moments where he's got to anticipate where to go with the football. And even that last play here where there was an opportunity in the flat. I think it was Komet was in the flat, and you have a flood concept to that right side of the field. And Caleb is just trying to trust that he's going to deliver the football where his wide receiver is going to end up. So if this guy is covered and that guy is covered, and this is where my eyes tell me I have a receiver who can declare open, you got to have a quarterback who's willing to cut that ball loose and trust his playmaker, trust himself to put the ball where it has to be. So right now, in what is now the end of innocence, but I'm willing to view this as a positive result because you compare where Caleb was last night to where he was earlier in the season. That's a moment where he tucks the football and starts running around everywhere trying to figure out how he can make a play. You got a quarterback now that's still got that playmaker gene in him, no doubt. We've seen it a bunch. But you also got a guy who a head coach can now trust to just stand in the pocket, see the field clearly, and deliver the football where he believes it should go and is willing to trust his eyes and his playmakers to do it. That's a big moment of growth that the Bears have seen here.
Yeah, I agree with you, Ann, especially in the development, the growth over the course of the season. I think in the playoffs, though, you got to use those legs sometimes. I really think almost to, not a disadvantage, but I was surprised by how much the legs did not come into play. As we talked to Anthony Herron, he's an analyst for 670 The Score and the Big Ten Network. But I do agree with the overall, him meeting Ben Johnson where Ben Johnson wants him to meet him is right there. More of the pocket passer, less of just the off-platform stuff. But I think that's what makes him special. I did want to ask you about, speaking of growth and development, as far as Caleb has come, I don't know that we could say the same about Rome Odunze if last night's performance is any indication, because he did have the one big catch on the sideline, but 4 targets, just the catch, the drop touchdown early. And I don't know how much the weather, whether it's Rome and everybody else, or his foot had to do with his performance last night? How do you see it?
I think that's a more than fair observation or critique of where Rome Odunze is at right now. And my hope is to get in the offseason and not only get healthy, but you would like to see, like you think of the opening drive of the game last night where Rome is open, Caleb puts the ball on his back hip between a couple of defenders, and it's difficult weather conditions, no doubt. But how big of an opening drive would that have been if Caleb throws that strike in there and Rome's able to reach back and pluck the football? Sure, a difficult grab, but a ball that goes right between both hands. But he catches that, just falls into the end zone for an opening touchdown. Soldier Field comes to life, is electrified. Like, that would have been a big moment. That is a moment that we've seen Rome Odunze not be able to sort of rise up and make consistently. He is physically capable of it. He has had some incredible grabs in some of these scramble drill moments from Caleb over the years. And, of course, you had the one against the Green Bay Packers on the 4th and 8 that we thought at the time was the most fantastic throw and catch we'd seen until last night. But Rome has had those times, and he's also had these times where you think if you're a top 10 pick, if you're a top flight receiver, if you're a true alpha level guy, then you want to see Rome make more of those grabs. The one that went through his hands on the opening drive more consistently. And he seems capable of that. We've seen examples of that. And it wasn't there consistently. So that's that growth, that development, not only for the Bears quarterback, but yes, for a number of the Bears playmakers. We can assume development. We tend to do that. There's a lot of evidence of this coaching staff and this roster that would indicate development will continue. But, yeah, for the Bears to kind of hit that next stratosphere of offense, of organization, it's got to happen. And Rome's got to be one of the guys at the tip of that spear.
Can I have some fun with you guys before we go to our break? We'll have more Anthony Herron in the next segment.
Sure.
What you got?
So the Bills released a statement about their head coach, Sean McDermott, being
This is the David Robinson statement.
Relieved of his duties. The quote is, Sean has done an admirable job of leading our football team for the past 9 seasons. Admiral, as in the type of penguin or office held in the military.
I call it the David Robinson statement is what I've been calling it.
Admiral job.
Right, they call them the Admiral.
Yeah. As opposed to admirable? Is that the word they were going for there, Layla?
Admirable would be the word, yes. Unless
autocorrect is one thing, but you would hope these go through a couple of layers of proofreading before they go public.
I'm pretty sure that gets put onto Canva or something like it, perhaps Photoshop. So I just wanted to know if you guys wanted to laugh with that. Also, we've gotten some more information from our intrepid reporter friend Kaylin Kaler about a question that we would, I think, need to ask Anthony Herron about. And are you willing to talk about cayenne pepper in our next segment?
Oh boy, yeah, I can do that. I can definitely do that.
You probably know where we're going with this. So we will ask the former NFL athlete Anthony Herron about cayenne pepper, no Admiral Penguins, and more off after this buzzkill of a Bears loss. We should be talking about the championship, but they're playing. So hang with us. More with Anthony Herron next on Rahimi Harrison Grody.
After a heartbreaking loss to the Rams, Bears fans are reacting on the score.
Hey, Casey.
I wouldn't change a whole lot with the team. This is the first year that Johnson's coach, and look at how far they got.
Hey, Jeff.
You got to go with his aggressiveness. That's who he is. But we got to realize playoff games and games you need to win to stay alive are different entities.
Hey, Eugene.
My frustration was that it wasn't like the Rams rolled in here and put up 50, 60 points. Your defense gave you what you needed to win this game. In these playoff games, when you're at home, take the points and you play to your defense.
For more fan reaction, game breakdown from the Score team, and a look ahead to the offseason, keep it here on Sports Radio 670 The Score.
This segment is sponsored by PackyWeb Ford.
I'm Jack Webb. PackyWeb Ford has the trucks. We'll beat any competitor's deal on any new F-150, Ranger, Maverick, Super Duty, or Transit. For details, visit PackyWebFord.com.
It's playoff time in Chicago, and there's no better place to bet the chase for a championship than Circus Sports Illinois. It's sports betting the way it should be. Whether you're betting championship or conference futures, sides, totals, or prop bets for every round, there's no better place to make your bets throughout January. Circus Sports, they've got high app limits, player-friendly pricing, exceptional customer service, and no bet fees ever. Download your new bookie today at circusports.com. Must be 21 or older. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
New chapters, big responsibilities, and exciting reasons to celebrate. Life's expenses just don't stop. At Wintrust, we're here for it. With checking accounts that fit your life now, savings options for what's next, and experts who can help you plan and stay ahead. Experience better banking, designed to power your next move. Make the switch today at wintrust.com/here. Wintrust. Different approach, better results. Banking products provided by Wintrust Community Banks. Member FDIC, Equal Housing Lender.
Hey, what's up? How about finally a simple New Year's resolution? It's Mark Grody here. How are you? Hope you're okay. One where you're guaranteed to succeed. Reverse the clock on hair loss with Advanced Hair's simple one-day treatment. You will feel more confident and more youthful when you witness your own natural hair growing into those places where it's been balding or thinning for years. From Advanced Hair's breakthrough technology to their world-class medical team, they are the only team in hair restoration I personally recommend. Advanced Hair's simple one-day treatment begins to regrow your own natural hair the very next day, and your new hair is guaranteed to grow. Did I mention the results can last a lifetime? I did. Celebrate the new year with a fuller head of hair and get a free consultation, $250 off, and 250 free hair grafts. Call 872-217-HAIR. That's 872-217-HAIR. Or see what meeting your New Year's resolution could look like with the before and after pictures at advancedhair.com.
That's another amazing run by Team USA.
Mom, think I'll be on Team USA one day?
Well, I'll take this one.
What? Are you speaking to us?
Yes, and to answer your question, anything's possible, especially with Xfinity.
So, I can be the best snowboarder ever?
Well, I can't guarantee that, but Xfinity can guarantee that your internet price won't change for 5 years.
Okay. What if I practice every day?
Then maybe you'll be snowboarding for Team USA at the next Olympic Winter Games. And Mom, you'll still be paying the same price for Wi-Fi.
Ooh, really stuck the landing there. It's the Xfinity Gold Medal Celebration. Now through February 22nd, get our best price on gig Wi-Fi for 5 years guaranteed, just $50 a month. Plus, get Peacock Premium included for 2 years. That's a $10.99 value per month. Xfinity. Imagine that. Proud partner of Team USA. Restrictions apply. Requires paperless billing and auto pay with stored bank account. Taxes and fees extra. Actual speeds vary.
Paramount Plus is the new home of UFC, and we're coming out swinging with UFC 324.
Oh, what a shot!
And 325 on back-to-back weekends. The new era is here.
It's time!
Every fight.
Bam! Let's go!
One subscription.
Oh my goodness!
Pay-per-view just got knocked out.
Let's go!
Back-to-back blockbuster UFC events this month, only on Paramount Plus.
You'd love new windows, but don't want to pay a fortune for them. Well, during Window Nation's Buy 4, Get 4 Free window sale,
you could also get 0 down, 0 monthly payments, and 0 interest for 2 years. Hurry, the sale ends soon, so schedule your free estimate now at windownation.com.
Allstate knows your home means everything to you, and you'll do anything to protect it. But not just with any protection. You want insurance that'll be there for you and your family when you need it most. And that's what Allstate's been doing for over 60 years. So check Allstate first for home insurance you can rely on. You're in good hands with Allstate.
Savings vary. Coverage subject to terms, qualifications, and availability. Allstate Vehicle and Property Insurance Company and affiliates, Northbrook, Illinois.
This is the story of the one. As the purchasing manager at a manufacturing plant, she knows the only thing more important than having the right safety gear is having it there when you need it. That's why she partners with Grainger for auto reordering, so her team members can count on her to have cut-resistant gloves on hand, and each shift can run safely and efficiently. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
This is an Odyssey Sports Minute.
The Los Angeles Rams might have won on Sunday night in Chicago, but it was not because of head coach Sean McVay. And McVay is a tremendous coach, but he said after the game himself, he didn't do a good job calling plays, and some of his in-game decision-making towards the end, running on 3rd and 7 on a free down, not trying to score at the end of regulation, he'll have to be way better if the Rams are going to beat the Seahawks on Sunday. I'm Nick Costos.
Listen to Rahimi, Harris, and Grody on the Odyssey and iHeartRadio apps.
Matthew Stafford and Devontae Adams both have experience playing in the cold and know exactly what they like to wear. For Matthew, he has a scuba top under his jersey to keep his core warm. Devontae has a special jersey with a hand warmer built into it. And get this, some of the Rams have put cayenne pepper in their socks. Yes, just like this one that you can buy at the grocery store. I'm told it brings heat and it keeps the blood flowing, Kaylee. Whatever works.
That was nicely done. The feeling hot Tyler Buterbaugh, which makes me think of Mike and Jan's trip to Sandals from The Office. This is Rahimi Harrison Grody on 670 The Score. We're joined by Anthony Herron, who now has the music in him, and he is dancing
How
on
you
Twitch.
feeling? How you feeling?
Twitch.tv/Chicago 670 The Score. So yes, cayenne pepper in the shoes. Now, listen, there's a lot of people who say like, oh, if you put cayenne pepper on your lips, it'll make them like plump up a little bit because they'll be slightly irritated from the pepper.
Oh, really?
That's,
people do that?
It's like an ingredient in a lot of these lip plumpers is peppers. And the joke was don't touch your face. Avoid touching your face during COVID, like as if you touched hot jalapenos, like because if you touch peppers, it'll burn.
That makes sense.
Keeping your feet warm, and that's a new one to me.
Yeah, I wasn't familiar with that one at all. Now, I come from a long line of Vaseline users, and so when the conditions get chilly outside, I would just slather a bunch of Vaseline all up and down the arms, the legs, the feet. Multiple socks would normally be the way to go in colder games for me, but cayenne pepper is a new one. I had not heard that before. It was uttered in the pregame last night. I'm assuming modern science probably has some kind of explanation for it, but to just leave that on my toes and my shoes for an entire game, I don't know. I would have been down for that. I've got fairly tough skin, I think, is my experience throughout life, but I don't know. I just want that rattling around on my feet all game.
This is the best thing.
This too. Dermatologists and a lot of times team doctors recommend Vaseline, but I'm sorry to cut you off, Mark, because I wanted you guys to hear what Poona Ford had to tell Kaylin Kaler. This is part of a deeper dive she did on TikTok. So if you want to see Kaylin Kaler's TikTok about this, the ESPN reporter, she's got it there. But listen to what Poona told Kaylin Kaler.
Who? Which vets gave you the idea?
Al Woods. Shout out to Al Woods.
Who did?
Al Woods.
Al Woods. Okay, wow. And so how many times have you done that?
Just like when it get cold, like when we played Green Bay one year.
Okay.
It's like just cold games like this when it get like real cold.
And how does it help? It makes your feet warm?
Yeah. Wow. It helps. Ask the company. I put them on. They did it. They said
did you bring your own cayenne pepper? Like where did you get it?
Berg had it. I told Berg earlier in the week he had it ready for us.
What, is that your equipment?
Yeah.
Okay.
EQ guy.
Wow, that's awesome.
Yeah.
Hilarious.
What?
But did it work?
He said it does. He said he's done it before against Green Bay. Like I had just never heard of it. That's why I was so shocked because I thought I had heard of all the things, but the fact that Ant had never heard of it. He played at Iowa. Like it's cold.
I mean, why not just like hack up some ghost peppers and put those in your socks or something like that?
That
we're
sounds
really going down
bad.
that road.
The whole thing sounds dangerous to me,
right?
doesn't
Yes.
it? Like there's an activation. This is the most dangerous thing since Mike North put Jardinier in his shoes. I mean, really, this brings me back a little bit.
Yeah, you get near some of those the heaters on the sidelines, and I've had gloves melt standing next to those heaters before. It's an experience out there, just trying to do what you can to keep your body as warm as possible because you go through pregame, and when your body gets all lathered up and your blood temperature starts to rise, you feel fine going through pregame, but if you're not out there for a series and you have some extended period of time, things start to clamp up and shut down, and it can be hard to just stay warm and get your body kind of going again if you've actually been off the field for a little bit. So maybe the answer is just a little bit of sriracha.
We're all looking for the solutions, Everybody's got their hack, their way of doing it. I mean, I'm pretty simple.
My hack? I stay inside. Go ahead.
When Henry Melton offers you tickets, sometimes you'll go, but most of the time you're going to be like,
Hey, Henry was in a suite.
Okay.
Today or
I think
yesterday,
I might have seen
Henry was
Melton.
in a suite.
I was too busy, believe it or not, to talk
say
to
hi
Henry,
to your
but
friend Henry Melton.
I thought I saw him in the distance. I think as I was doing my report, I'm like, hey, Henry, come back, come back, Mr. Man.
From a distance.
Yeah, man. I mean, quite a scene out there last night with the cold and the snow. It was like Big Ann, it was almost like there was like a repeat in terms of the ambiance and the crowd of the Packers game, and they just couldn't come through with the final act, man.
And then that moment, I mean, our friend Stacey Dale standing out there with, whatever it was, what was it, just 15 seconds to go or something like that, right? With the Cole Kmet touchdown catch, and she's right there. Cole, looks right into her phone. If anybody who hasn't seen the image, the video that Stacey Dale's captured and posted on her social media, you're not going to find a better shot that just kind of captures everything it doesn't capture everything Caleb did because he ran about, 50 yards in the opposite direction.
Yeah,
but as far as Cole Kmet and his route and his catch and his reaction afterwards, it's an amazing look at it that Stacey Dale's had. And I thought Tirico, and Collinsworth, it's the number one show on television for a lot of reasons, and Rob Hyland, the producer there at NBC. I'm sure they're all in communication when that happens, and Tirico's just like, you know what, we're at the end of regulation. Let's just all just sit back, take this in for a moment, just what Soldier Field was like. I can only imagine how bonkers it was in the stadium in that moment.
Well, and you know this too, Anthony, and so do my partners here on the show. There's no cheering in the press box, but like the gasps up there, some faint cheers I thought I heard way on the other side of the press box. What was your initial? I mean, I could barely keep it together when he completes that pass to Cole Kmet.
So just like the moment where Jade Walker at the end of regulation for the regular season victory that they had over the Packers, where I just allowed an enormous yell in that moment. Same exact thing. Now I'm upstairs, I'm in the office, and my wife and son are watching the game elsewhere, and they were actually a little bit behind me, so they just hear me starting to scream like a maniac. And it felt similar where on third down, Caleb just basically aborts the play and kind of throws it out the back of the end. So I was like, Caleb, you only got one down left here, right? Like, I don't know, maybe you should have tried something right there.
But that goes back to what I was
point.
saying about using your legs to at least get a few yards or something.
Yeah.
He's just out here pure pocket passer at that point.
And the pocket extends all the way to the opposing end zone. Now, that's the first time I've ever seen a quarterback stay in the pocket but run 30 yards in the opposite direction as the pocket extends backwards. So he would not have been able to get away with an intentional grounding because he ran straight back. But think about the presence of mind and everything that he's evaluating in that moment, because he bursts. And I mean, Caleb's speed has certainly been a big part of the storyline of his elusiveness this season. Just his straight line speed is exceptional, but he knows I've got to get this ball off. And so as the pocket breaks down, and one of the reasons, Marshall, to one of your earlier questions too, the Rams did a really impressive job of keeping a funnel around the pocket. There were normally edge defenders and linebackers screaming toward the sideline, so Caleb couldn't have as many opportunities to extend the play laterally. So there you had edge defenders from L.A. who were screaming up the field. So Caleb didn't have the opportunity to run laterally as he normally likes to escape to. So he bursts straight back. And you're just wondering, how far backwards is he going to run and how big of a risk is he taking? But he recognizes it. And whenever you watch Caleb running around, even if he is running laterally, you'll see on occasion he'll still take a quick peek just to tell whether or not there's a defender nearby who's going to dive at his feet, who's going to leap for the ball as he's got it exposed. In that scenario, he's running straight backwards, glances sideways for a moment, and then just gets his body turned around with enough time to be able to fire the ball over 50 yards in the air as he's running what's likely got to be over 20 miles an hour in the opposite direction, gets his hips and his shoulders squared up well enough to float a ball and recognize and remember where his playmaker is supposed to be in that moment. I cannot tell you all the mental gymnastics that had to take for him to pull that off in that moment. And then when you think about it, the offensive player knows where he's supposed to be. The defender trying to track the ball in the air, almost like a punt returner with where he delivers it to that back pylon. And there's Cole Kmet just waiting for the home run swing. It's awe-inspiring what he can do in those moments, and the fact that we have seen him progress in the way at all the mundane, all the standard mechanics of quarterback play and all the progress he's made there. Caleb Williams has the potential to become the ultimate weapon in the National Football League because he might be nearly as fast as Justin Fields in straight line speed, but he's got the Mahomes thing. He was actually better within the snap than Matthew Stafford for much of that game last night. The potential is like we have rarely, if ever, seen as a quarterback.
Yeah, and that's actually what jogged my memory here. Not just the fact that I was thinking about this as you were talking. I'm like, well, the pocket extends as far as Jared Verse is willing to chase him. Unfortunately, that is the new measurement of how that works. But then I thought about how, yes, there were some disruptions. There's no doubt about that. The pass rush for the Rams was disruptive. But man, so was the Bears. To get the season high in sacks on Matt Stafford, for Dennis Allen to say, I know how good Matt Stafford is against the blitz. I don't care. This is still what we're going to do. What a risk he took and continued to take. And he basically decided the guys he was going to send were going to be faster than Matt Stafford could get the ball off. Can you talk about just the gamble that is and the decisions that were made to be able to help keep the Bears in the game?
And it's not the first time we've seen him take the gamble, right? Like that first Green Bay game, we saw him dial up pressure. We've seen Dennis Allen do this before, but it doesn't always work out. Now, the difference last night was that he did at least have as healthy of a secondary to work with as he's had in months, frankly. And this still isn't the full version of Jalen Johnson. This isn't the full version of Kyler Gordon. But you had Jaquan Brisker have probably the best game of his NFL career last night. And who knows? Is that going to be the last game of Jaquan Brisker's Bears career? And you think back to the early, really even the offseason, with the way things went for Brisker last year, the concussions like over and over again, not being able to get back into the lineup, the questions about if his career would even continue. Played the entire year, stayed healthy, and then closed out his season last night with what I believe is the best game of his career. As impactful as he was as a pass rusher, as a run defender, he's at the second level and running the alley from the third level, filling run lanes with physicality, and he was a part of that secondary that just had the entire receiver corps for the Rams gloved up throughout the game. And so when you have that, you add in Gordon and Brisker as a part of the blitz package, and then you have simulated pressures as well, where Stafford looks as confused as we've seen Matt Stafford look the entire year. And then once Sean McVay got some commitment to the run game going, they got the game back at their tempo and to their advantage. So it was a Bears defense that still showed some holes that they'll have to try to plug up over the offseason, but that was as good a defensive game as we've seen from Dennis Allen leading the Bears throughout this year.
And then on the other side, there's offense, and there's the questionable calls that were made by Ben Johnson. A lot of chances for another second straight week. We're in do or die mode here. But a chance for him to make fourth down. Do we go for it? Do we take the points? Overall, do you think he regrets the decision he make, or does he stand on business and say, 10 toes down, this is who I am, this is what we do, based on the way the game played out?
Oh, we've learned nothing else about Ben Johnson. He is 10 toes down. There's no doubt about that, man. Now, for me, in the moment, there were some of those fourth downs really over the last 2 weeks. I felt like I really believe the two playoff games is an enhanced version, a ramped-up version of Ben Johnson's aggression. We had 17 games of regular season data points to evaluate, and yes, Ben Johnson went for fourth downs. It never struck me as reckless or overly aggressive. Now, the season's on the line in the playoffs, so if there's things you're going to ramp up and you're going to be a little bit more aggressive in certain ways, I get it. But it did seem to me like there were just opportunities to take points and kind of get to the next drive with 3 on the board, with a place kicker that you should be abundantly confident in, whether it's a chip shot where they convert the initial fourth down that leads to that touchdown pass to DJ Moore to open up the second quarter. I feel like that would have been just a nice chip shot field goal to make the game 7-3. And then later on, I get going for the fourth down that didn't end up getting converted on what would have been maybe a 50-yard field goal try. So every fourth down is kind of judged in and of itself because you have to factor in the game situation, what evidence you've gotten of how your defense operates, what your offense is giving you. So I'm certainly not here to question every decision that Ben Johnson made, but I would say just the two games as a whole in the postseason, I think the aggression on fourth down was ramped up a bit more than was necessary, and that suited every moment.
Just a couple things here, we got to let you go here, Big Amp. I just want people to know, just from what I'm being told out at Haugh, Caleb Williams is speaking right now. So we'll see if we can get some more insight and see if he says anything different than he said yesterday. I'm also told that there is a request in by the Bears reporters out there to have DJ Moore be there, and hopefully, assuming he's not hurt or something or getting medical treatment or whatever the case may be, because we have to respect that potentially, but there is a request in for DJ Moore. And coming up a little bit later, you mentioned Jaquan Brisker and whether or not he will be back. I asked him those questions with follow-ups, which you'll hear at 1:25. So hopefully we'll get a little bit of insight on that, guys.
Is that going to be inside the locker room?
Inside the locker room. You've been hearing about that. You've been hearing about inside
Sweeping
the locker
the nation,
room.
man.
That's on the
Sweeping
streets
the
out there.
nation.
Oh, yeah, you've been hearing, man.
It's the premier football locker room show in Chicago.
That is correct. We're a hit song. You know what I'm saying? That's what we are.
We like
Especially with that low brass.
Oh, yeah. Taylor Swift is back with a hit, and so are we.
It's an original score, the low brass and inside the.
Yeah, we started all that. We
Nobody's
did.
ever had
We
it.
attribute and footnote none of it.
Yeah, This Week in Baseball, that was our idea. Mel Allen is our guy. Yeah, it's nothing to
Just
do
like
with
Keys
Spiegel.
to the Game. Like Keys to the Game is brand new.
The stuff we come up with on this show, people around town owe us.
I like Swift, though. This Week in Football, I like that.
Oh, I love it. It's classic.
Sorry, and thank you for joining us, Anthony Herron. We always appreciate the time you take. When are you next on The Score or Fox? Is there any wrap-up? What happened?
You foxy man.
Good question. I don't know. I'll let you guys know. I mean, the season just kind of like Caleb was being asked about yesterday. The season just comes to this abrupt halt.
Right.
So I don't know.
I don't know what I'm doing.
Somewhere in the cosmos.
I don't know what
yeah,
I'm going to
like
be.
Grody, I'm like,
I
take
don't know.
Wednesday and Thursday off. Who cares? Like, I just be like, yeah, I'm going to Hallis Hall in my mind.
Right.
Yeah.
See you guys later.
Exactly.
Well, and if you get to
it's,
sleep, I'm excited for you.
Yeah, sleep is good. I'll take some of that. I mean, we got the national championship game tonight, so I'll be on the Big Ten Network pretty much the rest of the week, mornings and afternoons and whatnot. So my sleep might be getting closer to next week.
Wait, real quick, who you got tonight?
Oh, Hoosiers.
Okay.
Yeah, IU.
Yeah, makes sense.
It's all about IU, not the U.
Oh,
you've been working on that. All right.
Jared Pate might have something to say.
Yeah,
The
JP,
South got
man.
something to say.
Yes!
Yeah, man.
Yeah, they do.
better protect their necks tonight, man. These Hoosiers mean business.
Let's go,
Love
Andre.
it. Yeah, I don't know that I can handle another important football game, but I'm going to try. Anthony Herron, thanks as always for joining us.
Thanks, Ed.
All right, my people.
So that said, why don't we take a segment of calls in our next segment? We were going to do 3 if we had time. This might change our calculus a little bit. So if you missed us in the last hour, call us back. 312-644-6767. Wrapping up the Bears season next.
Mully and Haugh, Chicago's #1 most listened to sports morning show, 5:30 till 10 a.m.
Olin Cruz. Caleb just had that quarterback sneak for the first down. He walked out. You remember that walk he had, and the stadium went crazy, man. I thought that these guys are going to win this football game. And like you're talking about on second down, just shafted that ball. Went up in the air in the middle of the field where, DJ's got to go for that football. And you should see what Ben thinks, Caleb thinks about it, DJ Moore thinks about that play. It did not look good.
Mully and Haugh, mornings 5:30 till 10 a.m. on Chicago Sports Radio 670 The Score. Always live on the free Odyssey app.
I'm Pat Boyle here to help you beat the books with Westwood One Sports. Hoosiers and the Canes for the Natty in Miami. The Hurricanes committed 10 penalties against Ole Miss. Their kicker hasn't been trustworthy, and their pass rush was limited to just 1 sack last game. They have to play a perfect game just to have a chance. Plus, if Indiana's defense literally forced Dante Moore out of the draft, what do you think they'll do to Carson Beck? And oh yeah, do I need to say anything else other than Kurt Signetti and Fernando Mendoza? Bloodbath. Again, lay it with Indiana. I'm Pat Boyle. Bet smarter and beat the books. Download the BetMGM app today.
This new year, get started on your next success with University of Maryland Global Campus. Apply now and save with no application fee. Classes start February 11th. An accredited state university, UMGC offers online and hybrid classes while giving you a head start on 2026. Earn up to 90 credits toward a bachelor's for prior learning and experience, or transfer up to 12 credits toward a master's. Learn more at umgc.edu. Certified to operate in Virginia by Chev.
If you're looking to purchase a family member's home after their death, you need to call Team Hochberg, your trusted local lender. Pam wanted to purchase her grandmother's $400,000 home after she passed, which was left to Pam's father, Ted, and her Aunt Betty. Ted wanted to give his half of the equity to Pam and sell her the home for $200,000. Bad move. David recommended Pam purchase the home for $400,000 and get a gift of equity from Ted for $200,000. This enabled Pam to secure a lower rate with no money out of her pocket. Let's review. David helped Pam purchase her grandmother's home without having to bring in a penny to closing and secure a lower rate. Team Hochberg helped thousands of SCORE listeners purchase homes after a family member's death. But they can't help you if you don't call 855-563-2843 or visit 56david.com. That number again, 855-563-2843 or visit 56david.com. Lower.com, equal housing lender, NMLS 1124061.
This week's Game Time Sports Update is brought to you by Bet365.
Following a series of home games, Dallas hits the road and heads to New York for a Monday night matchup that's sure to draw attention across the Pro Basketball League. This game will be a blend of star power and playoff-level intensity. Hosted at one of the league's most iconic arenas, as both teams aim to improve their record and climb up in their conference standing.
When it comes to sportsbooks, Bet365 has it all. Download the Bet365 app today. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. 21 plus only. Must be located in Illinois.
Never have I ever called my sister from the finish line of my first marathon.
Hello?
You won't believe where I am.
Are you running?
Mile 26. I'm gonna make it.
Switch to T-Mobile's 55 Plus plan and get iPhone 16e with its advanced camera system on us. Plus, 2 lines for just $30 a line.
Guys, I can't believe it.
I knew you could do it, babe.
That was amazing. Mom, how do you feel? I feel great. I can't feel my feet. Let's take a picture. And then you may carry me to the car.
Share every stride, every mile, every memory on America's best network. Switch to T-Mobile's 55 Plus plan and get iPhone 16e on us and 2 lines for just $30 a line.
With 24 monthly bill credits and 2 eligible port-ins on Essentials 55 Plus for well-qualified customers with autopay plus taxes, fees, and $35 device connection charge. Credits end and balance due if you pay off early or cancel. Contact us. Finance agreement 128 gigabytes, $599.99 required. Best mobile network in the U.S. based on analysis by Ookla of Speed Test Intelligence data 1H 2025. Visit T-Mobile.com.
1-877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids.
Ready to get rid of that old car? Donate it to Cars for Kids. Call 1-877-CARS-FOR-KIDS to reach a friendly live agent. Donation's super easy, and your car can be picked up as soon as tomorrow. Call us now, 1-877-CARS-FOR-KIDS.
1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Did you know you can donate real estate too?
Is your money doing everything it can for you? Like automatically pushing more of your money to savings every day?
I don't think so.
Then switch to Huntington Bank. And let's get more from money. Huntington Bank. Welcome. Eligibility requirements apply. Some features may require enrollment.
We'll be right back with Rahimi, Harrison, Grody on 670 The Score.
This is the story of the one. As the purchasing manager at a manufacturing plant, she knows the only thing more important than having the right safety gear is having it there when you need it. That's why she partners with Grainger for auto reordering, so her team members can count on her to have cut-resistant gloves on hand, and each shift can run safely and efficiently. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Honey, that flu keeping you up? Did you take NyQuil Intense Flu?
Nah, I got this. Okay, I don't got this.
Yeah, you need NyQuil Intense Flu.
Undo your flu with NyQuil Intense Flu. NyQuil Intense Flu provides powerful relief of your flu symptoms so you can sleep.
You do got this.
NyQuil Intense Flu. The nighttime sniffling, aching fever. Best sleep with the flu medicine. Use as directed. Keep out of reach of children.
Rahimi, Harrison, Grody. Middays 10 a.m. to 2 on Chicago Sports Radio 670 The Score.
This is Rahimi, Harrison, Grody on 670 The Score. We are taking calls. I don't know if you heard, but the Bears are speaking right now at Hallis Hall, so we look to turn around some of that. So unfortunately, our call segments are going to be lesser today. So let's get to the phones. 312-644-6767. We start with Mario in Hyde Park. Hey, Mario.
Hey, everybody. I'll be really quick. I'm still very upset.
that happened last night. That was a winnable game. Like if the definition of winnable had a picture of any member of the Chicago Bears on it, last night was it. That was a winnable game. Their defense had improved over the last couple of games, particularly Jaquan Brisker. He stepped way up. And Mob, don't want to do an autopsy of the game at all, or of the season quite yet, because I'm still a little pissed that they lost. But I feel like I've been hearing people go, well, you never know, you don't know if you'll be back and all that stuff. I think the Bears will be back. I think they have a chance to actually build that behemoth that we've been waiting for. It'll be important to take that division seriously, win those divisional games, as many of them as you can, get back in the tournament and see what happens. And you know what? For my money, you can go ahead and ink that man that extension now. Caleb Williams earned his money last night and the game before that and the game before that. And I hate to see the season end. It sucks. It really, really, really sucks that the Bears season is over.
But you know what, Mario? You've come a long way from the quotable quote we use all the time where you had to convince yourself to say go Bears. When you were like, go Bears, like this is a different Mario I'm hearing. This is a new day.
Yeah. Well, some things change every now and then. But,
you know what, Mario? You're a great example. Things change. Opinions change.
22 days until spring training, my friend.
Okay.
Circumstances change.
And apparently the Cubs never mentioned the phrase luxury tax at Cubs convention.
Things are happening.
Their hearts, too.
Mario, the Bulls play tomorrow.
Bulls.
Well, that's also. You know what? Real quick, so glad the Bears season is over because now we can focus on that mess that's happening on Madison, and they're trying to gloss it over with retiring Derrick Rose's jersey. Like, don't pay attention to any of this nonsense you've been watching. No, I've been watching.
There he is. Mario, we always look forward to your call. Thanks again for calling in. Now let's go to Bernie and Algonquin. Bernie, you're on Rahimi Harris and Grody.
Good morning. Good morning. Great show as usual. My question is, why do the Bears have such a hard time picking up 1 yard on 3rd and 4th down?
Well, I think part of the problem yesterday was they were playing with not their usual complement of offensive line. As we know, we saw Ozzie Trapillo go down. They decided to move Joe Thuney. That meant backup was in at guard. So I think once you saw that, they probably wanted to run the ball to the left side. They did, I think, whether or not they knew they had a yard there, and I felt like that was happening often.
When you move your all-pro guard to tackle for the first time all year and put someone in who's only had 3 snaps the last 2 seasons, that's kind of what it's going to look like from a offensive rushing perspective, as opposed to the beautiful job they did on pass pro and making Jared Verse a non-factor in the pass rush game.
They also
Jordan
didn't diversify.
McFadden was at guard, so that kind of helped. I mean, that gave you an indication of what was going on. I'm sorry, Grote.
They also didn't diversify much. I thought the Bears became predictable on offense
with their sets and what they were trying to run.
Let's talk about the 1st and 5 at the 1st and goal at the 5-yard line. 3 straight runs to DeAndre Swift, and then finally Caleb gets a crack at it, and obviously was incomplete. The other part too is, and we were, especially Emma, I give him a credit. He was telling, before the game, he's like, Verse is just a bitch. Jared Verse is an aggressive monster of a player. That front 7, we talked about it, is really good, and they were getting a jump on the Bears, especially Kyle Monungai at times where it just became too predictable, which is not been in the portfolio of Ben Johnson this
year. Had that man running angry on a treadmill.
But they also insisted on running shotgun at the goal line. And I'm like, why? Why is it a shotgun pitch to DeAndre Swift? And I get it. Like Matt Bowen even talked about, you're buying yourself some space so you can have movement in the offense. But the problem is with that defense, you're running the risk of then when the ball carrier gets the ball 6-7 yards behind the goal line, you're putting yourself at a disadvantage there. And you think your blocking is going to outlast that? Like that's the issue I have. You can do some other stuff if you want. Motion, which we saw both the Rams and the Bears use effectively. You know, especially, we hadn't talked about it, but the second motion on Puka Nacua where you knew exactly where the play was going, like that was frustrating too. But so that's a long-winded answer, Bernie, for your question. Sorry about that. We continue with the phones. Oh, it is time for a break. I'm so sorry. So we'll try to get more calls in at 12:45, but we might have to turn around and play for you some of what is being said right now at Hallis Hall. So bear with us. I know we're going to do more calls tomorrow as well. It's just one of those weeks where we have a lot to discuss. Coming up next is time for 5 on It. 5 questions that we have. We get them answered talking about this Bears game next on The Score.
Sports fans, starting February 2nd, The Score will now also be heard in crystal clear FM quality. Introducing 104.3 The Score.
We love talking to Kevin Harlan.
Hey, are you guys going to an FM station beginning in early February?
Yes, sir.
You would sound great on that FM station, Kevin, if you ever want to join us for some more talk there.
Let's bring it, Layla. Let's bring it home, baby.
The Cubs, the Bulls, and incredible Chicago sports talk. 104.3 The Score. Presented by Circa Sports Illinois, official sports book of The Score. Circa Sports, sports betting the way it should be with no bet fees.
Tonight at the United Center, Jonathan Taves returns. The longest tenured captain in Blackhawks history is back as the Jets come to town. It's an emotional night for Hawks fans. Tune in on CHSN or grab limited tickets at blackhawks.com/tickets. Then Friday, it's Friday Night Hockey versus Tampa Bay, presented by Modelo. First 2,000 fans score a Hawks hat. Plus, nominate your adult league captain in the Jewel Osco Who's Your Captain contest at blackhawks.com/contest. You can register online through March 21st. Must be 21 to enter.
Hey, football fans, picture this. You bet on your favorite player to score the first touchdown in the game, but his teammate scores instead. If this happens, BetMGM wants to give you another chance at the end zone. With BetMGM's second chance promotion, you'll get your stake back if your first touchdown scores second instead. That's right. Bet on any pro football player to score the first touchdown of the game. If you're right, you win. If your player scores second, you get your stake back in cash. With BetMGM's second chance offer, you have a chance to keep the fun going after the first player crosses the goal line. Try a first TD score wager with confidence today. BetMGM. Make it legendary. BetMGM and GameSense remind you to play responsibly. See BetMGM.com for terms. 21 plus only. Illinois only. Existing customer offer. Subject to eligibility requirements. Rewards paid back in unrestricted withdrawable funds. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER or 262-537 or by texting ILGAMB to 53342 in partnership with Paradise Hotel Casino.
You made it through a day that felt like a week. But the second you feel the unmatched comfort of a Lazy Boy recliner, you go from zero to lazy. From doing everything to letting full body comfort do its thing. From rush hour to hours of melty comfort. So come get the comfort you deserve at Lazy Boy. It's the winter savings event. 25% off everything plus an extra 5% off. Lazy Boy. Long live the lazy. Excludes advertised items, select styles, and clearance. See store for details.
Hey, y'all. It's the Rocket Roger Clemens here. Spent a lot of time pitching heat. Years later, the pain in my joints remind me of those days, but I'm not looking to sit still, and I definitely am not interested in going under the knife. That's why I chose QC Kinetics.
Not just for elite retired athletes. QC Kinetics gives everyday folks joint pain relief using regenerative treatments that work with your body to help repair joint damage.
No surgery, no long recovery, whether it's your knees, hips, shoulders, or back. My friends at QC Kinetics will help you get moving again so you can get back to doing the things you love.
QC Kinetics medical professionals will look at your x-rays or MRI to determine if you're a good candidate.
I trusted QC Kinetics to help me feel like myself again, and I'm proud to recommend them to you.
Call QC Kinetics today and schedule your free consultation.
Call QC Kinetics, 312-847-4347. That's 312-847-4347. 312-847-4347.
All right, everyone, huddle up. It's 3rd and long, and the IRS is showing an all-out blitz on us. What's the play? The play is you call PJN Tax Solutions Group. If you owe the IRS $10,000 or more, we may be able to settle your entire IRS debt for up to 85% off the original amount owed, including penalties and interest if you qualify. Is the IRS intercepting your paycheck? Have they thrown a flag for delay of game on your bank account? Dealing with the IRS on your own is a no-win game. Don't Don't call some 1-800-FIRM 10 states away. PJN Tax Solutions Group is a local tax resolution firm located right here in St. Charles, Illinois. When you draft us, you will not have to speak or meet with the IRS. Call PJN Tax Solutions Group now, 630-415-5296, so you don't get sacked by the IRS. Once again, 630-415-5296, or visit our website, pjntaxsolutions.com. Either way, call us when you want the IRS off your ASS.
You're listening to Rahimi Harrison Grody. Back in 60 seconds on The Score.
Never have I ever called my sister from the finish line of my first marathon.
Hello?
You won't believe where I am.
Are you running?
Mile 26. I'm gonna make it.
Switch to T-Mobile's 55 Plus plan and get iPhone 16e with its advanced camera system on us. Plus, 2 lines for just $30 a line.
Guys, I can't believe it.
I knew you could do it, babe.
That was amazing. Mom, how do you feel? I feel great. I can't feel my feet. Let's take a picture. And then you may carry me to the car.
Share every stride, every mile, every memory on America's best network. Switch to T-Mobile's 55 Plus plan and get iPhone 16e on us and 2 lines for just $30 a line.
With 24 monthly bill credits and 2 eligible port-ins on Essentials 55 Plus for well-qualified customers with autopay plus taxes, fees, and $35 device connection charge. Credits end and balance due if you pay off early or cancel. Contact us. Finance agreement 128 gigabytes, $599.99 required. Best mobile network in the U.S. based on analysis by Ookla of Speed Test Intelligence data 1H 2025. Visit T-Mobile.com.
Bears fans, this magical season comes to close after the Bears fall to the Rams at Soldier Field in the divisional round. Keep it here as the Score team breaks down the game. Plus, we'll have your reaction too, right here on Chicago's Sports Radio 670 The Score. Broadcasting live from the Hyundai Studios. Presented to you in part by your local Hyundai dealers. WSCR Chicago, WBMX HD2 Chicago, and Odyssey Sports Station.
The Score! This hour is brought to you by Cars for Kids.
It's time for 5 on. Layla Rahimi and Marshall Harris with Mark Grody bring you 5 topics on their minds today on Chicago Sports Radio 670 The Score. Number 1.
You're listening to a Plumbers 911 Football Monday presented by Busey Bank. Here's question number 1. Which Bear had the best game and which Bear had the most disappointing game in the season-ending loss to the Rams yesterday?
It was the best of times. It was the blurst of times. I don't know why that came into my head. Just a lot of Simpsons references yesterday. Okay, I can't believe I'm saying this, but I'm gonna send it. I think the Bear that had the best game outside of Caleb Williams, because Caleb Williams is number 1 for me.
Oh, are we not doing Caleb Williams as part of this?
We are, but
Okay.
I just want to give him a mention as well.
Oh, okay.
Jaquan Brisker. Jaquan Brisker studied the film. He, you could tell, was not fazed by a bunch of the banana and the tailpipe tricks the Rams were running. As you mentioned, I feel like he ended a single drive on his own, like single-handedly. He was like, oh, I'm going to be pass rushing on this down, and then I'm going to have a nice pass breakup, and then now your drive is over. So I just can't get enough of what Jaquan Brisker did yesterday defensively. I thought he was such a key cog, and that is not to take anything away from the rest of the defense, but when you see a player rise to the occasion like that, and Caleb Williams did, I'm not omitting Caleb Williams, I'm just adding Jaquan. This is not a takeaway thing, this is a plus thing. So I feel like because of that, Jaquan Brisker just had, when you can change a drive, you are a game changer. That is how that works. And there are some players that I feel like we haven't even tapped into the potential yet on the Bears for guys who can rise to the occasion in the playoffs. We haven't been to the playoffs enough to know what that roster looks like on this team, who those guys are who rise to the occasion. You know about guys like Joe Thuney because, frankly, they've got the playoff experience. So to see that, for me, it was Jaquan Brisker at least deserving the honorable mention to what we saw out of Caleb Williams. Which Bear had the most disappointing game? This is where it gets tough. DJ Moore caught the touchdown pass, so can you say it's DJ because of that final play? I don't think I can. Was it Colston Loveland because he had more drops than expected? I hate to say it, but it might be on the rookie for me. Just because I thought he was going to be more of a factor, unfortunately, than he ended up being in the game.
Okay. I hear you. I understand the Jaquan Brisker pick. Guy led the team in tackles and was a force beyond. I'm going to say, though, I expect Jaquan Brisker to do big things because he's been here all year. I did not expect Kyler Gordon to give me what Kyler Gordon gave me based on missing so much time and also the fact that he looked a little rusty even last week. So for him to come up with the sack, the tackle for loss, and quarterback hit, like for him to do the things that he did in this game and to be kind of a factor in the run game as well. And I don't know why Sean McVay didn't lean on the 13 personnel more than he did, because that's kind of how he, separated himself. But if you're looking at reasons why they held the top scoring offense, the top total yardage offense to just 340 and to 20 points, I think Kyler Gordon's got to get a touch there. So I'm going to say he had the best game given the circumstances. Worst game, you're talking about rookies. What about guys who've been here for a minute? Looking at Rome Odunze. 2 catches on 6 targets. I know he had the big catch on the sideline, but he had the drop of the touchdown pass, another drop. I just 2 catches for 44 yards in a game of this magnitude. And you look how far down he is even in targets. And I know he's hurt, but Luther Burden had 7 targets. Cole Kmet caught all 3 of his targets. Kyle Monunga out of the backfield caught all 4 of his. You mentioned Loveland, who only caught 4 of 10 targets because he had drops.
But he at least led the Bears in receiving. Like,
yes.
That's how tricky this is.
And then DJ Moore had 5 catches, and you mentioned the touchdown catch. Obviously, I think it's Rome. Rome has to step up. He's got to take a serious leap in year 3 because he's a top 10 pick. And I need him to have top 10 pick presence when he's on the field.
Rome is mine as well. I'll start with disappointing and work my way up to the best game. But look, man, Devin Duvernay starts the game with a third. We all know the issues the Bears have had in the starts of games for about half this season. Devin Duvernay with a 37-yard return. The first play from scrimmage is lightning, man. 34-yard catch and run for DJ Moore. And then Rome, like I said, he had to turn his body a little bit, but to miss that play was just... That stuck with me for a long time as I was sitting in the press box. Like, you cannot... In this scenario, in this game, in this situation, considering what you know about the Bears, you have to catch that football. So I'm with you on Rome, and you're right. He made a couple of other drops as well. I'm going to go with Caleb Williams for my best because, yeah, he had 3 interceptions, and we were going back and forth on what exactly happened on the Cam Curl interception. From all accounts, it doesn't look like that was on Caleb, that it was on DJ Moore, and hopefully we'll get some clarification from Haugh soon on that if DJ does indeed speak. But that play alone, the 4th down, the presence of mind, the poise to find a place to throw that ball to Cole Kmet, which traveled 51.2 yards off balance with pressure in his face, with very little vision to where Cole Kmet is at that point. It was spectacular, and I'm going to give that best game to Caleb Williams.
Number 2.
Did you have any problem with Bears coach Ben Johnson's 4th down decision?
Yeah, I had a problem with 2 of them. Kick the field goal. You know how you outscore the best offense in the league? By getting points. I mean, I'm no expert on the topic, but I feel like points help when points are needed, when the name of the game is to score points.
Confirmed.
So, yeah, that said, I need 2 of those 4th and goal decisions to be instead Cairo Santos. Go out there and kick field goals in the swirling wind and the snow. And they weren't insurmountable distances either. When you're talking about being, at the neighborhood of your 25, for example, and even closer. So, yeah, I have issues with that. I understand why you want to go for it, but at the same time, you need points in the playoff games. Your defense was doing enough. Your defense played sustainably against the best offense in the league. So, yes, I feel like 9 points at least were left on the board.
This wasn't exactly the 0 for 5 on 4th down that Dan Campbell put up against the Eagles in that loss in the playoffs.
Yeah.
But I will say this. I'm good with his 4th down decisions. One of them did yield a touchdown. I think they just have to execute better. Mentioned Rome Odunze as the most disappointing. Him not getting that block in which you saw DeAndre Swift take flight and get chopped down by a defender, I think that sticks with me too. The reason they didn't go for 2 when they scored the touchdown late and ended up tying the game at 17-all with under a minute to play is because he was like, our goal to go was not clean. part of not being clean is guys missing blocks or not sustaining blocks. So I don't fault Ben Johnson for going for it because I think that's the mentality he needed to have. I fault more the execution of it, and I think that's something that will be addressed in the offseason.
I will say Jeff Schwartz, our friend who's on Twitter all the time, talks about the blocking decision on that play. So if you guys want to check it out, it's on Twitter by Jeff as well.
That, again, I'll go back to the first drive and the 4th and 2, and I said in a real time. You could fact check me with Chris Emma if you'd like, if you feel like you need to. But I was team field goal on the 4th and 2. It was because of all the issues you've had, because of who you're playing, all of that kind of stuff. And it's the first drive, 4th and 2 at the Rams 21, overthrow by Caleb Williams, intended for Colston Loveland. That ball gets picked off right there. I wanted the points on the board right at that point in the game, so I didn't like that. The other one that got to me was the Bears' 4th drive of the first half in the second quarter, because the drive had been going well. You had the 3rd and 2 completion to Loveland for 10 yards. Williams to Munungai for a catch and run for 16 yards, which was beautiful. Swift had a 9-yard run. Along comes the 4th and 1, and this is where they started to get predictable. Kyle Munungai was not looking good in those short yardage scenarios, and he got shot back right there. The Bulls. The Bears.
Bulls.
We'll talk Bulls. This is Marshall's time to shine, ladies and gentlemen. But that was just a bad moment for the Bears, I thought.
Number 3.
This is 5 on it on 670 The Score with Layla Rahimi, Marshall Harris, and Mark Grody. And here is question number 3. How surprised were you by the defensive showing by the Bears?
I was very surprised, I'm going to be honest, because the numbers told us and the tape told us and the stats told us that Matt Stafford against the blitz is the best in the league. And the Bears on a slick surface at Soldier Field, the Rams were on it too, but still, that's going to mean that you lose a step when it's that cold and it is that unforgiving of a surface that you're standing and playing on. So add to that the fact that the guys who usually help you on your blitzes are in the secondary, like Kyler Gordon playing in his second game coming off of injured reserve, or, for example, Jaquan Brisker, who I don't know that you could necessarily afford to lose with the safety help up top. And for them to still be able to blitz with Kyler Gordon the way they did and add pressure and try to fool Matt Stafford, I was pleasantly surprised, to say the absolute least. I think Dennis Allen deserves all of the credit for sticking to a game plan that he knew his team could execute. And it's one of the brightest spots for me. And it's frankly the reason I am sad that performance didn't end up with him in the NFC Championship game today.
I think that's a fair response. The sadness knowing, man, this could have been a contender. And understanding if you can win this game, you got as good a chance of winning the next game as you did this game, except for the whole having to go on the road to face Seattle and that defense, which is scary.
Yeah, what was all that Niners are a threat talk?
Niners are a threat to score a touchdown. Threat because they didn't actually score a touchdown. That's where that talk went. But so for me, I was surprised, but I'm more than surprised, encouraged about this defense going forward and understanding decisions will need to be made over the next few weeks, months, whether it's draft, whether it's re-signing someone, whether it's trades, all of that. But understanding Bears got a great one in Dennis Allen. When push comes to shove, you know he can scheme it up. You know he understands the game. You know he's not probably going anywhere because he seemed very soured by his head coaching experience, and the Bears are paying. I feel like they're in a great spot, and I just really am impressed with Jaquan Brisker making a little extra money with his performances in these playoffs. And if that's with the Bears, I don't know. If that's with someone else, good for him, and also good for Kyler Gordon. The Brisker thing really stands out because the whole question about his health coming into the season, that man played every game. And so that stands out to me. But the Gordon, because if you're wondering, Kyler Gordon, this seems real serious the way he's been in and out. His last in, though, he clocked all the way in.
I'm just going to go ahead and take credit for what the Bears defense did. It's because I asked Dennis Allen and brought up to him the nightmare performance that Puka Nacua had against his team when he was a head coach.
And what was his response?
And his response was, thanks a lot for asking that question. And then he kind of said, look, that was the first time we faced him. The guy's great. And now I'm looking at numbers here. Puka Nacua on the day, 5 catches for 56 yards. Unbelievable.
Devontae Adams didn't have a catch at the half.
2 catches for 24 yards for Devontae Adams. Old Colby Parkinson, who did have a big catch against Carolina.
Huge catch.
Right?
Yeah.
He ended up tied. He had 3 catches for 56 yards and an 18.7 average to Nacua. Nacua just didn't hurt you. I mean, there was a couple moments, obviously, where he made plays, but really good job on him. I mean, that's the game plan, right? If you're Dennis Allen, how do you stop this guy? And they stopped that guy. And then all the plays that, I think, the fact that the Bears, they flipped a coin for overtime and defer. And I know some people probably got nervous about that, but 3 and out, big time in the overtime. That other spot too, and I think I mentioned this earlier, after the Caleb Williams interception thrown in the third quarter, right away the defense comes back on the field. There they are. The Rams are at midfield. They forced a 3 and out right there. Just some really impressive stuff and scheming by Dennis Allen.
Number 4.
On a scale of 1 to 10 on the newly and sorrowfully created sad meter, trademark, who are you more sad for, Bills quarterback Josh Allen or Broncos QB Bo Nix?
Let me tell you something about that game on Saturday, which the game itself is at a 10 on the sad meter. To watch grown men cry after they heard their quarterback say he let them down, and to know how close the Bills were and how they felt like with no threat of the Ravens, no threat of the Chiefs, this was their year. I could not watch that post game from Josh Allen and to see the post game in the locker room without having almost tearing up in empathy, because it was so emotional to watch. And then on the other side, you find out that Bo Nix is lost for the season because he broke a bone in his ankle during the overtime. Nobody won. Nobody won that game. There were no winners. You know who the winner is? The Patriots. They're going to the Super Bowl.
Dang.
Yeah. That's what happened there. So the sad meter overall is on 10. But I think it's Josh Allen. Bo Nix is young. He's got his life ahead of him. He doesn't have to slay all those dragons that I just mentioned. Bo Nix can be a dragon. I don't know about Josh Allen and the dragons. I don't know.
Josh Allen is a dragon.
I don't know anymore.
You said Bo Nix can be a dragon. Josh Allen is a dragon.
But does Josh Allen think he's a dragon?
Yeah, he does.
Are you sure after that?
Yeah. You
More
know
like
why?
Pete's dragon.
You know why?
You watch that post game. You guys let me know.
So
You know
he's
why?
Josh the crying dragon?
He's no longer.
Hey, grown men cry.
I know.
Grown men need to show more emotion.
We need to advance
I
the story. The most important part of this is not only is he a dragon, he's no longer Sean's dragon. So that means he's going to get some more help.
That is Admiral Sean to you?
Oh, yeah. Admiral Sean. Or Admiral Sean. However you want to say it. Look, on the sad meter, that game has me as at a 10.
Or a 0, whichever way you want to look at it.
Sorry, Marshall.
Vacant.
And that's because, I grew up Bills fan, big Bills fan, Huntsville, Alabama, Alabama
Makes
A&M.
sense. Makes all sense in the world.
House
Yep.
Ballard, drafted out of Alabama A&M, followed his career, lived through 4 straight Super Bowl losses. You don't know the pain, Grody.
No, I
Growing
don't.
up in
What are you talking about?
Growing up in Idaho,
I don't know the pain.
I was a big Miami Dolphins fan myself.
No,
You don't know what pain is.
At least I have a reason. I have a very legitimate reason. But look, Josh Allen has been in the league for 8 years. You have effectively wasted the majority of his prime. 5 division titles, no Super Bowl appearances, and now the Patriots are back, by the
It's
way.
like being in a bad marriage.
And so what I'll say is I definitely feel more sad for Bo Nix because he was there. And now he doesn't get to finish the season. He doesn't get to take his team to the Super Bowl because his ankle is broken. That's not healing before Super Bowl Sunday.
My sadness for you, Marshall, on a scale of 1 to 10
Is a 0.
is a 10. No, it's a 10.
Okay.
On my scale of this question, it's at a 0. I have neither the bandwidth nor the time to be sad for other franchises' quarterbacks, considering what just happened in this game, and considering the sadness that I and all Bears fans and all Bears observers have dealt with for decades. I don't have a place in my heart or my brain for other teams' quarterbacks and sadness meters. Sorry.
Mark Grody lacks empathy. That's all I heard.
When it comes to quarterbacks, Mark Grody lacks empathy.
You have one, though.
Yes. I know, but I have spent my life my life on the sad meter. I've lived on a sad meter my entire life up until maybe now.
I'm still on the sad
I don't have
meter.
time nor bandwidth.
Number 5.
Well, here's another bandwidth question for you. Can you handle more football of consequence tonight?
No.
Football
no,
of consequence.
You
gotta be
kidding me.
My heart rate was at 100. I clocked it at 100. It maintained in the 90s for most of the game last night. I can't handle this. I called it artery ball. We're not even watching football anymore. And this started with your school.
Me?
Yeah.
Actually,
this started with that damn Illinois State game that I got unnecessarily emotionally attached to and proceeded to watch the entire
That's
thing.
fair.
And ever since, I've just been watching stressful football games.
I can't help it.
I can't handle tonight.
Of consequence.
I'll be there. I'll be watching tonight. And I was like, Saturday, my friends were like, hey, what are you doing? And I was like, I'm staying at home and watching the football. And they're like, but the Bears don't play until late. You could go out. And I'm like, no.
Guys.
I need to do this.
I'm
an adrenaline junkie.
Yo, does anybody have an investment in this game? Like, I'm talking about, like, with your heart.
I would like Indiana to
I will have
win.
a monetary investment once I figure out how I want to play it. But
The
yes.
Saturday Night Live Michael Irvin skit was pretty funny.
I didn't see. I got it sitting on my DVR. So.
All I can tell you is I can handle more football of consequence. I like consequences. You know what I like better than consequences? Consequences that don't hurt me. Like, no matter what happens, no matter who wins or loses this game.
I'm blowing an artery.
I feel for the David Hawes of the world, these bandwagon Indiana fans. I feel for them. I feel like I feel for the Jared Paytons of the world, the diehards, the former
That's
players.
too much empathy. Then you guys are.
I'm too empathetic now.
You guys feel too much. If you guys are actually going to be stressed out
not
over
gonna-
watching this neutral game, unless there's something I don't know about you guys,
I'm not going to be stressed out, but I am going to be happy for and sad for the appropriate parties come tomorrow morning.
Okay.
I have a follow-up question for you, Marshall, because you just said you're going to invest in this game. So once you put money down on this game, doesn't it become more consequential?
Ray, I don't have the bandwidth for any of this.
No, because I'm probably going to put $1 down on this game.
Grody's just trying to tell you he's not watching the game tonight.
No, I will, but I'll be. I am going to embrace it because I'm so tired of.
Grody's tired.
I am tired of not being able to just sit back, relax, and be entertained by a game. So I am going to do the
Strap it
opposite.
down.
I'm not going to be. I'm just going to. Please.
Sit back, relax.
Here
and strap
I
it
am
down.
now, as Kurt Cobain would say. Entertain me. Just take me. I'm going to lay on my couch. Dave the cat's going to be kicking it, walking around.
So you're going to treat it like a Bulls game.
He'll probably be sitting in front
You're
of the
going to treat it
TV.
like a Bulls game, is what I heard.
I'm going to treat it like a Bulls game. Yes.
All right, so I'm stressed again. We'll see what the
Don't
heart rate
be.
is. No, artery ball.
Layla, call me if you need to. Dave and I will set up a very relaxed atmosphere for you or either of you guys. You want to call me? You want to stop by? I got you guys.
You know what I'm going to do since Mitch and Ryan and maybe the Take the North podcast, I don't know, got us pizza today.
TTN.
It's like setback sweetener, but it's pizza.
TTN.
I'm going to watch the game on the treadmill. I gotta put I gotta put this energy somewhere. And watching sports on the treadmill does make me run faster.
Will you listen to System of a Down?
No, I'm gonna watch the game. But like seriously, my heart rate was at 100. It's artery ball. I'm not even watching football.
Wake up!
I'm up.
That's like the shocker that when you do the little heart thing, when the clear. What do you call it? The
Defibrillator.
paddles, the little paddles. Clear.
Defibrillator.
That's what I feel like when he does the wake up.
Wake up.
It's like an adrenaline shot.
We need to break down Caleb Williams' performance in the game last night because, you know, he's the Bears quarterback and all. And since you only have room for one quarterback to watch.
I don't have the bandwidth.
So we'll go to Mark's bandwidth next.
Mully and Haugh, Chicago's #1 most listened to sports morning show, 5:30 till 10 a.m.
The Bears dominated pretty much every stat you can think of but the one stat, which is takeaways.
You're exactly right. They made the best offense in football punt 8 times. They outgained them. They held the ball longer than them.
They did.
The Bears did an adequate job.
Sacked the guy 4 times. David, you see that coming?
No.
Mully and Haugh, mornings 5:30 till 10 a.m. on Chicago Sports Radio 670 The Score. Always live on the free Odyssey app. Time now to drop the puck on your Circa Sports Illinois Blackhawks update. Circa Sports Illinois. Sports betting the way it should be. Here's Dustin Rhodes.
Your Blackhawks 19-22-7. The Blackhawks blew a 2-0 lead, falling to the Bruins 5-2 Saturday night at the UC. The Bruins rallied from that 2-0 deficit one period, and then they scored 3 times in the second period. Before the game, the Blackhawks honored their Stanley Cup champion teams from the 2010s, with 29 players from those squads returning and posing with the Stanley Cup. Former Blackhawks captain Jonathan Toews and the Jets in town tonight on the west side. The Oilers tonight -133, the Blackhawks +119. Total pucks over under 6. The Oilers are +475 to win the West and +1,000 to win the Cup. Frankie Nazar and Teuvo Teravainen are out for your Blackhawks tonight. Circa Sports Illinois. Sports betting the way it should be.
This segment is brought to you by Metra. Sitting in traffic can steal hours off your day. Hop on board Metra and get moving. Metra offers reliable service and gets you where you're going fast. So stop wasting time in endless gridlock and take Metra. Metra, drive less, do more.
That first year in your new home matters. With preferred pricing, Redfin and Rocket Mortgage make the path to your next home easier. When you buy with a Redfin agent and finance through Rocket Mortgage, you can lower your interest rate by 1% for 1 year, or choose up to $6,000 in closing credits. See how it works at rocketmortgage.com or call 800-4ROCKET. Additional terms apply, not a commitment to lend. Rocket Mortgage, LLC, licensed in all 50 states. NMLS ConsumerAccess.org number 3030.
What's the best home improvement you can do this winter? Transform your garage with a gleaming new Comer & Cross garage floor. Now is the time to call them. During their preseason sale, you'll get a phenomenal Comer & Cross garage floor price, and they'll install it when you want it. Comer & Cross makes it so easy. They take out your stuff for you. They'll fix your cracks and pits perfectly in 1 day. I love mine, a Comer & Cross garage floor. That's the gold standard, guaranteed to never chip, crack, or show tire lift like epoxy or paint ever. Their installers are professionals, no subcontractors at Comer & Cross. Call them now, 1-800-NEW-FLOOR. Lock in your preseason price and installation when you want it. That's 1-800-NEW-FLOOR, or go to COMER, ComerCross.com.
That's another amazing run by Team USA.
Mom, think I'll be on Team USA one day?
Well, I'll take this one.
Are you speaking to us?
Yes, and to answer your question, anything's possible, especially with Xfinity.
So, I can be the best snowboarder ever?
Well, I can't guarantee that, but Xfinity can guarantee that your internet price won't change for 5 years.
Okay. What if I practice every day?
Then maybe you'll be snowboarding for Team USA at the next Olympic Winter Games. And Mom, you'll still be paying the same price for Wi-Fi.
Ooh, really stuck the landing there. It's the Xfinity Gold Medal Celebration. Now through February 22nd, get our best price on gig Wi-Fi for 5 years guaranteed, just $50 a month. Plus, get Peacock Premium included for 2 years. That's a $10.99 value per month. Xfinity. Imagine that. Proud partner of Team USA. Restrictions apply. Requires paperless billing and auto pay with stored bank account. Taxes and fees extra. Actual speeds vary.
I'm Piera Palazzolo, VP of Digital Marketing for the American Management Association, a company focused on the management training skills needed to enhance the careers of business professionals. We did our research when it came to the best companies for website development and chose AmericanEagle.com. And we couldn't be happier. AmericanEagle.com worked closely with us to understand the front and back end requirements needed to launch an e-commerce website that could handle the complexities of running thousands of seminars nationwide. Our robust new website and improved SEO saw immediate increases in site traffic and web revenue. If you're in need of managerial effectiveness and success, visit our website at amanet.org. If you're in need of a website that provides an unparalleled consumer experience, I highly recommend AmericanEagle.com.
Transform your business today. Dial 877-WEBNOW1 for a free digital consultation with AmericanEagle.com.
Sports fans, starting February 2nd, The Score will now also be heard in crystal clear FM quality. 104.3 The Score. The Cubs, the Bulls, and incredible Chicago sports talk. 104.3 The Score. Presented by Circa Sports Illinois.
What if your instincts could pay off? With Robinhood Prediction Markets, you could put your sports IQ to work on the games you know best. It's not you against the house. It's you participating in a live market. Buy or sell your predictions all game long. Trade every play with Robinhood. Visit Robinhood.com/predict. That's Robinhood.com/predict. Futures and cleared swaps trading involves significant risk and is not appropriate for everyone. Event contracts are offered by Robinhood Derivatives LLC, a registered futures commission merchant and swap firm.
This is the story of the one. As an HVAC technician, he and his digital multimeter are in high demand. So when a noisy office HVAC turns out to be a failing blower motor, he doesn't break a sweat. With Grainger's easy-to-use website and product information, he selects the product he needs to keep everything humming right along. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
This is an Odyssey Sports Minute.
Sean McVay recorded his 10th postseason win yesterday as the Rams beat the Bears 20-17 to move on to the NFC Championship game. That's double the amount of wins by any coach before the age of 40. McVay now has a shot at winning his second Super Bowl. A tough win last night on the road in sub-zero temperatures showcases another reason why McVay is the best coach in the NFL. I'm Chris Black.
Rahimi Harrison Grody. Middays 10 a.m. to 2 on Chicago Sports Radio 670 The Score.
4th down and 4, 14 of the Rams. Shotgun snap, goes back 4-man rush. He's chased, he's flushed, he's all the way back to the 40. He's backpedaling and throws a pass into the end zone. Caught! Touchdown! Touchdown! Chicago has caught a touchdown pass with Cole Kmet open in the corner. If you hadn't seen it, you would not believe it. 18 seconds left. Pandemonium at Soldier Field.
That was Kevin Harlan on the call, courtesy of Westwood One. Not to be confused with Kevin Harlan calling us and talking to us about Taco Bell. Also a lovely segment. This is Rahimi Harrison Grody on 670 The Score, and he's right. If you didn't see it, you wouldn't believe it. And then Stacey Dales was filming with her phone, and Cole Kmet walks right up to her and swings the bat. Tremendous. And for all the highs, then there was the low of ending the game and now the season. Bleh.
And Lil Wayne coming. Was that not Lil Wayne right there? In that music?
Yeah, it was.
Yeah.
It was.
Yeah.
Nicely done,
Yeah.
Tyler Beaterbaugh.
Yeah.
And Mark Grody, who doesn't have time for other quarterbacks, but does have time for Lil Wayne and Swiss Beats.
Well, you know, I do like Lil Wayne. I don't like the way he acts as a Packers fan, but I like Lil Wayne.
I mean, shouldn't he at least have some loyalty for Dennis Allen since D.A. was with the Saints for so long and Wayne is from New Orleans?
Yeah.
Things on my mind. Caleb Williams, 23 of 42, 257 yards, 2 touchdowns, 3 interceptions, no sacks in the game. And that was as crucial as anything when it came to Joe Thuney being at left tackle, Jonah McFadden playing at guard, and the Bears doing what they could to spell that very powerful Rams pass rush.
What was a little bit crazy about that is watching Caleb Williams do the work and looking at Pro Football Focus last night, and they were like, he only had 2 drops. The Bears only had 2 drops. I was like, I swear there were way more than 2 drops because I wrote down drops. And I was like, now we got to talk about what's a drop and what's not a drop, just like we have to talk about what's a catch and what's not a catch.
I think there were 2 on Rome. I know there was 1 on Olamide Zaccheaus.
Don't forget about Colston Loveland. He had an obvious.
I was going to mention Colston Loveland as well.
And so when you look at what Caleb was able to do, and for most of that game, despite having thrown the 2 interceptions in regulation, he outplayed Matt Stafford. Don't let that slip by. Matt Stafford was rattled. He didn't take any sacks. Matt Stafford took 4. And I thought Ben Johnson did do a good job of saying this is going to be on Caleb to win this game. And I think he wanted more run support, but he didn't get the run support in the spots that he needed ultimately.
We know what the best throw of the game was for Caleb Williams. That's obvious, but I'm glad that we're doing this segment because it gives me an opportunity to go back in the game on the first quarter touchdown drive to DJ Moore, 3 yards, which, by the way, was on a 4th and 3, so that's a pretty clutch pass in the moment for Caleb Williams. But it was a throw on that drive that was elite as well. We'd be talking a lot more about it if there wasn't another huge play that he made. The play, and again, first quarter, he eludes the pressure. ejects the pocket, floats over the sideline, and fires it down the sideline to Colston Loveland for 23 yards. I thought that was it's getting to be vintage, quintessential, expected, assumed Caleb Williams. I love that. Another play we haven't talked much about. I think you might have alluded to it, Marshall. It was in the second quarter, 27-yard throw to Roma Dunze. That did lead to a Cairo Santos field goal. Unfortunately, you had a Colston Loveland drop. His receivers were not helping him in this game. That has to be noted, and that's been part of the story of Caleb Williams all year long. But again, he had some huge moments in this game. Big time throws from Caleb Williams.
Well, and the checkdowns were really good in this game. Like the 2nd and 3 at the 43 where DJ has a motion that helps read whether or not the Rams are blitzing. And then Caleb Williams has a quick dump to Kyle Monangai because he's being chased by 2 different Rams. So that ended up with a plus 16. And I just remember thinking that was one of those plays that is a veteran quarterback type of play where you understand you're not winning the battle in the pocket there. You've got to dump it off quickly, and we saw that.
Going back to the drops, what people have to realize if they followed the season all season long, that's not a new thing. That's a Bears leading the NFL in drops and the yardage that they sacrifice through drops because they just have not been good enough and consistent enough. And you could argue, well, Caleb doesn't always give the runners ball, especially early in the season, right?
Yeah.
He was facing all kinds of issues. But as Caleb started to take his leap, some of the receivers, the old, like the Alameda Zacchaeuses of the world, and this is why they got less snaps and less targets as time went on, were not bringing in footballs. And so that's when you saw the rise of the newer guys. Luther Burden III comes to mind, Colston Loveland, obviously, before recently having, not as strong a game. But those guys kind of went with Caleb, and that's what makes you so excited about the future. And still at the same time looking at this game performance and saying, oh, so much has been made out of the 70%, right? That's the target. You're not going to get to 70% with people dropping passes all the time.
Well, and that's when it's that significant, when it's the most in the NFL. Like, I will do the moratorium, I think, on Caleb Williams' season, but the problem was this game was a really good example of it. We talk about the drops, especially in the cold weather. There's going to be more. We talked about him running for crucial downs and yardage in this game and how he could have done it a little bit more. He has developed as a pocket passer. We've seen that, especially in these last 2 games. I think that the finished product showed there. But for me, it wasn't just the ball in the air and how he's able to have that arm talent. It was the reading of the field that I thought was so good. Like, for example, even throwing the ball, knowing that he was being rushed on that final play that ended up being the Cam Curl interception. I don't know that he would have done that last year. I don't know that he would have hung in the pocket, thrown the ball to where it was supposed to be, expecting his receiver to get it. There's an innate want to adjust out of a quarterback if one person goes off script. So then you're wondering, how much do you have to go off script to make it work? But he didn't do that. He stuck to his job in that. That's why I don't put that one on him.
Yeah, and as far as the running, I wanted him to blast off more. I think he ended up with about 40 running yards in this game. But fourth quarter, 17-10 Rams, 8:43 left is what I charted here. Caleb Williams with what just felt, because you're down and your time is winding out. Caleb had a 26-yard run to the Los Angeles 37. Then he had there's another one that got away from me here. The 3rd and 10 complete to Roma Dunze. As rough of a night as Dunze had, he had a couple of huge catches. That one was for 16 yards. Unfortunately, that was followed by the roughing was on the Rams. That's what led to the Bears having the ball 1st and goal at the 5-yard line.
And we know
of
what
course,
happened after that.
That's a bad moment, but that's not on Caleb, as we're talking about. That's DeAndre Swift getting the ball 3 straight times and not being able to get the ball into the end zone.
Well, and not just that, but I know we've talked a lot about Rome today. We don't forget that he was the recipient of the 4th and 8 ball. Last week against the Packers.
And that he might be a little bit banged up, too.
There's that. I mean, I certainly expected that out of Kyler Gordon, but I think he's made out of some sort of substance that I'm not aware of yet, that neither is human nor is it...
Adamantium?
Something. Is that a superhero thing?
Yeah, adamantium. That's what Wolverine's skeleton is made out of. It's
More like
unbreakable.
Might be that, actually.
Yeah.
Adamant. Who's the aunt on the Andy Griffith show? Aunt B?
Aunt B.
What's the pretzel place? Is it Aunt B's or Annie?
Auntie Anne's.
Auntie Anne's, okay.
Not to be
Wasn't there
confused.
one of those in The Wizard of Oz, too?
An Auntie Anne?
Auntie M.
Auntie M. Is that what it
Auntie M.
was?
Yo, you're hilarious right now.
I don't know. This is just what's
Welcome
coming out
to the
right now.
Mark Brody stream of consciousness. You know what's happening?
Yo, it's a stream, all right.
Your brain, you know how they say your brain cleans itself when you're sleeping? I feel like your brain is starting to like the drives are starting to clear the cache now that the Bears season has come to a close.
Is it like, I don't know if you guys have, I
self-clean oven?
I've with these late nights with the Bears, one thing that I've encountered, and at least I have Xfinity, I don't know if you guys have encountered this, but there's a time, at least on Xfinity, and I assume on other cable outlets, where your TV resets itself, where it shuts down. I've been like seeing that on my TV.
And you're like, what's going on?
Yeah, wait a minute, don't take my TV
Last
away.
night during postgame, it was like, Layla, are you really there? Press OK. And I was like, I'm watching the game.
Yeah.
Okay.
But postpone. Yes.
This is your brain on playoff football.
Yeah, sorry.
It is our brain on playoff football. But the good news is we still get to talk about heroic performances out of the quarterback. Yeah, he threw 3 interceptions. Okay. I don't put them all on him.
Yeah. I mean, the interceptions are bad. Those are bad moments. We can say it. Like, and the third one, we know. Like, we're still trying to figure that out. But, yeah, he had some bad moments to go along with the good moments. But, again, it's vintage Caleb in terms of, yeah, he's going to make you crazy, but he's also going to make the bigger, more important plays outweigh the bad with Caleb Williams.
I think the main thing with Caleb right now is I'm trying to figure out how much of this is Caleb and how much of this is Ben Johnson not having one of his better games.
Yeah, that too. Big time. Coming up next here on Rahimi Harrison Grody, we want to continue with the calls. We're still intaking interviews from Haugh, but we feel like we can maintain our plan. So if you've got some calls that you want to get to us, if we haven't gotten to you yet, call us back. 312-644-6767, because this is a Plumbers 911 Football Monday presented by Busey Bank.
You're listening to a special postseason edition of Plumbers 911 Football Monday, recapping the divisional round playoff game versus LA. Plumbers 911. Plumbing emergency? Call the professionals available 24/7 at 1-833-PLUM-911. Presented by Busey Bank on Chicago's Sports Radio 670 The Score. Always live on the free Odyssey app.
This segment is brought to you by Take 5 Oil Change.
Oil lights never come on at a good time. You've got enough to juggle, so let Take 5 handle it. Drive in, stay in your car, and roll out in 10 minutes. No waiting room, no stress, just fast, friendly service. Visit take5.com today to find your nearest shop.
Listen up, football fans. You won't want to miss this.
Right now, new Bet365 customers bet $5 and get $200 in bonus bets, win or lose. So you could turn that $200 into something bigger when you bet on money line, spread, totals, player props.
$200 in bonus bets when new customers bet $5. I know where I'm going to bet from now on. Download the app today and see why it's never ordinary at Bet365. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. 21 plus only. Must be physically located in Illinois. T&Cs apply. In-app only.
Let me ask you something. Is your money doing everything it can for you?
I don't know. How would I know?
Is it automatically saving for special events and keeping you posted on its progress? Like at Huntington Bank?
Oh, no.
Is it tracking your spending so you can make the best choices at the mall?
Nope.
Or setting limits on your teenager's debit card?
Definitely not.
Then it could certainly be doing more.
Yeah, sure sounds like it.
Let's get more from money. Switch to Huntington Bank. Welcome. Eligibility requirements apply. Some features may require enrollment.
I'm Piera Palazzolo, VP of Digital Marketing for the American Management Association, a company focused on the management training skills needed to enhance the careers of business professionals. We did our research when it came to the best companies for website development and chose AmericanEagle.com. And we couldn't be happier. AmericanEagle.com worked closely with us to understand the front and back end requirements needed to launch an e-commerce website that could handle the complexities of running thousands of seminars nationwide. Our robust new website and improved SEO saw immediate increases in site traffic and web revenue. If you're in need of managerial effectiveness and success, visit our website at amanet.org. If you're in need of a website that provides an unparalleled consumer experience, I highly recommend AmericanEagle.com.
Transform your business today. Dial 877-WEB-NOW-1 for a free digital consultation with AmericanEagle.com.
Kickoff is coming. Make your home the undisputed headquarters for the big game with Matrix Basement Finishing. Imagine a fully immersive home theater and a pro-level sports ball, all designed and built by Matrix Basement Finishing. The guys with the X right downstairs. From design to build, Matrix Basements handles everything so you can focus on the party. Be the MVP of your neighborhood this season. Score a free quote right now at matrixbasements.com. You know, the guys with the X.
With America's best lineup of hybrids from Hyundai, you get the best of both worlds. Like the reliable and efficient Tucson Hybrid, backed by America's best warranty. The Hyundai Tucson Hybrid. It's the best of both worlds.
Right now, for a limited time, lease the Hyundai Tucson for $249 a month. Or get 0.99% APR on the Tucson or Tucson Hybrid. Offers end February 2nd. Call 224-661-0068 for details.
New year, new goals, and fresh FSA funds. If you've been thinking about a vasectomy, stop putting it off. The start of the new year is the smartest time to book at Vasectomy Clinics of Chicago. Why? You can use your renewed flexible spending or HSA dollars to pay for it using pre-tax money. We offer a quick 30-minute in-office procedure that is virtually painless. No needle, no scalpel, and absolutely no hospital stay. It's the safest, simplest way to take control of your future. With 5 convenient locations including downtown Chicago at Lake Point Tower with free valet parking, plus Naperville, Tinley Park, Arlington Heights, and Barrington. We are right in your neighborhood. Make your resolution reality and use your fresh FSA funds. Visit vasectomychicago.com or call 877-877-4VAS. That's 877-877-4827. Vasectomy Clinics of Chicago. Your family is complete. Now your planning is too.
This is Rahimi Harrison-Grody on 670 The Score, and we want to know what you think of the Bears game. Do you have some takes that you want to get off? How do you feel about it as we wrap up the year? I don't want to do it either, but we're going to discuss that. Call us 312-644-6767 on The Score, and Mark has an update as well. Not yet. We got another commercial.
You know that Big Bargain detergent jug is 80% water, right? It doesn't clean as well.
80% water? I thought I was getting a better deal because it's so big.
If you want a better clean, Tide Pods are only 12% water. The rest is pure, concentrated cleaning ingredients.
Oh, let me make an announcement.
Attention shoppers, if you want a real deal, try Tide Pods.
Stop paying for watered-down detergents. Pay for clean. If it's gotta be clean, it's gotta be Tide Pods. Water content based on the leading bargain liquid detergent.
Are you 50 or older? This news is for you. The CDC recommends you get vaccinated against pneumococcal pneumonia. Even if you're healthy, your age puts you at risk. People 50 or older are over 6 times more likely to be hospitalized with pneumococcal pneumonia compared to adults 18 to 49. Just one shot can help protect you. Learn more and schedule at vaxassist.com. That's VAXassist.com. Sponsored by Pfizer.
The Rahimi Harrison-Grody Show. Middays 10 to 2 on Chicago Sports Radio 670 The Score.
Every time I think of the Dan Wiederer Open, we are expecting him at 1 o'clock. This is Rahimi Harrison-Grody on 670 The Score as we take your calls, 312-644-6767 on this Plumbers 911 Football Monday presented by Busey Bank. As we go to the phones, we start with Paul in St. Charles. Hi, Paul.
Hi, how are you?
We're good. What's going on?
So, a lifelong Bear fan, season ticket holder for 18 years. I've been to all these games. I love my Bears, but I have to say, listening to some people just assume we are going to make the playoffs next year. This morning, someone says it's about what seed we're going to be next year. I mean, people have to realize that is not guaranteed. The Detroit Lions are not going to roll over and not get better. The Packers are coming out gunning for the Bears. This was an opportunity we just missed, unfortunately. I hate to say it.
No,
I just want to know your thoughts on that and maybe some realism when it comes to if we will be in the playoffs next year.
No, I think that that's fair because do you think the Lions expected to be out of the playoffs this year now that they were finally healthy? Even though they lost Ben Johnson and Aaron Glenn, do you think they thought that they weren't going to be in the playoffs this year? I think that's as good of an example as any. We also have a bit of news from Hallis Hall. Mark, what can you tell us?
Yeah, a couple things here. I am being told that DJ Moore was not present at Hallis Hall. In other words, we will not get to hear his quote-unquote side of the story on the interception thrown by Caleb Williams, which appeared to be some poor maneuvering by DJ Moore. So unfortunately, we won't get that. To the caller, too, I should let you know that coming up on Inside the Locker Room at 125, he's going to hear everything he wants to hear from Cole Kmet, because Cole Kmet basically said the same thing, paraphrasing, not to ruin all of it, but like, it is a different year. They put all they put into this year, and nothing is guaranteed, and Cole Kmet will lay it out for you. Caller, what was that gentleman's name? Was it Bob? I think it was Bob. Bob, for sure, you will get an opportunity. Paul. Was it Paul?
Well, I love that your default was Bob, though.
Well, Paul rhymes with Bob. So,
The default should be Bob.
All right, can I piggyback off what you just said,
Please do. Take it away.
I'm 100% with Paul from St. Charles.
Bob. It's actually Bob.
In this way.
It's a pillow.
Plob.
The Bears, everything Grody said about everybody else getting better, but the Bears have a first-place schedule next year. When you have a first-place schedule, that means you got to go places like Seattle to play.
Ugh.
You also have to face the AFC East, so Patriots and Bills are on the schedule. Like, let's be realistic about what we expect to happen, not only within the division, where the Bears had a losing record this year, and understanding when you say keep up with Detroit. Detroit did sweep them this year, right? That's not my imagination, right?
Wait a minute.
Detroit did sweep the Bears, correct?
Well, they were, as who was, I think it was Cole that mentioned it, that they were 2-4 in the division.
Like, so let's talk about what's going on right now and see how they improve, but let's not assume the Bears are going back to the playoffs next year.
Yeah, I don't know who you were talking to about what seed the Bears are going to be, but
They could be better next year and have a worse record. I mean, that's just...
Absolutely.
Yeah.
there are no guarantees. We continue on the phones, 312-644-6767. Let's go to Joe in Lansing. Joe, you're on Rahimi Harris and Grody.
Yeah, I'm trying to overcome the feelings of that loss last night. But the biggest thing that I've got to say is, why is nobody talking about Ben Johnson not utilizing his great kicker, and he always seems to go for the first down? He cost the Bears last night 6 points, and they lost by 3.
Well,
so why isn't anybody talking about it?
We talked about it many times on the show so far today. So people have stuff to do. I know you're in and out listening, but I can guarantee you we have discussed that many times between the three of us since we started at 9:45.
I'll tell you what nobody's talking about. That was what we just got there. I'll tell you what nobody's talking about.
The McCaskies, the stadium.
Well, also, I think that the thing is, if you're mad about him going for it and not making, you also got to be mad about him going for it and making it then?
Not necessarily, because you may have been pressured into one of those fourth down decisions because you didn't get the points on the board to begin with.
So you're saying it's more of a situational game. Like if it's fourth quarter, it's different than when it's the first quarter, obviously, and then where you are on the field?
I think, like, I get the logic as to why people say, oh, well, the touchdown came on a I believe it was a 4th and goal situation. Point is, it came on a 4th down call. But at the same time, you don't have to make as many of those if you've gotten the money in the bank already.
I've said it before. I am like a yes on Ben Johnson being aggressive and going for it on 4th down. I've also said before, and here we are talking about it, there's an opportunity cost to coaches like Dan Campbell who go for it. Dan Campbell is a very popular man in Detroit. He's been the least popular man several times in Detroit because of some of the times that he has gone for it and made, quote, mistakes. This is what we are going to be dealing with Ben Johnson every single year that he is here. So buckle up.
Well, and it is situational. Like, it can be that you go for it more often when you're playing from behind.
Yeah.
Or not even playing from behind, but you're playing with pressure that you need to do something on that particular drive. But, yeah, we've definitely talked about it on this show. 312-644-6767 is our number here at 670 The Score. Getting back to what you said, though, about DJ Moore not talking.
Yeah.
Who do we think will give an explanation as to why that's not happening at Hallis Hall?
What do you mean?
Do you think you're going to get one as to why he's not talking today?
Interesting. Well, I hope there is some sort of accountability from somebody out there. Yeah, and maybe, who knows, maybe I don't know what the rest of the schedule is for the rest of this week. If today is it, there have been some weeks at the ends of seasons where maybe a George McCaskey would talk, maybe a Kevin Warren would talk, maybe Ryan Poles will talk, and maybe we will get something from DJ Moore. But yeah, at this point, I don't know. All I can tell you is that he's not talking out there today. At least he hasn't yet.
I wonder if this is health related, just because DJ's never been one to
He doesn't duck.
He doesn't duck.
He really doesn't.
He doesn't. So that's why I'm more concerned about the health than anything else in this particular situation.
I will say this.
I find it odd he didn't talk after the game, and then obviously next day clean out, also not available. It makes me think it's health related.
He's been a little bit more low key, I'll say, in the locker room over the last, I'd say, 3-4 weeks, where he does talk to the media, of course, but he's not as present in the locker room, standing by his locker to shoot the bleep or whatever. So I don't know what's going on with DJ Moore.
Fair enough. Yeah, I wasn't sure if perhaps, there'd be an explanation on a day like today or not.
I think that we'll have to find out. I would imagine that, they probably are entitled to some sort of, the player didn't speak after the game in the locker room, didn't speak today, but maybe he's hurt. There might be things we just don't know.
It's one thing when you aren't in the locker room for clean out, because I've seen that before. It's another thing when you say they put in requests hey.
Yeah, I can tell you that.
So there will be some type of explanation from PR.
That's true. There should be.
There should be. Given the timing of everything going on at Hallis, are we still online to have Dan Wiederer next?
We sure are.
Okay.
Weedsy.
So let's continue this conversation. We'll ask Dan what's going on at Hallis Hall next on Rahimi Harrison Grody.
The Bears lose to the Rams in the divisional round of the playoffs, ending this magical season for Bears fans.
Davis at 42 online, and it's good! And the Los Angeles Rams go to the championship game!
Stick around as we react to the game, but also start to look ahead to the offseason to see what Ben Johnson and Ryan Poles will do to improve. So keep it here on Chicago's Sports Radio 670 The Score. Always live on the free Odyssey and iHeartRadio apps.
Home means everything to you. So when rates drop, you don't just sit back. Rocket Mortgage watches the market to help you save money when the time is right. We make refinancing simple and savings even simpler. Never miss a new lower monthly payment with Rocket Mortgage. Learn more at rocketmortgage.com or call 1-800-4ROCKET for cost information and conditions. Conditions apply. Not a commitment to lend. Rocket Mortgage, LLC, licensed in all 50 states. NMLS ConsumerAccess.org number 3030.
Cats are masters at using up their 9 lives, like chasing laser pointers into walls or jumping onto high shelves. But the one thing cats never do, text while driving. So be like a cat and protect your one and only life. Don't text and drive.
Don't drive distracted. A message brought to you by the National Highway Traffic Safety Administration, Project Yellow Light, and the Ad Council.
Start the year moving, not hurting. If joint pain is holding you back, listen up. There's a way to get real relief without surgery, without downtime, and without putting your life on pause. Dr. Ashley Caravelli and the other medical pros at QC Kinetics here in Chicago deliver regenerative treatments that actually help your body repair the areas that are causing you pain. Instead of facing an invasive operation that sidelines you for months, these treatments happen right in the office and you go about your day. January is supposed to be your clean slate. Stop managing the pain. Start solving it with QC Kinetics. Call now for your free consultation. 312-847-4347. That's 312-847-4347. QC Kinetics, 312-847-4347.
How about finally a simple New Year's resolution? How you doing, everybody? Mark Grody here. One where you are guaranteed to succeed. Reverse the clock on hair loss with Advanced Hair's simple one-day treatment. You will feel more confident and more youthful when you witness your own natural hair growing into those places where it's been balding or thinning for years. From Advanced Hair's breakthrough technology to their world-class medical team, they are the only team in hair restoration I personally recommend. Advanced Hair's simple one-day treatment begins to regrow your own natural hair the very next day, and your new hair is guaranteed to grow. Did I mention the results can last a lifetime? Celebrate the new year with a fuller head of hair and get a free consultation, $250 off, and 250 free hair grafts. Call 872-217-HAIR. That's 872-217-HAIR. Or see what meeting your New Year's resolution could look like with the before and after pictures at advancedhair.com.
The IRS just lost thousands of experienced agents. Unfortunately, your tax debt didn't disappear with them. Right now, the IRS is understaffed and overwhelmed. Now is the time to put your IRS issues behind you. Do you owe $10,000 or more to the IRS? Has the IRS garnished your wages yet? Have they grabbed your bank account yet? They will if you ignore them long enough. This is Patrick Noon with PJN Tax Solutions Group. We are a local tax resolution firm located right here in St. Charles, Illinois. Don't call some 1-800-FIRM 10 states away. We're right here. Listen, this is your window of opportunity. Our tax resolution team knows exactly how to leverage the chaos. But you need to act before the IRS regroups. Call us now. The IRS is in disarray. We are not. 630-415-5296. That number again, 630-415-5296. Or just Google, I want the IRS off my ASS.
Rahimi, Harris, and Grody will be back in 60 seconds on The Score.
I know that hiring can be challenging. You need someone to match your role perfectly. Well, now you can meet them fast on ZipRecruiter.
Build your team, build it sooner. Meet your match on ZipRecruiter.
Just head to ZipRecruiter.com/free right now to try it for free. That's ZipRecruiter.com/free.
Meet your match on ZipRecruiter. Try it free.
You can swirl it, you can sip it, but the best way is to share it. Hey y'all, I'm Deanna, a team member at my local Chick-fil-A. And a little thing I love about the Chick-fil-A chicken sandwich and new frosted sodas and floats is how well they go together. You get that bold flavor of the Coke mixed with the smooth deliciousness of the vanilla ice cream. You have a juicy filet and a smooth, creamy float. It's an awesome pairing.
Order a Chick-fil-A chicken sandwich and a new frosted soda and float at your local Chick-fil-A restaurant. Real team member paid for their testimonial.
Bears fans, this magical season comes to close after the Bears fall to the Rams at Soldier Field in the divisional round. Keep it here as the Score team breaks down the game. Plus, we'll have your reaction too, right here on Chicago's Sports Radio 670 The Score. Broadcasting live from the Hyundai Studios. Presented to you in part by your local Hyundai dealers. WSCR Chicago, WBMX HD2 Chicago, and Odyssey Sports Station.
The Score!
This hour is sponsored by Plumbers 911. Plumbing emergency? Call the plumbing professionals. Available 24/7 at 1-833-PLUM-911.
Dan Wiederer, Bears reporter and senior writer for The Athletic.
You're going to be relying on a lot of young players, guys that have to materialize into who they thought they were.
The Bears are who we thought they were.
On-air contributor for 670 The Score.
We'll mention this mainly because Dan Wiederer said we would mention this nugget.
Host of the Take the North podcast.
We're going to take the North and never give it back.
Dan Wiederer.
Thanks, Coach. We'll go first to Dan Wiederer.
On Chicago's Sports Radio, 670 The Score.
Wheezy!
So Dan Wiederer is not online with us yet because you know what he's doing. It's locker clean-out day at Hallis Hall. They're trying to get the very latest. Oh, he's here now?
He's done cleaning out lockers.
Dan, whose locker did you clean out?
As many as I could find. It's honestly, guys, it's a heavy day out here, and it always is. And you can feel the suddenness, I think, for all the guys in there that are a little bit in shock that they don't have practice this weekend in an NFC Championship to prepare for.
Dan joins us via the Circa Resort and Casino hotline, circalasvegas.com. So, yeah, I mean, we're trying to go through it and parse through it here on the show, obviously. This is a collective activity of the city today. But to go from accepting the fact that the comeback didn't happen last night to also talking about, and I feel like there was a little bit more somber and pointed quotes from Hallis Hall today. You know, what can you tell us about just the extension of last night into today?
Yes, somber is a word, right? Like that is a feeling here today. And you can just tell that it's just, it's difficult. No matter how many times somebody's been through it, a guy like Kevin Byard, who's done this many, many times in his life, there's an understanding that it just ends so quickly. And that next season, no matter what team you're on or what you're trying to pursue, you got to start all the way back at the start again. And so I think that's a really sharp realization that pops in on a day like today. You're still trying to unpack a game that ended 16 hours ago and had so much involved in it. And then you're trying to process the entire season, and then you're trying to process the future. And so there's just a lot of things swirling at once. And you could feel that in the locker room today. I will say the one thing that sort of struck me the most out of anything is the word disbelief came up a handful of times, particularly as it related to the last kick that ended the game. And for a team that basically spent 4 months providing a joyride based on belief, the disbelief feels really, really powerful.
Yeah, I think that's a great point, Dan, just because of how we got here, how they got to the fact that they were playing a second playoff game in Ben Johnson's first season, Caleb Williams' second season. I'm curious because we were just speculating here about DJ Moore. Is his availability, is that from what you understand health related, or is he just wasn't in the locker room when open locker room was happening?
Can't give you any clarity on that whatsoever.
Okay.
But yeah, we did not get a chance to talk to DJ. We did not get a chance to talk to him last night. It's a little disappointing that for something like this, you would like to kind of close the book on it and neatly clean it up as soon as you possibly can, and then get on to the next thing. And this will linger for a little while. I don't know the next time we'll have a chance to talk to DJ Moore, in this building. It may be in May. Honestly, that's a long time from now to let something like this sit around. But clearly that last offensive play of the season is one that people are going to talk about for a little while because, this is not being dramatic. That's history changing, right? Like you are on the doorstep of field goal range in sudden death in overtime of a playoff game that would send you to the NFC Championship game, and it ends with a turnover, and then the other team goes down and scores. And so it's a history-changing moment for the Bears, and we still haven't gotten full clarity on kind of what the disconnect was, even though we did get a little opportunity to again hear from Caleb Williams today.
What was any new information shed at all? I was going to ask what was your view on that play?
Yeah, so this is where, Caleb's words sort of require a response from DJ in some ways. And Caleb said today that he hadn't even had a chance to talk to DJ yet about what happened on that play, which is a little bit surprising, right? Given the moment and given what it signified. But it seemed as if DJ ran the route that was designed, and Caleb was expecting him to make a little bit of a sight adjust based on the way the defense was playing. And they had a miscommunication. The ball went one place, the receiver went the other. Cam Curl made an interception, and that's the last snap that this Bears offense took in the entire season. And so, that's the micro of this, right? We're talking about all these macro feelings, which are super significant, but that's also the micro of what makes it so significant, because if you hit that play, now all of a sudden we may be sitting here today being like, can they beat Seattle? Are they one step away from going to a Super Bowl? And when you just talking that out and sounding that out loud, you feel the gravity of the whole thing, right?
Yeah, now hold on for a second, though. I'm sorry, but guys, this is different than what was even said yesterday, because yesterday it sounded like DJ had run the wrong route. So if he ran the route that was designed, despite a lot of people, including former pro football players, thinking that wasn't the design route, that's different. Can you speak to that context and that contrast?
Well, I didn't get the sense last night that I knew for sure that it was a route that was wrong. I think we'll get a chance to get Ben Johnson before this week is up, and that certainly will be on the list. You'll have about 75 questions that you want to get to Ben before,
that's you. That's
how many of those 75 will get off?
That's you.
14, right? So that's what I mean. Honestly, and so you got to choose wisely, but I think that is because of what we're talking about, because of the stakes and the significance. It is one that you'd like the head coach to provide some clarity on. Ben had not watched it last night when we talked to him after the game, and he had a different view from the sideline than likely he would get when he put on the video. And so, that's, again, it's a huge play and a huge moment in a huge season, and we're still left kind of guessing. And again, we would be guessing less if DJ Moore had come to his locker and they had been able to get him to talk to media today.
Okay, so I want to follow up on that a little bit more here. So I was told he's not present. Do we know if he's out there? Has there been an explanation from the Bears why he didn't talk and is not talking, or are we just completely in the dark right now about DJ Moore?
We're in the dark, Mark. I mean, not our first rodeo. Look, I put in a request early this morning saying, hey, it would be good to talk to DJ, and they said, we'll open the locker room for an hour from 11:30 to 12:30. It was my understanding that he was in the building when the locker room opened at 11:30. He wasn't in the locker room. But yeah, so.
do you think his future is in question with the Bears?
I don't know. I mean, that's really, really big. And, they've got a lot to sort through. And, today is one of those days, Mark, you've experienced it you have conversations today with Kevin Byard and Jaquan Brisker, who both don't know if they will ever wear a Bears jersey again on game day, right?
Right.
And so like it really strikes you when you're thanking guys for being as good as they were in the locker room all season. You're reflecting on the season, and then they're like, yeah, this might be the last time I leave this building. You know what I mean? And so like that's part of this for so many guys here. I think I counted this morning 24 guys on expiring contracts, that will be over in March. A lot of big decisions to be made. And, like Kevin Byard's one of these guys that says out loud, like, I really want to stick around here. I also feel like I owe it to my family to, capitalize on an all-pro season and see what's out there for me. And so 6 or 7 weeks from now, that's going to be a big deal when you have one of the core leaders of your team exploring free agency if you don't first get to him with a deal that makes sense for both sides. And so this is the business part of things that comes in really quickly, even as you're sorting through all the heavy emotions of what last night was.
Tell me, Dan, when you're in that locker room, what struck you the most? Like if there was a single statement or an interview that you did that stuck with you the most walking out of there?
Yeah, so this is where I'll start because hopefully the people in the audience that were there last night can relate to this. The final kick of the night, that Harrison Mevis kick that ended the game last night, was one of the more surreal experiences that I've ever had in my professional sports journalism career. And to hear that echoed from players in the locker room of the silence when that kick went in, it was honestly, guys, like someone hit a mute button on reality. Like you were kind of looking around for 9 or 10 seconds being like, literally, did someone just mute the earth?
Right.
You know what I mean? Because that's what, there was zero sound in the press box, in the stands. And a few of the guys mentioned that today, like DeMarco Jackson, he's like there was maybe like 6 people on the Rams sideline that you could hear. But other than that, it was just this hush and this stunned hush and this sad hush. And so that it just struck me because in the moment you were like, this is really wild. And to hear the players sort of echo a similar sentiment on man, that's just what endings feel like sometimes in this league.
One thing too, the sadness in the locker room right after the game, I think a big part of this is, Dan, and I knew that it was a good locker room. I guess I didn't realize until yesterday how close of a locker room it was. And when it really hit home to me was when Jalen Johnson said, pretty much without hesitating, and we'll hear it a little bit later, that this is the best locker room he's ever been a part of. What's this, his 6th year with the Bears? Yeah. I mean, that's a long time, man. And he's made a lot of friends through his years in those locker rooms. And it's interesting, player for player. There was a legit sadness that I have never seen covering the Chicago Bears in this predicament when the season is over and it's locker clean-out day and you lose the final game of the year.
Ben Johnson doesn't blow smoke. And when he has talked really for 2 months about how this group is different, how they're special, that's some of what he's talking about, Grody. It's a group that was really united, really in it for each other, really invested in the process. And so when Ben continually repeats, you can't easily just put that on a Xerox machine and photocopy it for next season. Chemistry has to be recreated with new faces in here. And you're not promised that you're going to get that same harmony, that same bond within that locker room. And I think that's what really hurt them last night, is realizing that they had this opportunity this season, and now that opportunity is gone. In the snap of a fingers, it's just gone, right? And so now you have to do so much work, and you have to put in so much effort and so much concentration, and there's so much endurance required just to get back to the divisional round next year. And so that's a big deal, and you're going to try to find the right guys that fit this culture, but there's no guarantee that it's going to be identical to what you were able to do this season, which was a big part of why they had all that belief in the late game clutch moments that created the season that this was.
Our segment with Dan Weeder is sponsored by Plumbers 911. Plumbing emergency? Call the plumbing professionals, available 24/7 at 1-833-PLUM 911. And Dan, I understand just because of logistics, game was late. You only got to spend a little bit of time on the Take the North podcast last night. So I'm going to use this time to ask you, are there any takes about this that you would like to get off for the Take the North podcast that you didn't get because of timing last night?
No, for sure. Right. And it's rushed after those night games, and you're trying to process it all in real time. And I do think there's a level of pride in this locker room today at what they accomplished and what they believe carries forward. And I think some of the resilience and the grit, these guys in this locker room believe that that's who they are, and that's going to carry them forward into 2026. And they'll see where that can take them. I think there's a sense that, look, like we have the head coach. We have a quarterback who is money when the game's on the line. We have a refurbished offensive line. There's a lot of work that needs to be done to kind of work through improving this football team and getting it ready to sustain success and contend every single year. But they feel like some of the most meaningful stuff is locked in right now, which is a good feeling to have. Now it doesn't guarantee anything. And there's been so many players last night and today that have been very honest about the reality of the NFL is that, like, there's nothing guaranteed in this league, but at least you can put your head on the pillow tonight, understanding that some of those core things that you really believe in that can lead to high level success are in place.
Dan, were you in the room for Caleb today?
Part of it, and then the locker room opened and ran down there to try to find DJ.
Okay, I wasn't sure because I know you do that duty on game days where you're dealing with Coach Ben Johnson and the quarterback, and I was just curious if anything he said today sounded dramatically different or even remotely different than what you heard yesterday.
Well, look, like, people need to understand how deeply Caleb cares about this pursuit of success, and I think that was evident this season. I think it was evident in his mannerisms last night after the game. You still feel it today. Like anybody that's been in the competitive arena and knows what this feels like can empathize with just like that. Oh man, I really wish we were still playing. I know I've got to go right back to work, but like even between Ben Johnson's post-game press conference last night and Caleb coming to the podium, they crossed each other's paths in that little hallway between the locker room and the press conference room. And there was an embrace, and it wasn't long, but it was powerful, right? Like you just felt the appreciation between those two guys and all that they had put into each other this season. And I think that's significant because I think there is a level of trust that's been built up there now that really will be a catalyst to trying to get to the next level next season. And so I think that, those guys were really forthright in expressing their admiration for each other and the bond that they created here really since January of last year.
And what's so amazing about that and important about that is I didn't know if those two were going to make it. I didn't know.
Right. You're right. We probably talked about it, on the sideline in the summer, when Caleb's getting, sent back to the huddle because, the formation's wrong and the play wasn't called right and Ben's blowing his top and you're like, oh God, where's this thing going to go?
And glowing about the backup quarterback and saying how they're so similar. And now that I look back on that, was Ben Johnson using Tyson Bagent?
Absolutely.
Yes.
Well, I'll tell you this. I did talk to Tyson one-on-one today, Grody, and hopefully I can cut up some of that for the podcast here in the week ahead.
Sick.
Tyson's an awesome like he's an awesome philosopher, right? Like you talk to that guy and you're like, man, he knows how to phrase things that you're sort of feeling. And he kept referring to Ben as a lockbox, and I was like, what do you mean? What do you mean he's a lockbox? He's like, man, that dude is just locked in at every single moment of every day. And I'm like, I'm using this. I'm taking this forward because I like
30 burpees this guy did, man. I'm telling you, Dan.
Who do you think probably trained him for the shirtless appearance? It was probably Tyson.
Or his dad.
Yeah, they can cross-train a little bit this offseason. But no, there's some good perspective there. And the reason I bring that up is because Tyson had a front row seat all year to watch Ben and Caleb grow in their relationship. And some of it is the purpose that Ben Johnson brings into every room he's in every single day. And if we're fast forwarding 18 years and we're saying, why did things end with Ben Johnson in Chicago? There may come a point where we're like, yeah, the intensity just got to be too much. But I think we're a long way from that, right? And the buy-in he got this year because of that urgency, because of that purpose, that ability to bring out the best in the individual and the group, it's incredible stuff. And it's like you could write leadership books on what happened here this season at Haugh Hall and sell a lot of copies.
I know this is random, but speaking of the quarterback room, I actually think that Case Keenum probably did more than any of us fully realized when it came to being a veteran presence in there and also just helping with whatever they may have needed. Tyson Bagent and Caleb Williams. Did anybody get to talk to him today?
No, Case was not in there today, and Case is not really readily available in that locker room. I think those of us have been in there all year know he's great to talk to when you do get him. He's just not available very often. That is, Layla, for me, that's like another one of these. It's like a business aspect of turning the page on the season where there are guys that have to make their own decisions even, like they may have a personal desire, the team may have a desire, and you've got to figure out a way to match those up here. And that's going to be the next 3 months, right? From now through the end of the draft, of trying to figure out what this roster needs to be going forward. And there's dozens of those decisions that need to be made. Like Kevin Byard, what do you do with Nishan Wright?
Yeah.
Tyreek. There's just a ton of those decisions that will come to the front door and start knocking really soon here. They're obviously going to take this week to get closure on everything, but man, the business part of this thing, it doesn't wait around, and so it's going to be really interesting to see how that all evolves.
Well, and unfortunately, that's how GMs get themselves into cap trouble. Is
Correct.
When you have to be loyal to the people who brought you to the situation you're in.
And one of the conversations I have with buddies in regards to the ascent of Caleb Williams is like, go look at his cap hit for 2025. Now project what that's going to be in 2029, right? And then figure out what that means for the demands on the quarterback and what the quarterback has to be and has to become for you to be able to sustain success year after year after year when you actually have to pay him as a top flight quarterback, and what that does to the rest of your roster. And so, yeah, that's why this league is impossible. I mean, Grody and I talked a little last night about the Saturday night reaction of the Buffalo Bills and how you felt that, like that was raw, and you felt that, like, man, these guys have been doing it at a high level for a long time, and they haven't made it to the Super Bowl. And it's just such a harsh, sobering reminder of how freaking hard this league is.
Grody said that he didn't have time to feel for the Bills game.
It was Dan that was doing the talking. Was I showing empathy last night on the podcast when you were yapping about that? I don't think so.
Probably not. I guess I tuned you out there. And
as we have to do from time to time, Dan, before we let you go, I want to put this Ryan Poles lens on it, because obviously he had a fantastic offseason, which is pretty much undeniable now, given what's taken place this season. I can't even picture a world in where he matches what he did last offseason with this offseason. The challenges are just so unique and different from the challenges he had with the blank slate of last year.
Well, that's what I mean when I talk about the difficulty of this league. It's like you can have an amazing run, and then everybody just says, okay, do it again. You know what I mean? And like that's the challenge. Okay, do it again. Like, you got to go figure out your left tackle situation. You've got to go figure out how to add teeth to this pass rush. You've got to figure out how to reconfigure and restabilize this secondary with all the contract situations that are up back there. And so it's like, okay, congratulations. Here's your certificate of honor for that. Now go do it again, and go turn this into a team that wins multiple championships. Go turn this into a team that plays on the final Sunday of January and maybe at some point into February. And like, it's just super hard. And there's just daily things that need to be done to continually put yourself in position to handle the details that get you there. And it's from the general manager's chair down to the third string quarterback's chair to everywhere else around the building. You've got to figure out how to stabilize all of that.
Dan Wiederer said it well, and I'm glad to hear I wasn't the only one empathizing with the Bills and Broncos.
You guys
game.
go empathize together. Go for it.
Brody had no time for it.
My hands are full with the empathy that I've had to put forth my whole life for the Chicago Bears, Dan. I don't have time for other quarterbacks and other franchises. I'm sorry.
Well, hopefully you can find empathy for this team here today. Again, it's a heavy day here at Haugh Hall, and like, you feel it when you walk in the front doors here. And it's not gonna lift anytime soon. It's gonna be that way for a little while.
Well, I do hope they go to Cancun. I do hope some guys get some time away and realize, yeah, everybody take a nice little vacation.
Take the Northers, go to Cancun.
It's the South, but don't worry about that right now. It's north to somebody.
I'll go anywhere.
I love it. All right, well, guys, thanks so much, Dan. As always, thanks for your work from Haugh Hall. We look forward to your work in The Athletic and on the Take the North podcast as well.
Thanks, Dan.
You got it. You guys are the best.
And soon you will be able to hear Dan on a different frequency.
FM.
Well, yeah, we are excited about our
FM.
debut on 104.3 The Score. Is it Parco?
I mean, FM. I would have sounded a lot better at FM. I don't think you guys can handle it, but I'll still be on once a week.
So that starts on February 2nd during the Mully and Haugh show. So Score shows, Cubs and Bulls games on FM. High fidelity all the time, including in downtown Chicago, which means you can hear us on Lower Wacker.
Ooh, scary.
Has anybody ever thought about that?
Scary.
That's scary.
Because lower whacker can be scary. It really. There's no rules on lower whacker.
Some people avoid it altogether.
I saw The Dark Knight one too many times.
Yeah. They also have towing down there, so I've had too many experiences with the towing people on lower whacker.
They also don't know a lot of times people don't know the red lights and such.
Oh, it's crazy.
But the
down
point
there.
is, you cannot know the red lights and such with us. The score will still be heard on 670 a.m. Don't worry. But starting Monday, February 2nd, the debut will be of 104.3 on FM. The simulcast is presented by the official sports book of the score, Circa Sports, sports betting the way it should be. Without further ado, coming up next, we will take you inside the locker room on Rahimi Harrison Grody.
You're listening to a special postseason edition of Plumbers 911 Football Monday, recapping the divisional round playoff game versus LA. Plumbers 911. Plumbing emergency? Call the professionals available 24/7 at 1-833-PLUM-911. Presented by Busey Bank on Chicago's Sports Radio 670 The Score. Always live on the free Odyssey app.
This segment is sponsored by Packy Webb Ford.
It's Maggie from Packy Webb Ford. Get the best deal on a new Explorer with huge discounts, 2.9 financing for 66 months, plus $1,500 bonus cash. For details, visit PackyWebFord.com.
Have you ever wished you could speak to someone that has died?
From the hit television series on E! Entertainment, meet Matt Frazier, America's top psychic medium, for a special evening of live psychic readings.
The same way that you're looking to connect with your loved ones, your loved ones are also looking to connect with you.
Saturday, April 25th, Silver Creek Event Center at Four Winds Casino, New Buffalo.
The signs from Spirit are everywhere.
Matt Frazier, America's top psychic medium. Get tickets now at Ticketmaster.com.
The Menards 15% off bag sale is here. Whether you pack it, load it, stuff it, or stack it, if it fits in the bag, you save 15%. Need new tools? Updating your bath or faucet? Or simply want some snacks? Put them in the bag and save 15%. So pick up a bag in-store at Menards and find out how much you can fit in the bag. Now through January 24th. See store for complete details.
Save big money at Menards.
A family office is a team built to handle the three biggest financial responsibilities a family faces: wealth management, tax strategy, and estate planning. Most firms only manage your investments and refer the rest out, hoping everyone stays aligned. At Trajan, we built something different. Your wealth, tax planning, and estate planning are handled together inside one firm under one roof. There's no guessing whether your CPA, advisor, and estate attorney are truly in sync, because our team works together every day on your behalf. When your financial life becomes more complex, your advice should become more coordinated, not more fragmented. One plan, one trusted team. Call Trajan today, 630-320-2100. That's 630-320-2100.
Trajan Wealth, an SEC-registered investment advisor. Additional services through Trajan Estate and Trajan Tax. Additional disclosures and accreditation at TrajanWealth.com.
Paid non-attorney spokesperson. Paid for by Action Matters.
Attention victims of church clergy sexual abuse. If you were sexually abused at a church or a school by a member of the clergy, listen closely, as you may be entitled to financial compensation. Even if the abuse happened decades ago, your case could still qualify for compensation. If you suffered abuse from clergy members and those who knew about the abuse but failed to stop it, no matter how long ago it was, call our law firm's confidential clergy abuse helpline at 800-721-8353 to find out if you're eligible for a cash settlement. Our attorneys may be able to get you justice, closure, and substantial compensation while your case remains fully confidential. Receive the financial settlement you deserve and hold those responsible accountable. Call now to find out if your case qualifies for compensation. Don't wait. Call our law firm's 100% confidential clergy abuse helpline right now to seek justice and compensation. Call 800-721-8353. That's 800-721-8353. 800-721-8353.
It all comes down to this, folks.
Yep, the entire season is on the line.
But my throat has officially thrown in the towel.
Sounds like you need Vicks VapoCool drops. They're max strength and vaporize sore throat pain.
Whoa! These VapoCool drops hit fast.
Speaking of fast, did you just see that play?
Yeah, he vaporized that ball.
That pun should have come with a penalty.
Vaporize sore throat pain with Vicks VapoCool drops. Use as directed.
Cars for Kids, the easy way to donate your car. Donate today and your car can be picked up tomorrow. Go to carsforkids.com or 1-877-CARS-FOR-KIDS.
Don't live one more day with agonizing joint pain. QC Kinetics has solutions that will give you relief without steroids, harmful drugs, or surgery. The consultation is free. QCkinetics.com.
Presented by Robinhood.
He crosses, spins, pulls up.
With Robinhood Prediction Markets, buy or sell your predictions all game long. No house odds, just you versus the market. Put your sports IQ to work. Trade every shot, block, steal, run, and moment that shifts the game. With Robinhood Prediction Markets, trade every play. Visit Robinhood.com/predict to start trading. Futures and cleared swaps trading involves significant risk and is not appropriate for everyone. Event contracts are offered by Robinhood Derivatives LLC, a registered futures commission merchant and swap firm.
Earn an accredited MBA in as few as 16 months for about $21K at University of Maryland Global Campus. Explore 10 specializations, including finance, HR, cyber technology, and more. Plus, showcase the value of your MBA with a comprehensive learner record and digitally demonstrate in-demand skills and credentials to employers. No application fee if you apply by February 11th. Learn more at umgc.edu. Certified to operate in Virginia by Chev.
This is an Odyssey Sports Minute.
Presented by Robinhood, your money, your move. Give credit to New England. The Patriots beat the Houston Texans 28-16. I can't look at this game without pointing out the major step backwards C.J. Stroud has taken in year 3. Stroud threw 4 interceptions in the first half and looked lost during the playoffs. I have to wonder if the success he had in year 1 as a rookie was a fluke. I'm Chris Black.
Foot.
The premier
Locker room
show in Chicago, inside the
locker room.
You just heard a little bit of what was going on inside the Hallis locker room today on Raheem Harris and Grody. But what about after the game yesterday? Well, that is where our intrepid Bears reporter, Mark Grote, comes into play.
In an obviously very somber, very sort of shocked locker room. That's the vibe in there. And
Locker room.
And while there was a pile of reporters talking to Cole Kmet, I saw Jaquan Brisker sitting by his locker in full uniform, just staring at the ground. And that's odd, by the way, for people who don't know. By the time you get into the locker room, most players are in the process of getting showered, putting on their regular clothes. You rarely see a player in full uniform unless something bad has happened. It does happen, and I saw Jaquan. He's sitting there all by himself. I'm like, oh, wow, this guy's got a story to tell. So I approached Jaquan Brisker, and here's the way it sounded.
I mean, we fought hard, fought hard to the end. Took it to overtime, tried our best. And we just didn't get the job done. But, I appreciate every guy in the locker room, for their fight, for everything that they, have done for us this season.
You had an incredible series in the second quarter where you had a pass breakup and you had a sack. Why were you guys so good against this explosive Rams offense that nobody thought you guys were going to stop?
Really just, the way we prepared. The way we studied, the way the coaches got us ready, and the way we trust the game plan. And we came out there just playing our type of defense, playing fast, playing physical, and had the crowd behind us, things like that. So,
how much did the crowd and or what you guys were doing to Matthew Stafford, I don't know if rattle's the right word because he's Matthew Stafford, but he didn't look like himself.
Yeah, just different defenses, different disguises, things like that. A lot of great play calls by DA. He did an amazing job of switching it up, giving them different looks and things like that. And we did a great job of executing and, doing our job and, playing with a lot of great energy, great passion, and making plays.
I think this one's going to stick with you guys and motivate you guys into the future.
Yeah, I think it will. It's going to hurt. It's going to sting, and I feel like, it's going to be better later for everybody else. This group's not going to be here again. These teammates, we're all not going to be here again. So the team's going to look different, and it's sad because this was a special group. And, I really care about my teammates and my coaches and things like that. I care about this city, and, who knows what's next.
What's next for you? You going to be here?
We will see. Hopefully I am, but if not, the grass is greener. God has my back.
Your desire is to be here, though, as long as you possibly can be.
For sure. You know, whoever, you know, if they want me here, or you know, whatever the case may be. But you know, I trust in God, so I know it happened.
Who knows? Right? I mean, that's about as fuzzy as can be in terms of Brisker. And from what I understand, there have not been like any serious talks. That doesn't mean anything necessarily, though, because I don't know the rhythm of Ben Johnson and Ryan Poles in terms of when they do things, when they talk about things. Some teams won't talk during the season, but for whatever it's worth, there has not been any substantive talks with Brisker about extending him.
It is interesting because we don't know how they're going to handle things. There's no precedent because this is their first offseason after going through a season.
Exactly.
So we don't know what the timetable is for them with current players that are coming to an end or even like with a year left on their contract.
Might I also say that we haven't been in a position where we wanted this many good players to stay after an off season.
Yeah, well, and like, guys, if we were talking about this last year, if Brisker had been a free agent after last year, there's no chance.
I didn't think this totality of a season was in him just because I was worried about his health.
Agreed.
And that's not his fault. Like, I don't know how many different ways. And the nature of the thing is you're going to blame yourself no matter what you do. And I feel like he did as well. He was like, oh, I just need to work harder. This isn't who I am. No, it's not who you are. But, like, your brain's different. You know, the bones surrounding it are different for everybody. Everybody has different shaped heads, for example. So, like, you can't help that. But
SpongeBob over
we were
here.
just talking about how Marshall, like, has a good shaped head for being bald. So that's why it came up.
He doesn't need any grafts from me.
No, I don't need the grafts that you're saying.
No, and he's got good eyebrows. But that's it. Everybody's different.
That's all he's got.
But I hope that everybody who gets the grafts, who needs the grafts, gets the grafts. One last
Do you
thing,
think I need some grafts?
But no, I think you're good.
Okay.
One last thing I'll say about Jaquan, because I know we got to move on to the next person. But I do want to say this. He was true to his word when asked, when he came back about changing his style of play. He said, absolutely not. And people were like, well, you know, but he played the way he plays, and he played 17.
And I was going to say, too, like, this is a guy who studies the film. You know, how many times has he talked even on our station about watching film? And boy, did it pay off yesterday. You know, that guy is a smart player who studies the game constantly.
And I'll tell you one more thing to add to the side of Jaquan might not be back is I know for a fact that there are many offensive coaches in the league who will tell you that one of the guys that you get, not necessarily like the Bears' best defensive player, you got to account for that guy. Like, he's a scary dude because of the physicality with which he plays and his tendency to be in the right place. Other teams are going to like Jaquan Brisker. But we will move on to Rome Odunze. And I think it's a little hard to hear my question in there, but you will hear me asking a question about the missed touchdown and getting to the bottom of that. But we'll just start this with Rome Odunze is sad.
Oh, man, right now, I mean, all I'm really feeling is disappointment, honestly. You know, just thinking back at the game, obviously, you know, different things, you know, that could have gone differently. But, you know, hopefully with time we'll be able to appreciate some of the cool moments that we had this season. But right now it's hard to see. You know, it's never going to be the same team back-to-back. So this was a tight-knit group and, you know, got a lot of, you know, great guys in this locker room and, you know, had a tremendous year, a lot of emotions going up and down. But, you know, there's a lot of appreciation going on for sure.
What was the call? First drive, the touchdown grab, or near grab by you. Was that ball tipped at all, or did it come wildly to you?
Nah. I just misread it. Got to come down with that at the end of the day. That would be 6 points. Would be huge for us in a game like that. That wasn't very high scoring, so got to come down with that one.
To fill in a really quick blank on that, because it was really hard to hear the question. I asked him, I said, was the ball tipped? Was it wobbly? Because there was another reporter as we were walking to the locker room that said, I think somebody might have got a hand on that ball. It didn't look like a clean play, but Rome Odunze not taking the excuse bait that I offered him right there.
This is Inside the Locker Room on Rahimi Harrison Grody on 670 The Score.
We continue with what might be the best of the locker room. Some real talk, ladies and gentlemen, from Cole Kmet.
I know you said there will be changes, but the core of this team, with Caleb coming back,
sure,
you,
yeah,
and a lot to build off from this season. I'm sure.
Yeah, I understand, but the work we put in is for this year, not for next year. Next year's, I mean, when we take our time off here and you reset and the team of what it's going to be next year settles in for itself, it starts all over again. And it's 0-0, and it's going to be twice as hard to get to this point, and you can't take for granted the opportunities you get in this league to get to this chance and to have an opportunity to go to the NFC Championship game, and then who knows from there. But to just think that it's just going to happen again, that's very wishful thinking, very wishful. And we play in a tough division, and I know we won the division, but we also went 2-4 in the division this year, and those teams are going to come back hungry, and it's just that much harder. And so that's why it hurts when you have the opportunity now, and you just come up a little short. It stinks because there's a lot of work that has to be done to get to this point.
You guys think I'm jaded? Listen to him. It's very wishful thinking that all of a sudden, poof, they're going to be back and the Bears are going to win double digits again.
Well, you know what I thought of too was how they all seem to have the same message about that. Like, this isn't guaranteed. They're not taking it for granted. This is not going to be the same group next year. And once again, I think Ben Johnson must have also said that, and that stuck with them.
Oh, no, that's definitely the words of Ben Johnson being echoed, and that sentiment not lost on them. Here's how deep their belief is in their head coach. If he says it, they believe it. No questions asked. I mean, they have run with this guy for a full season, and it's such the opposite of what we saw from a year ago.
Or at least
like night and day, a stark contrast. And so Cole Kmet, what he's saying is valuable, and it's true, and it's accurate.
We have some news.
Okay. We have some breaking news.
Yeah, it is. Is that our breaking news sounder? It's Grody saying it in the same phrase as Dangerous Game.
Brought to you by TTN.
Yeah, it's a dangerous game you're playing, Grody. It's the same voice. So, your breaking news on 670 The Score right now is brought to you by the Take the North podcast, because we say so.
That's right.
This is from Ian Rappaport. The Lions are hiring former Arizona Cardinals offensive coordinator Drew Petzing as their new offensive coordinator. Mike McDaniel is not walking through that door. I consider this a win.
Did he interview with the Bears?
Mike McDaniel's still, I believe so.
I think he did.
Mike McDaniel's still interviewing for a head coaching job, so I could see why that timetable did not align.
But were you as scared as I was of the perfect marriage between Mike McDaniel and Dan Campbell? That could have. Ray and I were, we were team scared of perfect marriage. I see Tyler nodding as well. Okay, so we're on the same page there. Like,
I was terrified.
When I saw the video of Mike McDaniel at the airport in the plaid suit on the TikTok that somebody posted, I was like, "Are you going to see Dan Campbell in that suit?"
That was your natural reaction?
Yes. I'm like, did you break out the Bottega Veneta suit for Dan? Because you knew he would like it?
I will say this. I'm not like this Drew Petzing guy. Like,
I do. I think
he's not striking fear.
What about Oscar DeMarcato's run game? Did you not like that Drew Petzing organized?
I think he goes by Petsy.
I think I didn't like the Bears' defense in that particular situation. Looking at his the overall ranks.
Are we really going in deep on Drew Petzing here?
No, but I'm just one note to leave you with. He hasn't been impressive as an offensive coordinator for the Cardinals. The Cardinals' offense is not scary.
I have no empathy for the Lions.
Grody only has time for one team.
That's right.
Do you even know?
Stop trying to veer on me, guys.
Do you even know who the Bears played yesterday, or was it just Bears versus Bears opponents?
There was not at a point. I did not acknowledge Puka Nakua.
It was Bears versus enemy of Bears. Every week it is enemy of Bear.
One last cut, and you guys will hear as reporters. You guys will know that the first question I asked to Jalen Johnson is a pretty bad question, but I got to tell you, when you get the first question after a game like that, it's hard to know what to ask. So here's my horrible question to start the interview with Jalen Johnson.
Jalen, your reaction to that game?
Hell of a question, huh? I'm just disappointed. Of course, you want to win a game like that, and it was very winnable.
Stop the tape.
Retract that.
We don't even know what was said.
And I edited that too because I had a pause in there, and because he wouldn't answer, I go just about everything because I was like, I am messing this interview up from the start,
from jump.
Damn it, we've given him too much media training.
Let's run it back.
Jalen, your reaction to that game?
Hell of a question, huh? Just disappointed. Of course, you want to win a game like that, and it was very winnable.
What are the emotions you just like after the game? Obviously just
your heart sinks. It's like going down a roller coaster and that initial heart drop. But at the end of the day, you live to fight another day. It's just opportunity to grow. You learn from it. You direct that pain into pushing your body into process whatever it is for you. We just got to use it.
What do you think of Caleb's throw to pull
What was your kind of perspective of it?
I didn't see it when he threw it. I'm like, damn, season over. And then I seen Jaquan go crazy. I'm like, there's no way we caught. And I seen Cole doing his swing. I was like, guess it's meant to be.
Jalen, how would you describe the bond that was in this locker room?
I mean, tight. It's probably this is the tightest locker room I've had in my 6 years. So just looking to continue to build that. But I mean, there's some lifelong relationships that have been built, and I know we're going to continue to stay tight as a unit.
I still can't. That's so
What
good.
did you think about the game, Jalen?
Do you know what they tell us to do at the halftime if it's like a really quick halftime interview?
Yeah.
Coach, your thoughts on the first half.
Yeah, I mean, I think in a game like that, like I'm making fun of myself, but because I probably could have asked a more specific question, but it is sort of like your reaction to all of that. You know what I mean? Like I could have been better, but I think I knew what I was trying to do.
I love his reaction to Cole swinging a baseball bat? Did he score?
Yes, I love that. I love that too.
Also, let's pull back the curtain for listeners. In my experience, when a player gives you a little bit of hell like that, it's a sign of respect.
Oh, yeah, like Jalen knows me. We know it. So I didn't like feel like, oh, I'm sorry about that, Mr. Johnson. I was just like,
expected more from you, Mark.
He does. And I know when as Jeff Joniak told me once upon a time when I worked for him over at WBBM.
Don't wear green?
He said, don't wear green, and you can't hit a home run every day.
No.
It's true.
Jalen, your reaction to that game?
Hell of a question, huh?
We're racking these up. At some point, we've got to get a montage of like the CD, Jalen Johnson, like anybody else who's made fun of a question. That's got to be on our montage list.
What? It's all it's my reel. My reel. And Weedsy, too.
No, there's a collective. We want to give you some tickets to the auto show. Caller 6 to the score contest line, 312-540-0670. 0670 will score a 4-pack of tickets to the 2026 Chicago Auto Show running February 7th through the 16th at McCormick Place. I think I should do this for Valentine's Day. Go check out some cars.
You got a date?
No, that's the point.
No.
I'm going to go see the cars. For more information and to purchase tickets, visit ChicagoAutoShow.com. You know what time it is. Meatball time. The machine is next.
The Bears lose to the Rams in the divisional round of the playoffs, ending this magical season for Bears fans.
Davis at 42 online, and it's good! And the Los Angeles Rams go to the championship game!
Stick around as we react to the game, but also start to look ahead to the offseason to see what Ben Johnson and Ryan Poles will do to improve. So keep it here on Chicago's Sports Radio 670 The Score. Always live on the free Odyssey and iHeartRadio apps.
This segment is sponsored by Jewel Osco.
Hurry in for Jewel Osco's 3-day sale and save big on everything from select varieties of Chex Mix or Bugles for $1 to incredible $2 deals on selected Turkey Hill ice cream or Kellogg's cereal. Limits apply. See store for more details.
Bet365 is paying out before the final whistle.
Check out Bet365's unrivaled early payout offer. When you bet on a team to win and they take a 17-point lead, you get paid no matter the final score. Forget the final whistle and start counting that cash. Hold up. You get early payout on parlays, too.
Download the app and see why it's never ordinary at Bet365. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. 21 plus only. Must be physically located in Illinois. T&Cs apply.
That first year in your new home matters. With preferred pricing, Redfin and Rocket Mortgage make the path to your next home easier. When you buy with a Redfin agent and finance through Rocket Mortgage, you can lower your interest rate by 1% for 1 year or choose up to $6,000 in closing credits. See how it works at rocketmortgage.com or call 800-4ROCKET. Additional terms apply, not a commitment to lend. Rocket Mortgage, LLC, licensed in all 50 states. NMLS ConsumerAccess.org number 3030.
Paramount Plus is the new home of UFC, and we're coming out swinging with UFC 324.
Oh, what a shot!
And 325.
Boom!
On back-to-back weekends, the new era is here.
It's time!
Every fight.
Bam! Let's go!
One subscription.
Oh my goodness!
Pay-per-view just got knocked out.
Let's go!
Back-to-back blockbuster UFC events this month only on Paramount Plus.
You've got a big day.
So you use Unstoppable scent boosters to give your laundry non-stop freshness. So no matter how long the day goes, you
can't stop this power, this walk, this pose, this strut, this look, this talk.
Your clothes will be so fresh you can confidently strut into that end of the day meeting like a
boss, 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 bosses. Let's talk business in my office.
Add new Unstoppable beads to your wash for 24-hour non-stop freshness so you can smell unstoppable.
Chicago homeowners know when the pressure is on, you need a team that you can trust. And that team is Matrix Basement Finishing. You know, the guys with the X. They're an authority in premier basement finishing with thousands of successful local projects completed by Matrix right here in the Chicagoland. Matrix Basement Finishing transforms wasted space into luxury entertainment hubs worthy of the big game. From concept to completion, elevate your home's value and host with total confidence at matrixbasements.com. You know, the guys with the X.
With America's best lineup of hybrids from Hyundai, you get the best of both worlds. Like the reliable and efficient Tucson Hybrid, backed by America's best warranty. The Hyundai Tucson Hybrid. It's the best of both worlds.
Right now, for a limited time, lease the Hyundai Tucson for $249 a month. Or get 0.99% APR on the Tucson or Tucson Hybrid. Offers end February 2nd. Call 224-661-0068 for details.
New year, new goals, and fresh FSA funds. If you've been thinking about a vasectomy, stop putting it off. The start of the new year is the smartest time to book at Vasectomy Clinics of Chicago. Why? You can use your renewed flexible spending or HSA dollars to pay for it using pre-tax money. We offer a quick 30-minute in-office procedure that is virtually painless. No needle, no scalpel, and absolutely no hospital stay. It's the safest, simplest way to take control of your future. With 5 convenient locations including downtown Chicago at Lake Point Tower with free valet parking, plus Naperville, Tinley Park, Arlington Heights, and Barrington. We are right in your neighborhood. Make your resolution reality and use your fresh FSA funds. Visit vasectomychicago.com or call 877-877-4VAS. That's 877-877-4827. Vasectomy Clinics of Chicago. Your family is complete. Now your planning is too.
More Rahimi, Harrison, Grody. Back in 60 seconds on 670 The Score.
Allstate's new home insurance is now better than ever. We're making getting the right home insurance that's right for you super easy with our improved online quoting tool. It explains how each coverage option works for you without the headache. Yep, you can start protecting your home in a matter of minutes. So check Allstate first for home insurance that's better than ever. You're in good hands with Allstate.
Savings vary. Coverage subject to terms, qualifications, and availability. Allstate North American Insurance Company and affiliates, Northbrook, Illinois.
Pizza's here. Oh, great. I'd love some, but I'm worried about my stomach issues.
If you're worried about having diarrhea, gas, bloating, stomach pain, or loose, oily stools, it may not just be stomach issues. It could be a condition called exocrine pancreatic insufficiency, or EPI. With EPI, the pancreas doesn't release enough enzymes to break down food, but EPI is manageable. Use the symptom checker on identifyepi.com and talk to your doctor. That's identifyepi.com. Sponsored by AbbVie.
Hey guys, check out this meatball machine.
Inside the locker room went long. So then fewer meatballs, but the good news is we've decided on meatballs tomorrow. So let's get through this first helping of the meatball machine.
Oh my gosh, Ben Johnson, stop going for it on fourth down. Stop going for it on fourth down. Stop! We're bringing it back to the conservative 1990s, the 2000s days. We're always going to kick on fourth down. I don't care. Never go for it on fourth down ever again.
So Caleb just threw an arm punt. Man, what an oddly familiar feeling this game is trending after. Are we going to win this?
Arm punt is genius.
Also very accurate because that's basically what it was.
Yeah.
He pinned him inside the tent.
Still sucked, but it worked.
I think Ben Johnson should start calling it arm punt. Okay, sorry, Meatball, we interrupted you.
Is this just the Green Bay script? Feels like it.
Roman Dunze, you gotta catch that ball!
I'm sick of this team going for it on fourth down and not getting the first down. You're in the damn playoffs. Take the points when you got a chance to take the lead. Take the damn points. Stop going for it on fourth down every time.
It feels like every pass play that's thrown behind the line of scrimmage to DJ Moore ends in complete disaster or no gain. I hate those play calls because, for one, they never work. that haven't worked all season, and you just killed a good defensive series by wasting your offensive series and punting. Mostly because of that DJ Moore play. Me, you can't waste those.
Meatball machine. That was the Kwani drive. Jaquan Frisky.
The whole week, it's almost halftime, and the whole week, we've been thinking that the LA Rams offense are unstoppable, like Ivan Drago and Rocky IV. Well, just like Duke telling Rocky, this offense, they're not a machine. They're just men. And just like Drago said, Caleb Williams is a piece of iron.
Hey, look, you finally kicked a field goal and took the lead. Now, if you would have took the other 2 field goals, you'd be up 9 points. That's 2 scores. But yet, you don't want to kick field goals. I understand touchdowns are better, but field goals add up. And you'd be up by 9 now instead of just 3. Take the points every time.
Look, I don't even want to go into halftime with the lead. Please let them score so we could be losing, so we can come back. I don't feel comfortable winning at halftime.
Why does the Rams kicker look like a defensive end? Anyway, they just tied the game up at 10. But you know what? If you would have kicked the 2 field goals earlier, we'd be up by 6. But no. You want touchdowns only. Well, guess what? Field goals add up. Take the damn points. And then we would still be winning this game. But nope, now we're losing. They're going to get the ball in the second half, and they're probably going to take the lead, and then we're probably going to play from behind the rest of the game.
I know the interception had nothing to do with Rome Odunze, but I don't want to see Rome Odunze get any more snaps. He's not it right now.
Okay, if I'm Ben Johnson, I'm telling Caleb, sit your punk ass down. You're doing too much. Stop trying to play hero ball. We're not even losing. Manage the game. All right, just be cool, my guy. And we playing that Bear Down remix every commercial, baby.
What the just happened? How the did he do that? Running 20 yards backwards and then throwing back to the end zone for a touchdown to come back? How the did that happen? Are you kidding me? This is unbelievable again. This is a miracle.
You better make this extra point, man. You better make it. Let's go, baby. Come on. It's in. Yeah.
That's why you got Caleb. That's why we got Caleb. For his quarterback sneak, wrapping in overtime.
That sucked.
As coach, Ben Johnson don't know what the he doing either. Going for it on 4th down. Never let Caleb run the ball. Call no runs for him. What the he's this done, man. This.
Hey, the Chicago Bears really had one heck of a season. They really did a lot for Chicago. Thanks, Bears.
Thanks, Meatballs.
Thank all of the Meatballs. My goodness.
More tomorrow. Rahimi, Harrison, Grody are giving way to Spiegel and Holmes next.
Thanks, Bears.
You're listening to a special postseason edition of Plumbers 911 Football Monday, recapping the divisional round playoff game versus LA. Plumbers 911. Plumbing emergency? Call the professionals available 24/7 at 1-833-PLUM-911. Presented by Busey Bank on Chicago's Sports Radio 670 The Score. Always live on the free Odyssey app.
It only takes one smart drive to get into the end zone. And at Ziegler Subaru of Kenosha, you're already in the red zone. From kickoff to touchdown, this team delivers with a great selection of new models, the latest incentives, and absolutely no inflated prices. So if you're ready to score, take the short drive north, because the best drives don't just happen on the field. They start at Ziegler Subaru of Kenosha. Visit ZieglerSubaruKenosha.com today.
On December 7th, a Chicago police officer was shot. His bulletproof vest did its job. It stopped the bullet and likely saved his life. But vests don't last forever. They wear out and expire after 5 years, and Chicago police officers must buy their own replacements. Help protect those who protect us. Donate to the Chicago Police Memorial Foundation's Get Behind the Vest initiative. Since 2014, the foundation has provided more than 14,000 life-saving vests, thanks to generous donors like you. Go to cpdmemorial.org. That's cpdmemorial.org, and click Mission to get behind the vest today.
So the body knows that it needs to heal itself, but it doesn't know how to concentrate it and target it into just one area. So that's where we come in.
By we, Dr. Ashley Caravelli means the nation's leader in regenerative medicine.
QC Kinetics.
We put in those treatments, then it sends out like little signalers to your body. We're able to make the body focus on the areas that need the most healing.
QC Kinetics has gathered brilliant medical minds like Dr. Caravelli and Dr. Mitchell Scheinkup, a pioneer in the field of regenerative medicine, to lead the way in these innovative pain treatments.
So at QC Kinetics, we have a whole team working nationwide with cutting-edge research to reach our patients and treat them and know that surgery is no longer their only option.
The consultation is free. Find out if you're a candidate. Call QC Kinetics today.
Call QC Kinetics, 312-847-4347. That's 312-847-4347. 312-847-4347.
Grandma, these pierogies are delicious.
Oh, thanks you.
I'm not done.
Sorry.
Why are you wearing your best babushka?
We go First American Bank, so Grandma proves she no robot.
What?
Francis Lakumskis tell me banks now use fakey smartness to know you real.
Oh, you mean artificial intelligence?
Yeah.
Grandma, AI is a tool banks use. First American knows you're real.
Well, Francis Lakumskis tell me to get best loan for new kitchen, Grandma need prove she real grandma.
No, Grandma, you applied for a First American Bank home equity loan because First American has the best loan deals in town.
Yeah.
Remember we spoke with the First American Bank specialist about the loan?
Maybe she robot.
No, First American is famous for incredible, real, live personal service.
Pinch me anyway, show I real grandma.
Okay, here we go.
Oh, that no pinch. This a pinch.
Ow!
Good to know you real, Junior.
First American Bank, the bank that does more for your money. Visit firstambank.com or call us at 847-952-3700. Member FDIC, Equal Housing Lender.
Hey, is this the year you're finally going to pop the question? There's one name you need to remember when you start your diamond shopping. That's Rasny, as in Rasny Jewelers. Rasny Jewelers has been Chicago's most trusted family-owned and operated jeweler for 75 years, with 3 generations behind the name. Buying an engagement ring can feel intimidating, but Rasny makes it easy and stress-free. At Rasny Jewelers, you get personal attention, real expertise, and a family that has cared for generations of Chicago clients. At Rasny Jewelers, there's no hard sell, just the assurance that you selected a superior, beautifully cut diamond. Shop Rasny Jewelers, 4 Chicago area locations: suburban Addison, Highland Park, Hinsdale, and Oak Street in Chicago, and always available at rasny.com.
We'll be right back with Rahimi, Harris, and Grody on 670 The Score.
Spreadsheets, clunky software, 100 different logins just to run your business? Ah.
There's a better way. Odoo. One simple, connected platform that handles sales, inventory, accounting, and more, so you can focus on growing, not juggling. Make the switch today at odoo.com. That's ODOO.com.
This is the story of the one. As an HVAC technician, he and his digital multimeter are in high demand. So when a noisy office HVAC turns out to be a failing blower motor, he doesn't break a sweat. With Grainger's easy-to-use website and product information, he selects the product he needs to keep everything humming right along. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Bears fans, this magical season comes to close after the Bears fall to the Rams at Soldier Field in the divisional round. Keep it here as the Score team breaks down the game. Plus, we'll have your reaction too, right here on Chicago's Sports Radio 670 The Score. Broadcasting live from the Hyundai Studios. Presented to you in part by your local Hyundai dealers. WSCR Chicago, WBMX HD2 Chicago, and Odyssey Sports Station.
The Score! Jalen, your reaction to that game?
Hell of a question, huh?
We've trained our media people too well. At this point, they're producing their own segments and critiquing other reporters. Thanks to Jalen Johnson. Thanks to Mark Grody for going inside the locker room. Thanks to Dan Wiederer for doing the same. Thanks to Marcel Harris for hanging out with our show today and standing next to me.
Yeah, it was fun. It was also kind of like a sigh of, yeah, they did that. We did that.
Indeed. Thanks to Anthony Huron for joining us for 2 segments. Thanks to Kaylin Kaler. Check out her TikTok with Puna Ford talking about why he decided to put cayenne pepper in his socks. Thanks to Ray Diaz. Tyler Buterbaugh. Was it Clint Klaus helping us out with the audio today? Thanks to Clint as well. Of course, Connor O'Donnell, Jacob Stutz, and Max Curtis. And now we bring in our friends, Spiegel and Holmes, and Matt, true to form, brought in the setback sweetener.
I think I got to take some culpability, though, here. What do you think, Lawrence?
Yeah, I was a little surprised when you made this admission in our pre-show meeting.
So I did bring in some setback sweetener. I have 3 remaining cupcakes that Mariano's created in Bears colors. I purchased them before the game yesterday for a gathering. But as I purchased them, I thought, well, I guess if there are some leftovers, this would make a good setback sweetener.
No.
So at that point...
So you willed this into existence?
You mushed the cupcakes?
Take care, guys. Have a great day.
Am I bringing my notorious and special powers of optimism? Have I destroyed those with the purchasing of the setback sweetener?
That's awful.
I don't want your setback sweetener. I was very happy with the Giordano's.
I feel bad. I feel bad about the cupcakes.
The pre-buy of the sweetener before the game?
If it had all been eaten, I wouldn't have brought it in, but there wasn't, so I should bring it in. But then I'm like, I kind of knew that. And it's on me. It's not on
Lawrence,
me.
what were your thoughts when he told you this story?
I was surprised because Speaks has been the most enthusiastic of us all.
Oh, not enthusiastic.
Right. Whoa.
Right.
Whoa.
His enthusiasm knows no bounds.
That's a beautiful callback that brings my sometimes delusional optimism right to the fore.
No, he's been the guy kind of leading the charge on like the optimism and feeling it and things are. And look, you've been rewarded for that. So for you to be the guy, I would have felt better had you walked in here and been like, you know what, guys, I bought the chicken on Sunday.
Right.
You know what I mean?
That should have been the move. I should have said to myself as I neared the cupcakes, let me make a detour to the chicken aisle, right, Grody? That would have been more.
That would have been great. I would have appreciated you bringing the chicken in today and just being in like total denial. The Bears won that game. I don't care what anybody says.
What a game. You saw that?
Yeah. Just be in denial the
I've been
whole time.
eating chicken since the final whistle.
I can just see you like just making it up in your mind. Like I was so happy that Ben went for 2, and then they got it, and now they're off to play Seattle.
Is there any of us here who didn't think we'd be eating chicken after the 14-yard touchdown pass to Cole Kmet with 18 seconds left? I thought we'd be eating chicken.
Yeah,
Can I confess?
Sure.
When they were tied at the half, I was like, oh,
we're eating
let's
chicken.
Go.
Oh, totally.
Really was the way the defense played.
Yeah,
that's. I mean, I was like, oh, they got this. They got this easy.
When they were down 17-10, it took some work to check in with yourself and see how do you still feel. And then they had that great drive that ends with Ben running into a 9-man box on 3rd and goal, and then the 4th and goal where it's broken up. But yeah, then they forced the punt. As soon as they had the ball down 7 driving, I thought they were going to win. I absolutely thought they were going to win.
As soon as McVay gave up on 3rd down and decided not to pass, but they handed it off, even though the 2-minute warner is coming, so
yes,
it didn't
I
matter.
couldn't believe
and
that.
I was like, wait, I had to actually stop myself. I was like, I am reading this correctly, right?
Yeah.
What is transpiring right now as he was handing it off?
Lawrence,
I was like, you're just going to give Caleb Williams the ball back?
Yeah, Lawrence you said it in the thread, like, you just ran 3 plays without involving Matthew Stafford and Puka Nacua, and he gave the ball to Caleb Williams. And Stafford knew it. Like
old Matthew Stafford.
The old Matthew Stafford. He didn't cotton to nothing.
Old Matthew Stafford.
Yeah, but I absolutely thought they were going to. Even on 4th and 4, I'm like, Caleb's going to find a way.
Didn't even get the co-drive involved.
Then the kid is magic. And then in overtime, after they forced the punt and Caleb's got the ball, I'm like,
you think it's money time?
It is a wrap.
Get ready for the 12s.
Here we go. Are we going to go to Seattle on our own dime? Whatever we got to do, let's go.
We had brought that up too. We brought that up like 3 weeks ago. We were like, hey, Are we going to do a remote from a Bears bar in Seattle if the
Let's go.
if the Bears get there?
Yeah, all those thoughts.
On that last drive, too, because the way they were going down the field, they were like, we're not trying to do too much. We're going to take care of the football and just matriculate down the field on this tired, worn down defense. I was like, yeah, they've got everything under control. As soon as he dropped back and started like, I've got a pocket, I was like, what are you this dude better be wide open, whoever you're throwing to.
Well,
it was supposed to be.
He could have been.
There was wide open space where he could have been as well.
How many times have you watched that
the
play?
song says room to make or big mistakes after that.
Wide open spaces, right, Layla?
Yep.
That's the one? Yeah. See how I do that?
I mean, but seriously, how many times did you watch that play? Like, how many times
I've
did you
watched
rewatch
it like 15 times.
15?
Because
like
when
that.
you add in like
The different
Chase
angles.
Daniel and other people who
The all-22s.
had thoughts on it, like it's
One of them is on our show. Kurt Warner tweeted about it, and he will join us at 3 o'clock.
Oh, must listen.
it's not a great look for DJ.
Did you hear what Caleb Williams had to say?
I did.
Yeah.
I
Today
think
about
Caleb,
it?
Today about
I
it?
think Caleb has been a very good teammate about this, and I don't know if maybe they found out this morning that DJ actually had a concussion, but DJ not talking after the game, also not a good look for DJ.
Well, add to that, Lawrence, he was not present at locker cleanout today. I don't know if he was at Hallis Hall, but he was certainly not made available to the media. And as of an hour ago, I haven't checked in.
Brody,
there
told us he was at Hallis Hall.
Okay, he was there, but
Yeah.
not
available.
in the locker room. Okay,
I'll give them this out, and we were talking about it in pre-show. He got hit pretty hard, and he was under the blue tent for a long time. And it could be a guy that didn't register yesterday, but may have concussion symptoms today.
So the brisker,
if you will, yes. So, but that's the only thing that I'm going to allow for him to not speak about
100%.
this.
Yeah, if he's hurt, and we all get that, especially concussion.
But still, like last night,
That's a
to
bad
not
look.
talk about it
terrible
when you've
look.
been one of the guys that's been very front and center when things have gone great, that's not a good look.
Look, when you trace the 2 years of these guys together, of Caleb and DJ, and you think about all the ups and downs, going back to last year, all right, well, I'm going to do it the Caleb way, and that's that. Like all of it, Groats. It's like this was supposed to be, man, that's a number one receiver who's never had a great quarterback. Now he's got one. Let's go. And that's not the way it's worked out. There have been some wonderful moments, like the Packers touchdowns, and it's been very compelling. But for their time together and this season to end on a miscommunication between the one and the one was very dramatic, and there's lots of layers there. And I don't think DJ Moore's on this roster next year.
It's going to be hard to move that salary.
That's the problem.
It's that part, yeah. I mean, he got paid handsomely. That was his third contract.
I was saying,
do not
I don't
think
know if it
he's
was
on this roster.
I don't know if it was on the air, if we were just talking about this during
Max
the break.
Crosby?
But no, it's like DJ
did
Moore is a
react to
guy.
the game.
DJ Moore would fit in like on a made team. Like he needs to go to a mature quarterback, like team with a mature quarterback and all of that kind of. Like if he goes to,
or a terrible team with a young quarterback who's not making any money that they want to give him
Vegas,
Tennessee.
Yeah, I guess that worked with Justin Fields. He was Justin Fields' BFF for
Well,
sure.
I mean,
Go get
he did
1,500 yards for a young quarterback somewhere.
He did that in Carolina. That's
what
all
I'm
he
saying.
did.
I know, so I don't
One
think
of
he wants
those
to ever
years
do
was
that
Baker
again.
Mayfield, wasn't it?
Yeah.
He would look good in a Buffalo Bills uniform.
He would look good there. I think he'd look good in a Chiefs uniform.
You guys just said why there's a market for him. We've given 3 different scenarios why there's a market for him.
I hate to say this, but even up the street, although that deal would never occur. You know?
Up the
In Green
street.
Bay?
Yeah.
Oh, Green Bay.
I don't think so. Because I think a discerning offensive coach does not necessarily want DJ Moore.
I mean, he's still a really good player. I mean,
I know, but like
sometimes it's just about the fit.
yeah, I don't know.
That's why I think he needs to be like on a veteran team that has one already that is going to
the
take the next
Rams.
step. Yeah, the Rams would probably. That's another one. Like
How about
Be the
the
slot
Chiefs?
guy for the Rams.
teams like
how about the
that.
Chiefs?
Yes. Yeah, I just said the Chiefs.
No, Chiefs and Bills.
Well, but how about the Chiefs, Mark?
Whatever.
Let's just keep on not
What
listening
about
to
the
each other
Bills?
speak.
Yeah.
No? Chiefs?
Chiefs,
Chiefs?
Rams.
Guys, what about the Chiefs?
Bears.
Anyway, like I don't, and maybe I'm wrong, but like I just don't. I mean, they love Luther Burden. They
have Roma Dunze.
They have Roma Dunze. Hell, they like Jade Walker.
I said they have him. I didn't say they love him. I said they have
Drops were a problem yesterday for Rome, for Colston Loveland.
At some point, we will have, in some point in the offseason, we'll have the discussion on is Rome
a one
projected to be a number one receiver?
It's a great question.
He has not been a number one receiver. I can tell you that.
I mean, we asked if he was at one point in the season, and then he got hurt. He certainly was in targets.
Because if I look at his contemporaries, if I look at his draft class, I've seen it from Brian Thomas Jr. I've seen it from Malik Neighbors. I haven't seen enough of it with him. I think he's good. My question is, can he be great?
I think it's the lack of consistency is where you start. Like that for me is, hey, your targets and your catch percentage on those catchable targets is not quite where we would like it to be.
I mean, he drops a touchdown on the third play of the game. It's the third play of the game.
That was a
and
killer
it was between the numbers. Like, I mean, without a doubt.
And
tight window placed.
He was trying to make a body catch in the cold instead of the hands catch, essentially. I mean, I know it's a little bit behind him, but that's a touchdown on the first drive.
And I thought what Ben Johnson had for Caleb on the script for the first 15,
absolutely,
he had him
beautiful.
like, I'm going to make sure you feel good about how you're throwing the football with this boot. And then we're going to keep going down the field.
And he responded.
Yes.
And that should have been 7-0. And the whole thing feels different. And then you know what? When it's 7-0 and then 7-7, maybe some of those fourth down tries are field goals.
Yeah, because
he didn't realize what kind of game it was until it was already that kind of game, right?
Yes.
Like he thought it was going to be a different kind of game.
And his defense, they actually were up to the task. And maybe that's something that Ben should have realized, that maybe the things that he was afraid of going into it weren't materializing. It's like, you know what? This is a rock'em sock'em game instead of a shootout. So maybe we do take the points in these situations. I'm here for Ben to do the fourth down stuff. Like, I'm okay with it. It's why I'm bothered that he didn't go for 2 at the end. But I get it, and I understand what he said about the short yardage stuff not being great yesterday. But still, I think that if the Bears go for 2 and they lose, people are upset, but they're not mad.
No, because you're like, that's our guy.
Trying.
That's our guy.
You know what it makes me wonder, though, is and I'm really curious about this. I really want to know what they looked like in practice this week, because they don't practice. It's a walkthrough and a practice. But I want to know, like, how Dennis Allen felt about the guys available to him as far as rust being off, how ready to play they were. When you talk about these defensive backs that showed up in a very different way than I think most of us expected them to show up.
Not me, actually. I thought they started the way they finished in Green Bay, with Kyler feeling it.
Okay.
And with DA blitzing and being aggressive. That's such a good version of Dennis Allen.
But I think matching that up with the Matt Stafford versus the blitz, that's why.
But that's what they had to be anyway.
Yeah.
Like, we talked about it, like, even though he's great against the blitz, that's still what they had to do.
I get what you're saying, though, Marshall, because you do have C.J. Gardner-Johnson out, right? Like, you have that part of it, and then him being reintegrated, and you're finally getting him and Kyler.
He's got chess pieces
So
now.
you've got to figure that part out. You kind of don't know from week to week which version of Jalen that you're getting until he gets a full offseason to heal up.
Exactly.
So you've got that part of it. So, yeah, maybe you're right. Like, maybe as they were walking through this, they're like, Puka Nacua and Devontae Adams might be able to take advantage. I will say, though, when both of those guys had an opportunity to make a big
plays,
play,
they did. Devontae's catch.
Insane.
Insane. And then Puka, Lawrence, you talked about it all week, Puka running those end arounds from heavy personnel, and they did it on fourth down when they needed to do it.
He's a football player.
He's going to be Offensive Player of the Year. He's a really incredible football player. But the Bears, I thought the Bears defense was ferocious yesterday, and Jaquan Brisker was
best game of his career
yesterday. He played so well, and he was so involved in everything that they wanted to do. But here's the thing. I think there were portions of the game where the Rams defense was like, we figured out some of the stuff that you want to do. And when it comes to the short yardage situations, I don't know how Jared Verse graded out, and I know that he's only officially listed with, 4 tackles? That dude collapsed some short yardage run plays by crashing down and making it way more difficult for the Bears to get those short yardage plays that they needed.
Yeah, Tooney was real good in pass pro, but on plays like that, he got muscled a little bit.
I thought Ben Johnson got a little predictable with some of that stuff
Me too.
Yeah, I mean the Bears' fourth drive of the game, second quarter, that 4th and 1 where Monungai gets the ball. Monungai looked like he didn't have a chance in short yardage.
On the
yesterday.
3rd and 1 before that, both of those plays back to back. No, I was going crazy, Groats. You know why? Because the whole league hinges on mobile quarterbacks putting like linebackers and safeties in conflict, right? And we got that guy, and Ben didn't give him the ball to let him be that guy. Jalen Hurts won a Super Bowl last year doing that.
How about the 1st and goal from the 5, and Swift gets it 3 times, and then Caleb incomplete and nothing. That is about as empty of a feeling as one can have in a playoff game.
Yeah.
1st and goal from the 5, you get 0 points out of that.
Hey, can we give it to Rome for one incredible catch where he showed both the Guagi and getting the feet down on the
people know
sideline?
what Guagi is.
27 yarder.
Just in case they don't know, it's a new audience. People are off today.
It's true. Go up and get it. He showed the go up and get it, and he got the feet down on that beautiful 3rd down pass from Caleb, where it was a Matt Stafford ball, where he layered it in there.
How angry are you that Lawrence just said people don't know what Guagi is?
I was offended. You should have seen the look he gave him.
I've worked so hard.
You've been working on this for literally 15 years, and Lawrence is like, people have no idea what you're talking about.
Different audience.
He's helping
today.
out.
For 15
He's trying to help out.
years.
He's trying to help out. Sometimes I assume it's just accepted vernacular.
It's hilarious.
Lawrence, he's a good teammate. It's all right.
I try.
Yeah.
I'm doing my best. We'll see how it goes.
It's pretty good.
Just wait until I retire, Speaks.
You've been threatening that for some time now. What's going on,
Since
Lawrence?
the day we started.
Day one. Correlation?
Day one. Enjoy this.
Oh, I'm working with Speaks. Here come the retirement threats.
17 months and counting.
Oh, wow. Set your clocks.
Very specific.
Set your clocks for the next partner.
Get ready for your next guy.
I'll have Baby T ready by then. She'll be ready for you guys to show.
Layla, you want a cupcake?
No, I've had plenty of food today, but thank you.
Okay, Marshall, you want a cupcake?
We had pizza.
Tyler Buterball, you want a cupcake?
Especially now that I know how the cupcakes came to be.
Hold on.
Yeah.
Tyler, I want you to say no to the cupcake, and let me explain to you why.
Say yes to the dress, but no to the cupcake.
The reason that, and I'm glad you said no to the cupcake as well. The reason is that we then become co-conspirators with his loser cupcakes that he bought.
The pre-loser cupcake. We're not even going to wait for the game to happen.
Loser cupcakes. Bring that down to another step. Bring that down to BBM, that loser cupcake stuff.
Did Christine bake the tres leches before or after the Bears lost when you brought it in?
No, that was the brother-in-law, and he made it. That's a good question. No, he made it after. He made it during and after the Bears. Lost.
So then there was a deliberate setback that happened before the sweetener was made.
Wow, that's a good point. That's a very good point.
I see.
So I can't. I think I got to be off the hook for setback sweetener.
Why?
No, it's the opposite.
Oh.
I got to be on the hook after.
No, I'm saying like the timing of it and all. No, you have to set. No, the person who opened the loop in the universe has to close it. That's how this works.
This is some Rami Makloff
That's
triple
right.
agent stuff.
And now the multiverse doesn't collapse back into this single universe because the Bears won't win the Super Bowl.
How do we retcon this while it's happening?
I don't know. I have to think about it. I can't retcon it, but I can Rick Hahn it because he was at the game last night.
I'm going to Rocon it.
He was?
Well, then
What?
you're going to
James
use
in Chicago.
Jed Hoyer had on a Brian Hoyer jersey.
He sure did.
Not everybody understood that one.
I thought it was DJ Moore initially because, current number 2.
Yeah, you saw the front, right? Not the back.
I saw the front. But then I was like, Jed,
No, Rick
love the jersey for Cubs.
That was great. That was a great jersey.
Rick posted it and everything. He had like the ski goggles, and he was Rick
posted it.
Yeah,
on.
I'll let you know where. But
not Rick Hahn on
Good
Twitter.
for Rick. Enjoy yourself, Rick Hahn.
But it just makes me laugh because and I was telling Speaks like Rick been a Bears meatball for a long time.
Remember, he was front game at that front row at the Texans game they lost.
Even before that,
where C.J. Stroud was cursed forever.
Even before that, like when I was covering the team every day, I would see Rick at Bears games in jerseys, and that man loves him some Chicago Bears.
Maybe he'll be working with Spiegel in a year. Who knows? Yeah.
It'll be the baseball show that Speaks is always on.
You two can talk to each other about the Luis Robert extension.
At that time, 17 months. By the way, Nico Horner, Ian Happ, Jamison Tyone together at the Bears game outside.
Yeah.
Wearing like winter weather stuff.
Drinking Malort.
Drinking Malort.
That's awesome.
That Chicagoans through and effing through.
This is why, honest to God, it's the saddest I've been over a Bears loss in decades because of how much fun, guys, this has been. I really wanted another week of all of this. All of the civic pride.
The whole city,
is
man.
just beautiful. I love sports. The buildings, I've never seen this many buildings in Chicago lit up with a sports team. It always happens, but so many beautiful views of the city with the blue and orange, and it's over now, and it sucks.
You remember, like, in 2016, you could go to any table at any place and talk about the 25th man on the Cubs roster and have a conversation.
Caesar.
We could go to any table yesterday at any location and be like, so should they play heavy dime with both CJ and Kyler?
Right.
And people would be like, yeah.
It's all people want to talk to you about. Like a couple weeks ago, I'm in the Whole Foods in Hyde Park and just like, all right, so what do you think they're going to do?
Everybody.
How do you think it's going to go down? So that part, and I walked back. I went the land way to get back from Cubs convention.
You're a landman.
I am. Well, not the guy that was over there doing, and not landman, which season 2 has just been awful.
Oh, it's too
Not
bad.
worth your time.
I'm a Dolphin man.
Awful. Season 1 was really good, and this season's bad. But I came back down Michigan Avenue. I walked through the Bleacher Center and then came back this way. And I was struck by, one, it was nice enough to walk Friday. It was actually like 35 degrees or whatever. And two, like Grody is saying, everything's lit up and everything's beautiful. And like even seeing, I love that both Prime and NBC did the drone shots coming back east on the river towards the lake.
Yeah.
And it's like, man, we live in the best city.
Yeah, we
man.
did.
Bumps.
I thought NBC did a great job.
I agree.
The drone shot into the Park West where
That
Super
was
Bowl
so
Shuffle
cool.
took place. That was badass. Like there was a lot of stuff like that.
Tariq and Collinsworth were good yesterday.
I thought they were.
Don't tell that to Mully. Oh, man.
Mully was not happy
Your
with
Mully
Chris
going
Collinsworth.
off on Chris Collinsworth.
Oh, really?
Yeah, it's in the post game from yesterday. I can't quote him because I don't remember exactly what it was, but he has he's got a thing for Chris Collinsworth, and it's not a good thing.
I mean, and a lot of people do, so I'm not going to take that away from him.
I thought he was fine. I thought he was super compliment. He was the treatment that people get mad about him giving to Patrick Mahomes. He gave to Caleb Williams last night.
Well, he also is obsessed with Luther Burden and confessed it. He's like, I said all the good things that I could have said about Luther in the last game.
Dude, how much fun is it to see him get a ball and have some space?
Right, and or even if he doesn't.
Over tacklers.
And you know what?
Anyway.
Play calls that I wouldn't be that I would normally be more critical of. I'm not, because I know what Luther Burden can do. I'm like, oh, wide receiver screen and a critical down. I'm okay with it because he knows how to get yak and rack.
So look, we can't play like the Super Bowl
Yak and
Shuffle
rack.
because all the royalties and stuff.
Right.
You're not here to cause trouble.
Can we play Ram It? Have you guys ever heard Ram It? The Rams of the 80s did a similar type thing, and the song is called Ram It.
I have thoughts.
Eric Dickerson was okay. Oh, no, it's the Rams of the 80s.
He got rammed by Mike Singletary.
I don't click that category historically.
It is worth your time to listen to the song and look at the video for Ram It.
Ew.
It's hilarious. It's also untoward. But, if you can catch all the double entendres, which are not hard to catch.
I think it's a single entendre.
I would say it sounds more like a single entendre.
It's a half entendre.
Just going right for it. Just giving you the old single entendre. There's no doubt.
All right, look. Here's what we got coming up on the show today. Kurt Warner's going to join us at 3 o'clock. We will ask him, now that he's had some time to look at that interception, what he thought about it. Carmen Vitale is handling our Bears hit, 2 words. She's going to be here at 5 with tape, and we're going to go through things with her. When we come back after Tanny's open, we're going to talk about the emotions, and we're going to open up the phone lines, and we're going to kind of keep it open for people all day to talk about how they feel about this particular game and the Bears overall. That's after Tanny's open, which is going to be epic. That's next here on The Score.
And this segment is sponsored by Packy Webb Ford.
Hi, it's Jack at Packy Webb Ford, the Bronco boss. We'll beat any competitor's deal on any new Ford Bronco or Bronco Sport. For details and to search our inventory, visit PackyWebFord.com.
Gear up for epic football games under the Vegas sun. Stadium swim at Circa Resort and Casino. It's amazing. Dive into the 6 temperature-controlled pools or relax in the luxurious lounge chairs, day beds, and the private cabanas. Private Cabanas. That's where it's at. Feel the energy and catch every play from every game on our massive 143-foot screen. When it comes to watching football all season long, nowhere comes close. Grab your spot at Stadium Swim today at circalasvegas.com.
Bag huge savings with Menards 15% off bag sale. Peak 50/50 antifreeze and coolant provides your vehicle with year-round protection, and it's compatible with all vehicles. Pick up a 1-gallon jug of Peak 50/50 antifreeze and coolant for $6.99 after you put it in the bag. Now through January 24th. Plus, get 15% off everything you can fit in the bag. See store for complete details.
Save big money at Menards.
Are your investments in the right accounts? What's best, traditional or Roth? Are you receiving all available tax deductions? Are you paying as little in tax as you can? These are all questions you can't afford to get wrong. Hi, I'm Jeff Jr., founder of Trajan Wealth, and in many cases, it's not what you make, but it's what you keep that makes the real difference. Trajan Wealth and Trajan Tax work closely together exclusively. No more guessing about whether you should do a Roth conversion, or if maxing out your 401k is really the best option. Our nationally recognized fiduciary advisors and CPA team work in tandem to make sure your tax strategy works with your investment strategy. We'll even do your tax preparation. One team, one strategy. Isn't it time for a second opinion? Call Trajan today. 630-320-2100. That's 630-320-2100.
Trajan Wealth, an SEC registered investment advisor. Additional services through Trajan Estate and Trajan Tax. Additional disclosures and accreditation at TrajanWealth.com.
Paid non-attorney spokesperson. Paid for by Action Matters.
Attention victims of church clergy sexual abuse. If you were sexually abused at a church or a school by a member of the clergy, listen closely, as you may be entitled to financial compensation. Even if the abuse happened decades ago, your case could still qualify for compensation. If you suffered abuse from clergy members and those who knew about the abuse but failed to stop it, no matter how long ago it was, call our law firm's confidential clergy abuse helpline at 800-721-8353 to find out if you're eligible for a cash settlement. Our attorneys may be able to get you justice, closure, and substantial compensation while your case remains fully confidential. Receive the financial settlement you deserve and hold those responsible accountable. Call now to find out if your case qualifies for compensation. Don't wait. Call our law firm's 100% confidential clergy abuse helpline right now to seek justice and compensation. Call 800-721-8353. That's 800-721-8353. 800-721-8353.
Guys, if you want the greatest night of your life, I mean your best night ever, then you gotta hear this. There's a new ED pill out, and it's from the makers of Viagra. It's their first new ED pill in over 20 years. This new super pill is called Viagra AGV, and it's unbelievable. It works super fast in only 11 minutes and lasts up to 14 hours thanks to its new vasodynamic delivery system. Plus, it's FDA approved and safe. There has never been any ED pill like it. It's unreal what it does to you. In testing, Viagra AGV crushed every other ED pill. It destroyed them all. And now, 9 out of 10 urologists are recommending Viagra AGV over any other ED pill. Every man alive needs to try this new Viagra AGV super pill at least once. Then you'll know why men are going crazy over it. So if you want to have the most incredible night of your life, you can't miss this. Go to scoreblue.com and try it while supplies last. That's scoreblue.com.
The premier name for bridal and engagement rings in Chicagoland is Rasny Jewelers, with locations in Addison, Hinsdale, Highland Park, and Chicago. Visit rasny.com.
Don't live one more day with agonizing joint pain. QC Kinetics has solutions that will give you relief without steroids, harmful drugs, or surgery. The consultation is free. QCkinetics.com.
What if sports were traded like markets? Now you can test your sports IQ in real time with Robinhood Prediction Markets. It's not you against the house. It's you participating in a live market. You can buy or sell your positions all game long. You know the game. Put it to use. Trade every play with Robinhood. Download the app today. Futures and cleared swaps trading involves significant risk and is not appropriate for everyone. Event contracts are offered by Robinhood Derivatives LLC, a registered futures commission merchant and swap firm.
My name is Whitney Allen. I am a widow. My husband, Ryan, died. We never thought in a million years we'd have to use life insurance. The unexpected happened. With Ethos, it is so fast and easy. It's 100% online. You can get a quote in seconds, apply in minutes, and get same-day coverage. No medical exams, and you can get up to $3 million worth of coverage through Ethos.
Get your free quote at ethos.com/game. That's ETHOS.com/game.
Time spent on application may vary. Online health questions required.
This is an Odyssey Sports Minute.
Presented by Robinhood, your money, your move. News after Denver beat Buffalo about Bo Nix's fracture in his ankle was a gut punch to Broncos fans. Now it's up to Jarrett Stidham to step in and step up. With a chance at the Super Bowl on the line in the AFC Championship, the Broncos will lean heavily on their great defense. For Stidham and the Broncos offense, it's time for the next man up. I'm Chris Black.
This hour is being brought to you by Vasectomy Clinics of Chicago.
Spiegel and Holmes.
Okay, here we go, sports fans.
Afternoons on the Score.
And Soldier Field is absolutely nuts right now. What a scene.
You know, disappointing result tonight. Our guys fought the entire way, just like they have all season long. I thought this was very much like our team has been, and you got to give the Rams credit. Coach McVay does a phenomenal job. Coach Shula did a great job with their defense this week, and they ended up making a couple more plays than we did.
Inside of 9 to go. Kyrie Williams bouncing to the outside. Williams to the end zone. The Rams take the lead.
And that's why they ended up going into overtime, and they ended up coming out on top. And so, like I said, disappointing result. Our guys are feeling it right now. They all believed, man. They all believed all year long that we could find a way to win each and every week.
Williams drifting, sprinting for space, in all kinds of trouble. Put it up for grabs the end zone. He got it for the touchdown. They've done it again. I don't believe this team. Bear down, Chicago Bears.
I think I have seen it all.
It's a special group. I said that a few weeks ago. I believe that to my core. That when you're with a group of men for the last time in the locker room, and it's just not going to be the same going forward. That I appreciate all of them, the men and the women, coaches, players, support staff, everybody that had a role this season. It was a special year, and this will be hopefully a feeling in this locker room that we won't forget, and we'll be able to use it as fuel going forward.
Davis from 42 online, and it's good. And the Los Angeles Rams go to the championship game. Caleb Williams and the Bears season comes to an end.
And now it's all over.
The official adventures of
Spiegel and Holmes. Afternoons 2 to 6 on 670 The Score.
Welcome. It is the Spiegel and Holmes show. We are live, and we've got a lot of stuff that we've got to get done today. The crew is intact. Everyone gets a comp day. Alex is here. Tanny just broke your heart with the Goodfellas treatment.
Really did.
That man is Matt Spiegel.
I'm in more pain now than I was 2.5 minutes ago. Man, what's that? I usually like Tanny. You know what? I'm going to call him Chris. Rest of the day. And call that man Chris. What's that? Didn't that hurt?
You're going to get a table flipped over on you for that.
Call me Chris one more time. Yeah, that one hurt. That stung. It was crushing, however you want to describe it. And I found myself wanting to sit in the pain of it. Like, I feel like it deserves to be sat in for a little bit.
It deserves to be mourned.
Yes. And if we don't, I think we've learned now as grown-ass adults that if we don't fully process feelings like that, they can resurface in the form of trauma.
That is correct.
And we don't want Bears trauma to come back if we just barely, oh, no, it's fine. It was a great year. No, it was really a good year. Because it was a good year, and it was all of that. But I'm not ready for a lot of that today. I didn't find myself ready for it last night. Because, man, they had that. They absolutely effing had that. And I don't know how many years we have, Lawrence, where you're able to sit there and go, you know what? We could win the whole damn thing. Mm-hmm. And this was a year where we ended up believing that that we could win against any team. We could find a way because our coaches are smart and our quarterback is special and our defensive coordinator can adjust and look what he can do with the blitzes and all that. Like, we could have won the whole damn thing. And I don't know for sure we're going to feel that way next year.
Next week's matchup would have been tough. But yes, I
would have. I agree.
I agree with you. Like, very much I agreed with you that the Bears could win it all.
Right?
This year.
And there's no guarantee that feeling is back just because of windows opening and all the goodness and everything. That's why I find myself wanting to mourn it properly.
Yeah, because I don't mean to go all Hubbarkish on people's cornflakes again, but Washington, Detroit, Kansas City all walked into this season going, and if you want, you can throw Philly in there too. All walked into this season going, we got this.
We got this. See you in the playoffs.
We
Let's
got
go from
this.
there.
And then bad things happen, and then you don't end up being in the place that you were. And it's weird because that game, there's so many stories inside that game.
A million of them.
Like we were talking about it as we're putting the show together, that we can do a whole show today on that game. Before we get to, we're doing 2 segments on 2 different throws on the show today.
Yeah.
Because you can.
Yeah, man. Like, there's the Rome drops. There's a Luther drop. There's a Loveland drop.
There's what happens to your offense when Loveland isn't available for you. There's been in short yardage situations and you trying to figure out if he's Hungarian.
How about a Montez forced fumble that doesn't become a turnover? A pass broken up by Brisker that pops in the air that doesn't become a turnover. DeMarco Jackson pops a pass up in the air.
Or as you now call him.
D-Jax. But no turnovers. That ball felt like it was floating either in the air or rolling around on the ground, and they were doing their damnedest. They were going for a strip on every damn tackle.
Well, there were a couple of those the other way, too, where there's a deflection and the ball seems like it's up in the air for forever and none of the Rams can find it.
Off-noted wide receiver Theo Benedette, that one just pops up in the air.
I'm going to need that. There's not a lot that I'm going to criticize Ben Johnson on. He is awesome. He is awesome. And I want to say that with all due love and respect.
Yeah.
I'm going to need him to put that part of the playbook away.
The Theo receiver play?
Yeah.
Well, Denver scored a touchdown the other day.
I understand that. But to me, it's got mini fridge written all over it.
I understand. But, like, yeah, to your point, there's a lot of different things within that game. And wasn't Brady who said during a broadcast a few weeks back that he liked to sit with the losses? He felt like he gained something from that. And I don't know, man. Like, I sat with the wins so much. I want to honor the loss and realize how much it sucks. We'll have plenty of time this offseason to zoom out and feel good.
Look, we can connect a couple of things from the Spiegel and Holmes show. On Friday, we talked to a couple of Cubs about this. And Nico kind of telling us, took me a while to get over the series in Milwaukee. And Craig saying the same thing, that for Craig, and I was actually a little surprised, honestly, because Craig seems like nothing ever bothers him.
Yeah.
That he was like, my reset didn't happen until after the World Series happened. So that's a couple more weeks where he's like living with everything. So I'm totally fine with people dissecting it, and that's usually what you do on a day like today, like actually looking at the film and then working through it. I hope that those guys do that, and then you take it and you try to use it as fuel for whatever is going to happen next.
Absolutely. Absolutely. I thought Cole Kmet was great last night in his postgame, talking about if you think we're just going to be back, because like that's the way we're built. And that is very wishful thinking.
That's a trap that you can end up in. But I also don't want Bears fans to feel like this was for nothing. There was a lot of good stuff that was built here, and you hope that ends up manifesting in them being a team that's going to be challenging inside of the NFC North division for a long time. But some of the things that went your way this year are probably not going to go your way next year. And I don't know, and I was on the Chicken Dinner podcast with Joe and Sammy P last night. If you really start looking at the Bears season overall and you say, look at all the things that went right. Now, is it great scouting or was there luck or some combination of both? where you do get Kyle Monangai, and it kind of doesn't make sense that they were like, let's just roll with DeAndre Swift and a 7th-round rookie. But it works. It ends up working. You do take the tight end that kind of fits the system better than the other guy who people think is great, and it works. You do make all these moves on the offensive line, and every single one of them works. And the left tackle position worked until it didn't. And then you have to make a change. And even for the most part, you threw Joe Thuney out there yesterday, and it worked.
We'll hit on that a little bit later, in some more detail. But, there definitely was plenty of luck involved in this year. That's okay.
And that's totally okay.
This league has mastered parity. They've mastered week-to-week parity.
Yes.
And game-to-game parity where, you just know it's going to come down to the fourth quarter unless you're Seattle and you just roll through the Niners. But, all these games, of course you need some luck. And the Bears had some. But that's part of why they had some luck as they figured out that they were good enough. And by now they know they're good enough and could have made a few more plays and won that thing.
While I was driving in, I was actually thinking about our show, and I was like, we can't turn the page until Labor Day weekend.
Well,
we literally can't turn the page.
Well, is there a
until Labor Day weekend?
If there's a theoretical page turn to the offseason, it's not happening today. It is not, the page turn to the offseason is not happening today, but it will happen. We've got a long time and a lot of days where we can process all this stuff, and we'll do Ben's vision about this roster.
Ooh, bring it back.
Oh, for sure. They have 20 unrestricted free agents. 20! Let alone people that need extensions. They'll be able to figure it out. They're not in salary cap problems. Don't let anybody tell you they got salary cap problems because you got a rookie quarterback. They're going to be, a young quarterback on a rookie deal. They're going to be fine.
But what if I told you, Matt Spiegel?
Yes, sir.
That people are going to come start looking for your coaches.
Yeah, they really are, aren't they?
They already have. At least one. I expected 2 more are also going to be looked at over the next couple of weeks.
You know what's good, though? I don't think anybody on the Shanahan, McVay, or LaFleur tree is going to come after Ben's offensive assistants anytime real soon.
Well, that might be too bad for Ben's offensive assistants.
Boy, we got to talk about that at some point.
All right, so let's keep the Bears conversation going. Let's talk about one of the coaches that I also think it's weird because doesn't that job already have some? Well, you know what? We'll talk about all of that, and we'll take your phone calls too. 312-644-6767 is the number.
Yeah, where are you between depressed and wanting to mourn and being able to zoom out and see the optimistic big picture? Because you've heard where we are. We wonder where you are.
Let's do that next here on The Score.
The Bears lose to the Rams in the divisional round of the playoffs, ending this magical season for Bears fans.
Vegas at 42 online, and it's good. And the Los Angeles Rams go to the championship game.
Stick around as we react to the game, but also start to look ahead to the offseason to see what Ben Johnson and Ryan Poles will do to improve. So keep it here on Chicago's Sports Radio 670 The Score. Always live on the free Odyssey and iHeartRadio apps.
What's up, everybody? Nick Costco's here to help you beat the books with Westwood One Sports. Coming up Championship Sunday in pro football, round 3 between Seattle and Los Angeles. Seattle, a 2.5-point home favorite. Total of the game is 47.5. And if you like Los Angeles in the game, and I kind of like Los Angeles in the game, let's wait. This might go to Los Angeles +3, and you'd much rather bet 3 than 2.5. Bet smarter and beat the books. Download the BetMGM app today.
Earn an accredited MBA in as few as 16 months for about $21K at University of Maryland Global Campus. Explore 10 specializations including finance, HR, cyber technology, and more. Plus, showcase the value of your MBA with a comprehensive learner record and digitally demonstrate in-demand skills and credentials to employers. No application fee if you apply by February 11th. Learn more at umgc.edu. Certified to operate in Virginia by Chev.
Have you ever wished you could speak to someone that has died?
From the hit television series on E! Entertainment, meet Matt Frazier, America's top psychic medium, for a special evening of live psychic readings.
The same way that you're looking to connect with your loved ones, your loved ones are also looking to connect with you.
Saturday, April 25th, Silver Creek Event Center at Four Winds Casino, New Buffalo.
The signs from Spirit are everywhere.
Matt Frazier, America's top psychic medium. Get tickets now at Ticketmaster.com.
Paramount Plus is the new home of UFC, and we're coming out swinging with UFC 324.
Oh, what a shot!
And 325 on back-to-back weekends. The new era is here.
It's time!
Every fight.
Bam! Let's go!
One subscription.
Oh my goodness!
Pay-per-view just got knocked out.
Let's go!
Back-to-back blockbuster UFC events this month, only on Paramount Plus.
You've got a big day, so you use Unstoppable scent boosters to give your laundry non-stop freshness. So no matter how long the day goes, you
can't stop this power, this walk, this pose, this strut, this look, this talk.
Your clothes will be so fresh you can confidently strut into that end of the day meeting like a
bosses. Let's talk business in my office.
Add new Unstoppables beads to your wash for 24-hour non-stop freshness so you can smell unstoppable. Home means everything to you. So when rates drop, you don't just sit back. Rocket Mortgage watches the market to help you save money when the time is right. We make refinancing simple and savings even simpler. Never miss a new lower monthly payment with Rocket Mortgage. Learn more at rocketmortgage.com or call 1-800-4ROCKET for cost information and conditions. Conditions apply. Not a commitment to lend. Rocket Mortgage, LLC, licensed in all 50 states. NMLS ConsumerAccess.org number 3030.
What's the best home improvement you can do this winter? Transform your garage with a gleaming new Comer & Cross garage floor. Now is the time to call them. During their preseason sale, you'll get a phenomenal Comer & Cross garage floor price, and they'll install it when you want it. Comer & Cross makes it so easy. They take out your stuff for you. They'll fix your cracks and pits perfectly. In one day. I love mine, a Comer & Cross garage floor. That's the gold standard, guaranteed to never chip, crack, or show tire lift like epoxy or paint ever. Their installers are professionals, no subcontractors at Comer & Cross. Call them now, 1-800-NEW-FLOOR. Lock in your preseason price and installation when you want it. That's 1-800-NEW-FLOOR, or go to COMER, ComerCross.com.
$5,000. That's the average amount of money people in the U.S. are now spending on gas in a year. $5,000. That's crazy. If you drive, you have to download Upside, the free app that gives you cash back every time you get gas. That's right. You can earn real cash back with Upside just by buying the gas you're already buying. You can literally start earning cash back today.
I use Upside every time I fill up, and I've already made around $300.
You're putting gas in your car anyway. Why not get real cash back? If you like free money, download Upside.
I'm saving the cash I earn from using Upside to help pay for a vacation later this year.
Download the free Upside app now to earn cash back every time you buy gas. Use promo code FRESH to get an extra 35 cents per gallon on your first tank. You can cash out anytime right to your bank, PayPal, or a gift card for Amazon and other brands. Just download the free Upside app and use promo code FRESH for a 35 cents per gallon bonus on your first tank. That's code FRESH for a 35 cents per gallon bonus.
Bulls fans, Chuck Swirsky here. Join Bill Weddington and me for all the high-flying action of every Bulls game on 670 The Score and the Fitzgerald Equipment Bulls Radio Network, powered by Heli Forklifts.
Bulls win! What a ball game!
See red, Chicago.
Spiegel and Holmes.
Freddie Gibbs, thank you so much for coming on Spiegel and Holmes on The Score. What a pleasure. Thank you, sir.
Yes, sir. Hey, man, I love The Score, man. Been rocking with us since the Sports Radio 820 back in the 90s.
That's how you cut a promo, sir. Afternoons on The Score.
Did you give much consideration to going for two there?
Thought about it. Yeah, thought about it. Probably what played a little bit of a factor was, our goal-to-go situations hadn't gone very clean. Our inside the five plan hadn't worked out quite like we had hoped. And so I just felt better about taking our chances there in overtime.
I would like not to ram it.
They're going to teach you how to ram it,
He
though.
should have considered ramming.
What if I don't want to know how to ram it?
What if I'm not interested in ramming it? Alex and I would like to opt against ramming it, please.
But they're going to teach you how.
I don't care. I could probably figure it out.
Jason Leisure should have followed up there. Definitely. Did you consider ramming it?
Because they sure did.
They did.
I felt like the Bears were going to figure out a way to get a touchdown that would give them a chance to tie or win. And in the group chat, I was like, go for two.
During the drive,
Yeah,
right?
during the drive. Like, I was already – but I kept thinking, like, was everyone so stunned? Like, with that play happening.
When the kid made the play of the year for like the fourth time this year.
Is everyone on the sidelines, is everyone in Ben's headset just screaming at that moment? And the only thing you can do is like, Cairo, go out there and kick the extra point.
How much time? Because the Rams had.
Ram it.
They had a little time and they had some
18
TOs.
seconds, I believe.
Was it that little? I thought there was 30. We should know this before the segment. Tanny,
I think it was 18
I didn't watch
seconds.
the game. I don't know.
Tanny blacked out at the end of that thing. So
I was cool with the decision not to go for it.
yeah, there was 18 seconds left.
I felt like big momentum. Now, big momentum had come the Bears' way.
No, he's on number 2. Wait, what? Oh, that's not Big Mo. That's
I was okay with the decision not to go for it. And I have enjoyed the aggression, but in this one I felt like they had all the momentum. It was cold. The place was freaking bananas. The defense had stepped up massively. Caleb was feeling it. That kid is just magic in the fourth and OT and has been. I thought he was going to get a touchdown no matter what the Rams did. I was okay with it.
Look, Ben's explanation for it made sense, although he's part of the explanation. The idea of not wanting to go for it because you haven't had a lot of success in some of your short yardage situations. But I'm also like, you're the
guy who does that.
You're the guy that's got all the plays and stuff. So
yeah, but by that point in the game, I thought the Bears had it. I will say about his short yardage stuff, I mentioned it in transition. I thought he was way too conservative and ran it way too damn much, especially into the middle of the line, even if it was middle right or middle left.
Did you say ram it?
Yeah, he rammed it. He clearly listened to the song before the game. Like, use your quarterback. I feel like he did not just let Caleb be on the edge with some run-pass option and make a play. The kid is special, and I felt like Ben didn't do that on either third and short or fourth and short many of the times.
Let's go out to John, who's calling us here on the Spiegel and Holmes show. Hey, John, how you feeling today?
I'm good. How are you guys doing?
We're good. We're good.
So my feelings about the game is just, the Bears are good. They're a good team. And if you look at how they go good, better, best, they're good. So hopefully next year they'll be better. And I believe Caleb, that last play, to forcing it overtime, he was playing Tecmo Bowl. So you guys will appreciate that reference. As you know, in Tecmo Bowl, you take your quarterback, run him all the way back, and throw the whole bomb.
Yep.
So so that's what I thought about it. But Ben definitely, I believe, should have took the points, the 3, because at the end of the game, if you look at it, if it played out how it played out, the Bears would have been 20. The score would have been 23-20.
But did you feel that at the time? That's the question. Yeah, of course you look at the end of the game.
And that, of course, ends up changing the way the game is played. It will branch off from each one of those decisions and go in a different way. So we can't say that that's what the score would have been, but you can say, did the game take on a life that Ben wasn't expecting, and did he not realize it soon enough to take advantage of the field position and taking the 3 points?
Yeah, I didn't like the calls, and that's where I was in the group chat. I was like, man, what are we doing? Come on, like give Caleb the ball, let him make a play. But overall, going for it the way they did, especially early, and then he pivoted. Then he did take 3. And Collinsworth at the time said, well, this is a different game than he expected. And I think that's true. He did. I guess he didn't really believe his defense was going to come out and do what they did. Stafford was rattled. That's part of why
the first drive, he was rattled.
That's why this thing hurts. They hit him. They made him move, and anytime he moved, he looked old and
there was a play. There was a
uncomfortable.
third down play where even old man Stafford, I think could have gotten, I think it was like a 3rd and 4, like a 3rd and 5. And I'm like, you're already out of the pocket. You might as well go and try and get it.
There was a designed rollout left where he set up with a new platform and still threw it bad because he had moved out there. It was like the blitz and the cold, it's happening. You've got a shot. And you look at his numbers. He's the first quarterback ever to win a playoff game on the road when he throws more than 40 passes, has less than 50% completion percentage, and does not get a touchdown. That from OptaStats. Previous quarterbacks before that, 0-99-1.
Matthew Stafford was 20 of 42 for 258 yards at a passer rating of 67.4.
It's you actually got to that man. He's going to win MVP, but you successfully blitzed a guy who does not get rattled under the blitz, and you got him.
And he couldn't ram it.
Thank God.
They can teach you how, though. That's what they say on the song.
I'm not interested.
They will teach you how to do it. Let's talk with Kurt Warner. Let's talk about the thing that a lot of Bears fans are talking about this afternoon, and that's the interception that effectively killed the game for the Bears. Whose fault was it? What should the quarterback expect in that moment? We'll walk through it with Kurt Warner next here on The Score.
Sports fans, starting February 2nd, The Score will now also be heard in crystal clear FM quality. Introducing 104.3 The Score.
Nico Horner. They want me to give you a Score Better Best t-shirt. See what we did there? 104 The Score. Yeah. Let's go. Craig Counsell. You got Bregman to do a weekly show with you? No. We had him this afternoon. I was talking about, we are going to the new signal.
Well, we just talked to Bregman earlier.
Bregman's an FM guy, you know? He is? Huh?
The Cubs, the Bulls, and incredible Chicago sports talk. 104.3 The Score. Presented by the official sports book of The Score, Circa Sports. Sports betting the way it should be with no bet fees.
Hey, football fans, picture this. You bet on your favorite player to score the first touchdown in the game, but his teammate scores instead. If this happens, BetMGM wants to give you another chance at the end zone. With BetMGM's second chance promotion, you'll get your stake back if your first touchdown scores second instead. That's right. Bet on any pro football player to score the first touchdown of the game. If you're right, you win. If your player scores second, you get your stake back in cash. With BetMGM's second chance offer, you have a chance to keep the fun going after the first player crosses the goal line. Try a first TD score wager with confidence today. BetMGM. Make it legendary.
BetMGM and GameSense remind you to play responsibly. See BetMGM.com for terms. 21 plus only. Illinois only. Existing customer offer. Subject to eligibility requirements. Rewards paid back in unrestricted withdrawable funds. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER or 262-537 or by texting ILGAMB to 53342 in partnership with Paradise Hotel Casino.
Truck drivers, no matter where you want to take your career in 2026, Schneider has an opportunity for you. Our huge selection of driving jobs means you can get the home time that suits your schedule. Choose from daily, weekly, monthly, or sometime in between. Looking for more reliability on the road? Check out our new dedicated and regional van truckload opportunities. Don't miss out. Find your perfect driving job today at SchneiderJobs.com. That's SchneiderJobs.com.
Plumbing emergencies happen. Burst pipes, backed up drains, sump pump failures, and water heater issues can wreak havoc. When they do, depend on Plumbers 911 for fast, reliable help. Available 24/7. Plumbers 911 connects you with licensed, highly skilled local plumbers ready to fix the problem quickly and correctly. Backed by the training, expertise, and professionalism of Local 130 Plumbers. The experts who keep your home running smoothly. Call 833-PLUM-911. Local 130 Plumbers get the job done right the first time.
Hey, is this the year you're finally going to pop the question? There's one name you need to remember when you start your diamond shopping. That's Rasny, as in Rasny Jewelers. Rasny Jewelers has been Chicago's most trusted family-owned and operated jeweler for 75 years, with 3 generations behind the name. Buying an engagement ring can feel intimidating, but Rasny makes it easy and stress-free. At Rasny Jewelers, you get personal attention, real expertise, and a family that has cared for generations of Chicago clients. At Rasny Jewelers, there's no hard sell, just the assurance that you selected a superior, beautifully cut diamond Shop Rasny Jewelers, 4 Chicago area locations, suburban Addison, Highland Park, Hinsdale, and Oak Street in Chicago, and always available at rasny.com.
Frank, your flounder lasagna's getting cold.
That's okay. I'll just throw it on a bagel tomorrow.
Ugh. You've been on hold with your bank for
20 minutes, I know.
Maybe it's time to switch banks?
To your wonderful First American Bank?
Yes. First American offers the best loan deals in town, competitive mortgage rates.
Unbelievable home equity loans, incredible personal service.
Exactly. So why not switch to First American Bank?
Because my bank is a big important bank dealing with big important people.
And you're not important?
I'm important, but not as important as more important people.
That's crazy. You know, your bank has forgotten it's customers like you that made them big. First American Bank would never make that mistake. They know how to treat people.
Cut me a piece of my flounder. I'm starving.
Yeah, here.
So chewy. Oh, they're answering. Yeah, I'm talking about it. No, wait. Go on. Up.
They hung up.
Yeah. And now I have a lasagna bone stuck in my teeth.
First American Bank, the bank that does more for your money. Visit firstambank.com or call us at 847-952-3700. Member FDIC, Equal Housing Lender.
I know that hiring can be challenging. You need someone to match your role perfectly. Well, now you can meet them fast on ZipRecruiter.
Build your team, build it sooner. Meet your match on ZipRecruiter.
Just head to ZipRecruiter.com/free right now to try it for free. That's ZipRecruiter.com/free.
Meet your match on ZipRecruiter. Try it free.
As a mom, comforting my family is what I do best. Vicks Vapor Stick provides soothing, non-medicated Vicks Vapors in an easy-to-apply stick, and it dries fast, so there's no mess. I use it to comfort myself and my family.
Thanks, Mom.
Vicks Vapo Stick, soothing comfort for the whole family. And try Vicks Vapo Shower Max for steamy Vicks Vapors when you need more comfort for yourself. Use as directed.
Bears fans, this magical season comes to close after the Bears fall to the Rams at Soldier Field in the divisional round. Keep it here as the score team breaks down the game. Plus, we'll have your reaction too, right here on Chicago's Sports Radio 670 The Score. Broadcasting live from the Hyundai Studios. Presented to you in part by your local Hyundai dealers. WSCR Chicago, WBMX HD2 Chicago, and Odyssey Sports Station.
The Score!
We will rally around Kurt Warner.
Kurt Warner.
You're a big horse, and you must be ridden every Monday night.
Two-time NFL MVP.
They talk about this, the greatest show on turf, maybe the best offense ever in football.
Super Bowl champion.
Warner to throw. Going deep downfield, adjusting for it is Isaac Bruce. Touchdown, 73 yards.
Pro Football Hall of Famer.
Not just the NFL Hall of Fame. And I wear that as a badge of honor because without pro football, in all its forms and fashions, I'm not here tonight.
Radio analyst for Westwood One Sports.
Touchdown, Caleb Williams.
And I love the way that Caleb Williams played. We know that he's a tremendous playmaker. But one thing that they wanted him to do was, hey, play the game on first and second down. When we need the play to be made, now go be special.
NFL Network analyst.
Kurt will go into the press room and take 2 boxes of pizza that are designed for multiple people.
I'm going to share with my daughter tonight, though.
Good. That's great. Well, you're a good father to do that. And Sienna looks hungry and
warm, thick crust. I'm excited.
Yeah, warm, thick crust. That was my nickname in high school, actually. That's hard to believe.
Kurt Warner with Spiegel and Holmes.
The Bears.
On 670 The Score.
Our segment with Kurt Warner is sponsored by Plumbers 911. Plumbing emergency call. The plumbing professionals available 24/7 at 1-833-PLUM-911. We love talking with Kurt Warner about football, and we love talking about the Bears. So it's sad that as far as the Bears go, this is our last kind of conversation about them playing games with Kurt Warner, who joins us now on the Circa Sports Illinois hotline. Download the Circa Sports app today. Hey, Kurt, how are you?
I'm doing good. How you guys doing today?
Hey, man, we're okay. You know, it's a bummer. It's a bummer, Kurt. It's been a wonderful year. It's been special. It's been so fun for the city and obviously for us in the sports media. What was your feeling after a season would end in the playoffs for you? Like, did you sit in it? Did you kind of really try to process it? Did you try to move on fast? We're trying to figure out how to approach it as a fan base.
Yeah, I mean, it all depended on the season. You know, like every season,
was different. Some seasons you felt like you missed an opportunity. You were a better team than you put on the football field. And I think those years were a little bit more difficult. There were other times where you went in going, hey, we're not the better team. And so, yeah, we're going to go in. We believe we can win and we got to play great. But you lose and you're kind of like, hey, it was a great season. And we just, we met somebody that was better than us. And so many of those things were dependent, your emotions were dependent on how you looked at the situation. Of course, every team that gets the playoffs wants to be in the Super Bowl, wants to win it all, believes that they've got the capabilities of doing that. But you have to step back and have some realism in those situations. And I think, how you saw that situation would lead you into how you felt and how long it took to get over some of those things, or even did you play good or did you not play well? When you look at like a Josh Allen or you look at a CJ Stroud coming out of these games, whether you felt you were the better team or not, knowing you didn't give your team or your team didn't play their best in that moment, those were things that definitely hung with you a lot longer. Just like, man, we missed an opportunity. We didn't play our best. If I would have just done this or this different, the results could have been different. And those are the things that I think go over in your mind, as opposed to, like my last playoff game, we played against the Super Bowl champs or eventual Super Bowl champs in the New Orleans Saints. And they were just a flat out better team than we were. And so you walk away going, hey, it was great to be there. We won a playoff game. We did a lot of great things. We just ran into somebody that was better than us that day.
Well, apply those thoughts to the Bears season then last night. I don't know if are the Rams that much better than the Bears? Bears could have had that game.
They weren't last night. I thought it was very evenly matched, and I thought the Bears did a lot of really good things. I think you're always going to second guess some different things. Like I always second guess coaches that go for it on every fourth down, and I second guessed that when they played the Packers and they were able to pull that one out. I second guessed it last night where it's like, I get it. And I understand the analytics and I understand, like they went for the first one, they didn't get it. And then they got the second one and everybody's like, see, you got 7 points instead of 6. And it's like, okay, it worked out there. But then you don't get the next 2. And now what? Now there's 9 points versus 7. And so to me, things like that where we talk about the points and the points are one thing, and then there's a mentality that goes into it as well. There's something to, when we leave the field, we're ahead and the Rams are behind, and they feel that pressure of us driving and scoring and getting closer or holding the lead. And I think there's so many facets there that go outside of just numbers. So, if you're Ben Johnson, do you second guess some of those things? I'm sure, Caleb is second guessing that last throw. And I'm not saying he was wrong. I don't really know what they had talked about and what the dynamics were of. Obviously, DJ was running a higher angle, post route there. But I don't know if they've talked about, hey, if the safety's in this position, flatten it across, because we could all see why Caleb was throwing that and where the space was and how we felt if DJ crossed that safety's face, that could possibly be a big play. Was it discussed? Did they talk about it in detail? So when it comes to a moment like that, can you trust those things? I've been in lots of situations where, as a quarterback, I see something and I want to wish my guys to see what I see, to do what I want them to do. And, sometimes I took that shot. Other times I second guessed it and didn't take that shot because I wasn't sure if my guy was going to do it, even though I knew it was there. I knew the opportunity. I saw it. I could make this throw, and if he does the right thing, this is a big play. And so all of those things, I think, are what you start to talk about, and you start to second guess, and you start to ask the question, hey, should I have done that? Did I make a mistake? I know we talked about it, but we didn't talk about it enough where I see, and now it cost us a game. And so those are the things that I think you go through today, because it was a very evenly matched game. It was a very close game and went down to the wire. And every little, decision, and we talk about all the time, not one decision ever decides a game. Some are, more in the forefront and we're looking at them and have more of a spotlight on them. But there's a lot of things that factor into winning and losing a game. But there's no question that you always go back and you ask some of those questions and you wonder, and, sometimes you second guess. Did I do the right thing in this moment for me, for my team, in that situation? And I'm sure because the game was so close, that's exactly what you're doing. That's exactly what Josh Allen is doing. That's exactly what CJ Stroud is doing, because those were all winnable games that they didn't win. And that's when you really scrutinize it and ask why. And I think it's harder to let that go and get closure and move on to next season.
Even in a end of season situation, if you're Caleb, do you have the discussion with DJ about that particular play right now, or is that a phone call you make in February?
That's a great question. That's a great question. I don't really know. I don't know if it ever comes up again. I don't know if it's something you put in the back of your mind. So if we run this play next year, that's a note that we have. That's something that will stick with me. That's something, sometimes you could go over right after the play, because you don't know if the game's over at that point, because the Rams still have to drive, and go over and grab DJ and go, hey, DJ, in that situation, what did you see? And you talk about it on the sideline, not that it's going to come up again in this game, but maybe it comes up in the championship game or the Super Bowl. And so you do that a lot in the course of normal games, where something happens and you go and you talk to somebody right away and kind of get it out there and let people know what you're thinking. Of course, if they watch the tape as a team, or if you watch it with your guys, you would definitely want to cover that when you do that. But not every team goes back and watches, this game as it's been the end of the season. They don't sit down as a team and go through the game film as you would every other week. And so it's a great question, but I think something that you definitely, worst case scenario, if you're Ben Johnson, you mark that down, on that play for the install next year, to say, hey, next year we're going to cover all the details. You can do this. You can't do this. This is what allows you to do this. This is what doesn't. Caleb, this is the only way you would, you fine tune it to the point where that won't happen again. And, it could be easily just, hey, we're not going to let DJ adjust. So he's running to the back pylon. If that safety's taking it away, Caleb, don't throw it. Let's not have any indecision in moments like that. And let's take a check down and let's move on, so we don't have some of that confusion in big moments. So yeah, that's a great question, but I'm not sure the right way to necessarily handle that. I don't know if you do that 2 or 3 days after the fact, because then it probably just becomes, hey, this is your fault type of thing. You should have done this, or this is what I was expecting. And I'm sure it also has something to do with the relationship between the guys, or the coach and the guys, and where they feel they're at. And if they can, go back and cover that because they believe it's going to come up again in the future when they're together, and you make sure you handle it and you treat it like men.
You alluded to it a couple minutes ago that there's some quarterback responsibility, even if you see, a guy maybe not making the adjustment, or you think it's so hard. As you looked at it or saw it, any breakdowns, did Caleb have a moment to decide not to do it and say, you know what, it's 2nd and 8. We're 15 yards away. We got to win sitting here. I'm not going to take the chance that he's going to make this adjustment. Or is that unfair to expect of a young quarterback in real time?
Well, I think it's unfair to expect of any quarterback if they've discussed it. That's the hardest part, is that if there's a gray area of here's the route, but here's what you can do, and it's left gray in, okay, when can I do that? Why exactly do I do that? What are the elements that make me do that? I saw a situation like that with my son this year playing in college, where there was a scenario that happened, and, they had talked a little bit about, well, if you get this, you can flatten here, or you can stay higher on your angle depending on the leverage. And it got into a situation and he had pressure, and he laid it up to where the guy was going, and then the guy separated and flattened, and it turned into an interception. So it was almost the exact opposite of what we saw the other day. And you come back, and at the end of the day, you kind of got to go, we just got to chalk that up to the gray area, because I wasn't sure if he was going to stay high, and he could have flattened, or he could have stayed high. And that's where those things have to be so definitive, I think, when you're talking about it, to say, if we're going to allow him to adjust, then we need to lay out the scenarios and what exactly that looks like, because I wouldn't want Caleb to hesitate. I want Caleb to think, oh, this is a scenario we talked about. DJ's going to flatten this. I'm going to throw it. We're going to get a big play. We're going to kick a field goal. And we're going to win this game. Like, that's what I want Caleb thinking. And he looked very definitive in what he was doing. But again, was that laid out and designed? And that's the hardest thing for me always as a quarterback, when you allow freedom for your wide receivers. Do they see what I see? How many times do we have to rep that? A lot of people talk about it. That play is really expensive is what they say. So you have a choice route. You're going to run a lot of choice routes. Well, that play is very expensive. We've got to spend a lot of time throughout a week going over it and looking at the scenarios and the defense playing different ways, so we're always on the same page. And so did you expend enough time on that play to say, we know in every scenario what the quarterback's thinking, what the wide receiver is thinking? And that's why when I played, I was very much in the camp, I don't want any gray area. You tell this guy to run where he's going to run, and you tell me what my read is, and let me make the decision. I don't want any indecision, so things like that happen. Oh, I'm going to throw it to the outside, and he's breaking inside. Why is he doing that? Like, those are the things to me that were very important. I wanted to put it all on my shoulders. Let me make the right decision. Let's not depend on anybody else to make the right decision. And so that was just me. That was how I liked to play, because I didn't like any of the indecision of, are they going to see it like I see it? Again, I could share a bunch of different examples. When I went to New York to play with the Giants, one thing that they wanted to do in their offense was run a lot of these kind of deeper choice routes where this guy can run up, he can hook. He can run up, he can break inside. He can run up, and if he sees the safety flat, he can go deep. I was an anticipatory thrower. So I wanted to know and get the ball out as my guys were breaking and get it to them as fast as I could. And an offense like that handcuffed me, because it was like, now one of my greatest strengths is taken away from me. Now I've got to sit here and wait to see if he's going to do what I expect him to do. And then can I get the ball to him, as opposed to going, oh, the safety's going high, I know he's going to hook, boom, ball's out of my hands, I can complete it. And so so much comes down to talking the details, making sure you're dotting every I and crossing every T, if you're going to allow flexibility within your offense by different guys.
Kurt Warner joining us for a few minutes to talk about the Bears game last night and the Bears season overall. Kurt, Caleb is living out everyone's like childhood or adolescent fantasy. That moment when you're in the backyard and you're like, there's 5 seconds left and I'm being blitzed. I'm just going to throw the ball up and see if someone catches it. He keeps doing it. He keeps making these impossible throws. So as someone who has a gold jacket, who's made a bunch of amazing throws yourself, what was it like for you to watch that fourth down play where he throws the ball 51.2 yards for a 14-yard touchdown?
Well, I mean, I think the first response is like everybody else, like, that was awesome. The second response is, that's unfair that he can do that stuff. And I never had a chance to do stuff like that because you see it every week. Like, you're envious of guys that have that ability to be able to give your team even a chance like that. Like, if I had to run back and away from pressure, I'm probably never getting the ball to the end zone. So on, fourth down, I don't even give our team a chance. For him to be able to continually give his team a chance. A week ago on that fourth down situation, I was joking with the guys on game day morning, like, I could have done that, and it's like, no, I couldn't have done that. Not with a guy chasing after me and both feet in the air and throwing it 25, 30 yards. Like, I couldn't have done that. And so I think that's the other thing, about it, is just that he's going to, over the course of his career, give this team a chance when very few guys would be able to give this team a chance. We've got a few select guys that can do that. Aaron Rodgers could do that in his day. Patrick Mahomes, Josh Allen, Lamar Jackson. There's a few guys that are going to give their teams opportunities to make plays and to win games that other guys just can't do. And I think that's one of the great things that we've seen come out of this year from Caleb Williams is he's been great in the moment. And he's shown time and time again that he's got this incredible ability to make some plays that a handful of guys in the world can make. And that's exciting. That has to be, one of the things that you take out of the season going, man, if we can just get a little better on defense, and if Caleb can get a little more efficient from down to go along with this wow factor that he brings, man, I mean, they're going to be around for a long time. They're going to be good for a long time. And you have to believe a guy like that is going to be able to, if the team is built around him, to elevate this team to a chance to win championship.
So, it's amazing stuff. So what does the partnership between Ben Johnson and Caleb Williams focus on together as an off-season plan here? What's the MO going into an off-season like this?
Yeah, I mean, to me, it's really just about, okay, we got to figure out how to make Caleb more efficient. What is that? Is that diving into his technique and cleaning up some things with his technique? Although I don't believe he's a bad technician. Like when you watch his feet and shoulders and the way he does things, I mean, it's the reason he can make so many of these incredible throws, because I do think he has a solid, technique base to build from. But why does he miss and wildly miss some of these throws? Like, what is that? Is it going too fast? Is it throwing too hard? What are those elements? But that's what I want to identify is, like, to me, it wasn't as much him not or throwing to guys that were covered and not going through his progressions and finding the right guy as much as it was missing the guy that he was throwing to. And I want to know why that is. Is it, technique from a standpoint of, the timing of his feet, where his feet aren't quite ready or set to make these throws? Is it some of those other elements that I talked about? Is it just first year in the system? I wasn't as comfortable. I wasn't quite sure. And then all of a sudden something popped open and I was too fast getting there. But that's the one thing I want to identify, because I think he did so many things really well this year and he made so many great strides. And obviously he played winning football. He played winning football a lot, and especially in the moment. But I just believe they put themselves in so many tough situations this year because they weren't efficient early in games. How do we get more efficient in the first half of games so we're not always behind? So we don't always have to play in that mode, because we've seen it before. This year, it worked out for them. Like, they won so many of these games that were close and that they needed a play or two to be made, or we needed a drive or two from Caleb. We've watched the Chiefs do that, and they, set the record for however many one possession wins in a row or whatever. And then they got into a season this year and they lost all of those. And that's usually what happens, is that you don't always get the breaks. So you have to create breaks earlier so you're not in these situations over and over and over again. And that, to me, I think is where you focus going into the offseason and into next season, is how do we clean that up and get a little more efficient offensively, and specifically in the pass game before we hit next year.
Kurt, as always, it was a joy to talk with you about what the Bears are doing. And I'm looking forward to talking to you about who ends up being the Super Bowl opponents. Like, that'll be fun. But we appreciate all the work that you've done with us this season in trying to figure the Bears out. And it was a really fun ride to hear you each week talking about the development of this quarterback.
Well, it was fun for me too. I love being able to talk ball and having the opportunity to, dive in a little bit deeper. And then, as you said, it was a fun season. It's a fun season to cover a team that where they were last year to where they are this year, to the excitement moving forward into the future. It was a whole lot of fun. So look forward to talking through the rest of the year, but hopefully we'll be doing this for years to come, and we'll get to be talking about championships at some point.
That would be great.
Sounds great, Kurt. Thank you.
That's Kurt
Warner.
Warner.
All right, guys. Talk to you soon.
The Hall of Famer.
Yeah,
that
man.
was really good insight.
Really good insight on the offseason plan, and incredible stuff on the interception.
Yep.
Incredible stuff. And there's a lot there to think about. And we've spent a lot of time on that terrible moment. Can we spend some time on a good moment?
Yes. That's what I was saying to Kurt. Like, That's you're in your driveway, 3, 2, 1, like shooting the basket. Like that's the football equivalent.
How did that happen?
Yeah.
We're gonna sit in the loss, but let's sit in the game, because part of the loss and why it hurt is because he gave you the play of the year again.
Play of the year? Screw that. That is one of the NFL's greatest throws ever.
It would have lived forever had they won. With the loss, it's going to fade a bit.
Maybe. It's still one of the greatest throws that's ever been thrown in the history of the National Football League.
I appreciate the pause.
I have to do it.
Yeah, you do.
We have to take a break. When we come back, we're going to give you so many different perspectives on this throw. Don't go anywhere, because we know that you were jumping up and down and high-fiving and everything else to this throw. So we are going to talk about it next. Spiegel and Holmes on The Score.
After a heartbreaking loss to the Rams, Bears fans are reacting on The Score.
Hey, Casey.
I wouldn't change a whole lot with the team. This is the first year that Johnson's coach, and look at how far they got.
Hey, Jeff.
You got to go with his aggressiveness. That's who he is. But we got to realize playoff games and games you need to win to stay alive are different entities.
Hey, Eugene.
My frustration was that it wasn't like the Rams rolled in here and put up 50, 60 points. Your defense gave you what you needed to win this game. In these playoff games, when you're at home, take the points and you play to your defense.
For more fan reaction, game breakdown from the Score team, and a look ahead to the offseason, keep it here on Sports Radio 670 The Score.
Start off the year right at Rosen Hyundai's New Year, New Car Sales event. How about the all-new 2026 Hyundai Palisade? With bold new styling, 3 rows of premium seating, and advanced safety tech, it's the SUV you've been dreaming of. Lease it for only $225 a month, $59.99 due at signing, 10,000 miles a year, plus first payment, tax, doc fee, and registration for qualified buyers. Find yours at Scott Levy's Rosen Hyundai of Kenosha or Algonquin. Get behind the wheel of the all-new 2026 Palisade today by Rosen.com.
Listen up, football fans. You won't want to miss this.
Right now, new Bet365 customers bet $5 and get $200 in bonus bets, win or lose. So you could turn that $200 into something bigger when you bet on money line, spread, totals, player props.
$200 in bonus bets when new customers bet $5. I know where I'm going to bet from now on. Download the app today and see why it's never ordinary at Bet365. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. 21 plus only. Must be physically located in Illinois. T&Cs apply. In-app only.
This segment is brought to you by Metra. Tired of starting and ending your day in mindless, brutal traffic? On Metra, you can relax and actually enjoy your commute. Plus, our 95% on-time rate means we'll get you there fast and worry-free. Metra. Drive less, do more.
A family office is a team built to handle the 3 biggest financial responsibilities a family faces: wealth management, tax strategy, and estate planning. Most firms only manage your investments and refer the rest out, hoping everyone stays aligned. At Trajan, we built something different. Your wealth, tax planning, and estate planning are handled together inside one firm, under one roof. There's no guessing whether your CPA, advisor, and estate attorney are truly in sync, because our team works together every day on your behalf. When your financial life becomes more complex, your advice should become more coordinated, not more fragmented. One plan, one trusted team. Call Trajan today, 630-320-2100. That's 630-320-2100.
Trajan Wealth, an SEC-registered investment advisor. Additional services through Trajan Estate and Trajan Tax. Additional disclosures and accreditation at TrajanWealth.com.
Paid non-attorney spokesperson. Paid for by Action Matters.
Attention victims of church clergy sexual abuse. If you were sexually abused at a church or a school by a member of the clergy, listen closely, as you may be entitled to financial compensation. Even if the abuse happened decades ago, your case could still qualify for compensation. If you suffered abuse from clergy members and those who knew about the abuse but failed to stop it, no matter how long ago it was, call our law firm's confidential clergy abuse helpline at 800-721-8353 to find out if you're eligible for a cash settlement. Our attorneys may be able to get you justice, closure, and substantial compensation while your case remains fully confidential. Receive the financial settlement you deserve and hold those responsible accountable. Call now to find out if your case qualifies for compensation. Don't wait. Call our law firm's 100% confidential clergy abuse helpline right now to seek justice and compensation. Call 800-721-8353. That's 800-721-8353. 800-721-8353.
Hey everyone, I'm Josh Radner, and I am so excited to tell you about How We Made Your Mother, a rewatch podcast looking back at How I Met Your Mother. And I'm here with Craig Thomas, who co-created the show along with Carter Bays. Hi, Craig.
Hey, Josh. Somehow it has been 20 years since the show premiered. I'm going to check the math on that. 10 years since it went off the air, and we thought that made this a perfect time to look back, see what the hell we did, and why the show still seems to resonate with fans around the world today.
Follow and listen to How We Made Your Mother wherever you get your podcast.
You still got it, but your immune system weakens as you age, making it harder to fight flu, pneumococcal pneumonia, RSV, and COVID-19. Ask your doctor or pharmacist which vaccines you need. Sponsored by Pfizer.
Snakes, zombies, public speaking. The list of fears is endless. But the real danger is in your hand when you're behind the wheel. Distracted driving is what's really scary and even deadly. Eyes forward. Don't drive distracted. Brought to you by NHTSA and the Ad Council.
You'd love new windows, but don't want to pay a fortune for them. Well, during Window Nation's Buy 4, Get 4 Free window sale.
You could also get 0 down, 0 monthly payments, and 0 interest for 2 years. Hurry, the sale ends soon, so schedule your free estimate now at windownation.com.
What if your instincts could pay off? With Robinhood Prediction Markets, you could put your knowledge to work on the events that matter to you. Prediction Markets isn't just sports. It's the Fed rate decision, your favorite award show, and so much more beyond the playing field. Trade events with Robinhood. Visit Robinhood.com/predict. That's Robinhood.com/predict. Futures and cleared swaps trading involves significant risk and is not appropriate for everyone. Event contracts are offered by Robinhood Derivatives LLC, a registered futures commission merchant and swap firm.
Hey, can you blow up some balloons for Jack's party?
I can't. I'm so congested.
You need Sinex Saline from Vicks.
Sinex Saline Nasal Spray?
Yeah, just Sinex. Breathe.
Sinex Saline instantly clears everyday congestion associated with colds and year-round allergies with a gentle, ultra-fine mist that's no mess and easy to control.
Daddy, we need more balloons.
On it.
Enjoy life's important moments without congestion. Try Sinex Saline from Vicks. Just Sinex. Breathe. Use as directed.
This is an Odyssey Sports Minute.
The best job in the NFL is now open in Buffalo. Former head coaches and coordinators should be beating down the Bills' door at the chance to coach a quarterback of the caliber of Josh Allen. The roster is clearly ready to win, and with a few tweaks, this team will be right back in the mix for an AFC championship next year. I'm Adam Abdallah.
Shotgun snap, goes back four-man rush. He's chased, he's flushed, he's all the way back to the 40. He's backpedaling and throws a pass into the end zone. Caught! Touchdown! Touchdown! Chicago has caught a touchdown pass with Cole Kmet open in the corner. If you hadn't seen it, you would not believe it.
I agree with that, and I hope that anyone who didn't see it, they went back and saw it, because it doesn't make any sense. I had talked to the chicken dinner guys last night, and I said, I'm sad that John Brinkus died for a couple reasons, but
sports science guy.
Yeah.
50, yeah, because that would have been great to see the breakdown on that, huh?
The physics of that throw don't make any sense.
51.2 yards in the air for a 14-yard touchdown pass.
And it was right on the money. Like, there's so much to get into, and I want to get into a bunch of people's point of view, but I would like to point out two things about it.
Okay.
And I'll deal with just like the catch side of it. If the defender just disengages from Cole instead of like sticking with him, I think he has a better chance of knocking the ball down.
It's Durant who misjudged the ball. It wasn't just that Cole got a little push-off. It was a pretty small push-off, really. That's a full-on misjudge of the ball, too.
And the other part is Cole. I don't know where Cole played his basketball, but that was a straight-up power forward, the entry pass over-the-top entry pass type move.
Let me tell you, Lawrence, during my basketball days, that was my move.
Wait, you played basketball too for the Mighty Sequoias?
Yeah, it's a long story.
Did you know, Tanny, did you know they had a basketball branch?
Two sports star. Did you have the baseball card with the shoulder pads and a basketball? Their shirt off like Bo Jackson?
Speaks knows. Yes, Speaks knows all kinds of sports. No, but like that move where you're leaning on the dude and you're just leaving some space, between you and the hoop, and you're extending the arm, just put it over here in this general area. So all of that. Salute, general area. Thank you. But Caleb's decisions under duress are remarkably correct, even when they look insane. Like his decision to go straight back is so counterintuitive, but it was 100% correct in terms of giving himself a chance to make a play. They collapsed the pocket on both sides. He didn't have a chance to go side to side. He didn't have a chance to step up. There was way too much mess. He goes straight back, which you're never supposed to do.
Not ever.
But that gave him a chance to at least throw the ball up and give his guy a chance. And then he makes a remarkable throw. But like his spatial decisions, and frankly, you even saw it last year as he got sacked 68 times. You still saw that his pocket presence and his decisions are like, man, that's a pretty good one. Like 90% of the time. It's crazy.
I found myself thinking about whether or not Caleb can draw or paint. Because the way that, or is he really good at math? Because like the way that his mind works.
Yeah,
there's something about it that we should all add to our own lives.
What an artist.
We should all be like, you know what? I can make that throw.
Oh, yeah.
I absolutely can make that throw. And whatever it is, because as he's backing up, I'm like, oh, man, this is exactly what the Rams had talked about, where they were making that pocket narrow.
Exactly.
They weren't letting him outside. And so he was like, all right, well, it looks like they've taken that part away, so I'll just go backwards.
All I could think of when that happened was the kid is magic. And like so many people texted, I'm sure all of our phones blew up, right? From anybody, from everybody, all of you know who called? Right then, I didn't answer the phone. Hey, Matty, how are you? Dave Sims called. He's the one to talk about the game. Man, Dave, I'm busy. But like, I texted him, texted everybody and anybody. The kid is magic. He just is. And I think there's been a slow kind of begrudging acceptance of that from Ben Johnson. Of like, I don't know. This kid's just, what are you
going to do, right? What are you going to do?
Listen to him talk about it. It's him talking, asked about that play.
What did you think of the throw Caleb made at the end, backpedaling at the 40-yard line?
The fourth down to tie it up? Yeah. Ridiculous. That's ridiculous. I mean, you talk about that 4th and 8 from last week and how outstanding that was, and I think this one was probably even another level ahead of that. So there's some things that you just can't coach. He's got that about him. He's got a knack. He's clutch. He does so many good things. He's an eraser. I have plenty of bad calls each and every week, and he helps make it right for me. And I know he's feeling it, because we didn't win and have some turnovers mixed in there, and he's feeling it. But he's one of those guys I'm talking about. We'll remember this feeling.
Man, he just if he had his choice, he'd rather have somebody who immediately takes to the system and gives him close to 70%. But this is who he's got. This is who he's got. And it we played the cut from Friday where he's like, he's going to lead this franchise for a long time. And he said another version of that last night in the Post, too. It's like, hey, man, whatever. Kid's got some magic. Let's work with it. And he's really, really freaking good.
Before we hear from Grady Jarrett, can we also just give a shout out to Stacey Dales,
who with the camera angle of a lifetime?
If you're not following Stacey on social, you should be, because you're a football fan and she's an incredible reporter. She was on the sidelines in that corner of the end zone,
and Cole knew she was there. I'm sure they know each other very, very well. Obviously,
she got the entire thing from that perspective, like live, and then Cole does his home run swing right into Stacey's camera.
You have probably seen that angle co-opted by a lot of aggregators And maybe they'll say hat tip Stacey Dales. Maybe they won't. But that's whose phone it was. My our friend Brian Garza works over at the Cubs, was seated in the stands above where Stacey was. And he has an angle of right above that where you can see Cole walk directly to Stacey. You see that Stacey in her long down coat. It's amazing.
I told a friend of mine, I was like, if that would have happened to Mahomes and Kelsey, I would have believed if you had said it's scripted. And then I would have turned the game off. Like, that's how, like, it would look like a movie, you know?
What, her angle?
Stacey's angle.
Oh, yes. Absolutely.
Her angle, how cinematic it was, how perfectly the ball was thrown.
Yes.
Like, that's not a wobbler.
Yeah.
Like that. Like, and I've always been impressed with the Aaron Rodgers Hail Mary goat stuff. And was it Drake May who on Saturday, I think, pulled it off? The ball got intercepted, but he threw it exactly the way the Aaron Rodgers would throw it, where it kind of parachutes down.
The perfect Hail Mary throw, right?
It's with Caleb, I don't really have a lot of words for what it is that we saw, because it's hard to believe a throw could be that accurate.
Now, old Grady Jarrett had some words. Here's the veteran talking about his teammate, Caleb Williams.
Given the way you guys have come back so many times this season, when Cole catches that ball, is there like any doubt in your mind you guys are winning that game?
No, man. But, you know, it came through again. I mean, just the magic that Caleb displays, be able to keep that play alive and find Cole at the last minute while getting pressure, throw it down. I mean, the beginning, it's just a beginner for him, and we don't make it this far without his growth and his maturity, his God-given ability to make great plays like that.
The magic. They believe. And then this one was impactful to me. This is Kevin Byard, who hopefully will be back. Love that guy as a player.
The All-Pro?
As you called it. And as a person and a leader and the whole thing. This is Kevin Byard talking about Caleb today.
You know, our fans been getting their money's worth for sure. Like you said, special play after special play. Caleb has ignited this city with obviously with his bravado and the things that he's been able to do this year. But like I said, it's just proud of this group, man. Just obviously tomorrow we got our exit meetings, but you know, it's always tough when the season ends like that because it's so abrupt. But yeah, man, just telling all the guys I love them and just proud of the group.
So I thought it was the Byard that I saw today, which may not even be on tape. In addition, Jason Leisure tweeted this from Kevin Byard. You ready? Quote, "They have a franchise quarterback. That's the hardest thing to find. That's going to attract people to come here." That is a veteran baller like Kevin Byard telling you that people are going to come here because Caleb is here.
You want Byard back, right?
Big time. Absolutely.
32? I believe.
I mean, old safeties are fungible in the NFL, but when you got one who can still play and who leads like that and produces like that.
Even if he falls off a little bit, like to a Pro Bowl level, you know, from All Pro, I'll take that.
I think that he's someone that also gives you added value.
I totally agree.
His play on the field was at an All-Pro level this year. He'll be 33 when the season starts next season.
He had a run blitz last night too. That was key. As Dennis Allen used.
Really good football player and seemingly a great teammate.
Yeah, seems like it. So no,
but honestly, you got some decisions to make about Jaquan too, who played an amazing game last night.
You got bigger decisions about that. I do think that is a bigger decision. Texter's getting in at 312-644-6767. One of the greatest throws ever. Amazing.
Why don't we take a phone call on it?
Let's do it. Caleb can be a GOAT, says a texter.
Hey, Jim, you're on the score.
Hey, Jim.
Guys, how you doing? Love the show.
Thanks, buddy.
Hey, Miami Dolphin fan here, and I haven't watched a whole lot of Caleb, but the last few weeks with the Bears run here, I've been paying a lot more close attention to his skills. And, you know, as a baseball player, number one, I don't think that defender Durant even realized that throw was possible. He was sitting at the goal line just like there's no way he's getting it there.
I think there's some truth to that.
You're right.
And that's why, like, I give Cole a lot of credit because he didn't give up on the play.
No, Cole was in a great space with lots of room to make a catch.
Yeah, that's one of the most incredible throws. Falling back, you know, sprinting backwards under the pressure. and puts it up 51 yards in the air and a seed right to his chest. It's just insane. So
it really is. It truly is. It is. I was talking with Tony and Herbie and Campy, and Tony was like, well, that's got to be one of the best throws of the season. I was like, no, sir.
It's one of the best plays
of all time.
That's crazy.
That's an all-time play.
How about last week's?
And that's what I said. I said there's also the throw from last week, and there's the throw to beat the Packers 3 weeks ago, and then there's the throw in Cleveland. Like there's a lot of those.
This is the stuff that has always been in his game. This is the stuff that has made people lose their minds. It's the stuff that happened in high school. It's some of the stuff that happened at Oklahoma, some of the stuff that happened at USC. It's like, and it makes you go, well, I think we got to draft that guy because if we could ever help him figure out the other stuff. By the way, the 3 interceptions for Caleb last night, the first time he's had 3 interceptions since the Notre Dame game, the USC Notre Dame game.
Yeah, that was a rough game.
I told you about this guy in that Notre Dame game.
Yeah, you did. But you were wrong. You were wrong. See, we got a guy.
Yeah, but a big game, just like that Notre Dame game. You see what happens.
Came up every 10 minutes for like a year and a half. Certainly that entire offseason. Yeah, but what about the Notre Dame game? I know.
It looks like the Bears are losing their running backs coach.
No way it's happening.
It looks like it's happening. There's a couple people reporting that basically all he has to do is say yes.
But I thought...
Shout out to Marsha Ambrosius.
I thought that, but don't they have a man's?
Let's talk about that.
Let's do
next
that.
Here on The Score.
Mully and Haugh, Chicago's #1 most listened to sports morning show, 5:30 till 10 a.m.
Olin Kreutz. Caleb just had that quarterback sneak for the first down. He walked out. You remember that walk he had, and the stadium went crazy, man. I thought that these guys are going to win this football game. And like you're talking about, on second down, just shot that ball went up in the air in the middle of the field where, DJ's got to go for that football. And it's just what Ben thinks, Caleb thinks about it, DJ Moore thinks about that play. It did not look good.
Mully and Haugh, mornings 5:30 till 10 a.m. on Chicago Sports Radio 670 The Score. Always live on the free Odyssey app.
This segment is sponsored by Studio 41.
I wanted to renovate my kitchen and bathroom, but couldn't afford a huge project. Thankfully, Studio 41 had affordable fixtures that totally renovated my space at a great price. Visit Studio41.com to find a showroom near you.
Let me ask you something. Is your money doing everything it can for you?
I don't know. How would I know?
Is it automatically saving for special events and keeping you posted on its progress? Like at Huntington Bank?
Oh, no.
Is it tracking your spending so you can make the best choices at the mall?
Nope.
Or setting limits on your teenager's debit card?
Definitely not.
Then it could certainly be doing more.
Yeah, sure sounds like it.
Let's get more from money. Switch to Huntington Bank. Welcome. Eligibility requirements apply. Some features may require enrollment.
What defines tough? It's an invisible attack. Breast cancer cells growing inside you. What defines tough? It's an oncologist using pinpoint radiation, striking the tumor at its core. It's sparing healthy tissue and accelerating your recovery. What defines tough? At Loyola Medicine, it's more than what we do. It's who we are. Visit loyolamedicine.org/tough to learn more.
I'm Bob Burke, founder and chairman of Burke America Parts Group, a family of brands that includes RepairClinic.com, an appliance and HVAC parts solution company that's grown into an international brand. Before AmericanEagle.com, we partially launched a new technology platform developed by another firm. American Eagle helped take our technology to a whole new level with digital marketing, software development, and business insights into our key markets, appliances, HVAC, and outdoor power equipment, and did so both on time and on budget. AmericanEagle.com has the resources, experience, and talent needed to produce solutions. Our new technology platform, developed by AmericanEagle.com, has produced tremendous results with higher traffic, conversion, engagement, and online revenue. If you have any home repairs you need to take care of, check us out at RepairClinic.com. If you need a world-class website or technology project, then I would highly recommend AmericanEagle.com.
Call AmericanEagle.com at 773-NETWORK. That's AmericanEagle.com, 773-NETWORK.
Kickoff is coming. Make your home the undisputed headquarters for the big game with Matrix Basement Finishing. Imagine a fully immersive home theater and a pro-level sports ball, all designed and built by Matrix Basement Finishing. The guys with the X right downstairs. From design to build, Matrix Basements handles everything so you can focus on the party. Be the MVP of your neighborhood this season selection. Score a free quote right now at matrixbasements.com. You know, the guys with the X.
I'm Michael Lober from Lober Motors in Lincolnwood. This year, Lober Motors turns 90, and I couldn't be more proud of the people who make it all happen. Our 2 award-winning Mercedes-Benz and Porsche dealerships are filled with hardworking professionals who care deeply about our clients and about each other. It's truly a pleasure to come to work every day. Lober Motors in Lincolnwood. 2 dealerships, 1 family. Just east of the Edens and at LoberMotors.com. Driven to serve since 1936.
How about finally a simple New Year's resolution? One where you're guaranteed to succeed. Reverse the clock on hair loss with Advanced Hair's simple one-day treatment. You'll feel more confident and more youthful when you witness your own natural hair growing into those places where it's been balding or thinning for years. From Advanced Hair's breakthrough technology to their world-class medical team, they are the only team in hair restoration I personally recommend. Advanced Hair's simple one-day treatment begins to regrow your own natural hair the very next day, and your new hair is guaranteed to grow. Did I mention the results can last a lifetime? Celebrate this new year with a fuller head of hair and get a free consultation, $250 off, and 250 free hair grafts. Call 872-217-HAIR. That's 872-217-HAIR. Or see what meeting your New Year's resolution could look like with the before and after pictures at advancedhair.com.
I'm Bob Burke, founder and chairman of Burke America Parts Group, a family of brands that includes RepairClinic.com, an appliance and HVAC parts solution company that's grown into an international brand. Before AmericanEagle.com, we partially launched a new technology platform developed by another firm. American Eagle helped take our technology to a whole new level with digital marketing, software development, and business insights into our key markets, appliances, HVAC, and outdoor power equipment, and did so both on time and on budget. AmericanEagle.com has the resources, experience, and talent needed to produce solutions. Our new technology platform, developed by AmericanEagle.com, has produced tremendous results with higher traffic, conversion, engagement, and online revenue. If you have any home repairs you need to take care of, check us out at RepairClinic.com. If you need a world-class website or technology project, then I would highly recommend AmericanEagle.com.
Call AmericanEagle.com at 773-NETWORK. That's AmericanEagle.com, 773-NETWORK.
Experience the excitement at Four Winds Casinos with award-winning cuisine, luxurious hotel accommodations, the latest slots, and a variety of table games. Why settle for less when you can have it all at Four Winds Casinos, your entertainment escape?
If it is ruled that way, then why wasn't it slowed down just to make sure that we have this right? That would have made a lot of sense to me, to make sure that we have this thing right, because that's a pivotal play in the game. We have the ball at the 20, maybe kicking a game-winning field goal right there. So I'll just leave it at that. But I'm saying it because I'm standing up for Buffalo, damn it. I'm standing up for us.
And they moved to move Sean McDermott out of that role, just like that.
But he stood up for them. I'm standing up for upstate New York, the best part of New York State. In fact, I'm standing up for all of New York State, the best of the 50 states. Does that work? Do I get to keep my job if I say that?
You sure don't. Because people have been wanting you to lose that job for at least a year now.
Standing up for the Western Hemisphere, the rockingest hemisphere of all the hemispheres.
That's me.
If you're in Sea Caucus, make some noise.
If you're in Syracuse, make some noise.
Pander Man has been fired. Do you fire that guy? That many games over 500? Yeah, they did. But it's crazy. Having an MVP quarterback under the age of 30 and firing your coach, both John Harbaugh and Sean McDermott getting fired at this point. I mean, what an appetizing job that is, isn't it?
It is.
Go work with that young quarterback.
Maybe Matt Nagy is going to be the head coach in Buffalo.
The wise.
He is out of contract in Kansas City, so they kind of need an offensive coordinator, but Nagy hasn't secured a head coaching job yet, so you would think that if he doesn't in this cycle that he would be welcomed back in Kansas City, but you could just make him the assistant head coach, right?
I guess, because the Chiefs requested permission to interview Eric Bieniemy, the Bears running backs coach.
And it looks like they got it and they're going to hire him.
Really?
That's what Tom Pelissero is reporting.
But I thought Nagy's already there, but then that's why you bring up, I guess you could bring him back as assistant head coach if he doesn't get a head coaching job. But then, Matt, don't do that job anymore you were doing. Welcome back. But can we still go to dinner once a week, Matt, you and me? I'm
and
Andy
get
Reid.
dessert.
Yeah, let's get dessert. Does he still get dessert? Look, Eric Bieniemy did a phenomenal job as running backs coach for these Bears. I thought it last night. DeAndre Swift ran hard last night. He has run hard all year long. I have enjoyed the hell out of him, and I did not last year, as you know. I thought that kid ran completely different. And then what Kyle Monangai did, clearly Eric Bieniemy had a massive effect on both of those running backs. And it's a bummer to lose him.
And everyone knows that he can coach. It's been a matter of whether or not you want to put up with him, because he can be rough on players. I think in this particular case, it worked out really well. Like the tough love thing that Eric Bieniemy does, I think it worked out for DeAndre and for Kyle Monangai.
You think the Chiefs need it? Think Andy Reid believes the Chiefs need that attitude?
He's changing some things up. They hired a wide receivers coach today that started out as like an intern, I believe, under Bieniemy. So like they definitely want to try something a little bit different. And I'm imagining that Matt Nagy is banking on being somebody's head coach by the end of the week.
Yeah, Connor Embry was the wide receiver coach. He was fired shortly after week 18. And they hired a guy named Chad O'Shea, Jewish guy, right? That Chad O'Shea joins the Chiefs.
Really good wide receiver for the Bengals.
Chad O'Shea?
Oh, wait. Sorry. That's me combining.
Chad Johnson?
Combining Ocho Cinco and Uncle Shay.
He was the Cleveland Browns wide receiver coach and was the passing game coordinator under Kevin Stefanski, who just got a job in Atlanta.
Mm-hmm.
Kevin Stefanski goes from job to job. John Harbaugh goes from job to job. Who else? McDermott's going to get one of these other jobs if he wants it, isn't he?
I'm not sure that that's the case.
Dolphins fans would line up to get Sean McDermott and give themselves inside knowledge on 2 Bills games a year at the very least.
Okay.
I bet.
As I've said before, and I'll stand by it until proven wrong, I imagine that the Steelers are going to at least interview Antoine Randall. It makes perfect sense for their philosophy on coach hires, the fact that he's a Super Bowl winning alum, and he's at a point in his career where people should start looking at him as a head coaching candidate. I'd be shocked if he wasn't on their list.
Did which one of you guys, Tanny, was it you who said the Mike McCarthy reunion with Aaron Rodgers?
Yeah,
in Pittsburgh?
That was gaining some traction online this weekend, and I think the Irish ownership group at Pittsburgh is like a good one, so I don't think they would do that. I thought our Irish ownership group was going to do that last year, hire Mike McCarthy.
Did you hear what Florio said on Mully and Haugh this morning? He said that a coach texted him and he wished he could share which coach it was, but he couldn't. But he said what the coach said was, "This is the worst ownership group the league has ever had." That's what the coach said. That all these owners out here firing coaches who just lost playoff games and all this other stuff. He said a coach told him it's the worst ownership group the league has ever had.
That's bad.
I agree.
That's real bad. All right, we got to take a break. Let's go back and live in the bad from yesterday. A lot of Bears fans are like, wait, what happened on that interception? Was DJ jogging or was he running full speed? Why was there miscommunication? Let's hear from some people breaking it all down and talk a little bit about what Kurt said to us about it next here on The Score.
You're listening to a special postseason edition of Plumbers 911 Football Monday, recapping the divisional round playoff game versus LA. Plumbers 911. Plumbing emergency? Call the professionals available 24/7 at 1-833-PLUM-911. Presented by Busey Bank on Chicago's Sports Radio 670 The Score. Always live on the free Odyssey app.
Blue Chew is not just a tablet. It is a cheat code.
That's right.
Blue Chew provides access to chewable tablets that can help you feel and perform at your very best. It is a small chew, but it makes a big difference. Blue Chew is the original brand offering chewable tablets for better sex. It really is that good. You'll have flashbacks to your glory days. Guys, this isn't just about performance. Give her group chat something to talk about. Nothing makes you more of a legend than a little Blue Chew. Discover your options at BlueChew.com. You can be ready when she is. And we've got a special deal for all of our listeners. As always, get your first month of Blue Chew free. Just use promo code SCORE at checkout and cover $5 for shipping. That's it. Head to BlueChew.com and use the code SCORE. Then just chew it and do it.
Hey, football fans, picture this. You bet on your favorite player to score the first touchdown in the game, but his teammate scores instead. If this happens, BetMGM wants to give you another chance at the end zone. With BetMGM's second chance promotion, you'll get your stake back if your first touchdown scorer scores second instead. That's right. Bet on any pro football player to score the first touchdown of the game. If you're right, you win. If your player scores second, you get your stake back in cash. With BetMGM's second chance offer, you have a chance to keep the fun going after the first player crosses the goal line. Try a first TD score wager with confidence today. BetMGM. Make it legendary. BetMGM and GameSense remind you to play responsibly. See BetMGM.com for terms. 21 plus only. Illinois only. Existing customer offer. Subject to eligibility requirements. Rewards paid back in unrestricted withdrawable funds. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER or 262-537 or by texting ILGAMB to 53342 in partnership with Paradise Hotel Casino.
Hey, Chicago, do you need to eat a little healthier without sacrificing the stuff that you love? Wild Fork has lean proteins for great prices. 500 items under $10 a pound. Organic 85% grass-fed ground beef at $6 a pound. Atlantic salmon fillets at $5.98 a pound. Better quality meats at lower prices due to Wild Fork's state-of-the-art blast freezing technology. Shop in store or visit wildforkfoods.com to learn about 3 months of free delivery for qualifying customers.
Shopping with your parents can be embarrassing.
Why would they sell jeans with holes in them? I'm going to speak to the manager.
Mom!
That hoodie is giving. You should get it. YOLO.
Thanks to the Chase mobile app, your kid can shop independently while you keep an eye on their spending. So you can go from
we can be twinsies
to
how was shopping? Saw you stayed on budget.
Thanks, Mom. Freedom for kids, control for parents. That's family banking from Chase.
Account subject to approval. Chase mobile app is available for select mobile devices. Message and data rates may apply. JP Morgan Chase Bank N.A. member FDIC.
This is the story of the one. As the purchasing manager at a manufacturing plant, she knows the only thing more important than having the right safety gear is having it there when you need it. That's why she partners with Grainger for auto reordering, so her team members can count on her to have cut-resistant gloves on hand, and each shift can run safely and efficiently. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
On December 7th, a Chicago police officer was shot. His bulletproof vest did its job. It stopped the bullet and likely saved his life. But vests don't last forever. They wear out and expire after 5 years, and Chicago police officers must buy their own replacements. Help protect those who protect us. Donate to the Chicago Police Memorial Foundation's Get Behind the Vest initiative. Since 2014, the foundation has provided more than 14,000 life-saving vests, thanks to generous donors like you. Go to cpdmemorial.org. That's cpdmemorial.org, and click Mission to get behind the vest today.
No matter what kind of business you run, finding a bank that supports your success can make all the difference. I'm Jeff Boundy, president of Cornerstone National Bank and Trust Company. We're a bank that invests in relationships with our customers for the long haul. Customers like Marty Nixon from Norman Mechanical would agree.
I'm Marty Nixon from Norman Mechanical. We are a market-leading plumbing contractor operating throughout the Chicagoland area. We take pride in the quality of our work and value our relationships. I have known the team at Cornerstone for over 30 years and became a customer of Cornerstone when they opened their doors way back in 2000. Since then, Cornerstone has been a trusted relationship partner for all our banking needs. Cornerstone is a bank where we belong.
Thanks, Marty. If you're looking for a reliable banking relationship for years to come, give us a call at 847-654-3000.
Member FDIC.
Breezy and cold tonight, some clouds, a low of 3.
Weather brought to you by Staples. 2026 is here, and at Staples, deals mean business. Like up to $100 off custom print orders. Head into the new year looking good for less. Staples. That was easy. Ends 1/31.
Bears fans, this magical season comes to close after the Bears fall to the Rams at Soldier Field in the divisional round. Keep it here as the score team breaks down the game. Plus, we'll have your reaction too, right here on Chicago's Sports Radio 670 The Score. Broadcasting live from the Hyundai Studios. Presented to you in part by your local Hyundai dealers. WSCR Chicago, WBMX HD2 Chicago, and Odyssey Sports Station. The Score! Spiegel and Holmes, afternoons on The Score.
With the 48, deep drop, Williams. Got time. Shot downfield in trouble. Is intercepted by Cam Curl. Curl goes over, makes the play. And the Rams have it back. Third interception of the night for Williams.
What's your viewpoint on the last interception from Caleb, both through his defense and the route?
I'll have to see it. I stand behind the defense a little bit, so I did see space. I saw grass. And then the guy, I didn't see that defender from my perspective, and so I'll have to see it. But I did think as the play was going on, I was like, oh crap, we got something. But great play by that player.
You're listening to a Plumbers 911 Football Monday presented by Busey Bank, and we thank Busey Bank and Plumbers 911 for always being there with us on Football Mondays.
Lawrence, last night getting ready to do postgame on Fox with Luke Canellis and Tina Wen and Pat the designer.
On Fox with Luke Canellis?
Yeah, I know.
Huh.
For now, or then, or something. It was last night anyway. Or getting ready to do that show, and how you're sitting on the set and you're like, all right, we're going to go on right after. You've done this exact thing.
Many of our listeners know the feeling exactly that you're talking about.
I'm talking to Lawrence, Tammy. I'm talking to Lawrence. And I just kept walking up to the camera to look at the play, each play as it would happen on the little screen right there below the camera, because that was the only ones that were on. So every play I'd walk up and I'd stare right at it. I'm like, and that as that drive's happening, I'm like, they're going to win this thing. All right, let's just see the next play. Get 10 yards. I'm walking up, I'm staring at get 15 yards, you're good. And he throws an interception. I just froze right there. I couldn't believe that interception happened. I was so sure they were going to win. And then as soon as that interception happened, I became very sure they were going to lose, and I hated that feeling.
Hold that thought for a second, because we've got some more breaking coaching news.
Oh, my
which
goodness.
I think actually might affect the Bears.
Oh, no. Who do we lose?
Jeff Hafley is now the head coach of the Dolphins, which means the Packers are looking for a defensive coordinator, which you would think Al Harris would get an interview there.
It's a hell of a move by Jeff Hafley to leave Boston College and the mess that is college sports. Come to the pros for 1 year? Is it 1 year? Was Green Bay?
A couple
was it
years.
2?
Yeah, he was there. He was there last year.
All right, 2 years with the Packers, and now gets a head coaching job down in Miami.
What a blessing to be here for me and my family. So I appreciate that, and we are not going to be done. So I will see you guys next week.
Not only did he not see you next week, he left for Miami.
That was it. As your last
and I will
moment.
never see you again.
We need to recut that.
Take that, Demoski.
Yeah.
I'm not going to see you ever again.
It's been a good year, and I will never see you Jamokes again. He smacks the podium. It's been a good time, but I'm going to Miami after this loss. Caleb's going to be great. All right.
See you guys later. I got to go fix the Tua thing. See you later.
Yeah, good luck with that. Woo-wee.
All right.
Good luck with that.
So just so that you have it for the bingo card, I believe the Steelers are going to at least interview Antoine Randall, and they should think about hiring him. And I believe that Al Harris will get at least an interview with the Packers to be their DC.
Yeah, boy. The former Packer, Al Harris, who obviously makes a big, big difference in special teams.
You can tell him all the
defensive
secrets.
Defensive backs.
Tell him all the Ben Johnson, Matt LaFleur. I can see LaFleur in the interview. So listen, what did I do to that guy?
Why did your boss hate me?
What did I do?
Is it just because my name is LaFleur?
How about this? I promise you can have the job if you tell me what I did to Ben Johnson.
He knows what he did.
You know what you did.
You know what you did.
You ever do that when you have a conversation with your significant other?
And
you're like, you know what you did.
I do not do that. I may have in the past.
It's a terrible idea.
Does not go well.
It's a terrible idea.
At all. See, here's the thing. When the Detroit thing ended last year, when they lost that game to Washington, they knew it was the end of a chapter because Ben was going to get a job and Aaron Glenn was going to get a job. And that was so they knew that mix was gone. This Bears thing, while it feels like the beginning and the dawn of an era and all of that, maybe you don't lose Dennis Allen. Maybe nobody's going to give him another head coaching job, but you lose Bieniemy, that matters to your room and your coaching staff quite a bit. Very few people in the coaching profession are as hardcore and
He's
as
a throwback
serious as that guy is. He talk about a culture that was instilled. He was a big part of that. And if you lose Antoine Randall as you're intimating, if you lose Al Harris as you're intimating, those things could be a blow to the culture that you have created.
Well, look at what Al Harris has done for the culture inside that room. Yeah. Like he's big in there. And I'm not saying that he's going anywhere. I'm just saying that
it's possible.
Matt LaFleur would be foolish to not call him.
But he is foolish, which is nice. You know what I mean? That guy will throw it to the end zone when he could just play a 4-minute offense. He will stop the clock 6 times in a row.
Is he so foolish that he'll hire his guy, Matty Eberflus, to be his defensive coordinator so they can have gin and tonics together at Marquette games?
Dude, now we're getting somewhere. That just got really fun to imagine. I mean, you want to work with Micah? I was thinking about working with Micah. That's what I thought I was going to do. I'll come up there and do that instead.
And then the Packers trade Micah. Fix this. All right, anyway.
Bad enough. We're friends of Matt LaFleur around the league who will remain nameless.
I don't know if they have to,
many
because his brother coaches for the Rams. Yeah. So
Nepo babies.
Whatever. Yeah, our coach used to walk uphill both ways to school in the snow in North Carolina. That's how he did it. Any hoozle.
How many Kubiaks are still active in this league?
2.
But last week there were offensive coordinators against each other.
Oh, that's right. So only one.
Yeah.
It's like Highlander.
Yeah.
There
can be only one.
Only one Kubiak. So the play that effectively ends the game for the Bears is this interception. And it was the conversation of social media afterwards, on this very radio station afterwards, in text chats all across Chicago. Did DJ do enough? And there's 2 questions here with DJ. Did he do enough on the route? And did he do enough to try to break the pass up? And trying to figure out what happened on that play.
Yeah, it's a big deal. Let's hear some folks discussing this play as discussed. You want to hear Chase first, Tanny? Is that what you got?
Yeah, let's go with Chase first. Chase Daniel breaks down, and he's been one of the people that has been fairly critical of DJ Moore. So here's what he said about that play and the responsibilities of everyone.
Crushing loss for the Chicago Bears. This is the interception, and to be completely honest, number 2 up top, if this is the effort with the season on the line that you're giving me and everyone else is doing good stuff, that's not the effort that you want. Caleb Williams has a really good pocket. All right, a couple things I like about this. One, you're protecting the edges. You're giving your guy a chance to make a play. This job right here by DJ Moore, it's hard to see because of it. Your job is a deep cross. You should be over here on the hash 18 to 22 yards. Look at the effort that DJ Moore comes. First of all, the angle's awful. You're going this way when you should be coming this way. There's a huge area of space over there, and if you can run to that area instead of looking, you're primary. To me, you're primary. Right? This is where it needs to go right here. And you give that type of effort. He's just jogging right there. To me, he's just jogging. Caleb Williams expects them to be 22 yards on the numbers. He doesn't cross face. He doesn't do anything. Caleb Williams is doing exactly what he wants to, right? He's looking them down, and then just the effort is not there, right? How are you, like you should be coming downhill to the ball. Maybe the ball's in the middle of his thrown. I can't believe this.
That is Chase Daniel. That's impactful to watch and to hear because you see all the space from the angle that he chooses on the side there. You see all the space that's there. And he says, you're the primary. The primary means you're the number 1 option on the play, and Caleb's supposed to look. And if he sees the coverage doing exactly what it's supposed to do to make that possible,
then you flatten out your route across the face of the defender so that you can have an opportunity to make a play.
And as the quarterback, that's your primary. You see it happening the way the coach tells you it's going to happen. You've been instructed to throw the ball there. And he doesn't have the wide receiver helping him out.
And that cut from Ben, where Ben's like, yeah, I thought we had one there. You know, a lot of green grass.
It's really, really rough. Here's Caleb Williams from today. Having looked at the film, I would guess.
Yeah, absolutely.
Having had a chance to think about it, talking about that play and what went wrong.
Caleb, you had a chance to talk to DJ, just talk through what happened last play?
We haven't. We all the stuff this morning. Everybody's been in different places with the exit meetings and all these different things. But definitely something that, we'll discuss, but also, we'll discuss with all the other wide receivers coming up in the future of next year. Being able to just get on the same page in those moments. And it's, small things like that show up in those moments that, you may not have talked about, but being on the same page or talking about it, maybe week 1 or week 6, it shows up in week 18 or whatever week we're in. And so, it's something that to learn from, for myself, a learning experience. It's something for us to learn from as an offense and as a team. And we'll go do that at some point.
And there's a lot of people critical of DJ for that route out on the outside. What would you say to that from your perspective?
Yeah. Like I said, it was just a miscommunication. Trying to just flatten them off under safety. And since the other safety was down, I felt like we had enough space over there, so I tried to flatten them off. And just a miscommunication. His route is, to go deep and attack that angle, which he did. And, we thought we were going to go under the safety at that point, and, it didn't happen that way.
It's very, very careful leadership by Caleb Williams last night and today.
Yeah, he didn't want to throw him under the bus and then back up. And you're also like, maybe we didn't. I like what Kurt said about this. So why don't we hear from Kurt? Because I felt like Kurt gave us such a nuanced answer about how we can view this that it's important to hear what he says. This was Kurt Warner with us about an hour ago.
I'm sure, Caleb is second guessing that last throw. And I'm not saying he was wrong. I don't really know what they had talked about and what the dynamics were of. Obviously, DJ was running a higher angle, post route there. But I don't know if they've talked about, hey, if the safety's in this position, flatten it across, because we could all see why Caleb was throwing that and where the space was and how we felt if DJ crossed that safety's face, that could possibly be a big play. Was it discussed? Did they talk about it in detail? So when it comes to a moment like that, can you trust those things? I've been in lots of situations where, as a quarterback, I see something and I want to wish my guys to see what I see, to do what I want them to do. And sometimes I took that shot. Other times I second guessed it and didn't take that shot because I wasn't sure if my guy was going to do it, even though I knew it was there. I knew the opportunity. I saw it. I could make this throw. And if he does the right thing, this is a big play. And so all of those things, I think, are what you start to talk about and you start to second guess and you start to ask the question, hey, should I have done that? Did I make a mistake? I know we talked about it, but we didn't talk about it enough where I see, and now it cost us a game. And so those are the things I think you go through today because it was a very evenly matched game.
Look, that's great stuff from Kurt. And I had asked him later after that, could Caleb have pulled up and not made the throw because of the situation? He said, no, you can't expect a quarterback to do that once he sees what he's expecting to see. Here's the way that I feel. We've talked so much about this play. It's a clear and replace, as Matt Bowen referred to it to us. It's a pinch pattern, as a pinch pattern group, as Kurt Warner taught us about it. Like, we've learned about this specific thing.
Where Rome clears everyone out. Then there's a window between the safeties. DJ ideally flattens out in that, and Caleb is expecting him to flatten out because that's the whole point of what the route's supposed to do, ideally.
It's the whole point of it, and it's what Caleb has learned to trust. So it's not on Caleb. It's not. And believe me, I had a moment, I even asked Kurt, can I expect him not to throw? No, because this is what it's supposed to do. DJ's running like a guy who doesn't think he's going to get the ball. You know, like maybe, we got it. We're close now. He just looks like he's running like a guy who doesn't think he's going to get the ball. And that's not good because let's say he does not get the ball. As a teammate, your job is to do the right thing. Like if Caleb chooses to throw to Rome and go deep, DJ's supposed to be doing his job, so he pulls the safety up with him.
Correct.
And leaves more space. Like he's got a spot to go to make any of it work. And he's not doing that, whether it's going to get to him or not. So it's not okay that he didn't think he was going to get the ball.
I do wonder if we will find out tonight or tomorrow that he actually was concussed. I do wonder about that because he had the shot where he ended up in the blue tent, and then the next play that he came back, he landed on his head again. So I don't like that he didn't talk about it after the game yesterday. I don't think that's good. And he didn't talk about it today so far. I mean, that may change, and maybe we'll get sound that says it, but I don't think that it should be just up to Ben and Caleb to talk about that play. Like you're one of the veterans on the team. There's a lot that is expected of you, and there's been a lot of praise heaped on DJ for some of these huge plays that he's made all season long.
Yeah. All right. Look, I got to say, so much focus on that play, and I think understandably so, and I appreciate the depth of the conversation. But I also got to say, Rome Odunze with a couple of drops, Luther Burden with a drop.
Colston
Loveland with a drop. Caleb with some big misses. A few balls that were extremely inaccurate. No turnovers again. Ben Johnson play calls on 3rd and 1 and 4th and 1 I really did not like. So there's a lot of stuff. And I thought that McVay eventually adjusted and got some things done in the run game. 7 rushing plays in the first half.
I was surprised. And then they had a drive where they ran it 7 times.
Yep.
And I was surprised that it took McVay that long to kind of figure it out, that they had an advantage in the run game with their duo and power game, and they didn't use it. And then that drive when they did.
14 plays, 91 yards with 7 rushes from Kyron Williams. Yes. So McVay had a much better second half as a play caller, and I thought McVay eventually figured out Dennis Allen just enough, I guess.
Just enough to get what you needed, and you walk away with a win where your quarterback doesn't play well.
Yeah.
You know, this is why McVay though is one, and even Alex didn't he reverse the Belichick too?
Yeah, that's the you talk about play calling, Spiegs, and Ben's insistence on sticking to the run against 5 and sometimes 6-man fronts, and that 6-1 cover 3 look. Olin Kreutz talked about it a little bit today, where they take away every double team at the line of scrimmage.
Yeah.
It is very difficult to run into that look, and that is exactly what Bill Belichick hit McVay with against his 11 personnel in the 2019 Super Bowl and completely stifled his offense in that game.
Alex is really good with this stuff. It also, the corners were hurt. Both of the Rams' corners were hurt early on in that game, and you had options.
They got good play out of the corners, though, I thought.
I know, but... Man, I thought they could have done more damage on the edges. And when they did run it, I wanted them to run it wider. Run it wider and attack those edges. But anyhoozle, Bears lost. Did you guys see that?
I did.
What?
Well, I mean, the game is on right now.
It's on again.
So maybe
I'm watching it for the first time. This is crazy.
This game is nuts,
Man, it's just all those conversations. Everybody I saw in the elevator at my building, hey, yesterday afternoon, just getting ready for the heart attack. I know it's coming. I know the heart attack's coming. And then the heart attack did come. But everybody was watching that game and locked in. Local numbers have to be outrageous.
I'm sure they're going to be huge for it to be like an over-the-air product. And it's... That game is insane. And nationwide, you're talking about Market 2, Market 3, playing against each other. So the numbers should be insane. Although they're not really a lot of Rams fans.
No, we didn't make that point enough last week. You guys made it in the thread, and you're right.
Ram it.
There are no Rams fans except people who love Ram it, because they used to be in L.A., then they were in St. Louis, and then they went back to L.A., and now they play their home games in L.A., where it's just football fans transplanted from every other market. Like, and how many Rams fans were at Soldier Field last night?
I got a text from a buddy who's like, he's been a season ticket holder, his family for decades. And he says, I have never seen a game with less opposing team fans at it than yesterday.
I think that's fair. I think that's fair because there's Los Angeles is a big transplant town. So you got fans of all sorts of football teams out there. The building's gorgeous, though. Where they play is...
Oh, yeah, it's great. That's why they gave Stan Kroenke China. They gave him all in China.
Well, he had to pay. The rules in California are you have to pay for your stadium. You don't get to do the little shuffle of, can you give us this?
Yeah.
And can you give it...
Can't wait to start covering that story again.
On Wednesday. Yeah, we'll get into that part of it.
I'd rather watch the Bulls.
No, you wouldn't. No, you wouldn't. The Derrick Rose game is coming up on Saturday.
Yeah,
though.
you're going.
I'm going.
Yeah, then you're leaving.
Yep.
Texter says, Jesus, Matt, way to spoil it for me before I could watch the game. At least wait a few months.
Sorry.
Spoiler
I got some
alert.
bad news. I got some great news and I got some bad news.
Boy, you're going to love the end of regulation.
There's going to be a play that you'll be talking about forever.
Some people wait for the all-22. I wait for the NFL Films version so I can get like the extra narration, the extra mic'd up stuff. That's the best way to consume it.
It's amazing how you do your job without having actually seen the game. It's incredible.
Yeah. And he does it so well.
So well.
All right, let's take a break. When we come back, let's talk about some of the good. Jaquan Brisker he was so good yesterday, and so was D.A. Let's talk about that next here on The Score.
Rahimi, Harrison, Grody, middays 10 a.m. till 2 on The Score.
For all the stress that we had about facing the juggernaut that was the Rams offense, the Bears defense stepped up in a way that was not just unexpected, but excellent. And then unfortunately, that's not what lost this game. Once again, they got so close. Taking it to overtime, coming back yet again. I guess it's fitting that they lose this game in the way that they had won so many before.
Rahimi, Harrison, Grody, middays 10 a.m. to 2 on Chicago's Sports Radio, 670 The Score. And live on the free Odyssey app.
This segment is brought to you by DAZN.
Two global superstars in their prime square off at Madison Square Garden. Here we go. Tiafimo, the Brooklyn-born king of 140, looks to retain his world title as Shakur steps up to become a 4-division world champion. Don't miss Lopez versus Stevenson, January 31st. Watch only on DAZN.
Gear up for epic football game days under the Vegas sun. Oh, right now seems like a perfect time to be thinking about going to Las Vegas. You know what I'm saying? And Stadium Swim, if you've never been, I think it's going to be 70 and sunny for the rest of the week in Vegas. This would be a perfect time for you to go watch games out at Stadium Swim. It'd be a perfect time for anyone that misses warm weather and the sun to maybe think about leaving and then going and living out west somewhere. Anyway, you should go and check out the Cabanas, the 143 foot screen for football. When it comes to watching football all season long, nowhere comes close. Grab your spot at Stadium Swim today at circalasvegas.com.
That first year in your new home matters. With preferred pricing, Redfin and Rocket Mortgage make the path to your next home easier. When you buy with a Redfin agent and finance through Rocket Mortgage, you can lower your interest rate by 1% for 1 year or choose up to $6,000 in closing credits. See how it works at rocketmortgage.com or call 800-4ROCKET. Additional terms apply, not a commitment to lend. Rocket Mortgage, LLC, licensed in all 50 states. NMLS ConsumerAccess.org, number 3030.
That's another amazing run by Team USA.
Mom, think I'll be on Team USA one day?
Well, I'll take this one.
What? Are you speaking to us?
Yes, and to answer your question, anything's possible, especially with Xfinity.
So, I can be the best snowboarder ever?
Well, I can't guarantee that. But Xfinity can guarantee that your internet price won't change for 5 years.
Okay. What if I practice every day?
Then maybe you'll be snowboarding for Team USA at the next Olympic Winter Games. And Mom, you'll still be paying the same price for Wi-Fi.
Ooh, really stuck the landing there. It's the Xfinity Gold Medal Celebration. Now through February 22nd, get our best price on gig Wi-Fi for 5 years guaranteed, just $50 a month. Plus, get Peacock Premium included for 2 years. That's a $10.99 value per month. Xfinity. Imagine that. proud partner of Team USA. Restrictions apply. Requires paperless billing and auto pay with stored bank account. Taxes and fees extra. Actual speeds vary.
Paid non-attorney spokesperson. Paid for by Action Matters.
Attention victims of church clergy sexual abuse. If you were sexually abused at a church or a school by a member of the clergy, listen closely, as you may be entitled to financial compensation. Even if the abuse happened decades ago, your case could still qualify for compensation. If you suffered abuse from clergy members and those who knew about the abuse but failed to stop it, no matter how long ago it was, call our law firm's confidential clergy abuse helpline at 800-721-8353 to find out if you're eligible for a cash settlement. Our attorneys may be able to get you justice, closure, and substantial compensation while your case remains fully confidential. Receive the financial settlement you deserve and hold those responsible accountable. Call now to find out if your case qualifies for compensation. Don't wait. Call our law firm's 100% confidential clergy abuse helpline right now to seek justice and compensation. Call 800-721-8353. That's 800-721-8353. 800-721-8353.
Pro Savings Days are on at Lowe's. Get up to 35% off select major appliances. Plus, My Lowe's Pro Rewards members get an additional 5% off when you buy 5 or more select GE, Whirlpool, and Electrolux kitchen or laundry major appliances. Lowe's, we help, you save. Valid through 123. Discount valid to My Lowe's Pro Rewards members only. Exclusions and other restrictions apply. Selection varies by location while supplies last. See associate or Lowes.com for details. Loyalty program subject to terms and conditions. Visit Lowes.com/terms for details. Subject to change.
Okay, I have to tell you, I was just looking on eBay where I go for all kinds of things I love, and there it was.
That hologram trading card. One of the rarest, the last one I needed for my set. Shiny like the
designer handbag of my dreams. One of a kind. eBay had it, and now everyone's asking, ooh, where'd you get your
windshield wipers? eBay has all the parts that fit my car. No more annoying, just beautiful.
Millions of finds, each with a story. eBay. Things people love.
Sports fans, starting February 2nd, The Score will now also be heard in crystal clear FM quality. 104.3 The Score. The Cubs, the Bulls, and incredible Chicago sports talk. 104.3 The Score. Presented by Circa Sports Illinois.
What if your instincts could pay off? With Robinhood Prediction Markets, you can put your sports IQ to work on the games you know best. It's not you against the house. It's you participating in a live market. Buy or sell your predictions all game long. Trade every play with Robinhood. Visit Robinhood.com/predict. That's Robinhood.com/predict. Futures and cleared swaps trading involves significant risk and is not appropriate for everyone. Event contracts are offered by Robinhood Derivatives LLC, a registered futures commission merchant and swap firm.
My name is Whitney Allen. I am a widow. My husband, Ryan, died. We never thought in a million years we'd have to use life insurance. The unexpected happened. With Ethos, it is so fast and easy. It's 100% online. You can get a quote in seconds, apply in minutes, and get same-day coverage. No medical exams, and you can get up to $3 million worth of coverage through Ethos.
Get your free quote at ethos.com/game. That's ETHOS.com/game.
Time spent on application may vary. Online health questions required.
This is an Odyssey Sports Minute.
Presented by Robinhood, your money, your move. Sam Darnold played a perfect game on Saturday. He wasn't asked to do much as Seattle smashed the 49ers. That will change this weekend when he faces a top 10 Rams defense that he struggled against earlier this season. The Seahawks are the odds-on favorite to win the Super Bowl, but do you trust Darnold to win round 3 of Rams and Seahawks? I'm Adam Abdallah.
With the 48th pick in the 2022 NFL Draft, the Chicago Bears select Jaquan Brisker, defensive back, Penn State.
Gets to the throw. Brisker sack at the 34. Another 3rd and 11. Stafford again. Shot for Nakua. Brisker knocked it away. What a series for Jaquan Brisker. Rams will punt.
These are the plays that Puka Nakua has been making this entire season, and it's why Matthew Stafford said, I don't care who it is out there, if it's Brisker, whoever, my guy usually goes up and gets this one, just couldn't time it up that time.
Highlights courtesy of NBC. By the way, we thank you so much for listening to a Plumbers 911 Football Monday presented by Busey Bank. Love that they've been with us all season long. Busey Bank and Plumbers 911.
14 tackles for Jaquan Brisker.
That wasn't all. Had a sack, had a quarterback hit and broke up 2 passes.
Yeah.
He was an intimidating figure on the line of scrimmage.
Yes, sir. There was a moment where Chris Collinsworth explained it in that way, basically that the ability to use Brisker as much as Dennis Allen did in the line of scrimmage meant that he could keep the integrity of his pass defense in the back. He could play Kyler and or CJ in the back and whatever, and not have to go to more linebackers. Like, Brisker was everything you wanted him to be when he was drafted, right there. This is what you dreamed of.
He's had moments like when, and it does need to be noted that he was healthy all season. All season. Like, you didn't have to, and that was one of the things I was worried about coming into the season, is because he's had so many head injuries that you didn't want to see a guy like his life be ruined by football.
That's a good point. Good for him.
Inside of this season. So I'm happy that he walks out of the season, at least from a head trauma standpoint, healthy. And he opened some eyes, I'm sure. Like, he's always been a tough, smart guy. Like, the comp that I always made was bigger version of Bob Sanders, a guy who makes a difference in games. And we saw him make a difference. He is reckless with his body, and I mean that in the most affectionate way possible. When I say that about a defender, he goes out there and he gives you everything he has for as long as the game's going to go on.
Is he the most interesting of the 20 unrestricted free agents that the Bears have? He's among them. We don't have to get into the whole list, and we'll have a whole offseason to break it down, but he's a very, very interesting one. He and Kyler Gordon, the first draft picks of Ryan Poles, you know? And
ideally, you'd love to run it back with him and with Byard, and then maybe draft someone late that you like at the safety position too.
You don't want to make that an abject position of need, but I'm sure there are other guys out there too. You want to get Dennis Allen's opinion, and you want to get Ben Johnson's opinion, and that's why Ben's Vision will be appointment radio all offseason long.
And I imagine that because things went so well, that C.J. Gardner-Johnson will get opportunities to maybe sign like a 2-year deal someplace, get some guaranteed money in his pocket for how well he played this season for the Bears.
Wow.
Maybe he ends up back with the Bears too, like because the fit was good and everything went well and they met him halfway, he met them halfway. Maybe it ends up being something that could be a little bit more than just a half of a year of a deal.
Could be, but we've got time. Here's Jaquan Brisker. Is this from today? Jaquan Brisker addressing the media at an open locker room today on an exit day, and we'll see if this is his last moment doing that as a Bear or not.
Really just hurting. We lost. We lost a playoff game, especially here in Chicago. I hate losing, but, it could have been my last time in a Bears uniform, and obviously I wanted to suck that in. And I'm really the last person to always leave the locker room. Never really the last person to have my equipment on, but, just soaking that time in, embracing the locker room, embracing, everything, and, I don't know what it could be in the future.
Yeah, I mean, you just don't know.
Well, that's what he's talking about. What you were talking about, like, what do you do? What's the right way to go about processing all of this? And the answer is there is no right way. Like every one of these guys is going to have to deal with it in a different way. Like some of them are going to be furious for the next couple of days. They're not going to be fun to be around. Mm-hmm. Some of them will be like, you know what? I'm going to get my exit meeting done, and then I'm going to go to Europe, or I'm going to go to Cancun, or wherever, and I'm just going to lose this and not think about it for a little bit. And then when I get back, I'm going to go 100% into getting myself ready for the next thing that we do as a team.
As we focus on this game last night, and we've made the decision as a show to kind of let ourselves feel it and kind of dissect it in full today, I thought Dennis Allen probably had his best game of the year tactically from what I could see.
Well, he had all the pieces yesterday except for TJ.
He did. He played so much dime with Kyler and CJ together and was so aggressive with so many different dudes coming off the edge. You saw Kyler Gordon blitzing off the edge successfully a couple of times. You saw Nashawn Wright blitzing off the edge. You saw C.J. Gardner-Johnson. You saw Jalen Johnson. You saw Jaquan Brisker. You saw all those guys coming. Often two times he had both edges coming. And finally, Matthew Stafford adjusted. The big play to the tight end Parkinson, where Parkinson just went a couple yards behind the line of scrimmage, turned around, and Stafford just kind of launched it over to him, and he turned around and ran for, was it 38 yards? It was like such a huge play.
And then he kind of like slowed up, and I'm like, why isn't he running faster? And it's like he wants the contact from the smaller guys that are back there.
But an adjustment like that didn't happen for a long time from McVay. And
they also started to tighten the formations, right? Like they would send Puka in motion or shift him into a tighter formation so that they could edge it up and be like, okay, now we have someone to block this, and that we're not going to let these guys on the edge just break it down and get our running back in the backfield.
But you and I both think McVay's the best. Right? Like, I think he's the best. As a play caller, as a schemer, as a game planner, that's the number one offense in the NFL in both yards and points. And Dennis Allen was better than Sean McVay last night.
He was for a big portion of the game. I feel like that adjustment to that drive that we've been talking about where they have the 7 runs on it, that was a big moment for McVay.
But even after that, he had him. Because after that 14-play, 91-yard drive that makes it 17-10, he makes him punt again. It makes him go 3 and out for the 4th time, and that's before the final drive to go get 7. Where Byard had a tackle for loss.
All I'll say is that the Rams' interception of that pass by Caleb Williams put them on their own 20. There's a lot of opportunity to defend that space, and the Rams got all the plays that they needed to get the field goal that they needed.
That's true. By then they really did. There's a great ball to Devontae and all of that. That's for sure.
The Higbee play I thought was the backbreaker of that drive. Like that was the one where you're like, oh, because now you just need 2 plays. Like once you hit that big one, it's like you're in field goal range with 2 more plays.
Yeah. 5 for 16 on 3rd down for the Rams. The Bears had 4 sacks, including a sack from Dominique Robinson in the middle of that
great
D-line.
Play.
Yeah, and I felt good for him. Like that guy he's battled. He's battled all year long and turned himself into a useful piece. That said, we all know that's where a lot of resources are going to go. On that D-line, on that edge.
And maybe your defensive backfield too.
Yeah, I really thought that when we were getting Dennis Allen, we were going to see the kind of creative and exotic blitzes that get in the head of opposing quarterbacks. And we haven't seen it a lot during the course of the year.
I thought that even yesterday.
Yesterday we did. No, I think yesterday we did. And in the second half against Green Bay last week we did. I think like the last 6 quarters have been the best of Dennis Allen.
But remember, he was playing with like one corner tied behind his back for a big portion of the season. Jalen wasn't out there for most of the season. When he was out there, he wasn't the same guy that you were expecting. When D.A. took the job, he was like, oh, I got one half of the field covered because I can just put Jalen on the best wide receiver. And that hasn't been the version of Jalen that we've seen so far. So he's got that thing. He's got like, well, I can't take Nashawn Wright off the field because Nashawn Wright makes plays. So even though he gives up a lot of plays, he makes a ton of plays for us.
Yeah.
I thought the mixing and matching that he did and then being able to add in C.J. Gardner-Johnson in the middle of the year and be like, okay.
Incredible.
I need you to do some stuff for me. And he did it. I thought that he had a really solid year.
Yeah. I guess it's right.
Why? Did you want him fired?
No. Just wanted more. Wanted more good things to happen last night. Wait, the game's not over. What is it, 10-10 in the third quarter?
Yeah, it's a tough game right now.
What do you think, Tanny? They got a shot. It's 10-10 in the third quarter right now on NFL Network.
No, it feels over at this point, Like, they just can't get anything together offensively.
Yeah.
and I don't trust Caleb late in games.
Yeah, to make a big play?
Yeah.
Like when you need a big play, you don't trust Caleb.
Especially on fourth down.
Yeah.
Kid doesn't do
He
anything
never does it.
creative. Nothing.
Never, ever does it. Ever. Carmi V is going to do our Bears hit today.
That's awesome. She was up at Hallis Hall, and we'll have tape and sound from people up there.
Yep. When we come back, though, I think this was a shocking revelation for a lot of people. And we kind of got the heads up to it on Friday afternoon. And then Biggs wrote about it on Saturday afternoon a little bit more concretely. Let's talk about the change that happened on the Bears offensive line and what that meant and maybe what it means. That's next here on The Score.
The Bears fall to the Rams in the divisional round of the playoffs. A special season for Bears fans has unfortunately come to a bitter end.
Davis at 42 online, and it's good! And the Los Angeles Rams go to the championship game!
Mark Grody here from the Rahimi Harris and Grody Show, middays 10 to 2. Stick around as we react to the game, but also start to look ahead to the offseason to see what Ben Johnson and Ryan Poles will do to improve the team. Keep it right here on Chicago Sports Radio 670 The Score, always live on the free Odyssey and iHeartRadio apps.
This segment is sponsored by Jewel Osco.
Hurry in for Jewel Osco's 3-day sale and save big on everything from select varieties of Chex Mix or Bugles for $1 to incredible $2 deals on selected Turkey Hill ice cream or Kellogg's cereal. Limits apply. See store for more details.
Hey, Chicago, it is Monday night national title game. This is Chris Haugh, the longtime host of the Sports Investors Daily Radio Show and the Bet Big Talk Loud podcast. I have my main man, JR, with me. Indiana, Miami. No one had this picked at the start of the college football season. Indiana, a big favorite in this game, sitting at 8.5 right now, the best team in the country, but Miami gets the game at home. JR, we're giving this game absolutely free on a recorded line at 888-994-6669. Anyone who's confused about this game right now, you've been back and forth, JR, we got the winner for them.
No doubt about it, guys. Call the number right now, 888-994-6669. We've had a legacy of being able to win this matchup year after year, and we're going to nail it again tonight. Call the number 888-994-6669. Point spread winner, absolutely free on the recorded line right now. 888-994-6669. And Chris, I got to say, I haven't been able to say this many times, but the selection committee got it right getting Miami into the playoffs.
That was absolutely the right decision. We've been lights out. Now, we lost one game over the first weekend, which was when Miami played Texas A&M.
That's right.
That was the one game we lost. We went 3-1 that weekend. We then came back with over Ole Miss, Georgia, winner. We came back with Indiana over Alabama, winner. We came back with Oregon, okay, when they beat Texas Tech, winner. And then we had Indiana as a top play.
Yep.
Okay, as a top play against Oregon in a blowout. All right, that is our record. So if you're confused about this game tonight, we have it locked, loaded for you. We feel like we have this game won. It's free. It's on a recorded line at 888-9-WIN. Now, that's 888-994-6669. But, JR, there's only 2 pro football games left, and then you get to their championship game. So if you count tonight, there's 4 total football games left. We're all about college basketball, and we're all about your VIP program.
Absolutely. Strategy is the name of the game. Being able to win, obviously, at a really good percentage, as we do historically nonstop in college basketball, and then you implement the right strategy, and guys, you're going to be able to take your bankroll literally to the next level. Now, look, we want to inject your bankroll with a nice big winner tonight, and I'm telling you, we love the game, and we always win the big game. So do yourself the favor. Call now. It's absolutely free. On the recorded line, the winner of the big matchup between Miami and Indiana, free. 888-994-6669. That's 888-994-6669.
And last year, we hit just under 65% with our top college basketball plays. This year, we're sitting right around 61% with our top college basketball plays. We make a little bit of a run here mid-January on into the tournament in March. Always. We'll get that number back up to 65%. But if people can't make money on that type of number, JR, they can't make money on sports wagering.
I mean, it really makes my job easy on making strategy. All I got to look at is how do I make the most out of this particular percentage, and that's what we have been so darn good at. So do yourself a favor, get involved right now, take advantage of the blowout, because we believe strongly we're going to win this game easily. 888-994-6669. It's on a recorded line. It's absolutely free. Winner of Indiana-Miami. 888-9-WIN-NOW.
Also, don't forget to check out the Bet Big, Talk Loud podcast. Go listen and subscribe to that. Free picks on it all the time. And for the free game tonight, all you have to do is give us a call at 888-994-6669.
The proceeding was paid for by Sports Marketing Services.
Allstate knows your home means everything to you, and you'll do anything to protect it. But not just with any protection. You want insurance that'll be there for you and your family when you need it most. And that's what Allstate's been doing for over 60 years. So check Allstate first for home insurance you can rely on. You're in good hands with Allstate.
Savings vary. Coverage subject to terms, qualifications, and availability. Allstate Vehicle and Property Insurance Company and affiliates, Northbrook, Illinois.
Welcome back to Winter Hack Radio, the place for clever hacks to survive the season. Icy driveway? Well, try spreading sand or birdseed to help with traction. Snowy puppy paws? Well, grab a whisk, brush it off, done. Catch COVID-19? Well, just get...
Actually, there's no hack for COVID-19. But if you test positive, prescription medications for COVID exist. Ask your doctor if they're right for you. Visit PfizerForAll.com to learn more. Sponsored by Pfizer.
It's about time your deliveries worked as fast as you do. Your jobs can't wait. That's why the Home Depot delivers when and where you need it. Scheduled, next day, or even same day. You order, we deliver. It's that easy. The Home Depot Pro. It's about time.
Spiegel and Holmes Show Flashback.
The assumption is that Theo Benedict will start. That's who we've seen, right? Hasn't looked great the last 2 or 3 weeks. So, was it Braxton Jones or is it Jordan McFadden, another guy that they have given a spot to? Or, the only other option you can see at left tackle is what the Chiefs did with Tooney. I don't know, what the Bears are actually thinking this week.
Right, you're right.
Joe Tooney going to left tackle, Jordan McFadden going to left guard.
It's almost like Olin really studies offensive line play.
He was on it on Friday. You remember that?
Yeah.
Right there with us. What are they going to do?
He was right on it.
And I remember the question I'd asked was just, are they going to have Theo do the heavy stuff? Because he likes the heavy stuff where it's the extra lineman. Does that mean Braxton's going to start? And then he throws out exactly what ends up actually happening.
Yeah, because Theo was out wide looking for passes.
Theo is not volleyball. When a pass comes your way, you don't use two hands to set it up in the air for a potential striker behind you.
Man, that ball was up in the air for a long time.
So they knew this thing was happening all week long. Jordan McFadden got a phone call on Tuesday from Dan Roshar and said, "You're starting. Don't say anything all week." But so they knew all week long this was happening until it comes out on Friday.
You have to. If you're going to ask Joe Tooney to move positions, you've got to have a bunch of practice reps with those two guys together at guard and tackle so that they understand how each other works. And with Joe, it's like, yeah, man, I know this is kind of like in case of emergency break glass type stuff, but it's an emergency because it's a playoff game.
So it was done principally to keep Jared Verse, the fine edge rusher out of Florida State. Is that right, Jared Verse?
That is.
So it was designed to keep him away from Caleb Williams. I think that worked. Like Jared got there on the fourth down play that Caleb makes the incredible pass. But otherwise, Jared Verse was not an issue at all in pass protection. Yeah, last night as I looked at it.
I wouldn't say it that way. I would say they did a good enough job of neutralizing him in the pass game. I don't want to act like he was very active yesterday. I do think that he was better against the run.
I think he did some things that you've helped me see this year where the defensive end can just collapse a tackle, like collapse him back towards the middle of the line and make it easier for linebackers to then come up and make the play. I think Jared Verse does a lot of that.
He was, I'll see if I can find out on like PFF, but I'd love to know how he was graded for yesterday. Because you're right, like the pressures and getting Caleb on the ground is damn near impossible. But watching him adjust his game as the game went on. I was like, wow, because I've always liked him as a player, but getting a chance to watch him down in and down out and watch him go, oh, I see what they're doing. So now I am not going to try and run the bubble on Tooney. I'm going to crash down and I'm going to destroy this short yardage play because I can get there faster than Tooney can stop me to the inside because he's trying to play me outside.
This is Olin Kreutz, our guy. Is this from this morning or from postgame talking about Tooney? This is Olin from this morning with Mully and Haugh talking about Joe Tooney moving to left tackle and the effect that it had.
And I don't argue with him. Verse is the violent pass rusher, right? And they were helping out Joe Tooney with chips and things like that from the receivers and the tight ends and the running backs. And the thing is, you got to make two changes right in there, and it affected the run game. I thought, I mean, Joe Tooney, like we said in the pregame show, I didn't think he was going to be the problem. Right? I didn't think Joe Tooney's got great feet. I went back and watched him in the Eagles game in the Super Bowl once I heard about it, and I just watched the way he played it. You know, he struggled a little bit out there, obviously late in the Super Bowl when they had to throw the ball a lot. They fell behind by a lot, which never happened to the Bears yesterday. But Joe Tooney's, man, he's got great feet. What a teammate, right, guys? I mean, what if Mitch came to me and said, Olin, okay, you're going to take Mully's place and run the morning show. Get the hell out of here, man. I ain't doing that. Right? No way. Like Joe just said, yeah, I'll go play left tackle while you put McFadden in there at left guard for the first time this year. But it just messed up some of the cohesion in there, messed up some of the run blocking, messed up some of the combo blocks. You know, a couple of plays McFadden was pulling on critical downs, and you know, didn't do the job I thought Joe Tooney probably would have done if he was pulling in there as a guard to hit Jared Verse on the edge. You guys remember late in the game when Swift bounced it outside there, you know, and they give the ball up on downs. That was one of the plays. I thought Joe Tooney would have done a nice job in there. It just looked like some of the cohesion that had grown. You guys have heard a lot of people talk about how O-lines are always better as a unit, right? They're always better working together, and they know what someone's going to do, and they don't have to communicate, and they just know what the adjustments have to be. And some of that was lost with the changes they made. And I thought that if they would have went with Theo, they have all played together in their spots before and understand what they need to do.
Wow. Interesting. So Olin comes out net negative on the decision. That's interesting. I hadn't realized that's where he ended up on the. It's a big choice. It's a big week for a pivot like that.
Yeah, it's hard. I mean, you get 3 practices to do it, and the idea that you're weakening 2 positions instead of 1, and they've survived all season long with the left tackle not being a disaster.
Yeah, you remember what was it, August in training camp? We were like, okay, when's Joe Tooney going to move to left tackle? When are they going to make this vet go over there and do that? And to their credit, it only took them until January, and it was an emergency. So shout out to the Bears for that one.
Remember the distress at like Ozzie can't play left tackle? And then them giving the job to Braxton, but saying, we'll readdress it at the bye week. And then they changed people at the bye week. Yeah, right. But one half before the bye week, they changed to the undrafted kid who won the award back-to-back from Canada.
We got to stop talking about this because they're going to poach Coach Rochar, too, now. You know?
He was retired, and they pulled his ass out of retirement. Yeah, Theo won the award back-to-back. Which award was it? Akeem Hicks won it.
Outland Trophy?
It wasn't the Outland. It's the Canadian Outland. It's the Outland Trophy A.
The Intercontinental Championship.
I don't believe that's it.
It's always the belt that you want.
It's the Nobel Peace Prize.
You don't want the world title. You want the IC championship belt.
That's the one you want?
That's the one you want because that means you're always in position to be the guy.
Where's the Continental Championship?
Can
I win that before I win the Intercontinental?
That's usually the United States Championship belt that you would get.
Okay.
And then the Intercontinental Championship and then the World Championship.
Okay, this is the important stuff.
It is.
Yeah. I'm glad we're covering this.
All right, I'm going to get you one.
Yeah.
You know, next book.
Hey, by the way, if you didn't know, tell a friend. We're excited about our FM debut on 104.3 The Score. Coming February 2nd during the Mully and Haugh Show. That's right. All of the Score shows, Cubs and Bulls games, will be happening not just on IM 670, but on FM too. High fidelity all the time, including downtown Chicago. Feb 2, when the Groundhog comes out, is the debut of 104.3 on FM. The simulcast is presented by the official sportsbook of the Score, Circa Sports. It's our launch partner. Sports betting the way it should be.
I get to call it Score 104 because I feel like that will trigger people a little bit more.
Score 104? Yeah, that's good.
I like Score 104. They told us 104.3 the score. I like Score 104.
How about
now, it might be
Scores-
because we produced a segment called Scores on the Fours.
That's where I was going.
Scores on the Fours.
Time now for Scores on the Fours.
Hey, that kind of looks like 3.5. I didn't know.
I recorded like 9 different musical versions of the Scores on the Fours theme. 9.
That's why you're here.
I've got to be. That's how you get here. That's how you get a 15,000 square foot.
9 of them.
Yeah, it's good. 9 of them.
I look in the studio and Carmen Vitale is here. She is going to take care of your Bears hit. 2 words.